Chapter 1, Awakening the Samsara Eye. Dad. Aunt Zhang wants you to unclog the sewer again? A handsome young man was leaning against the door. He was wearing a white t-shirt, sky blue jeans and a pair of white sneakers. Looking at the middle-aged man applying hairspray in front of the mirror in the room, he had a slicked back hair that was shiny and greasy. The stubble at the corners of his mouth made his face look a little weathered. After hearing what the boy said, his face suddenly darkened. It's an adult matter. Why are you, a high school student, asking so many questions? Li Bufan explained aggrievely, I don't want to ask, but if you secretly buy Luwei Di Huangwan again, you'll spend all my college tuition. The middle-aged man looked a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that his son would find out about this. How dare you say that to me, Dad? Look at yourself. You finished a pack of 400 tissues in just 2 days. Young people don't know how to be restrained. Li Bufan scratched his head and said, Haven't I caught a cold these past 2 days? The middle-aged man picked up the perfume on the table and sprayed it on himself. He turned his head and glanced at him, saying contemptuously, Cold? Then how do you explain the smell of gardenias in your room? Dad, don't worry about these details. I'm going to school first. The school is holding a talent awakening ceremony today, so I can't be late. Hey! I'm almost out, so I can't keep you, Aunt Zhang, waiting too long. Li Bufan shook his head. 5 years ago, he traveled from Earth to this parallel world, Blue Star, and lived with this middle-aged man. This man was his father, Li Tianda. It took less than 20 minutes to ride my bike to Jiangnan Middle School. I quickly found my class on the playground. There was an awakening ball placed on the platform in front of the playground, and a group of school leaders were sitting next to it. After waiting for half an hour, Principal Yang Huayuan stood up, glanced at the students in the audience, and said, Students, the talent awakening ceremony has officially begun. You will go up on stage one by one according to your class. Simply place your hands on the talent awakening ball. Class 1 will take the lead. I saw a male classmate walked up and put his hands on the crystal ball. A colorful rune appeared on the crystal ball and went along his arm into his body. After a while, the rune returned to the crystal ball. Then the crystal ball emitted a brown light, and an illusory arm appeared in the sky. A line of text appeared on the surface of the awakening ball, showing the awakened talent attributes. The teacher who was responsible for recording the students' talents read it out loud. Local enhancement, strength system, talent level D. Local enhancement can strengthen a part of your body during battle, such as your hands, feet, head, or torso. Of course, it can also strengthen some strange places. Next. Moyun Vine, Wood Element, Talent Level D. Zhu Ganglai, Beast Type, Talent C Level. Berserk, Strength, Talent C Level. One after another, students came up to the stage to awaken. Principal Yang Huayuan's face was ashen. After testing for so long, there was still not a single A-level talent. It seemed that this year's bonus would be gone. Mutated Ironback Bear, Beast Type, Talent Level A. Beep. The whole playground was in an uproar. Finally, a student with a level talent appeared. Principal Yang Huayuan's expression relaxed a little, revealing a hint of relief. Next. Angel of Light, Special System, Talent. SSS Level. The teacher in charge of recording had a trembling voice. He was deeply shocked by the result of this awakening. Principal Yang Huayuan jumped up and rushed to the awakening orb to confirm. Ha ha. It's actually an SSS level talent. I didn't expect such a talent to appear in our Jiangnan Middle School. Li Bufan almost couldn't believe his ears. Someone actually awakened an SSS level talent. He looked up and saw the awakening ball emitting a white light. A pair of illusory white wings appeared in the sky, sacred and holy, and standing next to them was a beautiful woman in a white dress. She is tall, slender, and as elegant as an immortal. Enveloped in white light, her body seems to emit a holy glow, just like the immortal Guanghan fairy. P.S. Stop guessing. She is not the heroine. She was killed by the protagonist. Oh my god. Someone actually awakened the SSS talent. They're simply invincible. Isn't this Shangwan Wanner? And she's the school beauty. It really is her. I'm begging for a photo of the school beauty. I want to put it on the headboard of my bed. Brother! What do you want the photo for? Are you practicing your Qilin arms? Holy crap! This Shangwan Wanner is not only talented, but also has a fantastic figure. I can't control her. The students in the audience were talking about it. Who wouldn't envy such top-notch talent? An hour later, it was finally Li Buffan's turn. He walked onto the testing platform and gently pressed his hands on the talent awakening ball. The colorful runes retracted his arms and entered his body, then returned to the awakening ball. For a moment, the awakening ball had no reaction. Time seemed to stop, and the school leaders and teachers on the stage looked at Li Buffan in shock. No movement? No talent? Impossible. Holy shit. What kind of weird things can I encounter? At this moment, a sweet voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding. The system is here. Ding. The host's talent awakening has been detected, and the replication system of the myriad worlds has automatically bound it. Li Buffan was stunned. System? Your grandma's finally here. 5 whole years. Before traveling through time, I was a novel fan. I started by renting yellow-covered novels from the bookstore at the school gate, and later read tomato novels on my mobile phone. I can be said to be well-versed in exploring various time travel novels. The system is a must-have artifact for time travelers to travel at home, show off, and pick up girls. However, in the past 5 years, he didn't know how many times he had called the system Dad, Grandpa, and Green Bottle in his heart, but there was no response. He didn't expect that the golden finger would arrive today. System, do you know how I've been living these past 5 years? Ding. Host, don't be impatient. I just had to pee urgently, so I'll be a little late. The system is still in a hurry to pee? 5 years is considered a little late? Ding. Host, please don't worry about these details. As compensation, this system will give you 3 free replication opportunities. Do you want to start the first replication of the myriad worlds? Yes. Ding. The myriad worlds are being copied. In front of him, a turntable appeared, with various worlds written on it. The world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Dolu Daluo world. One Piece world. Naruto world. Ding. Naruto world talent copied successfully. Samsara I. All skills mastered version. Samsara I, Seeking the Way Jade, Will Grave Prison, Outer Path Demon Statue, Shinra Tensei, Tensei Tensei, Shibaku Tensei, Tensei Shocking Star, Samsara Natural Born Technique, Gale Wenken Lingzuan, Thousand Paper Crane Instant Body Technique, Yomi Hirazaka, Sky Hand Strength. Ding. Successfully converted chakra into this world's spiritual energy. Ding. The item has been placed in the system warehouse. Chapter 2 Talent Unknown, Level Unknown. Li Buffan smiled. A fully skilled version of the Samsara Eye? How could a Naruto fan not know how powerful the Samsara Eye was before traveling through time? It was simply a cheat version. He believed that SSS level talent was nothing more than a younger brother in front of the Rinnegan. At this time, the talent awakening ball emitted a red light that shot up into the sky. The entire test bench looked like a blood-red world. A blood-red eyeball appeared in the air. The eyeball had a total of 6 circles, and there were 6 Magatama in them. However, this time the talent awakening ball did not display any text. Principal Yang Huayuan was stunned. The leaders next to him were also confused. The other teachers were even more confused. Why doesn't the talent awakening ball show the talent attributes? This has never happened before. What kind of spiritual eye is this? Why is it so strange? Principal Yang Huayuan looked into Lincoln's eyes and said, Teachers, have you ever heard of this talent? At the testing table, the teachers stared at each other and shook their heads. No one knew what kind of talent this was. Principal, this is the first time we've seen this kind of talent. Furthermore, the awakening ball didn't show any talent attributes. This has never happened before. Yang Huayuan frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, The talent awakening ball doesn't show the talent attributes. It's either beyond SSS level talent or below G level talent. But up to now, our human race has never had a being with talent beyond SSS level. Could it be that their talent is lower than G level? And what about this anomaly? Yang Huayuan was puzzled for a moment, and the other teachers nodded, obviously agreeing with what Yang Huayuan said. Li Buffan asked weakly, Teacher, what level of talent do I have? Spiritual eyes, talent unknown, level unknown. Teacher, do you think it's possible that I have a talent that surpasses SSS level? That's possible. The teacher repeated the principal Yang Huayuan's analysis. Ha ha. That must be a talent beyond SSS level. Li Bufan had no doubt about this. He didn't want to dampen Li Bufan's confidence. Student, no matter what talent you have, it can contribute to society. Even a piece of toilet paper has its uses. Li Bufan was too lazy to explain so much and walked away happily. As soon as I returned to the class, a 200-pound fat man squeezed through the crowd. He walked up and put his arm around Li Bufan's shoulders, looking very servile. Li Bufan, what talent have you awakened? Even the awakening ball can't detect it. The fat man's full name is Wang Sikong. He is the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City and also Li Bufan's best friend. The two have been deskmates since junior high school and have a very close relationship. It's just that after entering high school, Li Bufan chose science, while the fat guy chose liberal arts. There was no other reason, it was just because there were more female students in the liberal arts class. He. That's the Rinnegan that surpasses SSS's talent. Rinnegan? You must have made that up yourself. It's even more talented than SSS. If you don't believe me, forget it. You're the first one to know. Keep bragging, and don't be discouraged. When I awaken a talent above a level, I will help you show off and fly. Li Bufan sneered. According to his understanding, the probability of awakening an A-level talent is less than 5%. Which of your assholes saw me getting discouraged? Get out of here right now. It's your class's turn to wake up on stage soon. Hey. Just look at me. Half an hour later, Li Bufan saw the fat man walking up with a ruthless pace. The awakening ball emitted a gray light, and a gray shadow of the earth appeared in the sky. Earth element, elemental type, talent SS level. Ha ha. I, Wang Sikong, am indeed the son of destiny. Li Bufan was stunned. He didn't expect that what the fat man said was right. He actually awakened an SS level talent. Principal Yang Huayuan was extremely excited. He didn't expect that there would be another student with SS talent. This time, Jiangnan Middle School would definitely become famous throughout the country. 2 hours later, the talent awakening ceremony finally ended, but in the end no one had awakened a talent above S level. Yang Huayuan stood up and said with a smile, "Dear students, the talent awakening ceremony is over. Students with high talent levels, I hope you won't become complacent and will work harder. Those of you who are less talented shouldn't be discouraged. As long as you work hard, I believe your future achievements will not disappoint you." The fat man squeezed through the crowd again, his face full of pride. How about it? Brother, you are awesome. Fatty, that's great. I didn't expect you to awaken an SS level talent. You almost surpassed me. To celebrate our awakening of our talents today, how about I treat you to a feast tonight? Li Bufan's eyes lit up. What feast? It has to be a beer and barbecue. Okay. See you at the usual place tonight. He. Let me share another piece of news with you. It is said that if your talent awakening level is high, you will receive invitations from the 4 major colleges in Kyoto and you don't have to take the college entrance examination. The 4 major academies in Kyoto are Qinglong Academy, Baihu Academy, Suzaku Academy, and Xuanwu Academy. Li Bufan naturally knew about these 4 colleges, which specialized in recruiting students with A-level talents or above. In addition, the 4 major colleges are also in competition with each other. Once talents above S level appear, they will be scrambled for by the 4 major colleges. Li Bufan was a little depressed. His talent was definitely top-notch, but the awakening ball couldn't even test the level of his samsara eye, which meant that he might not receive an invitation from the 4 major academies in Kyoto. However, Li Bufan believed that even if he did not receive an invitation from the 4 major academies, he would definitely shine wherever he went with the ability of his Rinnegan. The two walked out of the school gate arm in arm, talking and laughing, but saw dozens of luxury cars parked at the school gate, including G-Class, Ferrari, and Bentley. Next to each luxury car stood a man in a black suit and sunglasses. At this moment, many students gathered at the school gate and talked about the situation in front of them. Fatty. Could it be that your family knew you had awakened an SS-level talent and specially made such a big fuss to come pick you up? Wang Sichong said doubtfully, "That's not right. I haven't told my family yet. Besides, none of these license plates belong to me." At this time, Shang Wanwaner walked out of the school and immediately attracted the attention of all the classmates. Li Bufan noticed a handsome young man coming out of a phantom with a bouquet of roses in his hand, and walked slowly towards Guanwaner. It turns out that it was this guy Zhuge Wu who was pursuing Shang Guanwaner. The fat man said sourly. Hasn't he always been pursuing Shang Guanwaner? I didn't expect such a big scene today, fatty. This Zhuge Wu is even more generous than you. Chapter 3, You're a bastard if you don't take advantage of an opportunity. TSK. Just showing off, everyone can do that. If you want to get a girlfriend someday, I can get you 100 luxury cars without any problem. Although he traveled to this parallel world, Li Bufan was still a little touched when he heard this. Fatty, how about introducing your sister to me? From now on, you will be my brother-in-law. Wang Xichang's face instantly darkened. You son of a bitch, have you been eyeing my sister for a long time? My sister is only 16 years old and you're already thinking about her? He. We brothers should keep the good things to ourselves. Instead of letting other pigs take it, it's better for me to get it, don't you think? Besides, Loli has her own way of enjoying herself. You bastard, don't even think about it. Li Bufan. Bufan, I remember Shang Guanwaner's family lives in the same neighborhood as yours, right? Li Bufan nodded. Shang Guanwaner and he did live in the same community, but they had little in common and were just acquaintances. Shang Guanwaner looked at Zhuge Wu who was walking towards her, frowning and showing a hint of disgust. Zhuge Wu has always had a bad reputation in Jiangnan No. 1 middle school. Not only did he often bully other students by relying on his family, he also got several female classmates pregnant. These incidents caused a stir in the school, and the school was helpless. In the end, it could only ask the Zhuge family to pay compensation to settle the matter privately. Li Bufan once met Shang Guanwaner at the gate of the community, and then the two went to school together. Later, when Zhuge Wu found out, he warned him several times. Waner, you look so beautiful today. This is a gift for you. Zhuge Wu handed over the rose with a smile. I'm allergic to roses, he said and turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Wu threw the rose in his hand to the ground and said apologetically, Waner, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were allergic to roses. Can I take you home? No, I can go home by myself. Zhuge Wu was not surprised by Shang Guanwaner's attitude. He had been pursuing Shang Guanwaner for a year, but Shang Guanwaner still ignored him. Waner, it's not safe for you to go home alone. I specially selected dozens of cars for you today to take you home. Shang Guanwaner glanced at the dozens of luxury cars in front of her without being moved at all. Suddenly, she saw Li Bufan and Wang Xihong standing together in the crowd. Someone has already taken me home. Then she walked towards Li Bufan and Fatty Wang. Bufan, why is Shang Guanwaner coming towards us? Li Bufan's face changed, and he turned around and walked away. Fatty, hurry up. Shang Guanwaner is trying to pass the blame to us. The fat man understood instantly. He grabbed Li Bufan and chuckled, Why are you leaving? What are you afraid of with me here? Damn you, I'm not afraid, I just don't want to be blamed for no reason. Not only do I not get any benefit, but I also get into trouble. P.S. The key is that readers don't like it. Shang Guanwaner saw Li Bufan turn around and wanted to leave, so she quickly said, Li Bufan, don't you want to go home with me? Li Bufan was extremely depressed. He pretended not to hear and quickly pulled the fat man away from this place of trouble. The fat man looked at Li Bufan with a mean look, as if he was gloating over his misfortune. Zhuge Wu ran over quickly, staring at Li Bufan with a gloomy expression and said, You again? Don't you know what kind of person you are? Li Bufan was furious. I've already left, and you're still following me, he replied coldly, anything is better than a dog that bites people. You fucking. Before Zhuge Wu could finish his words, the fat man glared at him, What's the matter? Can't my brother take Shangwan home? They even live in the same neighborhood. I think you really need to eat less salt if you have nothing to do. You are so bored. Wang Xihong, this has nothing to do with you, right? The fat man put his arm around Li Bufan's shoulders and said, My brother's business is my business. Zhuge Wu had no way to deal with the fat man. In terms of family strength, he was no match for the Wang family, and in terms of talent, Wang Xihong crushed him. Waner, I know you're just looking for an excuse. Can you give me a chance? Shangwan Waner walked to Li Bufan, took his arm and looked at Zhuge Wu. Li Bufan was stunned by Shangwan Waner's action. Feeling the gentle pressure from his arm, he almost couldn't control himself for a moment. At this moment, Zhuge Wu was like an enraged bull, with his eyes wide open, the veins on his neck bulging, and his teeth chattering. I advise you to move your hands away. Li Bufan smiled slightly, pulled away Shangguan Wan'er's arm, went around behind her and hugged her slender waist. Shangguan Wan'er glared at him, her face slightly red, but she did not struggle to break free. Ha ha! Well done, brother, the fat man shouted from the side. Since Li Bufan has taken the blame, he naturally cannot take it for nothing. Anyone who doesn't take advantage of an opportunity is a bastard. This has always been his motto. Zhuge Wu gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You trash, just wait for me," then turned around and left with more than a dozen luxury cars. How long are you going to hug me? Shangguan Wan'er glared at him. Li Bufan withdrew his hand and scratched his head. I saw that you were enjoying it, so I hugged you a little longer. Shangguan Wan'er's shy face flushed slightly. Pa. Who enjoyed it? But I still want to thank you today. Hey, it's no big deal. Remember to come to me for this kind of thing next time. Hearing this, she burst out laughing. Isn't it a bit redundant for me to stand here? The fat man said at an inappropriate time. Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him and complained in his heart, "You really ruin the mood." At this time, a BMW X6 drove up and stopped beside them. The window was rolled down, and a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white long-sleeved shirt was seen sitting in the driver's seat. He smiled at Shangguan Wan'er and said, "Wan'er, get in the car." Shangguan Wan'er nodded to Li Bufan and the fat man, "Thank you very much for today, I'm leaving first." Watching Shangguan Wan'er leave, the fat man smiled at Li Bufan and muttered, "Beauty, you won't laugh while sitting on your bicycle after all." What the hell are you mumbling about? Li Bufan kicked his butt. Let's go home. See you at the usual place tonight. He rode his bicycle and rushed home at lightning speed. He couldn't help but want to try out his Rinnegan. In the bathroom, Li Bufan had an idea, and a pair of red eyeballs appeared in his hands. He pressed his hands on his eyes, and in the mirror, there were 6 circles in each of his eyes, with 6 Magatama in the middle. P.S. The Samsara eye comes in purple, red, blue, and gold. Readers who are not sure can read Boruto. The Samsara eye in this article combines all the abilities of the above Samsara eye. It's done. It's done. It really is the Samsara eye. Personal attributes. Name, Li Bufan. Talent, Samsara eye. Innate skills, Tao-seeking jade, will grave prison, outer path demon statue, Shinra heavenly sweep, myriad heavenly attraction, earth-shattering star, heavenly obstacle shock star, Samsara natural born technique, high emperor spirit venerable, thousand paper crane instant body technique, Yomi Hirasaka, sky hand strength. P.S. Susanoo appears later. Realm, none. Skill, none. Skills, none. Copy points, 2. Chapter 4 Black Blade Knight. These 2 duplication points should be the 3 duplication opportunities given by the system at the beginning. I copied the Samsara eye once, and there are 2 duplication opportunities left. But why are my talents all gray? System. Why is my talent skill gray? Ding. The host is currently at no realm, has no spiritual energy, and cannot use innate skills. In other words, there is no chakra in the body. Li Bufan knows that he cannot practice before awakening his talent. He can only start practicing after his talent is awakened. The school also teaches basic breathing methods to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for practice. I see. How do I get those duplication points? Ding. The copy point system automatically obtains 1 point every month. System. Begin replicating the myriad worlds. Ding. The myriad worlds are being copied. Ding. The ancient world skills have been successfully copied. Hongmeng breathing method. Hongmeng breathing method, a companion practice at the beginning of heaven and earth and the beginning of chaos. What level of breathing technique is this? It looks very powerful. Ding. No level, in short, invincible. Ha ha. I just like the word invincible. System. Copy it again. Ding. The myriad worlds are being copied. Ding. One Piece world cloned successfully. Black Blade Knight. Can be claimed by dropping blood? Black Blade Knight, one of the 12 supreme sharp swords, wielded by Hawkeye Mihawk in the One Piece world. Holy crap! Black Blade Yadu was copied? He's totally invincible, huh? With a thought, a 2-meter-long black knife appeared in his hand, and the blade emitted a sharp cold light. He reached out and touched the tip of the knife, and the cold light pierced his skin, and a drop of blood flowed out. Ding! Black Blade Knight successfully recognized its master. This Black Blade Knight is probably at least an SSS level weapon. With a thought, Black Knife U was put back into the system warehouse. Back in the room, Li Bufan sat cross-legged on the bed and began to absorb spiritual energy according to the Hongmeng breathing method. Li Bufan felt countless spiritual energies from the surrounding heaven and earth pouring into his body, and he felt warm all over, feeling extremely comfortable. It's like jumping into a hot spring in the cold winter. It's even more comfortable than sage time. It didn't take long for Li Bufan to get used to this feeling and feel the saturation of spiritual energy in his body. Boom! It was as if a shackle had been opened in his body, and the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth surged in even more crazily. Li Bufan opened his eyes. Have I broken through to bronze 1 star? The Hongmeng breathing method is truly invincible. It actually allowed me to break through so quickly. Li Bufan knew that the realms of this world were initially divided into 3 levels, bronze, silver, and gold, and each level was divided into 1 to 9 stars. After looking at the personal attribute panel again, Li Bufan discovered that one of his talent skills had turned green, which meant that he could now use this talent skill. Wheel Tomb, Border Prison. A transparent shadow suddenly appeared beside him. This shadow could be controlled at will. Li Bufan believed that no one in this world could see or notice this shadow. Unless someone in this world awakens the Rinnegan or learns the 6-path sage technique, it can be sensed. It really is Madara Samara's Rinnegan talent, and now it belongs to me. Suddenly feeling dizzy, Li Bufan retracted the shadow. It seemed that his realm was still too low. In theory, the 2 samsara eyes should be able to split into 4 shadows. Now only 1 shadow can be split out, and the time should not exceed 5 minutes. Time is too short. How can a man be so short? No. I have to practice harder. Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via. The phone in his hand rang, and Li Bufan looked over and saw that it was the fat man Wang Sicong calling. Hello? Fatty. I'm almost there, come quickly. Yeah, let's go right away. After practicing for a while, I almost forgot the time. I left the community, scanned a shared bicycle and prepared to set off. At this time, a BMW X6 stopped at the gate of the community. Li Bufan saw Shangguan Wan'er getting out of the car, and the two looked at each other. Shangguan Wan'er stared into his eyes with a hint of surprise. Are you going out? Yeah, Wang Sicong ordered grilled kidneys, bull whip, and chicken kidneys and asked me to come over to replenish my energy. How about we go eat together? Shangguan Wan'er looked at Li Bufan in astonishment. Pa! Who would eat something so disgusting? Li Bufan chuckled, and out of the corner of his eye he saw the man with gold-rimmed glasses in the BMW giving him a cold look with hostility in his eyes. He got on his bike, rang the bell, waved to her, and left. I'll ride my beloved little bike and never get stuck in traffic. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Bufan arrived at Jinwu Barbecue and saw the fat man looking around at the door of the store. The store was already full. Fatty, what are you doing standing at this door? There's no room inside. Bufan, what's wrong with your eyes? Li Bufan glanced inside and saw that it was indeed crowded. There were even several tables of people sitting outside the store. This is my gifted spiritual eye. Should we sit outside as well? Outside. You want me, the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City, to sit outside and eat barbecue? Let me ask you if you want to eat it or not. Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him, knowing the fat man's character. Eat. I can't make this trip for nothing. Li Bufan ordered 10 skewers of lamb kidneys, a dozen oysters, 10 skewers of pork whip, 20 skewers of leeks, and a dozen scallops. What are these things you ordered? Do you want to replenish yourself like this? Give me one portion too. After a while, the waiter brought 2 plates of peanuts and a box of ice-cold beer. As the two drank and chatted, the fat man couldn't help but ask, Bufan, the college entrance examination is in half a month. Which university are you going to? I don't know yet. With your SS level talent, haven't the 4 major colleges sent you an invitation yet? The fat man patted his chest and said proudly, Of course I have. The 4 major colleges have invited me and promised me a lot of benefits. Li Bufan immediately became interested. What are the benefits? Of course the best is Azure Dragon Academy. They promised that if I join Azure Dragon Academy, they would reward me with 1,000 spirit stones, a set of A-level breathing techniques, a B-level storage ring, and a villa in Kyoto. Li Bufan was shocked. One spirit stone was now worth 1 million in the market, and 1,000 spirit stones were worth 10 billion. The spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone is more than 100 times richer than the spiritual energy contained in the air. The normal cultivation speed of ordinary people and the speed of cultivation using spirit stones are completely incomparable. One is in heaven and the other is underground. A-level breathing techniques are extremely precious. If they were to be auctioned publicly, they would be worth at least 2 billion. A villa in Kyoto would be worth no less than 400 to 500 million. Chapter 5 First Attack. Storage rings are also extremely rare treasures. Storage rings are made of rare space stones and a variety of precious materials. The higher the level of the storage ring, the larger the space inside. I didn't expect Qinglong Academy to be so generous. This must be at least 4 billion in total. They really spent a fortune. Well, the most important thing is the A-level breathing method, which is a skill that money can't buy. Li Bufan was a little depressed. If the awakening ball could measure the level of the samsara eye, he would not be in such an embarrassing situation now. Fatty. Wouldn't the 4 major colleges be going crazy fighting for those SSS level talents? The fat man chuckled, of course. As for the reward, I actually asked about it. The conditions offered by the SSS Talent Qinglong Academy are 3,000 spirit stones, S-level breathing techniques, a Kyoto villa, an S-level weapon, and an A-level storage ring. The total amount is definitely over 10 billion. Li Bufan was speechless. His family was struggling to pay for his college tuition, not to mention other resources for cultivation. He clearly had a talent beyond SSS, but he got nothing. There is no reward for taking the college entrance examination normally and entering university. Not only is there no reward, but you have to pay tuition yourself, and the school will not provide any training resources. Bufan, don't be discouraged. You can still take the college entrance examination. Besides, I will protect you in terms of cultivation resources in the future. He looked at the fat man with gratitude, and there was no need for any more polite words between the two of them. Picking up the beer, he said, "Fatty, I'll toast you a bottle, but it's still unclear who will protect whom in the future." He. It must be done. The waiters also started to bring out the barbecue one after another. Li Bufan hadn't had dinner yet and was already starving. I grabbed the lamb kidneys and started chewing on them. I had to eat kidneys, and once I started, I couldn't stop. Fatty, so you've decided to go to Qinglong Academy? Seeing him eating roasted kidneys with big mouthfuls, Li Bufan said vaguely, "Well, it's decided. Their offer is the best. The strength of the 4 major colleges in Kyoto is almost the same, and everyone will choose the one with the best treatment." Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via. I looked at my phone and it turned out to be my dad calling. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Stinky boy, where are you? Why don't you come home for dinner?" "Oh, Wang Sikhong and I are having a barbecue outside." "Barbecue? Pack 20 skewers of grilled lamb kidneys for your dad. My back is a bit sore today." After hanging up the phone, Li Bufan called the waiter and, under the waiter's strange gaze, ordered another 20 skewers of grilled kidneys to take away. The fat man couldn't help laughing and said, "If I didn't know that this was packed for your dad, I would have thought you were definitely not going to make it. Get lost, you're the one who can't do it." Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him. The two drank for a while, and suddenly Li Bufan saw a familiar figure coming out of Jinwu Barbecue. Zhuga Wu was supported by several people and walked out. It seemed that he had drunk enough. The people around him also seemed to be students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. As soon as he came out, he saw Li Bufan and the fat man sitting outside, and walked towards them staggeringly. "Damn it, it's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. I meet you again. Even someone with a talent level like you is not good enough." Li Bufan looked at him coldly. "Are you biting people again?" The fat man stood up and stared at Zhuga Wu. "I was in a good mood and came out to relax, but now he has ruined my mood. Zhuga Wu, if you want to act crazy while drunk, go back home and don't embarrass yourself in public. Wang Sikhong, this is a matter between him and me, it has nothing to do with you." Li Bufan pulled the fat man to sit down. Today he wanted to see what Zhuga Wu was trying to do, why he kept coming out to bite people. "What do you want? You come out and bite people every day. I'm already annoyed by you." Zhuge Wu's face was full of anger, his eyes seemed to be blazing with fire, and he looked extremely ferocious. A piece of trash with no talent at all, no money, no talent, and yet he wants to eat swan meat like a toad, without even considering whether he is worthy of it. Li Bufan sneered, "What does it have to do with you whether I am worthy or not?" Zhuge Wu sneered, "What does it have to do with me? I'm afraid you don't know yet, but I've thoroughly researched your information. Your father, Li Tianda, works for the Huayang Group and earns 10,000 yuan a month, but he lost his job today, huh? If I ever find out you're close to Shangwan Waner again, I'll make sure you die without even knowing how, including your entire family." Li Bufan's face suddenly darkened. He and his father depended on each other. Their life was already very difficult, and he didn't expect that his father would be unemployed now. Anyone who dared to threaten his father would touch his reverse scale. At this time, the fat man couldn't help it anymore. He stood up and pointed at Zhuge Wu and said angrily, "You are simply a scumbag. People as shameless as you are worse than pigs and dogs. It is the right choice for Shangwan Waner to look down on you." The fat man turned his head and looked at Li Bufan and said, "Bufan, if this scumbag dares to touch you, I will make him pay for it. I will also take care of your father's job. Wang Sihong, you can protect them for a while, but you can protect them forever. With the strength of my Zhuge family, it's easy to make this pair of trash father and son disappear." At this moment, the commotion here attracted more and more people to watch. Li Bufan could no longer bear it. He stared at Zhuge Wu coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Wheel tomb, border prison. A transparent shadow went around behind Zhuge Wu and kicked him hard in the crotch. Ah! Zhuge Wu covered his lower body and looked back, but there was no one behind him. The shadow went around in front of him and kicked him in the crotch. He screamed again and retreated repeatedly, thinking that Li Bufan had attacked him. Zhuge Wu turned around and saw that Li Bufan was still sitting on the stool and had not stood up at all. Who did it? Stand up. The shadow continued to go around behind him and kicked him hard in the lower body. I saw him kneeling on the ground, bending over and covering his lower body. He was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. The shadow came back again and kicked him hard in the lower body again. Zhuge Wu threw himself forward, curled up on the ground, and wailed in pain. The other students nearby were all confused. What happened to Zhuge Wu? Why was he suddenly covering his genitals and screaming out of nowhere? They all surrounded him. Master Wu, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Zhuge Wu gritted his teeth, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching as he said, "Someone attacked me in secret." Chapter 6 Yinqing Academy. What? Someone attacked secretly? Master Wu, how come we didn't see anything? Zhuge Wu was a little scared at this moment, with a look of horror in his eyes, completely different from before. This person suddenly attacked him secretly. Not only did he not see who did it, not even he himself saw who did it. If this person wanted to kill him quietly, he would probably not even know how he died in the end. His legs were so weak that he couldn't even stand up. "Help me up quickly." Several people helped him up. Zhuge Wu panted and said, "Senior, if I have offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive me. I apologize to you." He bowed to everyone around him, limped away without looking back. The fat guy was completely confused. He didn't know what Zhuge Wu was up to. At the beginning, he was lying on the ground in pain for no reason. Could it be that someone really attacked Zhuge Wu secretly? The onlookers nearby were all confused. They had originally hoped to watch the fun, but they didn't expect this to be the outcome. Li Bufan's expression eased a little. He didn't expect that Zhuge Wu would imagine a senior in his mind and didn't associate him with it at all. It's no wonder. After all, their talents were just awakened today. Who would have thought that someone would break through the realm so quickly? The fat man turned to look at Li Bufan, a thoughtful look on his face. "Bufan, what's going on?" Pulling the fat man to sit down, Li Bufan whispered in his ear, "This is my innate skill. I can split into a transparent shadow. Others can't detect it at all." The fat man was stunned, his eyes as big as copper bells revealed an expression of disbelief. "What kind of talent is this? You just awakened your talent today and you've already broken through to bronze 1 star? Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him. "I told you it's a samsara eye that surpasses SSS level talent, and you still don't believe it. He. This is just one of my innate skills. When I reach a higher level in the future, I can kill everything in my power. I can kill gods and Buddhas." The fat man rubbed his hands together and laughed. "Really? Then I'm definitely holding onto your thigh. Don't worry, I'll hold you there, but you have to keep my talent a secret for now. I know. I know. You know my mouth is so big that even an excavator can't pry it open. I picked up a bunch of grilled kidneys and stuffed them into his mouth. The fat man opened his mouth and took a bite naturally. I've already pried open a bunch of grilled kidneys. Do you still need an excavator? The two sat for a while and then went home. As soon as they got on their bikes, they received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? A magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this Li Buffon? Li Buffon asked doubtfully, It's me, who are you? Hello? I'm Zhao Bai, the person in charge of the admissions office at Yenching College. Is it convenient for you to come out now? I'd like to talk to you in person. Yenching College? Li Buffon knew a little about this school. Yenching College could be said to be the oldest college in Kyoto. Unlike the four major colleges, Yenching College only recruits students with A-level talents or above. They recruit students with strange talents. For example, some people have the talent to turn into a tree, or some have the talent to communicate with strange beasts. These talents may seem to have no combat effectiveness in the eyes of the four major colleges, but Yenching College is specifically designed to recruit students with these diverse talents. Yes, how about showdown coffee in front of Xingfu community? A surprised voice came from the phone. I'm right now at showdown coffee in front of Xingfu community. Okay. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. The person in charge of the admissions office of Yenching College is actually at showdown coffee, opposite Xingfu community? Could it be that he is going to invite Shangwan Wanner to join Yenching College? 10 minutes later, Li Buffon arrived at showdown coffee. As soon as he entered, he saw a man about 40 years old with a full beard. He looks extremely tall and burly. It is hard to imagine that the magnetic voice on the phone actually comes from such a burly man. The two shook hands, and Li Buffon sat down opposite him. Teacher Zhao, have you seen me before? He stared at Li Buffon's eyes for a moment before saying, No, but your head teacher showed me your class photo. Li Buffon finally understood. No wonder he had his own cell phone number. Student Li, I won't beat around the bush. I'd like to invite you to join Yenching College. He understood the other party's intention without thinking. Anyway, the four major colleges would not invite him, so Li Buffon from Yenching College did not mind. Teacher Zhao, why did you at Yenching College think of inviting me? Because of your talent. I've looked up all the information about your talent and found nothing, so the only explanation is that your talent is a new type that has never appeared before. Li Buffon nodded. This samsara eye only existed in anime before he traveled through time. Student Li, these red-rimmed eyes of yours are your gift, right? What kind of spiritual eyes are they? Yes. This is the Rinnegan. Zhao Bai nodded thoughtfully, being completely unfamiliar with this talent. Teacher Zhao, is there any reward? This is what Li Buffon cares about most. His father is unemployed now, and if there is a reward, it will be just enough to help him get through the current difficulties. Zhao Bai didn't expect that Li Buffon didn't ask about the situation of Yenching College, but instead asked for a reward directly. He was stunned. He laughed awkwardly. Of course I have it. 50 spirit stones, a D-level breathing technique, a D-level storage ring, and an apartment in Yenching. Li Buffon calculated that the value of these rewards should be around 70 to 80 million, which is more than 100 times lower than that of students with SSS-level talents. Teacher Zhao, can this D-level breathing technique be converted into money? Zhao Bai was stunned. Even if he didn't want the breathing technique, he could exchange it for spirit stones or other cultivation resources. But would anyone exchange it for money? Or maybe he had a more advanced breathing technique? Are you short of money? Li Buffon nodded awkwardly. Something happened at home recently and we need some money. Okay, I understand. The market value of the D-level breathing technique should be around 2 million. I can exchange it for 2 million in cash for you. Thank you so much, Teacher Zhao. You're welcome. Welcome to Yenching College. Zhao Bai handed Li Buffon a ring, the spirit stone and the apartment key are in it. I will transfer the money to your card now. He immediately took out his cell phone and started operating it. Li Buffon received a text message notification from the bank on his mobile phone, indicating that the money had arrived. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I have received the money. Zhao Bai nodded slightly. You're welcome. I hope you will work hard after joining Yenching College. Chapter 7, Shinra Heavenly Expedition, 10,000 Things Heavenly Attraction. I'll try my best. Since you've joined Yinjing College, it doesn't matter whether you take the college entrance examination or not, but I suggest you still take it. This time, your college entrance exam will be held in a low-level secret realm. Hunting exotic beasts in it can improve your combat capabilities. There may also be some opportunities in the secret realm. Hearing this, Li Bufan suddenly became very interested in the college entrance examination secret realm. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, I understand. I will also take the college entrance examination. He was naturally aware of the secret realms. Thousands of years ago, countless secret realms appeared on Blue Star, but to this day no one knew how the secret realms were formed. When the secret realm first appeared, the spiritual energy gushing out of it ushered in an era of spiritual revival on Blue Star. Along with the outpouring of spiritual energy, countless strange beasts in the secret realm began to invade the blue planet. Because of the revival of spiritual energy, humans began to awaken their special abilities. Only after paying an extremely tragic price did they gain the current period of balance. The alien beasts were driven out of the human city, and humans built towering walls around the city to protect it from invasion by the alien beasts. Later, through investigation by powerful humans, it was discovered that many secret realms were connected to other worlds. From time to time, strange beasts from other worlds come to the secret realm, and the secret realm has since been developed by humans. Whether it is the strange beasts or the natural treasures in the secret realm, they are of great help to cultivation. There are also some sect ruins in the secret realm. Most of the skills that humans are practicing now come from the sect ruins in the secret realm. As for where these sects are now, no one knows. Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If you have anything else, you can always call me. Okay, Teacher Zhao. After Zhao left, Li Bufan went straight home. Hey! It's so late, you little bastard, and you still remember to go home? Why are your eyes so red? He reached out and handed over the roasted kidney. Dad, this is the innate samsara eye that I awakened today. He leaned over to take a closer look. Samsaranga eye? What level of talent is this? Hey! Dad, if I say I have a talent beyond SSS level, would you believe me? Li Tianda patted his chest and said, Son, I will definitely believe what you said. Dad, I heard you lost your job? Li Tianda looked a little embarrassed and he stammered for a long time without being able to say anything. Isn't it just unemployment? What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, I just received 2 million. What am I embarrassed to say? What did you just say? 2 million? Li Bufan recounted the story of Yinjing College and also told the story of Zhuge Wu. I thought I was doing well, but it turns out you're the one who caused me trouble. Wait until I finish eating the roasted kidneys and see how I'm going to deal with you. Ding! 1.5 million yuan has arrived in Alipay. Li Tianda chuckled, Son, I was just joking with you. How could Dad bear to hit you? Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him. As far as he could remember, his father had never beaten him. It was just that after his mother passed away, his father would repair televisions and water pipes for various aunties every now and then. Dad, please spend your money sparingly. I only have 500,000 yuan. Li Tianda sighed, lit a cigarette, took a puff silently, and then said leisurely, Alas, my son has grown up and started to teach me how to do things. Yes. Spend it however you like. Hey, don't worry, son. Am I the kind of person who spends money recklessly? Li Bufan shook his head and went back to the room. He took out the storage ring and looked at it carefully. It was not much different from an ordinary ring, except for the slightly different color. This storage ring looked more like it was carved from jade. A wisp of spiritual energy seeped in. The space inside was only about 4 cubic meters, and there were 50 crystal clear spiritual stones inside. Taking out a spirit stone, he immediately felt the extremely rich spiritual energy contained in it. Li Bufan immediately sat cross-legged and practiced the Hongmeng breathing method. The spiritual energy in the spirit stone seeped into the body like wisps of mist. The spiritual energy contained in this spiritual stone is indeed more than 100 times richer than the spiritual energy in the air. After one night, the spiritual energy in the body had reached a bottleneck. Boom! A shackle in the body broke apart, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged in even more crazily. Click! Li Bufan suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. Then he looked at the spirit stone in his hand and saw that it had lost its luster and shattered. He broke through to the bronze 2-star realm. 1 spirit stone is only enough for me to practice for one night. If it were someone else, it would probably take 4 or 5 days to use up 1 spirit stone. He once again realized the invincibility of the Hongmeng breathing method. The system was not deceiving him. Personal attributes. Name, Li Bufan. Talent, Samsara I. Innate skills, Seeking Dao Jade, Samsara I, Chakra, Outer Path Demon Statue, Shinra Tensei, All-Seeing Heaven Attraction, Earth Burning Star, Heaven Burning Star, Samsara Natural Born Technique, High Emperor Spirit Master, 1000 Paper Crane Instant Body Technique, Yomi Hirasaka, Sky Hand Strength. P.S. In order to prevent people from accusing the author of watering down the text, some changes have been made later. Personal attributes will not appear if new talents and skills are not awakened. Realm, Bronze 2 star. Kung Fu, Hongmeng breathing method. Skills, none. Copy point, 0. I looked at my personal attributes again, and this time I didn't expect that 2 more skills turned green. Tianyin of all things. He stretched out his palm, and suddenly an inexplicable suction force appeared in his hand, and the teacup on the table was immediately sucked into his hand. Shinra Tensei. Bang! The teacup in his hand immediately flew out and shattered into pieces. Li Bufan felt dizzy again. Just by sucking a cup and flicking a cup, the spiritual energy in his body was basically consumed. Damn it, this Samsara I is useful, but it consumes too much mana. After a night of practice, I didn't feel tired at all. It seems that I don't need to sleep anymore in the future. I can practice and rest at the same time. 1 spirit stone a day, and 50 spirit stones would not last for 2 months. This is only the case when he does not practice during the day. If he also practices during the day, the 50 spirit stones will probably be used up in a month. Having used spirit stones to cultivate, he no longer looked down upon the speed of cultivation achieved by absorbing spiritual energy from the air. No wonder everyone in this world can awaken their talents, but there are so few who can truly cultivate. With a spirit stone costing over 1 million, how many people can possess this level of ability? Li Bufan had a headache. According to the minimum standard of his cultivation, he needed 30 spirit stones a month, which meant he would spend 30 million a month. The demand for spirit stones will be even more terrifying when one reaches the later stage. He began to envy those who awakened SSS level talents, who were rewarded with 3,000 spirit stones right from the start. It seems that the most important thing now is to find a way to earn spirit stones. Everything else can be put aside for now. After getting up and washing up, Li Bufan rode his bike to school. I usually feel out of breath after riding my bike for 20 minutes to school. I rode my bike for 20 minutes today without any discomfort. My waist didn't hurt and my legs weren't sore anymore. Chapter 8 Provocation. When he arrived at the school gate, Li Bufan saw the fat man already waiting for him there. The fat man pulled him with a smile and said, "Extraordinary. Extraordinary. I have broken through to the bronze 1-star realm, huh?" Li Bufan sneered, "Fatty, you have SS level talent, and you have spirit stones to assist your training. If you haven't broken through to bronze 1 star by now, I would suspect that you have a fake SS talent." He. There are so many students who haven't broken through yet. Can't I be proud for a moment? I'm already a bronze 2 star, and I'm not as proud as you are. What? This? How is this possible? The fat man's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He had finally cultivated to bronze 1 star, but he didn't expect that Li Bufan would break through to bronze 2 star overnight. After talking to Fatty briefly about Yenqing College, he finally came to his senses. Extraordinary. Even with the aid of spirit stones, this speed is too fast. Li Bufan knew that his cultivation speed had a lot to do with his talent in Hongmeng breathing method. I originally wanted to tell Fatty about it, but in the end I thought better of it. After all, the Hongmeng breathing method is too shocking. Fatty, how long do you think it will take for you to use up 1 spirit stone? The fat man didn't understand why Li Bufan asked this for a moment. I feel like 1 spirit stone can be used for about 3 days. 3 days was about what Li Bufan had expected. A person with average talent would probably consume 1 spirit stone in 6 or 7 days. I see. Do you know how to earn spirit stones? The fat man looked at Li Bufan in surprise. Didn't you just receive 50 spirit stones from Yenqing College? Why are you thinking about earning more spirit stones? Li Bufan gave a bitter laugh. Not enough. 1 spirit stone is only enough for me to practice for 1 night. He stared at Li Bufan blankly, unable to close his mouth for a long time. This time he completely believed that Li Buffan's talent was beyond the SSS level. Buffon, I have some spirit stones here, you can use them first. Thanks, fatty. But I don't need you for now. I'll find you when I need you. Okay. After arriving at the classroom, the two returned to their respective classes. Li Buffon was usually low-key in class, and his relationship with his classmates was neither good nor bad. As soon as he entered the classroom today, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that it was Lu Wenjin. Li Buffon still has some impression of Lu Wenjin. He still remembers that when he awakened his talent yesterday, he awakened the B-level talent Savage Charge. He can burst out powerful force and rush to the opponent in an instant. This talent can catch people off guard if they are not careful. Li Buffon didn't understand why Lu Wenjin had been staring at him since he entered the classroom and continued to stare at him until he sat down in his seat. Is there something? Li Buffon couldn't help but ask. Lu Wenjin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. It's okay, I just think your innate spiritual eye level is not even there, so I'm a little curious. Lu Wenjin's words instantly attracted the attention of other students in the class. They were all curious about Li Buffon's talent. Could it be that his talent was not even as good as G-level talent? That was why the awakening ball did not show up? It's just that you don't know each other. What's the big deal? Oh. Are you trying to say that you have great talent? Lu Wenjin sneered. The other students also laughed. Since you have such great talent, why not show it off to everyone? Ha ha. Not bad, not bad. I also want to see what abilities the talents that even the awakening ball can't measure are capable of. Could it be that his red eyes are his spiritual eye talent? Why do they look a bit like he has pink eye? A talent that even the awakening ball can't measure must be earth-shattering and mind-blowing. Ha ha. Facing the ridicule of his classmates, Li Buffon sneered, Shut your stinky mouths, Lu Wenjin, tell me, who ordered you to do this? Lu Wenjin's eyes flashed with panic, but he quickly recovered and said calmly, I don't understand what you are talking about. He thought he had concealed it well, but he didn't know that such a subtle change could escape Li Buffon's eyes of reincarnation. Oh, so willing to be a dog for others? You might as well be a dog in your next life. His eyes flashed with ferocity and rage, his cheeks trembling as he pointed at Li Buffon and said, What are you talking about, you piece of shit? TSK TSK TSK, it's a deaf dog, so pitiful. Lu Wenjin could no longer control his anger. He clenched his hands tightly and spiritual power surged throughout his body. The students next to him were frightened by his momentum and took a few steps back, looking at Lu Wenjin in shock. Spiritual power? He broke through to bronze 1 star so quickly? It's only been a day. As expected, he has awakened AB level talent. His training speed is much faster than ours. Li Buffon really overestimated his own abilities. He deserved it for angering Lu Wenjin. He's in trouble now. Lu Wenjin pointed at Li Buffon and said, Say it again. Li Buffon's expression didn't change at all. This little bit of spiritual power was nothing to him. Didn't you hear clearly? You really are a deaf dog. Also, I advise you not to do anything, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Even without you saying it, I can guess that you are probably one of Zhuge Wu's dogs. Apart from Zhuge Wu, no one else in the school would challenge him so blatantly. But what is the meaning of Zhuge Wu doing this? Lu Wenjin's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth and blurted out 2 words, seeking death. He immediately used his natural talent of violent charge, and in an instant he was in front of Li Buffon, punching him in the abdomen. Li Buffon was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Lu Wenjin's natural speed was so fast. Shinra Tensei. Bang! All the classmates, books, desks, and chairs within 2 meters around Li Buffon were blown away in an instant, and a vacuum zone seemed to be formed with him as the center. This move directly drained half of the spiritual power in his body. Lu Wenjin flew backwards and hit the blackboard, falling heavily. The other students who were thrown away and their desks and chairs were piled up in a mess. The classroom floor was littered with books. Lu Wenjin slowly stood up from the ground. He gasped, covered his chest with his hands, his face pale, and stared at Li Buffon with wide eyes. The other students climbed up one by one. They were shocked by this sudden scene, as if they had been electrocuted, and their minds were still in a state of semi-delirium. This is his talent. This is too exaggerated. Who the hell said his talent is not as good as G-level talent? He broke through to the bronze realm so quickly. His talent is much stronger than Lu Wenjin's. If it's not below G-level talent, then it's beyond. Absolutely impossible. I've never heard of any talent that can surpass SSS level. Chapter 9, Going Out of the City to Hunt Strange Beasts. Li Bufan calmed down a little and stared at Lu Wenjin coldly. Lu Wenjin couldn't bear his sharp gaze, and he shuddered suddenly, his face turning pale as window paper. Did Zhuge Wu ask you to provoke me? He nodded unconsciously. Only when he was close could he feel the horror of Li Bufan's talent. Moreover, he could feel that Li Bufan's spiritual power was much stronger than his. This was not just a breakthrough to the bronze level. He was probably at least at the bronze 2-star level. Lu Wenjin felt a little regretful. If he had known that Li Bufan was so powerful, he would never have agreed to let Zhuge Wu provoke Li Bufan. It's Zhuge Wu indeed. Why did he ask you to provoke me? Lu Wenjin said in a trembling voice, he wants me to test your innate ability. Li Bufan now understood everything. It seemed that Zhuge Wu still thought of him after being beaten up by him at Jinwu Barbecue. Want to find someone to provoke and test out his talent and ability to confirm it? It's a pity that no one would have thought that Li Bufan had more than one innate ability. He sneered. This Zhuge Wu really didn't know what was good for him. He kept provoking him. A cold light flashed in Li Bufan's eyes. When Lu Wenjin saw Li Bufan's eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. He warned himself not to get involved in the affairs between Zhuge Wu and Li Bufan anymore. Soon, the homeroom teacher, Xia Junyi, arrived at the classroom. Seeing the chaos, he angrily exclaimed, "Why is the classroom so messy? Who did this?" The other students looked at Li Bufan one after another, and no one dared to speak. Xia Junyi glanced at him in confusion, not understanding why these students were so afraid of Li Bufan. Isn't it true that his talent level hasn't been measured? Hurry up and tidy up the classroom, class is about to start. In less than 10 minutes, the classroom returned to its previous state. A magical scene occurred in the classroom. Li Bufan looked around and found that there was no classmate within 2 meters of him. Everyone was trying to stay away from him. Xia Junyi frowned as he watched the scene. Obviously, something had happened that he didn't know about. What's wrong with you? Why are you leaving such a big space in the middle? Li Bufan smiled, took out his school bag and walked to the last row of the classroom. When the students in the last row saw him coming, they all stood up and left. He sat down in the last row, which prevented the classroom from looking as strange as before. Xia Junyi saw that other people were like mice seeing a cat when they saw Li Bufan, so he decided to find other students after class to find out what happened. Classmates, the college entrance examination is less than 2 weeks away. Your results will determine which university you can attend. During this period, you need to practice diligently. If you encounter any problems in your practice, you can always come to me or other teachers. Also, are there any students who have already broken through to the bronze realm? Today, the principal will take those who have broken through out of the city to hunt exotic beasts to familiarize themselves with their talents. At this time, the other students looked at Li Bufan and Lu Wenjin. Xia Junyi looked at the two of them in astonishment. If Lu Wenjin broke through to bronze 1 star, he could understand it. After all, he had a B-level talent and his family had some strength. They should be able to provide some spirit stones for cultivation, so it would not be surprising for him to break through to bronze. As for Li Bufan, his talent had no level at all, so how could he possibly break through to bronze 1 star so quickly? He couldn't help but recall that the admissions officer of Yanqing College had asked him for Li Bufan's contact number. Could it be that the admissions officer of Yanqing College provided some help in breaking through to bronze 1 star? This is most likely the case. Lu Wenjin, Li Bufan, you two have broken through to bronze 1 star, right? Lu Wenjin turned around and glanced at Li Bufan. Yes. Li Bufan nodded slightly. Very good. You two follow me. The two followed Xia Junyi out of the classroom. Lu Wenjin followed behind Li Bufan but didn't dare to get too close to him. This scene naturally did not escape Xia Junyi's eyes, and seeing this, he became even more curious about Li Bufan. Xia Junyi quickly brought the two of them to the school playground. At this moment, there were already 20 or 30 people on the playground. Li Bufan saw Fatty and Shangguan Waner inside, and Principal Yang Huayuan was standing next to the students. The fat man came over and put his arm around Li Bufan's shoulders. Bufan, I knew you would come too. Now we can fight side by side. Yang Huayuan glanced at Li Bufan and showed a strange look. He was still deeply impressed by Li Bufan, who had awakened a completely unknown talent. The awakened talent was not even measured by the awakening ball. I originally thought it should be a talent below G level. Now I didn't expect that this student would break through to bronze level so quickly? He began to doubt whether his original judgment was wrong. Could it be that his talent was not lower than G level, but exceeded SSS level? Yang Huayuan couldn't help but be shocked by his own thoughts, but he quickly denied the idea. Shangwan Wana was a little surprised when she saw Li Bufan, but she returned to normal in a blink of an eye. There were several flower-guarding messengers around her, and Li Bufan didn't bother to go up and greet them. Besides, he was not familiar with Shangwan Wana. Fatty, has your earth elemental talent awakened any corresponding skills? He chuckled, of course. My newly awakened talent is earth-piercing spikes, which allows me to control the ground within a certain range to produce spikes. I didn't expect that the fat man's innate skill was actually a long-range output skill. After waiting for a while and seeing that no other students came, Yang Huayuan took everyone on a bus and drove towards the city gate. This was also Li Bufan's first time out of the city. Most normal people would never leave the city in their entire lives. There are countless powerful monsters lurking outside the city. The farther away from the city, the stronger the monsters are. If you don't have the strength to leave the city, you will just be giving your head to the monsters. As for going to other cities, people usually use the teleportation array. It is said that the blueprint of this teleportation array was also found in the secret ruins. The human race's strong men studied for hundreds of years before setting up the teleportation array. The main material for making the teleportation array is space stone, which is the same main material for refining storage rings. Space stones can only be obtained occasionally in secret realms and are extremely precious. The bus arrives at the city gate and is only allowed to leave after registration. Of course, all consequences after leaving are at your own risk, and the soldiers guarding the city have no obligation to protect the safety of people leaving the city. After everyone had registered, they walked out of the city gate and looked at the world outside the city. At first, Li Bufan thought he had arrived in a paradise on Earth. There was a light white mist floating in the air, and there were countless towering trees in the distance. Even the weeds beside him were half a meter high. It seems that the revival of spiritual energy not only affects humans, but also has a significant impact on plants and animals. Yang Huayuan continued to move forward with more than 30 classmates. Chapter 10 Points Lottery. Li Bufan noticed that other students were curious about everything around them. No wonder, it can be said that this is the first time for everyone to walk into Jiangnan City and come outside the city wall. Even a few brave students started to leave the group and explore everywhere. Seeing this, Yang Huayuan roared, "Come back! Do you think you're just here for fun? If you're not paying attention, I won't be able to save you in time. I warn you again, it's extremely dangerous outside the city gates. You must be prepared to fight at any time." The team walked about 3 or 4 kilometers when a translucent creature the size of a palm suddenly jumped out of the grass and stuck to the face of a female classmate. Ah! The other students were frightened by this scene and moved away one after another. Principal Yang Huayuan rushed over, grabbed the translucent creature and threw it out. The female classmate was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, with a trickle of mucus flowing down her face. This is a low-level alien slime. It spits out a slightly poisonous mucus. Don't be alarmed. After saying that, Yang Huayuan took out a white pill and gave it to her. Okay, it's alright. Everyone, be sure to pay attention to your surroundings. This slime will camouflage itself to match its surroundings. Other middle schools no longer dared to be careless and watched everything around them cautiously. The fat man whispered softly in Li Bufan's ear. This female classmate was actually facial cumbed by the slime. Li Bufan. Fatty, you're still interested in thinking about other things at this time. Which movie were you watching? Send it to my phone later. The team walked forward another 1 or 2 kilometers, and Yang Huayuan signaled the students to stop. Classmates, the area ahead is the home range of the exotic white boar. This is also our destination. The white boar's strength is no higher than 1 star bronze. You can form teams and hunt them. If you encounter any danger, just shout and I will arrive in time. The main purpose of this battle is to allow everyone to become familiar with their talents through combat, and also to train everyone's ability to cooperate with each other. Finally, remember, all students, do not leave the white wild boar's range. The fat guy naturally formed a team with Li Bufan, and the other students also found people they were familiar with to form teams. The 2 men walked quietly forward, and not far away they saw a white wild boar. Its white hair was like spikes, and it had ferocious fangs at the corners of its mouth. It was looking around vigilantly. The fat man took out a spear. The gun body was black and the silver-white gun tip flashed with cold light. Li Bufan glanced at him in surprise. "Fatty, can you use a gun?" "No way. Why would you take it out?" "Be brave." "That makes sense. Having a weapon is always better than having no weapon at all." Li Bufan also took out a 2-meter-long sword. Looking at the broadsword inlaid with turquoise, the fat man was stunned. "Bufan, what kind of sword is this? What level is it?" "Black Blade Knight, it should be comparable to SSS weapons." The fat man swallowed his saliva. Now he was not sure whether what Li Bufan said was true or false. SSS level weapons? There's no way Yanjing Academy would give it to us. Besides, there's no way Yanjing Academy could have SSS level weapons. So where did this SSS level weapon come from? "Bufan, is this true or false?" Li Bufan also didn't know what level of weapon the Black Knife Knight was in this world. That should be the case. It's a good opportunity to give it a try. He walked out, and the white wild boar immediately spotted Li Bufan, howled twice, and rushed over. Li Bufan held the knife with both hands, and the spiritual power surged in his body. The spiritual power was poured into the black knife and chopped straight towards the white wild boar that rushed away. A blade of energy left a mark on the ground and struck the white wild boar. Bang! The white wild boar split into two in an instant. Flash sale. Ding! Killed a bronze 1-star white boar, points plus 10. Ding! The points lottery has started, please check it yourself. Li Bufan was stunned for a moment. Points lottery? In addition to a copy of All Heavens, the system interface also has a points lottery next to it. There are 2 draw options for the points lottery, 1,000 points and 10,000 points. Note, the minimum number of consecutive draws for each point lottery is 10. System. How are points calculated? Ding! Killing a bronze 1-star monster earns plus 10 points, killing a bronze 9-star monster earns plus 90 points, killing a silver 1-star monster earns plus 100 points, killing a silver 9-star monster earns plus 900 points. 10 consecutive draws with 1,000 points require 10,000 points. If you kill bronze 1-star monsters, you must kill 1,000 of them to get 10,000 points? Li Bufan suddenly felt a little overwhelmed, but it was always good to have points for the lottery. It was much better than the Zhutian copy, which only had 1 copy opportunity every month. The fat man was stunned when he saw Li Bufan kill the white wild boar in an instant. It took him a while to react. "Bufan, is this 1-star bronze beast so easy to deal with?" "Fatty. I'm already at the bronze 2-star level now. With this weapon, it's normal for me to kill a 1-star monster in seconds, right?" He scratched his head, looking eager to try. "Let's go. Find another white boar and let me try my hand at it." After a while, they found another white wild boar, and the fat man immediately used his innate skills. Nail it to the ground. Dozens of thorns protruded from the ground, and the white wild boar was stabbed in the abdomen, but the wound was not fatal. The white wild boar was frightened and immediately found the culprit who had injured it, and rushed towards the fat man. The fat man used the ground nail twice in succession, leaving more than a dozen wounds on the white wild boar's abdomen, and the blood dyed the white wild boar's abdomen red. When he rushed to the fat man, the white boar was already dying. He stabbed the white boar in the chest with his spear, ending his life. He felt a little dizzy after using his innate skills 3 times in a row, so he quickly took out the spirit stone to absorb and recover his spiritual power. Li Bufan's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the fat man to be so generous and actually use spirit stones to restore his spiritual power. If it were him, he would definitely be reluctant to use the spirit stones in this way. "Bufan, you still have it easy. Killing 1 white wild boar is my limit now. If there are 2, I will turn around and run." "Fatty, I'm already a bronze 2-star, so killing a 1-star beast is easy." "You're already doing well. I estimate it would take several other students to kill a white wild boar." He. "Of course, I have SS talent. Right now, no one has learned any spiritual skills, so we can only rely on our innate abilities to kill the white boar. After we learn spiritual skills, killing the white boar will be much easier." After understanding his own strength, Li Bufan no longer had any interest in the white wild boar, and the points for killing the white wild boar were pitifully small. He wanted to go deeper and take a look. He hadn't used his innate skills yet. Li Bufan believed that with his strength, killing a bronze 3-star or 4-star beast should not be a problem. Chapter 11, Breakthrough to Bronze 3 Stars. Fatty, I want to go deeper to take a look. Do you want to kill the white boar here, or do you want to go deeper with me? He said with an embarrassed look on his face. Bufan, I haven't even recovered my spiritual power after killing a white wild boar. If I go deeper with you, I will only hinder you. Be careful. I won't go with you. Li Bufan nodded. It would be dangerous if the fat man went any deeper with his strength, and he might not be able to take care of him. Then you rest here to recover your spiritual power. I'll go take a look ahead. He continued to move forward and killed 6 more white wild boars in seconds along the way. Half an hour later, Li Bufan heard a wolf howl coming from the front. He sneaked closer through the half-meter high grass. In front of him was a low stone forest, and several spotted magic wolves were howling on the rocks. Li Bufan hid in the grass. Suddenly, the wolves looked in his direction and howled. Oh no! We've been discovered by the spotted demon wolves. They must have smelled the scent. 2 spotted demon wolves ran towards him. Li Bufan no longer hid and stood up holding the black knife. The 2 magic wolves were very smart. They did not launch an attack immediately, but surrounded Li Bufan on the left and right. Li Bufan saw the intention of the spotted demon wolf. One demon wolf was covering another demon wolf's sneak attack, but in his opinion, this sneak attack had no effect. Everything that was happening around him was within the range of his samsara eye, so how could he possibly launch a successful sneak attack? Sure enough, when he was staring at a spotted demon wolf, another demon wolf pounced directly at him from behind. Li Bufan didn't want to use his innate skills because it consumed too much spiritual energy. After the spotted demon wolf jumped up, he turned around with the black knife in both hands and chopped it horizontally. The spotted demon wolf in mid-air had its head cut off without any resistance. Ding! Killed the bronze 2-star spotted demon wolf, points plus 20. Li Bufan immediately turned around again and saw another spotted demon wolf rushing towards him. He had no time to continue swinging his knife. Shinra Tensei! The spotted magic wolf was bounced away. Before the spotted magic wolf landed on the ground, he chopped it with a knife, and the other spotted magic wolf died in mid-air. Ding! Killed the bronze 2-star spotted demon wolf, points plus 20. After killing 2 spotted magic wolves in succession, the stone forest wolf pack became agitated, howled twice, and then disappeared into the stone forest. These spotted demon wolves are really smart. They first knew how to launch a surprise attack, then knew how to escape when they knew they were no match for them. He didn't dare go deep into the stone forest. Wolves are social animals, so encountering 4 or 5 of them shouldn't be a problem. However, if more than a dozen spotted magic wolves attacked together, it would probably be dangerous. Li Bufan walked along the stone forest to see if he could find other strange beasts. He now wanted to kill any lone 3-star or 4-star strange beasts. This not only earns points, but also improves his combat ability. Searching along the stone forest, he found another scaly cow, covered with black scales and a pair of curved horns covering half of its head. This is obviously a highly defensive beast. An average person might not even be able to break through its defenses. Looking at the black knife in his hand, Li Bufan was full of confidence. He believed that the black knife he could easily break the scales of the scaled bull. The noise of Li Bufan's footsteps woke up the scaled cattle that were eating. Eyes. The scaled bull immediately rushed towards him. Looking at the running scaled bull, Li Bufan felt like a car was about to hit him. He raised the black knife with both hands, and spiritual power instantly surged into it, slashing towards the charging scaly bull. Bang! The black knife emitted a blade of energy that struck the scaly ox on the head. After being hit, the scaly ox rolled forward twice and stood up again staggeringly. The sword energy only left a shallow wound on the bull's head. Li Bufan took a breath. The defense of this scaly bull was too strong. It's not that black knife is not good enough, but that his own strength is too weak. The scaly ox shook its head twice and stared at Li Bufan as he rushed towards it angrily. Seeing that the scaly bull continued to charge towards him, he didn't have any better solution. If he used Shinra Tensei to repel the scaly bull, it would definitely consume most of his spiritual power. Even after being bounced off, it would have no subsequent combat power, and the Wheel Tomb on the Bien prison could not break the defense of the scaled ox. Li Bufan poured all his spiritual power into the black knife, roared, and chopped down hard at the scaly bull that rushed in front of him. Bang! The scaled bull's head was split open and it died. After its death, it still hit Li Bufan out of inertia, and he was knocked flying backwards. Ding! Killed a bronze 5-star scaled bull, points plus 50. He climbed up with great difficulty, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart. When the system prompted that 50 points had been credited to his account, he realized that this was not a bronze 4-star beast, but a bronze 5-star one. His spiritual energy was exhausted, so he sat down to rest and took out a spirit stone to absorb it. He didn't know if there was any danger in this place, so he didn't feel sorry for the spirit stone at the moment. Half an hour later, Li Bufan felt that the spiritual power in his body was abundant again and his strength had increased. He believed that as long as he went back and practiced for another night, he would definitely be able to break through to the bronze 3-star realm. It seems that fighting can indeed quickly improve a person's strength. Continuing to search forward, we soon found another scaled cow with a baby scaled cow beside it. After seeing Li Bufan, he rushed towards him without hesitation to protect his cubs. With the experience of killing the previous scaly bull, Li Bufan poured all his spiritual power into the black knife as he looked at the scaly bull coming at him at high speed. He took a step to the side the moment the scale bull hit him, and the scale bull missed, with its entire side exposed to Li Bufan. He decisively stabbed the scale bull in the belly. After the black knife stabbed into the body of the scaled bull, it cut a large hole in the side of the scaled bull with a horizontal cut, and all the internal organs flowed out. The scaled bull staggered forward for a distance and then fell to the ground. Ding! Killed a bronze 5-star scaled bull, points plus 50. Eyes. The little scaled ox let out a cry and charged towards Li Bufan. He slashed the little scaled ox with his sword and sent it packing. Ding! Killed a bronze 1-star scaled ox, points plus 10. The spiritual power in the body was drained once again, and he continued to take out the spiritual stones and absorb them. Half an hour later, Li Bufan felt that the spiritual energy in his body was about to reach a peak. Boom! It was as if another shackle had been unlocked on his body, and spiritual energy surged around him. Li Bufan showed a look of joy, as he had not expected to break through to bronze 3 stars so quickly. Personal attributes. Name, Li Bufan. Talent, Samsara I. Innate skills, Tao-seeking Jade, Will-grave Prison, Outer Path Demon Statue, Shinra Heavenly Sweep, Myriad Heavenly Attraction, Earth-Shattering Star, Heavenly Obstacle Shock Star, Samsara Natural Born Technique, High Emperor Spirit Venerable, Thousand Paper Crane Instant Body Technique, Yomi Hirasaka, Sky Hand Strength. Realm, Bronze 3 stars. Kung Fu, Hongmeng Breathing Method. Skills, none. Copy point, 0. Points, 210. Chapter 12 Yang Huayuan's Shock. Li Bufan looked at the attribute panel. After this breakthrough, other talent skills did not turn green, which made him feel a little regretful. He adjusted his mindset quickly, and now he was only using the talents and skills he could use reluctantly, without bringing out their true strength at all. Will Tumen Border Prison can only split out a shadow now, and Shinra Tensei is now limited in both range and the objects it can deflect. When a Shinra Tensei can destroy a city, it means that it has almost fully exerted its power. It's about time to go back. This time when he went out of the city, he knew the scope of his own strength and also started the points lottery. In the future, he would definitely have to continue going out of the city to hunt exotic beasts. We returned all the way back and successfully returned to the White Wild Boar's activity range an hour later. At this moment, many students were lying on the ground to rest, while some were covered in dust and dirt, and some even had minor injuries. No wonder, if the awakened talent is auxiliary, it is indeed not easy to deal with the White Wild Boar without learning spiritual skills. Li Bufan's appearance surprised everyone else. No one expected that he would come back alone? Principal Yang Huayuan glanced at Li Bufan thoughtfully, and suddenly began to doubt his original judgment. Classmates! Rest here for a while, we'll be back later. With a flash, Yang Huayuan disappeared into the woods. Watching Yang Huayuan leave, the other students looked at each other in surprise. Fatty! Are you okay? He puffed out his chest proudly and patted it. Bufan, I killed 5 white wild boars by myself. Apart from Shangguan Wanner, who else can match my record? He. After this experience, I feel that if I go back and practice for a while, I should be able to break through to bronze 2 star. By then, our realms will be the same. I have broken through to bronze 3 stars. Li Bufan said slowly. The fat man swallowed, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and asked in a hoarse voice, Bufan, have you really broken through to bronze 3 stars? Li Bufan smiled and nodded, and the fat man believed that he had really broken through to the bronze 3 stars realm. By the way, how do you know how many white wild boars Shangwan are and the others killed? He took a deep breath to calm himself. They were discussing this just now. I heard that Shangwan now has 2 innate skills. One is Holy Healing, which can heal her companions, and the other is the Blade of Light. As expected of an SSS level talent, it is indeed stronger than the average talent. However, Li Bufan now has 3 days of talent skills, which are more terrifying than SSS level talents. He didn't know how many skills the SSS level talent could eventually awaken, but it was certain that it was definitely much less than the Rinnegan, and it was impossible for the talent skills to be as powerful as the Rinnegan. On the other side, Yang Huayuan searched in the direction where Li Bufan came back. Along the way, they found the corpses of 7 or 8 white wild boars, and then the corpses of 2 spotted magic wolves. These corpses were all killed by sharp blades, obviously by the same person. He frowned and looked at the stone forest, but found no signs of anyone passing through the stone forest. After searching along the edge of the stone forest, they soon found the body of a scaled cattle with its head smashed. Yang Huayuan looked at the corpse of the scaled cattle in shock. It was obvious that the corpse had been dead for no more than 2 hours. The only people nearby were the students he brought with him, and Li Bufan was the only one who came back from the direction where the scaled cattle were active. His expression began to stiffen gradually, and he slowly raised his eyes, even the muscles on his cheeks twitching slightly. Did I really make a wrong judgment? But how do I explain the corpse of this bronze 5-star scaled ox? Yang Huayuan muttered to himself. Following the traces of activity, they soon found the body of another scaled bull. It was also killed by a sharp blade, and the wound seemed to be easier to deal with than the first scaled bull. Looking at the big gash on the side of the scaled bull's body, he could imagine the scene at that time, dodging the scaled bull's attack at the critical moment and even fighting back. It was obvious that such a result was achieved through careful planning. Otherwise, one would be knocked away by the scaly bull if he was not careful, and there would be no way he would be unscathed. Yang Huayuan took a deep breath and continued searching nearby. He turned around and returned only after finding no other corpses of strange beasts. After returning to the rest area and seeing Li Bufan, he had too many questions he wanted to ask in person. However, Yang Huayuan knew that it was not the right time, so he decided to go back to school first and find out about Li Bufan's situation. Classmates, today's training ends here. Let's go back to school first. All the way back to the city gate, the students on the bus were bragging about their achievements today and how many white wild boars they had killed. Li Bufan suddenly realized that he was out of touch with these classmates. While they were bragging about how they hunted white wild boars, he was now thinking about how to hunt scaled cattle. When he returned to school, it was getting dark and the students had all gone home. Xia Junyi hurriedly found the principal Yang Huayuan in the office. Yang Huayuan asked doubtfully, "Junyi, I was just about to look for you. Why are you here?" "Principal, I discovered something special today." "It's possible." Xia Junyi didn't dare to say it for a while, for he was afraid that Yang Huayuan would think he was crazy. "Maybe what? Just tell me." "At the beginning, our class didn't detect Li Bufan's talent awakening ball. His talent may really be beyond SSS level." Yang Huayuan's body was trembling a little. He took out a box of Huazi cigarettes, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He threw the cigarette box on the desk, felt around in his trouser pockets, and took out a lighter. Snap, snap. His hands were shaking and the lighter fell to the ground. Xia Junyi looked at all this with a look of surprise. Was the principal frightened by his words? He walked over and picked up the lighter, and with a click the flame lit up. He turned his head and leaned over to the lit cigarette, took a deep puff, and sat down. "Junyi, tell me what happened." Xia Junyi told everything he saw in the classroom today, including the information he learned from other classmates later, which he repeated word for word. After hearing this, Yang Huayuan scratched his hair hard, finished the cigarette in his hand in one puff, and tried to calm himself down. "Junyi, according to you, his talent can deflect some objects around him? Also, he broke through to the bronze realm in such a short time, so you think his talent must be no worse than a G-level talent, right?" "Yes, principal. This one talent alone is no worse than an A-level talent, so I suspect his talent may actually surpass the SSS level." Chapter 13, For Major Colleges Compete for Talents. Ha! Wait for me. Yang Huayuan got up and went to the bathroom next to him. When he came out, his face was wet. "Principal, what are you doing? Did I say something wrong?" Yang Huayuan looked much calmer. If there really was a talent beyond the SSS level, it would not be something he, the principal of Jiangnan Middle School, could handle. Then he told everyone about going out of the city to hunt exotic beasts today. Xia Junyi stared at Yang Huayuan blankly, unable to close his mouth for a long time. After a while, he recovered and said, "Principal, if he can really kill a bronze 5-star scaled ox, doesn't that mean he's at least bronze 3 or 4-star? His talent has only been awakened for 2 days." Yang Huayuan looked solemn. At this moment, he was almost certain that Li Bufan's talent was beyond the SSS level. Could a G-level talent break through to the bronze realm in just a day or two? And even hunt monsters above their level? Obviously, this is unlikely. The only possibility is that his talent is not that simple. Junyi, doesn't this further prove that what you said is correct? Xia Junyi clapped his hands and said, "Principal, this is great news. Our school has produced such a genius. No matter which of the 4 major colleges can recruit him, our school will also gain a lot of benefits. Maybe our Jiangnan Middle School can even become the #1 middle school in the country." Yang Huayuan was naturally aware of these benefits, but he was still worried. What if Li Bufan's talent was not beyond the SSS level? After all, if someone says that someone's talent exceeds the SSS level, others will think he is crazy. "Junyi, I understand what you said, but I'm still worried. What if his talent isn't what we thought it was?" Xia Junyi's enthusiasm was instantly extinguished. "Yeah. What if they were wrong? Wouldn't that be a huge joke? Principal, I think we should report this matter and our speculation to the 4 major colleges. As for their final judgment, it is none of our business." When Yang Huayuan heard this, his eyes gradually brightened, and he stood up and clapped his hands. "Yes, let them judge for themselves. Even if Li Bufan is not a talent beyond SSS in the end, it has nothing to do with us. If he is, then we will not suffer any loss. Principal, there's one more thing I need to tell you. The admissions officer at Yanjing College asked me for Li Bufan's phone number. I gave it to him without thinking twice. Now I don't know if Li Bufan has agreed to join Yanjing College." Yang Huayuan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Junyi, this isn't your fault. Who could have imagined things would turn out this way? Besides, we've informed the 4 major colleges about this, but it's up to them and Yanjing College to decide what to do. We can't get involved." Xia Junyi complained in his heart, "Principal, you are a real dog. Should we ask Li Bufan about this first? I don't think it's necessary for now. We're not sure about his talent level, and he's a student, so it's even more unclear. Telling him is pointless. Let the 4 major colleges judge for themselves." The two chatted for a while before Xia Junyi left the office. Inside the admissions director's office at Qinglong Academy in Kyoto, "Old Yang, what's going on? Did Shangguan Wanner agree to join Qinglong Academy?" Yang Huayuan's voice rang out from the other end of the line. "Old Zhua, I'm not looking for you this time because of Shangguan Wanner, but for something else, something that might be even more important than Shangguan Wanner." "What could be more important than Shangguan Wanner joining Azure Dragon Academy?" "Old Yang, you're trying to undermine my support, aren't you?" Yang Huayuan smiled bitterly and told him everything about Li Bufan. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Yang Huayuan thought the phone had lost signal. "Old Zhua? Zhua Yifan? Old Yang, you didn't tell anyone from other colleges about this, did you? How could that be possible? Didn't I call you the first time?" Zhua Yifan's excited voice came from the phone. "Old Yang, don't tell anyone from the other 3 colleges about this. I'm going to Jiangnan City early tomorrow morning." "Oh. No, I'm leaving now." "Ha ha. Don't worry, Lao Zhua. What's our relationship?" "I definitely won't tell the other 3 colleges." After hanging up the phone, Yang Huayuan immediately called the admissions officers of the other 3 colleges and told them the story of Li Bufan again. The admissions officer at Suzaku Academy said, "What? Is that true? I'm going to Jiangnan City right now as fast as I can." The admissions officer at White Tiger Academy said, "No need to say anything more. Regardless of whether he has talent beyond SSS level or not, this guy is definitely for White Tiger Academy." Xuanwu College's admissions officer said, "Old Yang, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I'll be in Jiangnan City in 2 hours. This person must join our Xuanwu College no matter what." In order to prevent Li Bufan from having already agreed to join Yanqing College, he called Zhao Bai, the admissions officer of Yanqing College, to explain the situation. Zhao Bai, the admissions officer at Yanqing College, said, "Principal Yang, this is too rude of you. Li Bufan has already agreed to join our Yinqing College. If you do this, won't our Yinqing College lose everything? Yang Huayuan said apologetically, Teacher Zhao, I don't know about this either. Your Yinqing College didn't tell us either, right? Zhao Bai sighed helplessly. It was meaningless to say anything now. He had to rush to Jiangnan City to see Li Bufan as soon as possible. People from the 4 major academies in Yinqing College rushed to the Yinqing teleportation array in a hurry. Kyoto has teleportation arrays leading to every major city, but teleportation arrays in other cities may not all lead to Kyoto. Generally, the teleportation arrays in small cities are connected to big cities, and the teleportation arrays in big cities are connected to the teleportation arrays in Kyoto. This will significantly increase the time it takes to travel from Kyoto to other small cities. However, on the one hand, it can also save a lot of teleportation array construction costs, and on the other hand, it can ensure the safety of Kyoto. Each teleportation consumes a large amount of spirit stones, so each teleportation is not free, but requires the payment of a certain amount of spirit stones. Of course, you can also pay money equivalent to spirit stones. The opening time of the teleportation array in each city is also different. Some small cities' teleportation arrays may only be open once a day or even once a week, while in large cities, it may be once an hour or even once a day. Moreover, the teleportation array will only be activated after a certain number of people have accumulated each time, which is also to ensure the balance of income and expenditure in the transmission. Zhua Yifan, the admissions officer at Qinglong College, rushed to the teleportation array, but was told that the teleportation could not be activated for another hour. 10 minutes later, Jin Feng, the admissions officer of Suzaku Academy, also hurried over. Chapter 14 Gathering in Jiangnan City. The atmosphere became tense as soon as the two met, and no one spoke first. 10 minutes later, Hua Zhushan, the admissions officer of White Tiger Academy, rushed to the teleportation array. Seeing the two people in front of him, Zhushan was stunned where he was, then stood aside and smiled at them. After a while, Lin Tairan, the admissions officer of Xuanwu College, ran over with sweat all over his forehead. He saw the admissions officers from the other 3 colleges and immediately understood what was going on. Zhua Yifan, the head of Qinglong Academy, spoke first, Are you 3 going to Jiangnan City? The other 3 looked at each other and nodded. What a coincidence! I'm also going to Jiangnan City. It seems that the 4 of us have the same goal. At this time, Zhao Bai, the admissions officer at Yinqing College, also rushed over. Seeing the admissions officers from the 4 major colleges, he immediately felt overwhelmed. I say, you 4, please go back. Li Bufan has already agreed to join our Yinqing College. Lin Tairan from Xuanwu College sneered, Let's not talk about whether he joined your Yinqing College or not. Even if he did, what benefits did you give him? I will pay you back double. Xu Shan from the White Tiger Academy echoed, Right. You're not treating us like fools, are you? I don't need to explain what a talent beyond SSS level means. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, I think everyone should just rely on their own abilities. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy, indeed, it all depends on one's ability. But before that, we have to confirm whether he has talent beyond SSS level. Seeing this, Zhao Bai from Yinqing College was helpless. If he were in his place, he would not give up easily. Li Bufan had no idea that he had been sold. He was practicing at the moment, madly absorbing a spirit stone in each hand. Now he just wanted to improve his strength as quickly as possible, and then go out of the city to hunt exotic beasts to earn points. As for spirit stones, he could only think of a way later. Half an hour later, the Kyoto teleportation array was activated, and the 5 people instantly disappeared into the teleportation array. 5 people walked out of the Jiangnan City teleportation array, and Yang Huayuan was already waiting for them there. Ha, everyone, you've worked hard on this journey. I'll take you to Li Bufan's house. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy cursed in a low voice, Old fox. Yang Huayuan seemed not to have heard anything, and without blushing or beating his heart, he took the 5 of them into a business car. In the dark night, the business car sped toward Xingfu community. Except for Yang Huayuan, no one in Jiangnan City knew that 5 colleges had mobilized overnight to compete for one person. In Xingfu community, Li Bufan was immersed in cultivation, while his father Li Tianda was watching the Victoria's Secret show in the living room, occasionally making some obscene laughs. Boom boom boom. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his smile. Li Tianda shouted in dissatisfaction, Who is it? It's the middle of the night. When he opened the door, he saw 6 men standing at the door. Li Tianda became a little nervous when he saw their aura. Who are you looking for? Yang Huayuan said with a smile, "Excuse me, is this Li Bufan's home? We are looking for Li Bufan." Li Tianda became even more nervous and muttered in his heart, "Could it be that this bastard has caused trouble again? I'm his father. If he does anything wrong, just come to me." Yang Huayuan laughed in silence. It seemed that this man had misunderstood the six of them. "We're not here to cause trouble. These people are admissions officers from various colleges in Kyoto. We're disturbing you so late at night because we want to talk to Li Bufan in person." Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death. If anything really happened, these six strong men would knock him down in minutes. "Is that so? Please come in." As soon as the six of them entered the living room and saw the Victoria's Secret show playing on TV, they immediately became happy. "Excuse me, everyone. That bastard actually likes to watch this for no reason." He immediately turned off the TV and just entered the room and woke Li Bufan up from his practice. Li Tianda briefly explained to him the situation outside. Li Bufan left the room and recognized Principal Yang Huayuan and Zhao Bai from Yenqing College. "Principal Yang, Teacher Zhao, why are you here?" As soon as these words were spoken, the admissions officers of the four major colleges immediately understood that Li Bufan had indeed joined Yenqing College before. The six of them all stared at Li Bufan's eyes seriously. His pair of red Magatama eyes looked quite magical. Yang Huayuan stood up and said, "Student Li Bufan, let me introduce you. This is Zhua Yifan, the admissions officer from Azure Dragon College. This is Qin Feng from Suzaku College, Zhu Shan from White Tiger College, and Lin Tairan from Black Tortoise College. I'm sure you've already met Zhao Bai from Yenqing College." Li Bufan was a little confused. Why would these four colleges come to him out of nowhere? And why did they come together? Because of his talent, he never thought that people from the four major colleges would come to him. Li Tianda, standing by, was deeply shocked. How could he not know about the four major colleges? He didn't expect them to come looking for his son at the same time. He couldn't help but smile. "Hello, teachers. What do you want to see me about?" Zhu Shan, the admissions officer at White Tiger Academy, spoke first. "Student Li Bufan, before we do that, could we ask a few questions?" "You are all seniors, of course you can, just ask." "What realm are you at now?" Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy was the first to ask. "Bronze 3 stars." Yang Huayuan's face was filled with joy. His guess was right. Li Bufan was at the Bronze 3-star or 4-star level. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy showed an admiring look. "How many talents do you have now?" "There are 3 at the moment." "What?" Zhua Yifan stood up in disbelief. He stared at Li Bufan, as if trying to determine the truth of his words. Bronze 3 stars already have 3 innate skills? Others may never awaken 3 innate skills in their entire lives. Normal people only have 1 innate skill. Having 2 is already a top-level talent, and having 3 is 1 in a million. Most people awaken a talent skill first, and then learn spiritual skills that match their talent, so that they can maximize their talent. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy looked at him solemnly. "Do you really have 3 talented skills now?" He confirmed again. "Good." Zhao Bai from Yenqing Academy swallowed hard. He had invited Li Bufan in the first place simply because his talent had never been revealed before. Perhaps his talent really has a great possibility of surpassing the SSS level. At this moment, he made up his mind to keep Li Bufan in Yenqing College no matter what the cost. Li Tianda on the side was also shocked. Recalling that Li Bufan said that his talent was beyond the SSS level, he didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, it gave him a great shock now. Lin Tairan from Xuanwu College continued to ask, "I heard that you have a talent that can bounce everything around you away?" Chapter 15, Demonstrating Talents and Skills. Yes. This innate skill is Shinra Tensei. Lin Tairan from Xuanwu College continued to ask, "What about your other 2 talents? Can you demonstrate them?" Li Bufan thought about it and decided to show it to others. He didn't care even if all 3 of his talents were known to others. As long as your strength is improved a little more, the remaining talents and skills can be awakened slowly, and the later talents and skills will be even more invincible. Yes, but I hope that the senior teachers will keep it a secret for me for the time being. Looking at Li Bufan's serious expression, they realized that the talent he would show next must be extraordinary. The 6 people immediately became very interested and said they would keep it strictly confidential for him. The following is my first talent skill. Wheel Tomb, Border Prison. No movement? They looked at Li Bufan in confusion. Suddenly, the teapot in front of them flew up from the table and poured tea into their cups. This strange scene shocked them greatly, and the six of them looked at each other. He stared blankly at the floating teapot, his whole body as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened in disbelief. There was no perception of any spiritual fluctuations around them, and at that moment their entire world was turned upside down. Zhua from Yenjing College asked in a trembling voice, Li Bufan, what kind of talent is this? This innate skill allows me to create a shadow. This shadow cannot be seen by ordinary people unless they have the same innate skill as me. Shadow can block the opponent's attack for me, or I can surprise attack the opponent. The others were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. No one else can notice? Isn't this equivalent to your opponent fighting you while you have to be on guard against sneak attacks from shadows at all times? Besides, this shadow is completely undetectable, and it is extremely difficult to prevent a sneak attack. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy, your innate skill can only split one shadow? Li Bufan shook his head, my current realm can only split one shadow, but this talent can split up to 4 shadows. What? 4? Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy's chest heaved violently, and he stood up suddenly. It can indeed be split into 4. He slumped down, picked up the teacup with a trembling hand, and drank it all in one gulp. Then what is your other innate skill? Lin Tairan from Xuanwu Academy asked. Li Bufan raised his hand towards the table, spiritual power surged in his body, and a teacup flew towards his palm. This is my third talent skill. Tianin of all things. In contrast to my second talent, Shinra Tensei, this talent can draw the designated target to me. Gudong. He swallowed, his mouth dry, and he didn't know what to say. Li Bufan's talent today gave them a great shock, and any of his talent skills was invincible. Ha! Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy asked, do you have any other abilities? Of course. In addition to the innate skills, there is also the ability of perception, which allows you to perceive everything around you. It can also restrain all visual illusions. The scene fell silent for a moment, and none of the 6 people spoke. They were trying to digest the shock of today. At this moment, they have confirmed that Li Bufan's talent is definitely beyond the SSS level, and he is simply a godlike existence. Li Tianda looked at his son with burning eyes. Zhao Bai from Yenqing College was a little anxious at this moment. In this case, the 4 major colleges would never give up the fight. He looked at Li Bufan eagerly and said, Li Bufan, does it still count if you join our Yenjing Academy? When Zhao Bai said this, it was like lighting a powder keg. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong College was immediately displeased. None of our 4 colleges have spoken yet, so how can it be your turn at Yenjing College? Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, whatever benefits you give me, Suzaku Academy will return them double. Zhu Shan from the White Tiger Academy said, Li Bufan, come to our White Tiger Academy. You can ask for any conditions. We will return 5 times the benefits of Yenjing Academy to you. Lin Tairan from Xuanwu College, come to our Xuanwu College, you can set any conditions. We will return tenfold to Yenjing College. Zhao Bai was almost crying. The burly man with a full beard had a look of grievance on his face. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he remembered that the Victoria's Secret show was playing on TV when he first entered the room. Student Li Bufan, our Yenjing College showed too little sincerity before. So, you can propose any conditions you want. In addition, I will introduce you to all the beautiful girls in Yenjing College. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong College cursed immediately, how shameless are you guys from Yenjing College? You're actually introducing girlfriends? Li Bufan, you can pick any beauty from our Qinglong school. Besides, I have a daughter who's about your age and is also as beautiful as a flower. You two are a perfect match. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy glanced at Zhua Yifan with disdain. Which one of them is not a smart person? Student Li Bufan, if we talk about Kyoto's most beautiful girls, it has to be our Suzaku Academy. They are all so pretty and charming. My White Tiger Academy is not bad either. Li Bufan, you may not know that the school beauty of our White Tiger Academy is the granddaughter of the principal. Her looks and figure are simply stunning. You guys are such shameless bastards. Finding a girlfriend requires fate. Li Bufan, I'll be honest with you. I just calculated with my fingers that you and my granddaughter are destined to be together. I'm now betrothing my granddaughter to you. Li Bufan was confused as he watched them talking to each other. And when did I ask you to introduce me to a girlfriend? Do you have any misunderstanding about me? Li Bufan glanced at Li Tianda awkwardly. He curled his lips guiltily, as if to say, I know nothing. Teachers, it's so late now, should we talk about it tomorrow? They looked at the time and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, which was indeed too late. Besides, they also needed to report what happened today to the dean of the college. Li Bufan also needed time to think about what happened today. In his heart, he still preferred to go to Yinjing College. After all, he had already received benefits from Yinjing College before. It is somewhat inappropriate to join another college just because the conditions offered by other colleges are too good. They looked at each other, nodded, and then got up and left. After leaving Xingfu Community, Xinglong College's Zhua Yifan was the first to speak. Let me tell you guys, I don't need to say much about Li Bufan's talent and ability. I hope you will compete fairly and not use any other tricks behind his back. After saying that, he stared at Zhao Bai. The admissions officers of the other 3 colleges naturally understood what Zhua Yifan meant. Zhao Bai from Yinjing College did not flinch. Li Bufan has already agreed to join our Yinjing College. Of course, he is now a member of our Yinjing College. Chapter 16 Pass the Buck. Lin Tairan from Xuanwu College angrily shouted, Bullshit. Tell me, what benefits did your Yinjing College give him? How could Zhao Bai be so embarrassed to say it? The rewards given to Li Bufan before were only worth 70 to 80 million, which was roughly equivalent to the reward for an L-level talent. What? You can't tell me? I don't think your Yinjing Academy has given any benefits to anyone to trick them into joining Yinjing Academy? Zhao Bai didn't know whether to say anything or not, he just stood there speechless. Zhu Shan from the White Tiger Academy scoffed. Looks like they really didn't give anything. In that case, there's no place for you Yinjing Academy here. Teacher Zhao should go back to Kyoto. It's cold in Jiangnan City, be careful not to catch a cold. Zhao Bai muttered to himself, how can it be cool in this scorching summer? Isn't it just saying that our Yinjing Academy is not qualified to compete with the 4 major academies? What a pretense! He gritted his teeth and said, our Yinjing Academy originally rewarded Li Bufan with 50 spirit stones, 2 million in cash, a D-level storage ring, and an apartment in Kyoto. He has already accepted it and has clearly expressed his intention to join our Yinjing Academy. You 4 academies are now trying to poach our students. This is extremely shameful. The 4 of them were silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. That's it? Even if we just let a little of the gaps between our 4 major academies leak, it would be more than this. As for Li Bufan's agreement to join Yinjing College, they didn't care at all. It wasn't just an agreement, he hadn't joined yet. Watching the 5 people arguing endlessly, young Huayuan felt a headache coming on. He quickly interrupted and said, it's already 3 in the morning. Why don't you find a place to rest first? We can talk about it tomorrow. The admissions officers of several major colleges did not want to stay too far away from Xingfu Community, so they stayed at the 8 Days Inn across the street. Inside the hotel room, they began to report today's situation to their respective deans. The dean of Qinglong Academy said, what did you say? Talent beyond SSS level? No matter what, you must recruit this person to Qinglong Academy for me, otherwise you can't return to the academy. The dean of Suzaku Academy said, there are people with such talent? Even if you cheat me, I will catch you. Still want the school beauty? We have all kinds of beauties in Suzaku Academy. Mature types, Lolita types, pure types, introduce them all to him. The dean of White Tiger Academy said, this man must be captured. In the future, our White Tiger Academy will surely become the leader among the 4 major academies. Want to introduce my granddaughter to him? No problem, 1 granddaughter is enough. I have several granddaughters. The president of Xuanwu College said, we at Xuanwu College have nothing but a lot of money. Throw money at me. The dean of Yinqing College said, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? As long as he can come to our Yinqing College, he can ask for any conditions. Still want a campus beauty? Oh, as long as he can find a campus beauty, I'll find a way, don't worry. I can recruit all the campus beauties from various universities and introduce them to him. The person involved, Li Bufan, was also wondering at the moment, why did the 4 major colleges come here? Since it was Principal Yang Huayuan who brought it, he must have discovered something. He instantly thought of going out of the city to hunt exotic beasts. Also, Yang Huayuan asked them to rest where they were, and he himself did disappear for a while. Now I think he must have come up with something when he went to check the corpses left behind by the strange beasts he hunted. As for them knowing about Shinra Tensei, it was not surprising at all, as it was performed in the classroom at that time and all the students saw it. It's not easy to judge a person. You can deduce so many things from just a few clues. Li Bufan practiced until dawn and then got up to wash. Li Bufan was stunned when he saw the table full of breakfast. There was soy milk, fried dough sticks, fried eggs, buns, and everything else. He usually eats breakfast outside. How could he enjoy such treatment? What are you doing, you bastard? Come over here and have breakfast. Dad, what's going on? The sun is rising from the west. Li Tianda pretended to be angry and said, You little bastard, you dare to tease me, are you itching for trouble? Li Bufan grabbed a bun and started eating it with a smile. Since he started practicing, he felt that his appetite had not increased much. Son, which of those colleges did you plan to go to yesterday? He stuffed a bun in his mouth and said vaguely, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Actually, all the colleges are the same to me. Eat slowly. No one's going to snatch it from you. People from those colleges will probably be here again today. How are you going to respond then? You can't keep dragging it out. He thought about it over and over last night but couldn't come up with a good solution. No matter which college he chose, he would offend the other colleges. I'm full. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. It's Saturday today, what could you possibly be up to? Are you in love? He rolled his eyes and said, Dad, can you imagine anything more outrageous? I'm going out of town to hunt exotic beasts. He was still thinking about the points lottery, and hunting exotic beasts could also quickly improve his strength. Li Tianda showed a hint of worry when he heard his words, Son, isn't it too dangerous for you to go out and hunt exotic beasts with your current strength? Besides, the admissions officers from those colleges will be here. How can you just leave like this? Don't worry, Dad. I won't go too far. When the people from the 5 academies come over, tell them to let them decide among themselves which academy I should join. Li Tianda's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He could kick the ball back and not offend anyone. Ha, I understand. You are worthy of being my son, Li Tianda. This is a really good idea. Dad, are you praising yourself or insulting me? Li Bufan was speechless. He just didn't want to offend anyone. I rode my bike out of the community and unexpectedly met Shangwan Waner again. Li Bufan saw her get into a BMW X6, and the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was still in the driver's seat. He still remembered the last time he met Shangwan Waner here and said a few words to her, and the man with gold-rimmed glasses gave him a cold look. It seems that he is pursuing Shangwan Waner just like Zhuge Wu, or he might be her boyfriend. Without saying hello, Li Bufan got on his bike and rode towards the city gate. Li Bufan didn't know that as soon as he left, the admissions officers of 5 colleges and Yang Huayuan came to his house. Li Tianda directly conveyed Li Bufan's intention to them. Several people stood there in a daze, looking at each other. This guy is really cunning. He passed the ball to us? 666. They had originally planned to promise them a lot of benefits today, but they didn't expect that they would be asked to negotiate it on their own. Yang Huayuan, who was standing by, had never expected that Li Bufan would be able to do such a cool thing. Chapter 17, Breakthrough to Bronze 4-Star Realm, Outer Dao Golem. He smiled happily. This was a great trick. It wouldn't offend anyone. This way, he wouldn't offend any college and could also gain some benefits, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The 6 people finally left in disappointment. It was unlikely that any of the 5 colleges could persuade the other to give up the fight. There has never been a person with talent beyond the SSS level. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely be unprecedented and unmatched when he matures. No academy will give up on such a talent lightly. After leaving the city, Li Bufan came to the place where he hunted scaled cattle last time and started hunting directly. This time my strength has increased a bit, and hunting scaled cattle has become easier. Watching the scaled cattle fall one after another and listening to the sweet voice coming from the system, Li Bufan was somewhat intoxicated in this state. Ding! Killed a bronze 5-star scaled bull, points plus 50. Ding! Killed a bronze 5-star scaled bull, points plus 50. After an hour of hunting, he counted and found that with his bronze 3-star spiritual power, he could barely kill 10 scaled bulls. It takes half an hour to restore your spiritual power using spirit stones and continue hunting scale cattle. After hunting for 6 hours, Li Bufan lay exhausted on the ground. This high-intensity hunting made him feel once again that he was about to break through to bronze 4 stars. In 6 hours, he hunted a total of 40 scaly cattle and earned plus 2,000 points. He took out 2 spirit stones to recover, and a trace of spiritual energy flowed into his body, saturating it once again. Boom! Ah! It was as if a shackle was broken, and Li Bufan felt a sense of comfort. The pleasure he felt every time he broke through the realm made him unable to help but groan. Hey! Bronze 4 stars. Personal attributes. Name, Li Bufan. Talent, Samsara I. Innate skills, Tao-seeking Jade, Will-grave Prison, Outer Path Demon Statue, Shinra Heavenly Sweep, Myriad Heavenly Attraction, Earth-Shattering Star, Heavenly Obstacle Shock Star, Samsara Natural Born Technique, High Emperor Spirit Venerable, Thousand Paper Crane Instant Body Technique, Yomi Hirasaka, Sky Hand Strength. Realm, Bronze 4 star. Kung Fu, Hongmeng Breathing Method. Skills, none. Copy point, 0. Points, 2,210. After taking a look at the personal attribute panel, he found that the outer golem was actually green, which meant that he used the art of psychic communication to summon the outer golem. I wonder if the summoned Outer Path Demon statue is the 10 tails or just a shell. The Outer Path Demon statue is invincible both in its own strength and its skills. The tailed beast ball, wood style, piercing technique, split warrior, and chakra dragon are all good. He glanced at the 2 spirit stones in his hand. They were dim and devoid of any spiritual energy. I'm 1 step closer to 10,000 points. It's almost time to go back. We returned along the same route, and when we were almost at the White Wild Boar's activity area, we suddenly heard a familiar voice. Li Bufan quietly walked over and saw Zhuge Wu and a man in his 40s sitting on the ground to rest. Several white wild boar corpses were lying not far away. Master, there's news that Shangguan Wanner went out with a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses today. It's understood that the man with gold-rimmed glasses also came to pick up Shangguan Wanner from school last time. Zhuge Wu's veins immediately bulged with anger, and he gritted his teeth. Fu, have you checked that man's background? He dares to covet the woman this young master has his eyes on. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Master, we've checked it out. That person is from the Li family in Kyoto. He's not to be trifled with. The Li family in Kyoto? He showed a look of deep fear. MD. Why is it someone surnamed Li again? Does someone surnamed Li have to pick on me, Zhuge Wu? Fu, didn't you say Li Bufan was out of town today? Why haven't we seen him yet? Upon hearing this, Li Bufan's face darkened. He didn't expect that Zhuge Wu came to see him specifically. He really came to cause trouble for him again and again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Master, it's possible that Li Bufan went forward. Impossible. I'm only bronze 1 star. Even if he manages to break through to the bronze realm before me with his crappy talent, there's no way he can break through to bronze 2 star so quickly. His strong self-esteem made him immediately deny Fu's statement. Seeing this, Fu didn't say much. After so many years in the Zhuge family, he naturally knew Zhuge Wu's temper. He would never admit that he was worse than others, especially his enemy. Li Bufan had previously followed the principal Yang Huayuan out of the city to hunt exotic beasts. When Zhuge Wu heard the news, he found it unbelievable. He didn't expect that Li Bufan broke through to the bronze realm before him, and he suddenly became even more hostile towards Li Bufan. After Zhuge Wu was inexplicably beaten up at Jinwu Barbecue, he went back and thought about it for a long time and suspected that it was Li Bufan who did it. But he didn't believe that Li Bufan would break through to the bronze realm on the day he awakened his talent, so he asked Lu Wen to go in and test whether he had broken through and what his talent skills were. Unexpectedly, Lu Wenjin ignored him later and did not reveal any information about Li Bufan to him. Fu, let's find him quickly. We must not let him go this time. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. Master, don't worry. I'm at the bronze 5 star level now. There's absolutely no way Li Bufan will be able to return alive. Ha ha. Okay, let's go find him quickly. Li Bufan stood up from the bushes, sneered, and walked towards them. Zhuge Wu looked at Li Bufan, who suddenly appeared, and laughed. Huh? You rubbish are here indeed. Li Bufan was not angry. He looked calm and stared at him coldly. Zhuge Wu, you have come to trouble me again and again. Let's put an end to the grudge today. Fu looked at Li Bufan without any panic, and his heart skipped a beat, his expression becoming a little solemn. Zhuge Wu sneered and didn't take Li Bufan seriously at all. End it? You still think you can go back alive? Ha ha. Li Bufan stopped talking nonsense with him and took out the black knife, full of fighting spirit. Seeing the black knife he took out, Zhuge Wu's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of greed. This knife is not bad, worthy of this young master's status. Ah Fu, kill him. Yes, master. Ah Fu did not dare to be careless. He felt that Li Bufan was not simple. He had not panicked at all since he met the two of them, and his expression was always calm. The spiritual power in his body surged, and with a tearing sound, the clothes on his upper body were burst, and black, oily hair grew on his naked skin. The nails on his hands and feet grew wildly, reaching a length of 10 centimeters. The sharp nails flashed with cold light, and 2 canine teeth grew in his mouth. Beast transformation? It was the first time that Li Bufan saw an opponent transforming into a beast. Ah Fu rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed, and Li Bufan attacked him with a sword without hesitation. A blade of energy shot out instantly. Seeing this, Ah Fu dodged it by diving to the side and instantly arrived 2 meters away from him. Chapter 18 Killing Zhuge Wu. Ah Fu jumped up with a ferocious look on his face. He stretched out one hand with sharp nails and scratched towards Li Bufan's neck. He seemed to see that Li Bufan's neck was about to be cut. Zhuge Wu jumped up excitedly, clapped his hands and shouted, "Good!" Looking at the scratching nails, Li Bufan snorted coldly, "Shenluo Tianzheng." Ah Fu flew backwards, his eyes full of astonishment. What's going on? How is this possible? However, before he could come to his senses, he saw Li Bufan rushing towards him and slashing him with a knife. He was in mid-air and had no power to fight back. He watched helplessly as a black knife chopped down on him, his eyes filled with fear. Phew! He closed his eyes in despair, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. At this moment, he really regretted going out of the city to cause trouble for Li Bufan. When Zhuge Wu saw this scene, he forgot about running away and collapsed to the ground. Li Bufan walked towards him step by step, blood dripping from the black knife. Looking at Li Bufan coming towards him, he supported himself on the ground with his hands and kept moving his butt backwards. His face turned pale with fear. He wanted to get up and run desperately, but his legs and feet seemed to have lost their function. She cried out, "Don't come over here! Don't come over here!" Li Bufan ignored him completely. Since he had killed Ah Fu, he would definitely not keep Zhuge Wu. Looking at Li Bufan standing in front of him dragging the black knife, Zhuge Wu felt a foul smell coming out of his crotch. He knelt down in front of Li Bufan and kowtowed repeatedly, "Don't kill me, please don't kill me." Not kill you? Let you go back and tip off the enemy? Then come and trouble me again in the future? Li Bufan sneered. No, no. I swear I will never cause you any trouble again. Ha ha. I prefer to believe in the dead. Li Bufan, you can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, the Zhuge family will never let you go, including your father. Li Bufan raised the black knife with both hands and slashed it towards his neck. Phew! A round head fell to the ground with its eyes still wide open. Zhuge Wu probably couldn't believe until his death that Li Bufan really dared to kill him. Zhuge Wu was wearing a storage ring on his hand. Li Bufan took it off and probed into it a trace of spiritual power. This is the worst storage ring. It only has a cubic meter of space inside, which contains 50 or 60 spirit stones and nearly 1 million in cash. As expected, killing people and setting fires will earn you a gold belt, but repairing bridges and roads will leave no corpses. He transferred all the cash and spirit stones into his storage ring, and checked Ah Fu's body again, but unfortunately found nothing. Li Bufan didn't know what to do with the 2 corpses for a moment. In the end, he dragged the 2 corpses to the range of the spotted magic wolf's activities, hoping that the spotted magic wolf could destroy the 2 corpses. It would be great if there was an Amaterasu who could just destroy the body and remove all traces of it. Li Bufan breathed a sigh of relief after rushing back home. He was still a little nervous as it was his first time killing someone. Li Tianda also told him about the 5 colleges that came to visit him today. Dad, I understand. Let them discuss it on their own. The more than 50 spirit stones he received from Zhuge Wu were enough for him to practice for 1 or 2 months. After a quick wash, he began to continue practicing. He had just broken through today and needed to consolidate his realm. In a presidential suite at the 8 Days Inn, admissions officers from 5 colleges argued for an entire day but could not come to a conclusion. Yang Huayuan, who was accompanying him, had a headache. They knew that there would be no conclusion if they continued arguing like this. Hey everyone, arguing like this is totally unproductive. How long will this argument last? The five people turned their heads and looked at him. Does Principal Yang have any good ideas? He cleared his throat and said, Li Bufan, all five of you colleges have thought of this, right? Several people sneered, of course. Are you talking nonsense? Yang Huayuan was not angry. He smiled and continued, then it's impossible for you five colleges to give up this competition, right? Principal Yang, is this even necessary? Who would give up on a genius who surpasses SSS level? You're actually spouting nonsense. In that case, why don't you have him together? Several people were confused and didn't understand what he was doing. They all looked at him, waiting for him to continue. What I mean is that if all five of you cultivate him together, it will be more effective than if only one academy cultivates him. Just imagine, if all five of you cultivate a genius together, how far will his achievements go? The five people understood instantly and gasped. Yes. If five colleges work together to cultivate a genius, the final achievement will be absolutely terrifying. This also solves the current situation they are fighting for. In this way, Li Bufan does not belong to any one college, but to all five colleges. The five of them looked at each other, and their eyes lit up instantly. It is true that those who are involved in the matter are confused, while those who are not involved can see things clearly. Xiaobai from Yanjing College was the first to speak. President Yang, your idea is indeed good. I personally agree with it very much. However, I still need to report it to the dean and see what he thinks. That's right. We also need to report to the dean. The five of them decisively called their respective deans to explain what happened today. Yang Huayuan stood aside with a smile on his face. This plan was the most appropriate and best one at the moment, and it was also in line with the interests of all colleges. He didn't believe that the five deans would not agree. Really? In less than half a quarter of an hour, the five people ended their calls. Yanqing College agrees. Xinglong Academy agrees. Suzaku Academy agrees. White Tiger Academy agrees. Xuanwu Academy agrees. The five colleges quickly reached a common intention, and the next step was to discuss the details. Principal Yang, do you have any other suggestions? The quarrels they had made before were now causing some headaches, and Yang Huayuan could see the current situation more clearly from the perspective of an outsider. Well, since the five of you have agreed to train him together, then you five of you can first teach him your respective strengths. Although the strengths of these colleges are comparable, each college is not good at exactly the same thing. For example, Yanqing College is good at refining some elixirs, such as detoxification elixirs, elixirs to restore the body's spiritual energy, healing elixirs, etc. Also, Li Bufan's talent needs to be kept secret. If those powerful alien beasts and races knew that such a gifted person suddenly appeared in the human race, they would definitely do their best to wipe him out. The five people frowned when they heard this. They were naturally aware of this. Strange beasts invaded human cities from secret realms and were finally repelled by powerful humans. Now it can be said that except for the cities, other places are basically occupied by various strange beasts and alien races. Now the human race can only hide in the city and maintain a temporary balance with the strange beasts. If a talent beyond the SSS level suddenly appears in the human race, and if it grows up, it will definitely disrupt the current balance, which the alien race will never tolerate. Chapter 19, Generous. How could alien races and beasts allow such a talented person to exist? It is definitely a huge threat to alien races, and such talented people will definitely be strangled in the cradle. Zhua Yifan of Qinglong College frowned and said, Principal Yang, we are of course aware of this. It can be said that apart from the six of us and the principals of the five colleges, no one else knows. If the alien beasts and other races find out, it will only mean that there is a traitor to the human race among us. Good. Agree. Others agreed that there were many traitors when the human race fought against the alien beasts thousands of years ago. These traitors were promised great benefits by alien races, but they resolutely betrayed the human race. They sold all the information about the human race's defense layout, combat power distribution, etc. to the alien race, which ultimately caused huge sacrifices to the human race. Yang Huayuan continued, finally, the five of you should not interfere too much with Li Bufan's growth. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and rain, while plum blossoms bloom alone in the cold wind. I'm sure you all understand this. The five people nodded thoughtfully. Growth without hardships will ultimately be just a facade. Of course, in a life or death crisis, we have to take action no matter what. After all, he is now arguably our humanity's greatest hope. Zhao Bai from Yenqing College, President Yang, your suggestions are all very good. The other four also agreed with Yang Huayuan's suggestion, and thus the 5 colleges reached a preliminary agreement. Late at night, the lights in the Zhuge family's house were on, and Zhuge was listening to his servant's reports with a serious face. Are you saying that War left the city today and hasn't come back yet? A servant knelt on the ground trembling respectfully. Yes, master. Who did War go out with? What were they going to do outside the city? Returning to the master, Master Wu left the city with Afu. As for their purpose of leaving the city, I don't know. Bang! Zhuge Zhang slammed the table fiercely. Don't know? How do you serve War? If anything happens to War, I'll drag you out and chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Get lost. The servant hurriedly crawled out, and Zhuge Zhang was holding his forehead in silence. The beasts outside the city are more dangerous at night, so most people would not choose to stay outside the city unless there is something special. In addition, no one is allowed to enter or exit the city gate at night. Zhuge Zhang is extremely anxious but has no choice but to wait until dawn to go out and search. Zhuge Zhang suppressed his inner anger, sighed, and said worriedly, it seems that War must have encountered some trouble outside the city. The next morning, Li Bufan woke up from his training. Now he could feel his strength growing a little bit every day. When I left the room, I saw a table full of delicious breakfast with all kinds of breakfast. When I got closer, I saw a note on the table. Son, your Aunt Zhang asked me to fix the water pipe. Breakfast is on the table, and you can take care of lunch and dinner by yourself. Cheap Dad is really unreliable. Just after finishing breakfast, there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw the admissions officers of the 5 colleges and the principal Yang Huayuan. Seniors, please come in. Li Bufan welcomed them in and poured each of them a cup of tea. Zhao Bai said with a smile, I thought I was empty-handed again today, but I didn't expect you to be at home. Li Bufan blushed slightly, scratched his head awkwardly, and said a little sheepishly, I'm so sorry, everyone. I went out of the city to hunt exotic beasts yesterday. When they heard this, they were suddenly surprised. He's already started hunting strange beasts not long after awakening? Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. Hey! Have you broken through? Upon hearing this, the others stared at Li Bufan as if they had seen a rare treasure. Cough cough. He coughed and said, My dear senior teachers, although I am a man, I would feel embarrassed if you stared at me like this. I did break through to the bronze 4-star realm yesterday. They laughed heartily, with expressions of great satisfaction on their faces. Zhao Bai continued, Li Bufan, this time our 5 colleges have discussed it and decided to train you together. Li Bufan opened his mouth wide, his face full of astonishment. Train me together? He pointed at himself. Well, that's right. This means you will be a common student of our 5 colleges from now on. He never expected this to be the ending, but this was also the most satisfying ending for him. Li Bufan was extremely excited. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. At least at the current stage, the 5 academies can still support his cultivation resources. Seniors, so which school should I go to in the future? When you come to our Yenqing College in the future, this will also be a form of disguised protection for you. Zhao Bai explained, if the alien beasts knew your talent, they would definitely wipe you out before you could grow up. It would be difficult to hide your talent in the 4 major academies, so Yenqing Academy is the most suitable place for you. It seems that humans and alien beasts are currently in a state of equilibrium. No major war has broken out in recent years. However, this situation is more like the calm before the storm, brewing what will happen next. Li Bufan nodded. If that was the case, it would be most appropriate to go to Yenqing College and develop in a low-key manner. After all, Yenqing College was not as famous as the 4 major colleges, and would not be the focus of attention all the time. Teacher Zhao, I understand. The scene suddenly became a little depressing. This topic was too heavy. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. From the time of the alien beasts' invasion until now, humans still don't understand where these alien beasts come from. Why are they here? Why haven't they discovered any major wars in all these years? What conspiracy are these alien beasts brewing? Okay, don't overthink it. Your talent is indeed incredible, but your strength is still relatively low at the moment. Just focus on your training. After saying that, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Li Bufan. Here are some cultivation resources. Take them and cultivate first. Tell me when you're done. After probing in a trace of spiritual power, he saw a small pile of spiritual stones inside, at least tens of thousands of them. Li Bufan opened his eyes wide, his breathing became a little rapid, and his heart was beating violently. I didn't expect the 5 academies to be so generous and spend tens of thousands of spirit stones. These tens of thousands of spirit stones are worth hundreds of billions, which is enough for him to practice for a long time. There are 3 bottles next to it, one is green, another is red, and the last one is yellow. In addition to the spirit stones, the 3 bottles contain elixirs. The green bottle contains the soul restoring pill, which can restore the spiritual power in the body after taking it. Chapter 20 Zhuge Qi. The other red bottle contains wound medicine, a healing elixir that can be applied externally or taken internally. The last yellow bottle contains an antidote pill. Ordinary poisons can be easily neutralized by taking the antidote pill. These 3 kinds of elixirs are very practical, especially the wheeling pill. With this wheeling pill, Li Bufan believes that he will be able to hunt exotic beasts and earn points faster. Thank you, teachers. These cultivation resources are indeed what I need right now. I won't be polite to you, teachers. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy patted him on the shoulder and said, take it, little guy. These resources may be valuable to you, but they are just a drop in the bucket for us academies. Just ask when you run out of them. The 5 colleges gave him so many things unconditionally, which made him feel a lot of pressure. Especially what Zhao Bai from Yanqing College said about the calm before the storm. Taking a deep breath, Li Bufan calmed down. For now, he still had to improve his strength. Only when he was strong enough could he protect the people around him. As if seeing through Li Bufan's thoughts, Zhua Yifan patted him on the shoulder and said, little guy, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Even if the sky falls, we old guys will still be there to hold it up. I see. If you have any questions in the future, you can always contact us. Yang Huayuan interjected, Student Li Bufan, if you have any problems in Jiangnan City, you can contact me anytime. I don't mention other places, but I still have some connections in Jiangnan City. Thank you, Principal Yang. After chatting for a while, they left one after another. Their mission in Jiangnan City was considered completed. Yan Huayuan was also promised a lot of benefits by the 5 colleges. It can be said that all parties are happy this time. At this moment, the spotted wolf is active outside Jiangnan City. Zhuge Zhang was looking at the 2 remains on the ground. They had been eaten by the spotted demon wolf and only a pile of remains remained. A servant was testing something with an instrument. After a while, the instrument made a beeping sound. The servant's face changed drastically, and he said in panic, Master, the DNA of the 2 remains matches that of Master Wu and Afu. Boom! A powerful spiritual power was surging around Zhuge Zhang, and several servants beside him were blown to the ground by the airwave. He knelt down again in a hurry, resting his head on the ground and trembling. He roared to the sky, Who? Who is it? Dare to kill my war? If I don't tear you into pieces, I, Zhuge Zhang, will not be a human being. His roar spread throughout the entire range of the spotted wolf pack, and countless spotted wolf packs sensed his powerful aura and fled. Suddenly he squatted down, stroked one of the remains, and looked at the smooth cut on the neck. It was obvious that the head was chopped off by a sharp weapon, and another body also had a wound caused by a sharp weapon. His eyes were bloodshot, and he choked out a sob, War, you died tragically. Who was so heartless? Your father will cut him into pieces to avenge you. After a while, Zhuge Zhang stood up, his face no longer sad, replaced by endless indifference. Have you found any useful clues? A servant knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. He trembled and replied, Master, according to the news from others, young Master Wu had someone monitoring a student from Jiangnan Middle School. After learning that the student had left the city, young Master Wu took Fu out of the city. Zhuge Zhang instantly understood what was going on. As a father, he naturally knew Zhuge Wu's way of dealing with people very well. That man must have had a conflict with his son, and when he learned that the man had left the city, he took Fu to find trouble with him. Fu was just a bronze 5-star, how could he not be able to deal with a student who had just awakened? Even if his talent was awakened in such a short time, he should only be a bronze 1-star or bronze 2-star. How could he possibly kill a bronze 5-star? Could it be someone else who did it? What's the name of the person War is monitoring? What's his talent and cultivation level? Returning to the master, that person's name is Li Bufan, and his talent is the Spirit Eye type. It is understood that his talent awakening ball did not measure his level at that time, and his realm is still unknown. Zhuge Zhang touched his chin in confusion. His talent level was not measured? Is there such a thing? I think it's because my talent is too poor that the awakening ball was not tested. Then War shouldn't have been killed by him. Could it be someone else who did it? Humph. I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go, War. Go with peace of mind. Your unresolved grudges will be completed by your father. Send 2 people to keep an eye on Li Bufan. If there's any news, notify me immediately. Yes. Patriarch. After collecting Zhuge Wu's remains, Zhuge Zhang and his party returned to Jiangnan City. In the Zhuge family in Jiangnan City, Zhuge Zhang dismissed all his subordinates before picking up the phone and dialing a number. Hey, father. A young woman's voice came from the phone. Cher, War, were killed. Zhuge Zhang said with a choked voice. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Father, this kind of thing is not something you can joke about. The Zhuge family is one of the top families in Jiangnan City, and ordinary people would not take the initiative to provoke the Zhuge family. Zhuge Zhang sighed. Cher, I hope this is just a joke, but War was indeed killed. Beep beep beep. The other end of the phone hung up immediately. Zhuge Zhang had a son and a daughter, his son Zhuge Wu and his daughter Zhuge Qi. Zhuge Qi is 2 years older than Zhuge Wu. He is currently studying at Suzaku Academy and possesses the S-level talent of Charming Fox. She is known as one of the 3 most beautiful girls in Suzaku Academy. With her natural talents and abilities, she has many suitors in Suzaku Academy. Moreover, Zhuge Qi is an absolute brother-loving maniac. No matter how big a mistake Zhuge Wu makes outside, Zhuge Qi will stand up for him. Seeing the phone was hung up, Zhuge Zhang did not call back. He knew that Zhuge Wu and Zhuge Qi had a deep sibling relationship. Now that they knew their brother was killed, they would definitely return to Jiangnan City immediately. Li Bufan has been practicing hard since he left the admissions officers of the 5 colleges. He was worried about the spirit stones before, but now that he has obtained tens of thousands of spirit stones, he is madly immersed in practice. The next morning, Li Bufan had breakfast and rode his bike to school. As soon as he left Xingfu community, he sensed something unusual, as if several pairs of eyes were staring at him. He was still very confident in the perception ability of the Rinnegan, and this feeling would definitely not be wrong. Am I being targeted? I think it should be someone from the Zhuge family. Zhuge Wu had known before that he would bring off Fu to cause trouble after leaving the city, and he had obviously arranged for someone to monitor him at the gate of the community, and only then did he find out that he had left the city. Why didn't I sense it last time? Could it be that my strength has increased and the ability of the 1-star Samsara Eye has been enhanced so that I can sense it? Chapter 21 Tianzi's Secret Realm. I think this is the only explanation. He rushed towards the school calmly. Li Bufan didn't believe that these people would dare to take action in broad daylight. Jiangnan Middle School will not tolerate their students being killed for no reason. If you want to take action, you can only do it in private so that you won't be discovered. Really? He made it all the way to school safely, and the people who were monitoring him did not take any action. After parking his bike, he saw the fat man walking towards him with a mysterious smile on his face. Fatty! What's so happy about? Look how mean your smile is. Hey! Exclusive and explosive news, do you want to know? Li Bufan sneered. He knew the fat man's character very well. Whether he wanted to know or not, the fat man would tell him. TSK. I heard Zhuge Wu died yesterday in the area where the spotted demon wolves were active outside the city. His body was eaten to the point where only remains remained. Li Bufan was very surprised. How could the fat man know such a secret matter? And even the details are so clear? It is impossible for the Zhuge family to publicize the death of their son in such a high-profile manner. Fatty, how did you know about this? Hey, don't you see who I am? The heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City. Li Bufan casually patted the back of his head and said, will you die if you don't pretend for a day? I won't die, but I always feel like something is missing if I don't pretend. Tell me, how did you know that? The fat man leaned close to his ear and whispered, I heard Zhuge Qi has returned from Kyoto. I asked around and found out that Zhuge Wu was killed outside the city. Li Bufan was stunned for a moment. Zhuge Qi? He didn't know anything about the Zhuge family, nor did he know who Zhuge Qi the fat man was talking about. Why would he be so concerned about Zhuge Qi? Who is this Zhuge Qi? Why are you so concerned about Zhuge Qi? Zhuge Qi is Zhuge Wu's sister. It is said that she dotes on her brother like crazy. Besides, our Wang family and the Zhuge family are competitors in Jiangnan City. It is said that Zhuge Qi was sent to Kyoto to be trained since she was young and is extremely talented. This time she suddenly returned to Jiangnan City, so I paid attention to her. Li Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. It would be embarrassing if the fat man had any relationship with Zhuge Qi, because he was the one who killed Zhuge Wu. Fatty! I was the one who killed Zhuge Wu. Li Bufan whispered in his ear. His eyes suddenly opened and he stared at Li Bufan. After a long while, he asked in disbelief, "What you said can't be true? Why would I lie to you about something like this?" Then Li Bufan briefly told him what happened outside the city. After saying this, the fat man finally believed that Zhuge Wu was killed by Li Bufan. Bufan, well done. That bastard actually brought people out of the city to look for you. Fatty, I'm telling you this because I want you to help me keep an eye on the Zhuge family's movements. They're somewhat suspicious of me now, otherwise they wouldn't send people to monitor me. I'm more worried that they might attack my dad. The fat man pondered for a moment and said, "Well, I understand. I'll have someone keep an eye on the Zhuge family, and I'll also have someone keep an eye on your father." Thanks, Fatty. The two of them separated and went back to their classrooms. As soon as Li Bufan entered the classroom, the students around him automatically stood up and stood 2 meters away from him. When the class teacher Xia Junyi came in and saw this situation, he was not surprised. He knew something about Li Bufan's affairs. Classmates, the college entrance examination is just 1 week away. This time, there are 2 types of exams. One is a literary exam, and the other is a martial arts exam. The cultural exam will test the various knowledge you have learned in class, including talents, spiritual skills, history, geography, exotic beasts, etc. The martial arts exam is being held in the Tianzi Secret Realm this year. The Tianzi Secret Realm is a bronze-level secret realm, and the exotic beasts there are mostly bronze-level. The martial arts exam results are generally determined by the number of exotic beasts hunted. Xia Junyi's words immediately aroused discussion among the whole class. No one had ever been to the secret realm and didn't know what it looked like. Li Bufan was a little excited. Bronze secret realm? It was just right for him to earn points. He wanted to strive to earn 10,000 points on this trip to Tianzi Secret Realm. Teacher Xia, is this Tianzi Secret Realm dangerous? Will the teachers go in to protect us? Xia Junyi said seriously with a serious face, "This is also what I want to remind you. Even though the Tianzi Secret Realm is a bronze secret realm, it is quite dangerous to enter with your strength. Also, I won't be entering the Tianzi Secret Realm this time. This means you'll have to rely on yourselves to handle any danger you encounter. If you feel you're not strong enough, you don't have to take the exam. Don't risk your life in the secret realm for nothing." Most of the students were shocked after hearing this, as they were basically at the bronze 1-star level. It is undoubtedly extremely risky to rashly enter the Tianzi Secret Realm. Without the protection of a teacher, it can be said that you are in danger of death. Some students were so scared that their faces turned pale, and some were trembling all over. Xia Junyi stood on the podium and looked at the students below with some disappointment. Are you so scared by the slightest risk? Will the future of humanity depend on these people to protect it? Classmates, there is still 1 week left. Students who want to take the martial arts exam should practice hard this week and try to improve their own realm. If you decide to take the martial arts exam, please send me a message. Also, let me remind you one last time, once you enter the Tianzi Secret Realm after taking the martial arts exam, your life and death are your own responsibility. I hope you will seriously consider this. Xia Junyi left after he finished speaking, and the classroom instantly became lively. I don't know if anyone will take the martial arts exam. I wouldn't even think of participating, even if you kill me. It's so dangerous, only a fool would take the martial arts exam. I don't know what the school is thinking. Isn't this martial arts exam just asking us to die? That's right. I don't believe there are still people who dare to take the martial arts exam. Listening to other students' discussion, Li Bufan shook his head. No matter what, he had to go to Tianzi Secret Realm this time. He also wanted to see what the secret realm looked like. After school in the afternoon, when he walked out of the school gate, he saw the fat man waiting for him there. What's wrong? Is there something going on with the Zhuge family? That's not the case. You know everything about the martial arts exam, right? Bufan, will you take part in it? Li Bufan didn't expect the fat man to ask this. I will take the martial arts exam. Ha, I knew you would participate. I will also take the martial arts exam. Then we will be a perfect match and kill everyone. Okay. But you have to practice hard this week. We don't know what kind of dangers there are in the secret realm. More strength means more protection. The fat man laughed heartily and put his arm around Li Bufan's shoulders. Don't worry, the richest man in Jiangnan City is still waiting for me to inherit, and there are tons of girls waiting for me to rescue. How could I die so soon? Chapter 22 Breakthrough to Bronze 5 Star. That's good to know. Bufan, I also know another piece of news. In addition to Jiangnan Middle School, the martial arts examinations of other middle schools in Jiangnan City are also held in Tianzi's secret realm. Li Bufan glanced at him in surprise. He didn't know this news, and even Xia Junyi didn't mention it. As for students from other schools also going to Tianzi's secret realm to take the martial arts exam, he didn't care. This trip to Tianzi's secret realm has two purposes for him. One is to get 10,000 points, and the other is to satisfy his curiosity about the secret realm. Yes, I understand. Riding his bicycle towards his home, Li Bufan felt someone was watching him again. Ha! It really is haunting you. Li Bufan remained calm. He wanted to see what these people were trying to do by monitoring him. I got home safely and didn't sense any signs of these people making any moves. At this moment in the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qi burst into tears in front of the remains of Zhuge Wu. Her eyes were red and she kept sobbing. Her beautiful face looked a little haggard. Zhuge Zhang was standing nearby, his eyes filled with biting coldness, and he remained silent. A long time. Zhuge Qi tearfully asked, "Father, who killed my brother?" Zhuge Zhang shook his head and told everything he knew from beginning to end. "Father, regardless of whether Li Bufan is the murderer of my brother left the city because of him. If it weren't for him, how could my brother have ended up like this? No matter what, this person must be buried with my brother. As for the murderer who killed my brother, he must not be let off either." "Xier, your father understands." Zhuge Qi turned around and looked at the remains of Zhuge Wu again, his eyes filled with hostility. "Brother, I will definitely avenge you." At this time, a servant came over, knelt down in front of Zhuge Zhang, and said with his head bowed, "Master, Li Bufan has not left since he was sent home." "Okay, I understand. You guys keep watching him and report to me immediately if you have any news." "Yes, Patriarch." After returning home, Li Bufan sent a message to his class teacher Xia Junyi, telling him that he was going to take the martial arts exam, and that he wanted to practice at home during the week and would not go to school. After a while, Xia Junyi replied that he had registered him for the martial arts exam and asked him to practice at home with peace of mind. He sent another message to Fatty Wang Sicong, telling him that he would not be going to school this week, and to call him directly if he had any news about the Zhuge family. The fat man replied that he would also practice at home with peace of mind this week, and would call Li Bufan as soon as there was any news from the Zhuge family. After finishing everything, Li Bufan started to practice. There was still a week left, and he didn't want to waste a minute. He wanted to improve his strength before the martial arts exam. 2 days later, Li Bufan felt that he was about to break through to Bronze 5 Star. With one go, he used all his strength to practice the Hongmeng breathing technique, and the spirit stone in his hand provided power continuously like a power source. Boom! He successfully broke through to the Bronze 5 Star realm, and felt a sense of relief and comfort all over his body, as if a shackle weighing hundreds of pounds had suddenly been removed. Personal attributes. Name, Li Bufan. Talent, Samsara I. Innate skills, Tao Seeking Jade, Will Grave Prison, Outer Path Demon Statue, Shinra Heavenly Sweep, Myriad Heavenly Attraction, Earth Shattering Star, Heavenly Obstacle Shock Star, Samsara Natural Born Technique, High Emperor Spirit Venerable, Thousand Paper Crane Instant Body Technique, Yomi Hirasaka, Sky Hand Strength. Realm, Bronze 5 Star. Kung Fu, Hongmeng Breathing Method. Skills, none. Copy point, 0. Points, 2,210. I took a look at the personal attribute panel and found that none of the new talent skills turned green, which made me feel a little regretful. Within the Zhuge family, Zhuge Zhang was listening to the report from his servants, his face ashen. He didn't expect to send someone to monitor Li Bufan. For 2 consecutive days, not only did he not go out, he didn't even go to school. Zhuge Qi frowned, and after some thought, he said to Zhuge Zhang, "Father, there are 2 possibilities. One is that Li Bufan has discovered that someone is watching him, so he doesn't dare to go out. Secondly, the college entrance examination is coming up soon. He has to take the martial arts exam, so he's staying home to practice peacefully. It's said that this year's college entrance examination in Jiangnan City will be held in a bronze secret realm. Zhuge Zhang nodded thoughtfully, agreeing very much with Zhuge Qi's analysis, and looked at her with satisfaction. Now that my son is gone and I only have this daughter left, should I find a son-in-law or give birth to another son? Cher, I think the chances of Li Bufan discovering the surveillance are low. The people I sent are at least at bronze 8 or 9 star level. Li Bufan has only recently awakened, and at most at bronze 2 or 3 star level. How could he possibly discover he was being monitored? Father, according to the information you have, how could a student without any talent dare to participate in the martial arts exam? I don't think this Li Bufan is that simple. Zhuge Zhang rubbed his temples and said, Cher, I'll leave this matter to you. If you need anything from your father, just let me know. Don't worry, father. Cher knows what to do. After returning to the room, Zhuge Qi thought for a long time and basically concluded that Li Bufan must be preparing to take the martial arts exam. She sighed, as if mustering up the courage to make up her mind, took out her cell phone, opened a number, and dialed it with a look of disgust on her face. Hello? Shichi, I didn't expect you to call me on your own initiative. I'm so happy. Li Xingyun, I need you to do me a favor. After that, I can give you a chance to pursue me. An excited voice came from the phone. Shichi, really? Not to mention helping me with one thing, even if it's 10 or 100 things, it's no problem, Shichi. Just tell me, what do you need me to do for you? Zhuge Qi suppressed the disgust in his heart and said calmly, don't you have many connections in Kyoto? I need you to help me find a few talented students taking the college entrance examination this year and bring them to Jiangnan City. I will arrange for them to enter a secret martial arts examination realm to help me kill someone. Who is so audacious as to make you angry? Shichi, there's no need to bother. Just tell me who provoked you, and I'll kill him right away. Zhuge Qi could no longer suppress his emotions and roared, can you use your brain? You said to kill, and I killed? You are not afraid of causing trouble, but I am. Killing him quietly in the secret realm is the best option. Li Xingyun smiled flatteringly, Shichi, don't be angry, leave this matter to me. I know many geniuses from wealthy families in Kyoto. This is not a small matter for me. Okay, I'll wait for you in Jiangnan City. After saying that, she hung up the phone directly, as if she felt disgusted to say another word to him. She murmured, brother, don't worry. I will help you fulfill your unfulfilled wish no matter what. Since you want to kill Li Bufan, I will definitely not let him live. It was because of him that you left the city and were tragically killed. Chapter 23, People from Kyoto. In the study, Zhuge was reviewing the family's financial statements. He glanced at Zhuge Qi and slowly walked over. Cher, why haven't you rested yet so late? Father, I want you to go to the city guards and retrieve the list of my brother's entries and exits on the day he left the city and the 2 days before. The murderer must be among them. Cher, I know about this and I'm already handling it. However, it's a bit difficult to retrieve the list privately, so it will take some time. The City Defense Army is under the jurisdiction of the National Security Bureau, and ordinary people do not have the right to retrieve the entry records without permission. Zhuge Qi was also aware of this, so he nodded and said, Father, don't overwork yourself. Go to bed early. The next morning, Zhuge Qi went out early. She drove to a school with the words Jiangnan Experimental Middle School clearly written on the school gate. Jiangnan Experimental Middle School is a private school, and the Zhuge family is also the largest shareholder of this school. Zhuge Qi went straight to the principal's office. When the principal, Lin Wenjun, saw Zhuge Qi, he nodded and bowed as he greeted him. Miss Zhuge, what brings you here today? Zhuge Qi glanced at him with disdain and sat down on the sofa in the office. Principal Lin, I need you to help me arrange for a few people to enter the Tianzi secret realm to take the martial arts exam. Lin Wenjun frowned. He didn't understand what Zhuge Qi meant, and he didn't dare to ask more, otherwise he might lose his job. Ms. Zhuge, it may be difficult to arrange for others to enter the Tianzi secret realm to take the martial arts exam. We may not have enough time to re-establish the student files. Zhuge Qi glared at him and said sternly, I don't care what the difficulties are. Just tell me if you can do it. If you can't, I'll find someone who can take your place. Lin Wenjun thought it over again and again, then gritted her teeth and said, I can do it. I can do it. Zhuge Qi then stood up and left. Looking at Zhuge Qi's departing figure, Lin Wenjun glared at him fiercely. Bah! What the hell? After leaving experimental middle school, Zhuge rushed to the Jiangnan City teleportation array. At this moment, someone from the Zhuge family was already waiting there. Seeing Zhuge get out of the luxury car, he hurriedly bowed. Miss. She stood next to the teleportation array, and her graceful figure attracted sidelong glances from others. Half an hour later, the teleportation array flashed with light, and 4 men walked out from it. The leading man was wearing a plaid shirt and a pair of sunglasses, and he looked at Zhuge with an intoxicating smile. Chi, I didn't expect you to come and pick me up in person. Zhuge nodded, his expression unchanged, and looked calmly at the 3 young men behind the leading man. Li Xingyun, are these 3 the geniuses you're looking for? Li Xingyun chuckled. Chi, let me introduce you. This is Deng Wushuang, the genius of the Deng family in Kyoto. He possesses an S-level talent, assimilation. Another genius from the Qin family in Kyoto, Qin Song, also possesses an S-level talent, the illusion butterfly. The last one is Li Xingli, the genius of our Li family. His talent is a level gigantism. Chi, don't underestimate him because he is an A-level talent. In combat, he is no weaker than an S-level talent. The 3 of them are now at the bronze 6-star level, and are among the best of their peers. The children of the big families in Kyoto have been taking all kinds of natural treasures since childhood to temper their bodies, which can make their physical training more effective. After their talents are awakened, they have a large number of spirit stones, elixirs, and formations to assist in their cultivation, and their starting point is much higher than most people. This is also the foundation of the wealthy and noble families in Kyoto. Having been raised in Kyoto since childhood, she is naturally aware of this. It can be said that after the children of wealthy families in Kyoto awaken, their realm is accumulated by accumulating resources. This method is very effective in the early stages. Once you reach a certain level, it is impossible to use this method anymore. It is difficult to improve your level without the trials of life and death. This is why most students join the National Security Agency after graduating from university and go to the front lines to fight alien beasts. This time, it was equivalent to the arrival of 3 geniuses with S-level talents, and Zhuge smiled. This time, with 3 geniuses showing up, Li Bufan is doomed to die. Seeing Zhuge smile, Li Xingyuan was stunned. Beautiful. Chi, you are so beautiful when you smile. Li Xingyun glanced at the 3 people behind him. The 3 young men also had dazed expressions on their faces, staring at Zhuge blankly. Cough cough. What are you 3 looking at? I'm warning you not to set your sights on Chi, otherwise, hee. The 3 young men laughed and said, Brother Xingyun, we won't compete with you for your sister-in-law. We just admire her. Ha ha. Wushuang is right. Zhuge suppressed his disgust and said to the servant beside him, take these 3 geniuses from Kyoto to experimental middle school. Principal Lin will naturally make the arrangements. Yes, miss. After the 3 Kyoto geniuses left, only Zhuge and Li Xingyun were left. Li Xingyun rubbed his hands and chuckled, Chi, where are we going next? Take you to the hotel. He pressed on, Chi, didn't you say you'd give me a chance to pursue you? He. The 3 of them haven't completed the mission yet. Zhuge said coldly. Chi, just wait for my pursuit. I've already sent that person's photo to the 3 of them. With 3 S-level geniuses coming forward, even SSS-level geniuses will have to retreat. I hope so. Zhuge sent Li Xingyun to a 5-star hotel owned by the Zhuge family and then returned to the Zhuge family. The only thing left is the list of the city guards. Li Bufan has been practicing at home these days and has not gone out at all. He only practices when eating. 5 days passed in a flash, and Li Bufan felt that his realm was about to break through again. Click. It was as if a shackle in his body was shattered, and he successfully broke through to the bronze 6-star realm. Ha, cool. It took 5 days to break through to bronze 6-star. The levels after that are getting harder and harder. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, and I need to consolidate my realm after a breakthrough. The next morning, Li Bufan rode his bike to school. All the students who were taking the martial arts exam gathered in the playground. Arriving at the school playground, Li Bufan took a quick look and found that there were less than 100 students who had registered for the martial arts exam. Compared with the school's nearly 3,000 college entrance examination candidates, less than 4% of them take the martial arts exam, which is really a drop in the bucket. The fat man saw Li Bufan jogging towards him and watched the flesh on his body swaying up and down. Li Bufan laughed and said, Fatty, you're too plump. What? Brothers are brothers, don't think about my body. Chapter 24, Entering Tianzi's Secret Realm. I like your sister more than your body. Get lost. Yan Huayuan stood on the flag-raising platform and looked at the sparse classmates on the playground, feeling a little lost. When he saw Li Bufan in the crowd, he smiled and nodded at him. Yan Huayuan's action was seen clearly by the students in the audience, and they all turned their heads to look at him. The fat man stroked his chin and looked Li Bufan up and down carefully. Are you familiar with Principal Yang? No, only once or twice. It's true that we've only met a few times and we haven't had much communication. Is that so? The fat man still looked a little unconvinced. Certainly. Half an hour later, Yang Huayuan took the list handed to him by a teacher and read it carefully. Classmates, there are 98 students participating in the martial arts exam this time. The Tianzi Secret Realm is about to open. When you enter, your safety is your first priority, followed by hunting exotic beasts. The martial arts exam scores will be ranked according to the number of beast cores obtained. Finally, I hope that every one of you can come out of the Tianzi Secret Realm alive. There is a beast core in the body of every exotic beast, and the beast core is the core of every exotic beast. The place where spiritual power is stored in the human body is the Dantian, while the alien beasts store their spiritual power in the beast core. After a bronze-level beast is killed, the beast core spiritual power in its body will basically be lost and will be of little value. After a silver-level beast is killed, some spiritual power will remain in its core, which can also be used for cultivation, but the effect is much worse than that of spirit stones. Only the beast cores in high-level exotic beasts are suitable for cultivation. In addition to cultivation, beast cores can also be used to refine pills, refine weapons, and other purposes. If there are still students who do not want to take the martial arts exam, please stand up. Looking around, Yan Huayuan nodded in satisfaction. Surprisingly, no classmate stood up. Suddenly, a bronze object that looked like a token appeared in his hand, and he injected a stream of spiritual power into the bronze token. The bronze token immediately floated up, and suddenly a light appeared, and a space wormhole suddenly appeared behind the bronze token. Li Bufan looked at it in amazement. Is this the entrance to the Tianzi Secret Realm? What is this bronze token? Could it be the key to the Tianzi Secret Realm? Various discussions were heard on the playground, and Li Bufan glanced at the fat man next to him. He opened his mouth and stared at the space wormhole on the stage with wide eyes, his face full of shock. Classmates, this is the teleportation entrance to the Tianzi Secret Realm. The martial arts exam will last for 2 days. You can go in now. I wish you good luck. The fat man immediately grabbed Li Bufan's arm and rushed towards the flag-raising platform. Bufan, let's go in quickly. Entering the teleportation entrance, Li Bufan thought he would experience a wonderful feeling. Then I didn't feel anything, as if I had walked from the living room into the room. What comes into view is a lush forest. The mountains are long and vast, and many peaks are covered with snow. From time to time, dull roars of beasts could be heard in the distance. It feels like another world here. Li Bufan looked at where he was and found that he was halfway up the mountain. The other students around him looked at this secret place in surprise. Bufan, what should we do now? Go down the mountain and hunt strange beasts. At the same time, other students also began to form teams one after another. Only by sticking together would they have the greatest hope of surviving these 2 days. After forming teams, the students began to go down the mountain one after another. Li Bufan and Fatty were not willing to be left behind and rushed down the mountain. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain. The teams dispersed in all directions. Li Bufan and the fat man chose a direction and walked forward. The lush woods occasionally cast a ray of sunlight from a distance. Li Bufan was observing his surroundings attentively, but the fat man next to him was a little nervous. He gripped a spear tightly with both hands, so tightly that the fingers of his entire hand turned white. The unknown is often frightening, and it's normal to feel a little nervous. Fatty. Relax a little. If you get so nervous that your body becomes stiff, how are you going to fight when you encounter a strange beast? He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Li Bufan patted his shoulder and said, Fatty, how many bronze stars are you now? 4 stars. What about you? 6 stars. His nervousness disappeared in an instant, replaced by incredible shock. How is this possible? Hey! Why would I lie to you? Whoosh! There's movement. The fat man quickly lowered his body. Where? I don't see anything. Suddenly, the grass in front began to shake. Li Bufan immediately took out the black knife and stared at the front with full concentration. Hiss! A emerald green snake head poked out from the grass, and then its body stood up like a cobra, and the whole snake's body was emerald green. It stood upright, staring at Li Bufan and the other man, hissing. Bufan, this is a jade-scaled snake, a bronze 4-star exotic beast. As long as you don't get bitten by it, you'll be fine. Watch me. Nail it to the ground. Sharp spikes protruded from the ground and pierced the skin of the green-scaled snake. It hissed and swam towards the fat man quickly. Two fangs sprayed a stream of venom at him, but the fat man dodged it. The venom fell on the grass, and the grass immediately turned black, as if it had been splashed with ink. Damn, I almost fell into its trap. Nail it to the ground. The green-scaled snake was knocked away by the spikes, and the fat man swung his spear and smashed it. The green-scaled snake was knocked to the ground. He rushed over and shot the green-scaled snake to death. The fat man took out a dagger, cut open the belly of the green-scaled snake, and took out a ping-pong ball-sized, pitch-black animal core. Fatty, you used this spear as a stick. He said a little aggrievely, I don't want to either. I haven't learned the spearmanship skills yet. Well, let's continue on our journey and be careful on the road. The two continued to move forward. Li Bufan walked in front and the fat man followed behind. His realm is higher than the fat man's, and he has the samsara eye to lead the way, so it is most suitable for him to walk in front. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at an open area, and a lake with a radius of several thousand meters appeared in their sight. Groups of thorn deer rest around the lake. Their antlers are as long as thorns. If you are pricked by them, you will at least lose a layer of skin if you don't die. The fat man's scalp tingled as he looked at the dense swarm of thorn deer. He swallowed hard and said, Bufan, let's run away before the thorn deer find us. The number of these thorn deer is too terrifying. Li Bufan looked at the herds of thorn deer and suddenly had a bold idea. This idea flashed through his mind like lightning in a stormy night. Chapter 25, The Art of Spiritual Communication and the Demonic Statue. Seeing that Li Bufan was staring at the herds of thorn deer in a daze, the fat man tugged at his clothes. Bufan, run. You don't have any ideas about these thorn deer, do you? Li Bufan smiled and said, Fatty, do you want to do something big? Seeing Li Bufan smile, the fat man couldn't help but shudder. Are you kidding me? So many thorn deer can trample us to death. Do you still want to attack them? Fatty, this thorn deer is only a bronze 5-star beast. Besides, I have a big move, I want to try it. Seeing Li Bufan's serious look, he still couldn't believe that there was any powerful move that could deal with herds of thorn deer. Bufan, to be honest, I'm still a virgin. I haven't tasted the saltiness of a girl yet. Don't try to trick me. Oh. The dignified young Master Wang is actually a virgin. This doesn't suit your status. Li Bufan laughed at him. The fat man's eyes dodged, and he actually blushed a little. He said with all his strength, we are both the same, so don't laugh at each other. Cough cough. Fatty, climb up the tree. I'm going to try my ultimate move. Are you serious? I'm about the same weight as you can get on a tree. Then walk further away. If something goes wrong, run away immediately. Li Bufan walked out of the woods and headed towards the lake. His figure immediately attracted the attention of the thorn deer. Yo-yo. Noticing this uninvited guest, the thorn deer stared at him and made yo-yo sounds. Some of the thorn deer kept kicking their legs as if they were about to charge towards him. The fat man was dumbfounded watching from a distance. He was ready to rush up and save Li Bufan at any time. Li Bufan continued to walk towards the herd of thorn deer, and immediately some thorn deer rushed towards him. I'll use you to try out my ultimate move. The Art of Spiritual Communication. Outer Path Golem. Come out. Boom. The earth shook as if the end of the world had come. Bang bang. The ground cracked instantly, debris flew everywhere, and a huge head emerged from the ground. The huge head had 9 eyes and a huge mouth that looked extremely ferocious. Then a pair of giant hands stretched out, it supported itself on the ground with both hands, and roared towards the sky. The entire upper body was exposed, with 10 column-like protrusions growing from the back, and the entire body was the color of deadwood. It really is the Outer Path demon statue. I thought it was the 10 tails. It turns out to be just an empty shell. Li Bufan felt that the spiritual power in his body had been drained, so he quickly took out a soul-restoring pill and swallowed it. There were still iron chains tied to the hands of the outer golem. It pulled its hands to the sides and the chains broke immediately. Finally, his feet stepped out from the ground, and a hundreds-meter-tall heretic golem suddenly appeared in its entirety. The herd of thorn deer were so frightened by this scene that they froze and trembled. The fat man in the distance looked at the hundreds of meters tall heretic golem, whose mouth was so wide that an apple could be stuffed in. He slapped himself hard with both big slaps. Hiss. Nema. I'm not dreaming. The herd of thorn deer began to retreat in fear. Li Bufan had spent so much effort to summon the outer path golem, how could he let them run away? Wood release, pole-piercing technique? The heretic golem raised its hands, and countless wooden thorns shot out from its palms. The herd of thorn deer were instantly knocked to the ground by the dense wooden thorns. Ding! Killed a bronze 5-star thorn deer, points plus 50. Ding! Killed a bronze 5-star thorn deer, points plus 50. Ding! Killed a bronze 5-star thorn deer, points plus 50. The system's prompt sounds kept ringing and the points were rising rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, there was no living thorn deer in sight, and only a few lucky ones escaped. The bright red blood flowed into the lake, dyeing the entire surface of the lake red. Suddenly, several purple chains stretched out from the mouth of the heretic golem, rolled up the dead thorn deer on the ground, and pulled them all into the mouth of the heretic golem. What's going on? The outer golem doesn't play by the rules. Damn it! Not a single one of my beast cores is left? After swallowing all the thorn deer, a columnar protrusion on the back of the heretic golem actually grew a little longer. Li Bufan's eyes widened. Is this evolving into the 10 tails? So the outer path demon statue can actually evolve the 10 tails in this way. He suddenly became excited, wondering if this method could evolve into the 10 tails. Doesn't that mean it can eventually evolve into a sacred tree? Infinite moon reading? That's not right. Doesn't the infinite Tsukuyomi require the Rinnegan to be cast? System. What's going on with this outer path demon statue evolving? Can my Rinnegan perform infinite Tsukuyomi? Ding. Host, please explore on your own. The system's words made him ponder. According to the system's words, it neither denied that he could not cast infinite Tsukuyomi, nor confirmed that he could cast infinite Tsukuyomi. But he said to explore on his own? Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. As for the beast core, he has no requirements for the results anyway. It doesn't matter whether there is a beast core or not. What he needs now is to develop quietly and discreetly, and not let the aliens know about his talent. Otherwise, he will be doomed if he is hunted every day. Phew. The heretic demon statue turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. The fat man then tiptoed out of the woods, his legs trembling a little, and tremblingly said, Bufan, what was that just now? Li Bufan pinched his chin and looked at him with interest. Fatty, it's not that serious, you're almost scared to pee. I almost peed myself, that thing was so scary. Phew. Fatty, that's the outer path demon statue I summoned with my psychic technique. Outer Dao Golem? What the hell? It looks like a devil crawling out of hell. Li Bufan couldn't explain to him what the art of psychic communication was and what the heretic demon statue was. You can think of it as a pet I summoned. Pet? That's fucking scary. Is this your innate skill? The emotion in his eyes trembled violently, and he couldn't help but tremble, forcing a miserable smile. Your talent can defeat everything. Hee hee, that's about right. Li Bufan quickly checked his personal attribute panel. The above shows points, 50610. His heart actually trembled. He must have killed at least 1,000 thorn deer. It's sent. Find some time to see what good things you can get from the System S points lottery. Fatty, let's take a break before we set off again. The fat man finally realized that there was not a single beast core left. He had seen with his own eyes the heretic golem swallow all the thorn deer corpses. But he has already joined Xinglong Academy, so his martial arts exam results are not important. Watching Li Bufan lying down to rest, he suddenly realized that Li Bufan could shock him every time. Chapter 26, Strange Beast Movements. The two rested for a while and then prepared to move on. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud thunder, followed by a light rain. Li Bufan and the other man looked at each other. No one knew why it was raining in the secret realm. Soon the rain got heavier. Raindrops as big as copper coins hit the leaves hard, making a papa sound. Fatty, quickly find a place to hide from the rain. What's going on in this secret realm? The two of them were jogging along, when suddenly the fat man pointed to a mountain in front of them. Buffon, let's go to the foot of the mountain to avoid the rain. Good. Boom. The wind was blowing hard and the rain was getting heavier. The two ran all the way to the foot of the mountain. The mountain in front of them was made entirely of stones. The two stood under a protruding rock. The roars of strange beasts came from afar, and both of them were frightened. Fatty, I'm going up the mountain to see what's going on ahead. I'll go with you. It would be even more frightening to leave him alone down there, so the two of them climbed up a mountain that was 40 or 50 meters high together. After climbing to the top of the mountain, the rain gradually subsided and the sun shone through the clouds. Looking into the distance, the mountains and forests seemed to have no end. They also saw some flying beasts flying in the same direction. Following the direction of the strange beast's flight, Li Buffon saw a high mountain. A dazzling light is reflected from the top of the mountain, like a mirror reflecting the sunlight. Fatty! What do you see on that hill over there? The fat man put one hand over his eyes, looked out, and asked doubtfully, Mirror? Mirror, your sister's mirror. Look where those flying beasts are flying to. Is there something attracting these strange beasts? Li Buffon patted his shoulder and said, Go over and take a look, and you'll know. If it were before, the fat man would never go to die if he knew that groups of strange beasts were gathering in one place. Now that he had seen the scene of Li Buffon summoning the outer path golem to hunt down Thorn, he agreed without hesitation. The two ran all the way towards the high mountain and saw many traces left by strange beasts along the way. The traces all pointed towards the peak, and both of them realized that things might not be that simple. Fatty, if anything goes wrong later, run away immediately and don't worry about me. Clear. Having not encountered any strange beasts along the way, Li Buffon became more cautious. What on earth could have attracted all the strange beasts? At the foot of the mountain, there is a flat and wide area with a layer of stone bricks on the ground. Thousands of strange beasts were heading towards the top of the mountain, and above the mountain top a group of flying strange beasts were circling around the palace. Only then did Li Buffon see the mirror on the top of the mountain clearly. It turned out that the top of the mountain was a palace. The palace is covered with golden glazed tiles, which sparkle in the sunlight like a golden mirror. This must be because the rain washed away the dust on the golden glazed tiles, making them look like mirrors. Could it be that these strange beasts were attracted by the reflected light? Other students from nearby were attracted over one after another. Li Buffon looked around and estimated that there were about 40 or 50 people. In addition to students from Jiangnan Middle School, many people from other schools also gathered. Li Buffon also saw the school beauty Shangwan Wanner in the crowd. She was wearing a tight short-sleeved t-shirt and dark tight jeans, showing off her graceful figure to the fullest. Looking at the dense crowds of strange beasts on the mountain, no one acted rashly. Some students even turned pale when they saw thousands of strange beasts and turned away without looking back. Suddenly, Li Buffon sensed that several people were walking towards him, their eyes fixed on him. He turned and looked at the three people coming towards him. One of them stared at Li Buffon carefully, then looked down at his phone. He said excitedly, That's right. That's right. It's him. The young man holding the phone asked, Are you Li Buffon? Li Buffon looked a little surprised. Were these three people looking for him? He didn't know anyone from other middle schools in Jiangnan City. It's me. Who are you? What do you want from me? He smiled and said, My name is Deng Wushuang. The two next to me are Qin Song and Li Xingli. We came here specifically to find you. Looking for me? What for? Li Buffon pointed at himself. Ha ha. The three of us came all the way from Kyoto, of course we want to borrow something from you. The other two smiled sarcastically. Kyoto? What do you want to borrow from me? Of course I'm borrowing your head, idiot. Ha ha. Li Buffon's eyes turned cold. He came all the way from Kyoto specifically to kill me? He had never been to Kyoto, let alone offended anyone in Kyoto. After hearing his words, the other students looked over, looking like spectators. The fat man next to him immediately stood next to Li Buffon after hearing his words. Humph. I have no grudge against you three. Ha? There are helpers? Just two losers. Deng Wushuang sneered. Wushuang, why are you wasting so much time talking to him? Let's kill them both first. There might be treasures waiting for us on the top of the mountain. This trip was really worth it, hee hee. Wuxuan, Li Xingli is right. It looks like there must be some treasure on the top of the mountain. Seeing that the three of them were determined to kill him, Li Bufan turned to the fat man and said, "Fatty, please step aside first. I don't need your help this time." The fat man stepped aside without thinking. He had absolute confidence in Li Bufan's strength, and if he went up to help, he might end up making things worse. Deng Wuxuan glanced at the fat man and said, "You're smart." The fat man was not angry. Instead, he smiled and gave them a thumbs up. Li Bufan took out the black knife and inserted it in front of him with both hands. The stone bricks on the ground were like tofu and he inserted it easily. Chapter 27, Samsara I shows its power. Deng Wuxuan's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of greed. "Good knife. Give me this knife, and I'll consider giving you a quick death." Li Bufan said disdainfully, "What kind of a nobody? You still want to covet my black knife?" Deng Wuxuan's veins throbbed with rage, and he gnashed his teeth as he said viciously, "I'm going to make him suffer a fate worse than death." Xin Song and Li Xingli, you two stay by his side and keep an eye on him. Don't let this piece of trash get away. Ha ha. Don't worry, brother Wuxuan. He won't be able to escape today. Xin Song also nodded. In their opinion, Li Bufan was already a dead man. All right. Ha, I'll show you the power of a genius. You can die without regrets if you die under my talent. Assimilation. Deng Wuxuan's body began to gradually become transparent, as if he was invisible. This strange scene left the other students nearby dumbfounded. How could a living person suddenly disappear? What the hell? What kind of talent is this? It seems to be invisible. This kind of talent is at least an S-level talent, right? Then Li Bufan probably didn't even know how he died. He offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Deng Wuxuan's talent could not escape Li Bufan's eyes of reincarnation. He could clearly see that Deng Wuxuan was simply blending in with the surrounding environment. It was not invisibility, but rather a more advanced chameleon camouflage. This is assimilation? A mere trifle. Wheel tomb, border prison. A transparent shadow suddenly appeared beside Li Bufan. Since Deng Wuxuan wanted to launch a sneak attack, let's see who has better skills. Speaking of sneak attacks, Lun Nubian Yu was definitely a magical skill. Deng Wuxuan quietly walked up to Li Bufan with a ferocious expression, as if he had already seen Li Bufan kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy. Just as he was about to make a move, Li Bufan glanced at his position and grinned. Deng Wuxuan was wondering if Li Bufan had discovered him when a sharp pain in his abdomen suddenly made him visible. He covered his abdomen and looked around, but did not see the person who attacked him. Bang! The shadow punched him in the face again, and Deng Wuxuan's nose immediately started bleeding. Bang! He was punched in the abdomen again, and Li Bufan stared at him coldly. Who's attacking me? Xin Song was stunned. Li Xingli was also confused. The students watching nearby were even more confused and bewildered. Deng Wuxuan, what's going on? Li Xingli roared. Xin Song carefully observed everything around him, but did not find anything unusual. Bang! Shadow kicked him to the ground without giving him a chance to speak. Deng Wuxuan looked at Li Bufan in horror. How could he not understand at this moment? This was definitely Li Bufan's doing. He was about to speak when Shadow came up and kicked him hard in the crotch. Ah! He let out a scream, curled up on the ground, and pointed at Li Bufan with difficulty. Li Xingli and Xin Song immediately realized, so it was you who was causing this? Ha ha! Who's the idiot now? Li Xingli's face was grim. He pointed at Li Bufan and said, "You think you can defeat the three of us with this strange ability of yours? Wishful thinking. You will die today. Xin Song, let's take action." Good. Phantom butterfly. Xin Song immediately used his innate magical power of illusion butterfly, and a half-illusory butterfly appeared above his head. The butterfly spread out a pair of huge wings, on which there were patterns resembling circles. With each flap of the butterfly's wings, the circle begins to rotate. Visual illusion? Hypnosis? Li Bufan suddenly found it a little funny. Both Deng Wuxuan's assimilation and Xin Song's illusion butterfly were restrained by his samsara eye. Although the magic butterfly's talent was useless to him, the others watching nearby were not so lucky. They all had dull eyes, staring at the wings of the phantom butterfly without blinking. Li Bufan noticed that Shangwan Wanner was the only one in the crowd who seemed unaffected. Could it be that the talent of the Angel of Light also has the effect of restraining visual illusions? The shadow walked up to Qin Song and kicked him in the abdomen. He immediately covered his abdomen and took a few steps back. The phantom butterfly above their heads disappeared in an instant, and the other people around them woke up immediately in shock. Li Xingli, who was protecting him, immediately understood what had happened. It must be Li Bufan's doing again. Usually when the three of them worked together, he would be the one protecting Qin Song. After Qin Song used his innate talent, the illusion butterfly, he became unable to move and someone had to be by his side to protect his safety. Qin Song covered his abdomen and stared at Li Bufan blankly. He swallowed and asked in a hoarse voice, "The illusion doesn't work on you?" "It's not that illusions are ineffective against me, but your illusions are just rubbish in front of me." "You." Qin Song was speechless. His phantom butterfly really had no effect on Li Bufan. However, Li Bufan's words were not very hurtful but extremely insulting, especially to the students watching nearby. They already knew that they had just been caught in an illusion, but Li Bufan was not affected at all. At this time, Deng Wushuang, who was curled up on the ground, seemed to have relaxed a lot. He stood up tremblingly and limped to Qin Song and Li Xingli. He gritted his teeth and stared at Li Bufan fiercely, wanting to say something harsh. Suddenly he felt someone was grabbing his throat, and the shadow grabbed his throat and lifted him up. He wanted to speak but couldn't, and there was only fear in his eyes. "Li Bufan, let Deng Wushuang go." Li Bufan glanced at Li Xingli and said coldly, "Are you ordering me around? I advise you to let him go. Deng Wushuang is not someone you can offend." "Then why did you three come to see me?" Humph. "Let him go." Li Bufan stared at Deng Wushuang with a half smile on his face. Die. Click. The shadow directly twisted Deng Wushuang's neck, and his head drooped down. The shadow threw his body to the ground and returned to its body. Time is up. This was the first time that Li Bufan saw a shadow return to its body by itself. This shadow could only last about 10 minutes now. If I could split into 4 shadows in the future, and then switch between the main body and the shadows at will, I would be truly invincible. Li Xingli looked at Deng Wushuang's body with a tense expression, heavy breathing, and beads of sweat on his forehead. You really dare to kill him? Do you know who he is?" "Ha ha. Who are they?" "Just a dead person. Do you think you two can go back alive?" Li Bufan glanced at them. "What? You still want to kill both of us? Putting aside whether you have the ability to do so, do you know who we are?" Chapter 28, Begging for mercy is useless. Li Bufan sneered, "What identity? Is it important? If you three want to kill me, be prepared to be killed by me." "You." Qin Song stared at Li Bufan with caution. At this moment, he had placed all his hopes on Li Xingli. The classmates who were watching around him were looking at him in shock. How could such a powerful and talented person be killed? And he killed so easily, is he really someone without any talent? The classmate who was once a joke in their eyes is now so powerful. Until now, everyone present did not know what talent Li Bufan had displayed. Only the fat guy next to him guessed what had just happened. "Are you two coming together or one by one? Li Bufan, don't underestimate us. I will let you see my talent." Giant. Li Xingli's body suddenly swelled up and his height suddenly increased. Then the whole person seemed to swell dozens of times in size and turned into a giant more than 10 meters tall. The other students watching nearby were so frightened by this scene that they began to retreat. This. Oh my god. What kind of talent is this? This talent is simply invincible. He can even crush you to death if you step on him. Looking at the giant in front of him who was more than 10 meters tall, Li Bufan was a little helpless. He really didn't want to use his psychic skills in front of so many people. Is this gigantism? I almost heard it as a chrysanthemum. Isn't this a Kimichi Chuji's multiplication technique? Li Xingli was very satisfied with his current appearance. He stared at Li Bufan cruelly and said, "You still want to kill us now? You killed Deng Wushuang, so you should die too." He took a step towards Li Bufan, and the ground began to shake. "Humph. Since you're determined to die, don't blame me." Li Bufan immediately took out a soul-restoring pill and swallowed it. The art of spiritual communication. Outer Path Golem, come out. Boom. The ground behind Li Bufan cracked open, and the heretic demon statue was summoned out again. A body that was over 100 meters tall looked up to the sky and roared. Large numbers of strange beasts on the mountain fled in all directions, leaving like a tide of beasts. Li Xingli looked up at the heretic golem in front of him and slumped to the ground. He seemed to feel his hair standing on end, his forehead was cold, and he saw stars. He was gripped by this nameless fear. He wanted to run, but his legs were trembling and he could not move them at all. Qin Song's face turned even paler. He felt as if the blood in his body was frozen and could not flow. He opened his mouth but could not utter a word. The other students who were watching were so scared that they rolled and crawled, and it felt like their legs and feet were not their own. He ran a long way before he dared to look back at the heretic golem. What the hell is this monster? Coming out from underground, this couldn't be the devil from hell. It's so freaking scary, I almost peed myself. Look, Li Bufan is still standing in front of the monster. Could it be that Li Bufan created the monster? The fat man stood by and tried hard not to run away. He knew that this was summoned by Li Bufan, but his legs and feet still couldn't help shaking. Li Bufan glanced at Li Xingli jokingly. At this moment, his body had returned to its normal size. Li Xingli, is your innate giantization more powerful? Or is my outer path golem more powerful? He looked at Li Bufan with horror in his eyes and remained silent. Since there's nothing more to say, then both of you can go to hell. Li Bufan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to kill you. Please forgive me this time. Who sent the three of you to kill me? It's my brother Li Xingyun, but my brother was also instructed by Zhuge Qi. Li Bufan now understood everything. It really was the Zhuge family again. That's it, then go die. How could Li Bufan possibly spare the three of them? If he had fallen into their hands at the beginning, he would have been worse than dead. Shangguan Waner, I am Li Nanshuan's younger brother, save me. He shouted to Shangguan Waner in the distance. Li Bufan was also stunned for a moment. Who was this Li Nanshuan? Why was he involved with Shangguan Waner again? As expected. Shangguan Waner ran over, and Li Xingli seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Are you really Li Nanshuan's younger brother? Yes, save me. Shangguan Waner was a little hesitant, not knowing whether to plead for him. She saw the whole thing happen, but in the end she gritted her teeth. Li Bufan, can you please let him go? I'll just consider it as a favor to you. How about it? No. You'll let go of someone who wants to kill you. He is a descendant of the Li family in Kyoto. If you kill him, I'm afraid. So what? Shangguan Waner didn't expect Li Bufan to be so decisive, and showed a hint of displeasure. Her expression could not escape Li Bufan's eyes at all, and he didn't want to continue talking to Shangguan Waner. Die. The heretic demon grabbed Li Xingli with a giant hand and threw him into its huge mouth of the abyss. No. Shangguan Waner was so frightened by this scene that her face turned pale. She stepped aside without saying a word. Li Bufan turned to look at Qin Song again. Qin Song was already at a loss at this moment. He said in a hoarse voice, Li Bufan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come to kill you. My uncle is the admissions officer at Suzaku Academy. If you can spare my life, I can arrange for you to enter Suzaku Academy. Li Bufan glanced at him in surprise. He didn't expect that Qin Song was Qin Feng's nephew. At the beginning, people from 5 colleges came to recruit him and gave him a lot of benefits in the end. This was a favor. Besides, the 5 academies will continue to provide him with training resources in the future. Your uncle is Qin Feng? Call him now. Qin Song didn't dare to ask more questions, so he took out his cell phone and called. Hey! Uncle, it's me, help! Qin Song could no longer suppress his emotions and immediately burst into tears. Li Bufan walked over and took the phone. Qin Feng's anxious voice came from the phone, Nephew, what's wrong? Tell me, I'm so worried. Teacher Qin, it's me, Li Bufan. Li Bufan, why are you here? Why are you and your nephew together? What happened to him? Qin Feng started barking at Li Bufan with a bunch of questions. Li Bufan gave a wry smile and said, Teacher Qin, it was me who wanted to kill him. Qin Song and 2 other people came from Kyoto to Jiangnan City to kill me. What? Impossible. What's going on? Teacher Qin, I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly right now. You can ask Qin Song later. I can spare his life, but I can't escape the death penalty, but I can't escape the punishment of living. He returned the phone to Qin Song. Did you hear what I said to your uncle just now? Cut off one of your arms, or you'll die. Qin Song's face turned pale. He didn't expect that Li Bufan and his uncle knew each other, and he would also have to pay such a huge price. But it's better than dying, and you can buy pills to regenerate broken limbs later. The elixir for regenerating severed limbs is a bit expensive, but the Qin family can still afford it. Chapter 29 Golden Leaf Immortal Vine. He gritted his teeth, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand, and he cut off his left hand with one sword. He covered the broken end of his arm without saying a word, but beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Li Bufan took out a golden medicine and threw it to him, then turned and left. Looking at the golden medicine in front of him, Qin Song picked it up and swallowed it in one gulp. The bleeding from the broken left arm stopped immediately. Thanks. He picked up his left hand and left without looking back. Phew. The heretic golem disappeared. The fat man then dared to approach Li Bufan and put his arm around his shoulders. Bufan, you were so handsome just now. Is he worthy of your sister? Go away, you're always thinking about my sister. I told you she's only 16. Although Li Bufan seemed to be powerful for once, he was not happy at all. His trump card was basically exposed today, the outer golem. After the Zhuge family secret realm ends, you will know that he was the one who killed Zhuge Wu. Now they have killed the children of the Deng and Li families in Kyoto, and have made enemies again. The Qin family might not let him go either. Li Bufan was helpless as a martial arts exam in a secret realm caused so much trouble. Fatty. Let's go up the mountain and see what treasures there are. Hey. Let's go. Li Bufan and the fat man walked towards the top of the mountain, followed by many other classmates. He turned around and said coldly to the students behind him, if anyone comes after me again, don't blame me for being rude. The strange beasts on the mountain were driven away by his outer demon statue. When he was bullied by 3 people, no classmate stood up for him except the fat guy. Want a piece of the action now? Forget it. Although the students behind were angry, they were helpless. All of them combined could not defeat one hand of Li Bufan's outer Dao demon statue. Fatty, do you smell anything? Smell? He sniffed hard. Hey! There really is a fragrance, it smells so good. Let's go up and take a look. The two of them jogged up the mountain and saw an ancient temple with a decayed main entrance. The mottled courtyard walls and exposed blue bricks show that this temple is definitely a 1,000-year-old temple. Pushing open the dilapidated temple door, the two walked in and saw a courtyard. At the back of the courtyard is a majestic main hall, with golden glazed tiles above it shining with golden light. Bufan, look! The fat man excitedly pointed at a strange tree in the middle of the yard. The tree was about 5 or 6 meters tall and had golden leaves. There were also dozens of fist-sized golden fruits on the tree, and the fragrance they had smelled before was emitted by these fruits. Fatty, what kind of tree is this? Hee. I'm rich. This is the golden leaf fairy vine, and the fruit on it is the golden leaf fruit. What a strange name. It's not surprising at all, just look at it. He picked up a palm-sized stone and threw it at the golden leaf immortal vine. Bang bang. Dozens of vines immediately emerged from the ground, and one vine wrapped around the stone that had just been thrown. Click. The palm-sized stones were directly crushed into sand as small as rice grains. Fatty. What is this vine? The roots of the golden leaf immortal vine? You can also understand it this way. The vines that extend from the ground can entangle anything that comes close. Just now it was just a stone. If it were a person or a strange beast, it would be pulled into the ground and become its nutrients. How weird. No wonder the flying beast we saw before was circling above the temple. So this is what happened. Fatty, what is the use of this golden leaf fruit? This golden leaf fruit contains extremely pure spiritual energy. After taking it, it can be directly converted into spiritual power in the body. Li Bufan widened his eyes, extremely excited. During his normal practice, he can only slowly absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stone into his body. This golden leaf fruit does not need to be absorbed slowly. It can be converted directly after taking it, which is equivalent to eating spirit stones directly. The fat man smiled obscenely. Bufan, it's up to you. Hey! It's done. Wheel tomb, border prison. A shadow walked towards the golden leaf immortal vine and did not react at all until it reached under the golden leaf immortal vine. Ha ha! It really works. The shadow climbed up in no time, picked a golden leaf fruit and threw it towards the main body. Looking at the golden leaf fruit in my hand, a burst of fruity fragrance hit my nose, and I almost couldn't help but want to bite it. The fat man rubbed his hands and laughed. "Bouffon, let me take a look." He took the golden leaf fruit, sniffed it hard, and looked like a sage. "Mooah." The fat man kissed the golden leaf fruit again. "Nima." "Hey, sorry, I couldn't help myself for a moment." Li Bouffon rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it, I'll give you this golden leaf fruit." The golden leaf fairy vine realized that it suddenly lost a fruit, and dozens of vines broke out of the ground, dancing in the air, and frantically attacking the surroundings. Shadow picked another golden leaf fruit and threw it over. Li Bouffon quickly put it into his storage ring. The vines of the golden leaf immortal vine swung towards Li Bouffon and the others. "Retreat quickly, this golden leaf immortal vine can sense that the fruit is with us." The two men quickly retreated a few meters, and the vines missed them, but continued to dance wildly in front of them. One golden leaf fruit after another was thrown over, and the vines whipped the air randomly, and there were bursts of sounds of breaking through the air, but it was all in vain. In the end, they got a total of 11 golden leaf fruits. Li Bouffon took 6 and the fat man got the remaining 5. "Fatty! We won't go to the main hall. We can't avoid this golden leaf fairy vine." He was already satisfied with getting 5 golden leaf fruits. "Okay, but why don't you try to summon the outer path golem?" Li Bouffon shook his head. If he summoned the outer Taoist demon statue, it might uproot the golden leaf fairy vine. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade, and it was worthwhile for him to get this golden leaf fruit. "Forget it, let's go down." After coming down the mountain, neither of them had any interest in hunting exotic beasts. The fat man joined Xinglong Academy, and the martial arts exam results were not important to him at all. He was so anxious to consume the golden leaf fruit that he had no time to hunt exotic beasts. The same is true for Li Bouffon. His main purpose of participating in the martial arts examination is to hunt exotic beasts and earn points. Now his points are enough for the lottery, so there is no need to hunt exotic beasts anymore. When they reached the foot of the mountain, it was already getting dark. The two found a flat place and began to prepare to spend the night. The fat man took out an extra large tent from his storage ring, and then moved out 2 single beds and laid out Simmons' mattresses. "Young Master Wang, are you here to take the martial arts exam or for vacation?" "Hey, think about it, if you get a girlfriend in the future, wouldn't you have to be prepared when you go out together? Think about it carefully." Li Bouffon. Climbing onto the bed, he sat cross-legged. System, start the points lottery. Chapter 30 Breakthrough to Bronze 7 stars. Select the 1000-point lottery option on the system interface. Ding. Winning the 10 consecutive draw. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Li Bouffon. System, isn't your chance of winning a bit low? Ding. Dear, the system is fair and impartial, and Tongsal will not cheat. Okay. One more time. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, congratulations on winning. Beginner Sword Skills Experience Orb. Primary Sword Skills Experience Ball, use it to gain the essence of primary sword skills. With a thought, a small red ball the size of a ping pong ball appeared in his hand. Is this the basic sword experience orb? System, how do I use this experience ball? Ding. Crush. Li Bouffon crushed the red ball in his hand, and a memory of basic swordsmanship appeared in his mind. At this moment, he felt as if he was a swordsman who had been obsessed with swordsmanship for many years. The 13 basic sword techniques include chopping, slashing, lifting, chopping, picking, pushing, stabbing, sliding, stirring, collapsing, pointing, pulling and cutting, and each one is well known by heart. This basic swordsmanship is pretty good, but compared with what was copied from the heavens and all worlds before, it is still far behind in quality. Whether it is the Hongmeng breathing method or the Black Blade Yi, one of the 12 great swords, they are at least comparable to the SSS level. System, continue the lottery. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. The third draw brought nothing, the probability of winning was too low. There are still 2 more draws left, so Li Bufan decided to save it for later and see if he can get 100,000 points. He took out a golden leaf fruit and took a bite. The flesh was sweet and melted in his mouth. He quickly finished the fist-sized golden leaf fruit. A warm current came from the dantian, followed by a surging spiritual power that filled the entire dantian, and the spiritual power of the fruit pulp continued to flow into the dantian. Boom! The shackles in his body were broken once again, and he successfully broke through to the bronze 7-star realm. The spiritual power contained in the golden leaf fruit pulp seemed to have found an outlet and rushed into the dantian frantically. After his dantian was once again filled with spiritual power, the spiritual power of the golden leaf fruit pulp completely dissipated and converted into pure spiritual power in his body. Li Bufan opened his eyes with a hint of joy in them. He didn't expect that a golden leaf fruit would allow him to break through to the 1-star realm. Personal attributes. Name, Li Bufan. Talent, Samsara I. Innate skills, Tao-seeking Jade, Will Grave Prison, Outer Path Demon Statue, Shinra Heavenly Sweep, Myriad Heavenly Attraction, Earth-Shattering Star, Heavenly Obstacle Shock Star, Samsara Natural Born Technique, High Emperor Spirit Venerable, Thousand Paper Crane Instant Body Technique, Yomi Hirasaka, Sky Hand Strength. Realm, Bronze 7 stars. Kung Fu, Hongmeng Breathing Method. Skills, none. Copy point, 0. Points, 20,610. Bufan, have you broken through to the bronze 7-star realm? The fat man was awakened by the momentum of Li Bufan's breakthrough while practicing. Well, I achieved a breakthrough after taking a golden leaf fruit. This golden leaf fruit is truly magical. Of course. The golden leaf fruit is a rare treasure for us. This time he experienced the magical effect of the golden leaf fruit, which means that there must be other similar treasures in this world. Ordinary people certainly cannot enjoy such natural treasures. Only wealthy nobles or powerful people can possess them. Because of this, people with higher status are destined to have a starting point that others cannot reach. Li Bufan did not take the golden leaf fruit again. He had just broken through the realm, and the most important thing right now was to consolidate his cultivation. In a cave somewhere in Tianzi's secret realm, Qin Song sat on the ground in a mess. He looked haggard and there were still some traces of tears on his face. Uncle, this is roughly the situation. Qin Feng on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Nephew, I already know what happened. This incident is a lesson for you. You don't have to think about seeking revenge on him. Even if he kills you this time, I can't do anything to him. There are some things you don't understand yet, and I can't tell you. Qin Song was struck by lightning when he heard this. His expression gradually stiffened, and he replied dejectedly, Uncle, I understand. Well, that's it for now. I have other things to deal with. As for your left hand, when you get it back, let the clan find a way to get you a regeneration pill. Thank you, Uncle. After hanging up the phone, Qin Song was still at a loss. It would be fine if his uncle didn't avenge him, but what did he mean by killing me and his uncle wouldn't do anything to him? Who is Li Bufan then? Only my uncle would say such a thing. Oh, forget it. If you can't provoke me, can't you just hide away from me? In a room at Suzaku Academy in Kyoto. Qin Feng showed a bitter smile after hanging up the phone. He didn't expect that Li Bufan's words of no escape while alive would actually cost his nephew a hand. Suddenly he became excited again, as if he had discovered a new world. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on a group chat called Very 6+1. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, shocking news. Shocking news. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong College, can't you let me sleep at this hour? What the hell is wrong with you? Jia Bai from Yanqing College, Lao Qin, what's the news? Xu Shan of White Tiger Academy, +1. Lin Tairan from Xuanwu College, +1. Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, +1. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, according to the latest news from my nephew, Li Bufan once created a giant hundreds of meters tall in the Tianzi Secret Realm martial arts examination. The giant had 9 eyes. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong College, how much fake wine did you drink last night? Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, it is absolutely true. My nephew Qin Song was forced to cut off his left hand in the Tianzi Secret Realm. Xu Shan from White Tiger Academy, Qin Feng, please explain clearly what is going on. Lin Tairan from Xuanwu College, +1. Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, +1. Qin Feng told everything Qin Song had told him without reservation. A long time. No one in the group chat replied, as everyone was individually digesting the shock this news had brought them. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy, your nephew really deserves it. His talent of illusion butterfly is useless to Li Bufan. Suzaku Academy Qin Feng. Xu Shan from White Tiger Academy, is this giant who was hundreds of meters tall Li Bufan's new talent? Lin Tairan from Xuanwu Academy, it is really possible. Talents that surpass the SSS level are truly terrifying. Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, +1. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy, don't worry about this for now. If what Lao Qin said is true, once Li Bufan leaves the Tianzi secret realm, he will definitely be hunted down by the Zhuge family of Jiangnan, the Deng family of Kyoto, and the Li family. Chapter 31 Yi Qinfeng. Qinfeng from Suzaku Academy, Lao Zhua is right. Even if we don't kill Li Bufan, his talents might be exposed. These two risks are too great. Xu Shan from White Tiger Academy, how about we go and give these three families a warning? Lin Tairan from Xuanwu Academy, this is all the Zhuge family's fault. I think they're tired of living. Old Qin, aren't Zhuge Qi and Li Xingyun still students at Suzaku Academy? Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy. Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, now is not a matter of assigning responsibility, we have to find a way to resolve this issue. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong College, Lao Yang, you are smart, do you have any ideas? Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, first of all, you can't all come forward together for this matter, otherwise it will arouse suspicion that 5 colleges are protecting the same student. It is best for one person to come forward, and this person must be able to suppress the 3 families. Yang Huayuan's suggestion was quickly agreed upon by others, so now it depended on who would come forward. This person must be very powerful in order to stabilize the 3 families, especially the Deng and Li families in Kyoto. Zhaobai from Yanjing College, since Li Bufan is registered under the name of our Yanjing College, it would be reasonable for us to take action. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy, Lao Zhao, I am not mocking your Yanjing Academy, but if your Yanjing Academy steps in, it may not be able to suppress the Deng and Li families in Kyoto. The strength of Yanjing Academy is indeed not weak, but it is not much stronger than the wealthy nobles in Kyoto. How can it suppress the 2 major families in Kyoto? Zhaobai from Yenqing University. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, Zhuge Qi and Li Xingyun are both students of our Suzaku Academy. They are the 2 who caused this trouble, so let Suzaku Academy step in. Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, yes. Others also agreed that this might be the best solution at the moment. Qin Feng stood up and stretched. He looked at the time and saw that it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, so he called the principal. Qin Feng, is there something urgent so late? Principal, it's like this. He told the story again from beginning to end and expressed their thoughts. Well, I understand. You did a good job. I will take care of this matter. Don't worry. Thank you, Principal. The next morning, Li Bufan and Fatty woke up from their practice. Fatty, today's martial arts exam is over, let's go back to the entrance to the secret realm. Good. The 2 of them returned all the way to the entrance, encountering more than a dozen strange beasts along the way, and they killed them all easily. When we arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, we saw that many classmates were already waiting there. When they saw Li Bufan and the fat man, they all made way for him and looked at him with awe. In the Jiangnan City teleportation array, a middle-aged man in a gray tang suit walked out. His eyebrows were sharp, and the upward part seemed to be raised like a sword, revealing a sharp and daring aura. The guard of the teleportation array was so frightened by his momentum that he lowered his head. When he looked up again, he found that the man had disappeared. Who is this person? He's so powerful, yet he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The guard immediately pulled out his phone and said, "Hey, boss, a strong man just came out of the teleportation array and disappeared in the blink of an eye." "Xiaolu, wait there, I'll be right there." Half an hour later, Fang Bo, the head of the Jiangnan City Defense Army, hurried over. "Xiaolu, tell me what that person looked like?" "Boss, I didn't dare to look at him closely. He looked to be around 40 years old, with a shaved head." Fang Bo pinched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. A middle-aged man in his 40s? With a buzz cut? He searched in his mind for a powerful human who met these conditions, but after a while he still couldn't figure out who this person was. Alas, what troubled times! Who is it? In the Zhuge family study in Jiangnan City, Zhuge Zhang and Zhuge Qi were studying a list of people leaving the city. Zhuge Zhang frowned and pursed his lips. He had been studying this list for several days and still had no clue. Father, most of the people on this list are from the city guard. Why do they leave the city so frequently? Could my brother's death be related to the city guard? Cher, the affairs of the city guards are not for us to inquire about. As for war, he probably won't provoke the city guards. Zhuge Zhang stared at the list again. In fact, he was also very curious why so many city defense troops left the city. Could it be that something happened outside the city? Otherwise, the city guards would not behave like this for no reason. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded in the quiet study. Are you the head of the Zhuge family? Hearing this voice, Zhuge Zhang suddenly looked up and stared at the other party in disbelief. A middle-aged man stood in front of the father and daughter with an expressionless face. The Zhongnan man looked at him and glanced at Zhuge Qi next to him. Zhuge Zhang pulled Zhuge Qi behind him. This man was able to avoid the guards quietly and easily came in front of him without even noticing. This man must be a strong man. I am Zhuge Zhang, the head of the Zhuge family. Who are you, senior? Yi Qingfeng, you were the ones who sent people to kill Li Bufan in the Tianzi secret realm, right? Zhuge Zhang was confused. Tianzi secret realm? Kill Li Bufan? He turned his head and looked at Zhuge Qi behind him. Cher, what's going on? Yi Qingfeng looked at Zhuge Qi without any expression. When Zhuge Qi heard Yi Qingfeng's words, he immediately understood what was going on and felt secretly delighted. It seemed that the three geniuses from Kyoto had already killed Li Bufan. At the moment, she didn't know who Yi Qingfeng was and how he was related to Li Bufan. She was sure that he was here to demand revenge, but as long as she could avenge her brother, she didn't care about her own life. Yi Qingfeng is the vice president of Suzaku Academy. People of this level usually practice in seclusion for a long time and would never care about school affairs. How could Zhuge Qi know him? Senior, Li Bufan killed my brother, and he deserved it. This matter was arranged by me alone, and has nothing to do with the other members of the Zhuge family. Senior, if you want to avenge Li Bufan, you can kill or cut me, Zhuge Qi, as you wish. Yi Qingfeng sneered, revenge? 2 of the 3 people you sent over are dead, and the remaining one only managed to survive by cutting off an arm. Impossible. Zhuge Qi shouted hysterically. If these 3 geniuses take action, Li Bufan will definitely die. Zhuge Zhang now roughly guessed what was going on. He pulled Zhuge Qi and said, Senior, I wonder why you came to the Zhuge family this time? He knew that if Yi Qingfeng wanted to kill them, he would not say so much and would just do it directly. Luckily, nothing happened to Li Bufan this time, otherwise, would you still be standing here talking? Chapter 32 City Defense Army. At this time, Yi Qingfeng's aura was like a rainbow, and a powerful pressure burst out. Zhuge Qi's face turned pale and she fell to her knees. Under such pressure, she couldn't even lift her head. Zhuge Zhang managed to hold on and not fall to his knees. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and he was gasping for breath. Snort! Bang! Yi Qingfeng stomped his foot, causing the tiles on the ground to fly into pieces, and an even more powerful pressure erupted. Zhuge Zhang could no longer hold on, he knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. This is just a warning to you. There are some people you cannot touch, otherwise no one can save you. At this time, a roar echoed from the sky. Who is it? How dare you come to my Zhuge family and act wildly? Zhuge Zhang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with joy, Father. Outside the study, an energetic old man in his 70s walked in. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was covered with wrinkles. He walked into the study with an angry look on his face, staring at Yi Qingfeng. After feeling Yi Qingfeng's aura, his heart skipped a beat. King? My name is Zhuge Xin. Who are you, and why are you causing trouble in my Zhuge family? Yi Qingfeng's expression hadn't changed at all since the beginning. He said coldly, so what if I acted wildly in your Zhuge family? Are you going too far, sir? You are just an old dog in the Star Glory realm, stop putting on airs here. Zhuge Xian's forehead veins bulged violently, and he gritted his teeth and said, then let's see if your strength is as great as your words. Spiritual energy surged in his body, his muscles were tense, and he looked ready to strike. But Yi Qingfeng raised his hand and waved it, and an unmatched force instantly knocked him away and knocked him out of the study. Zhuge Xian stood up, holding his chest, his heart beating wildly, his throat blocked, and a hint of fear in his eyes. Peak of the king? Zhuge Zhang ran to his side and asked worriedly, Father, how are you? Zhuge Xian waved his hand, Zhenger, I'm fine. Your Excellency's strength is astonishing. I am ashamed to be inferior to you. I wonder how my Zhuge family has offended you.
Yi Qingfeng ignored him, staring at Zhuge Zhang and said coldly, "Remember my warning, I won't be so easy to talk to next time." After saying that, he stomped his feet, flew into the air, and disappeared into the sky.
Zhanger, what's going on? Father, I'll take you to the study and explain in detail.
In the study, Zhuge Zhang explained the whole story in detail from beginning to end.
Zhanger, then it can be confirmed that it was Li Bufan who killed War.
However, our Zhuge family cannot afford to offend Yi Qingfeng, so let's put War's revenge aside for now.
After hearing this, Zhuge Qi immediately said, Grandpa, how can you ignore my brother's revenge? Zhuge Xian's expression turned cold. You two are not responsible for War's death? Wasn't it you two who fostered War's arrogant and domineering personality? Grandpa, Li Bufan must be buried with his brother no matter what. Zhuge Xian shook his head and sighed. Cher, you were the one who brought the 3 geniuses from Kyoto here, right? Now 2 of them are dead. Doesn't that have anything to do with you? Does it have nothing to do with our Zhuge family? Will their family not come to our Zhuge family to demand justice? As for Li Bufan, we don't need our Zhuge family to intervene. The family that lost 2 geniuses will naturally not let him go. Zhuge Zhang's eyes lit up. That's right. Even without the Zhuge family stepping in, how could the 2 Kyoto families let Li Bufan go after their talented children died?
In this way, they would not offend Yi Qingfeng, but he became worried again.
These 2 families would not let Li Bufan go, and would definitely come to the Zhuge family to demand an explanation. He sighed. What is coming will eventually come. Zhuge Qi also realized the seriousness of the matter. All these consequences were caused by her. Father, Don't worry, Cher, your father and grandfather are here to take care of everything. You don't have to worry.
At the Jiangnan City teleportation array, Fang Bo, the head of the city defense army, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, resting. He had been waiting here the entire time. Suddenly he opened his eyes, stood up, and stared sharply ahead. A middle-aged man in a tang suit appeared in his sight. Yi Qingfeng also noticed Fang Bo. They smiled at each other, and Fang Bo's tense expression relaxed.
Ha, I said that the expert came to Jiangnan City. It turned out to be Vice President Yi. Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly. Isn't this Lord Fang Buofang from the City Defense Army? Why are you waiting for me so specially? Fang Bo and Yi Qingfeng both graduated from Suzaku Academy, and they entered Suzaku Academy in the same year.
The two had already known each other when they were in Suzaku Academy, but Yi Qingfeng stayed in the academy after graduation.
However, Fang Bo joined the National Security Bureau and was assigned to the Jiangnan City Defense Force. When Yi Qingfeng approached, Fang Bo punched his shoulder and said, Why did you come to Jiangnan City? You didn't even say a word when you came here. Just a small matter, come and take care of it. Fang Bo looked at him with a half-smile. Could it be a trivial matter that the vice president of Suzaku Academy could handle personally?
Obviously Yi Qingfeng didn't want to mention it, but as a member of the Jiangnan City Defense Army, if he wanted to find out what Yi Qingfeng had done in Jiangnan City, he could naturally find out clearly. Looking at Fang Bo's expression, Yi Qingfeng smiled bitterly. All right. The Zhuge family did something they shouldn't have done, so I came here to give them a warning.
Really? Oh, right. Are you guarding here? Fang Bo rolled his eyes. Isn't it all because of you?
I heard from down there that a powerful person had arrived in Jiangnan City, so I came here to guard.
Yi Qingfeng frowned and asked in confusion, a powerful person came from Jiangnan City, so you are so nervous? Could something have happened? Alas, the barbarians are probably going to make a move. Fang Bo's face was extremely solemn. Barbarians? Could it be because of that underground thing? Fang Bo nodded, and a Chuan character appeared between his eyebrows, as if carved by a knife or an axe. Has it been reported? There's no good solution up there. Either we deal with the barbarians or the one underground. I will report this matter to the dean personally. Also, if possible, there is one more thing I need your help with. Fang Bo touched his chin, walked around Yi Qingfeng, and looked him up and down. TSK. Is there anything you can't handle in Jiangnan City that you need my help with? Yi Qingfeng pulled the corner of his mouth and said casually, It's not a big deal. There's just a little kid at Jiangnan Middle School. Can you help me take care of him? Student? What's his name? Li Bufan. The reason why he asked Fong Bo to take care of him was because he was afraid that the Zhuge family or other people would secretly assassinate Li Bufan.
As a member of the Jiangnan City Defense Force, nothing big or small that happens in Jiangnan City can escape his eyes. It is most appropriate for Fong Bo to take care of Li Bufan.
Fong Bo was even more confused. Yi Qingfeng came to Jiangnan City to do a small matter? Now you ask him to help take care of a student? Chapter 33, Robbery on the Road? What's so special about a student that he deserves this?
Yi Qingfeng smiled and said nothing, and Fong Bo did not continue to ask questions.
Okay.
I'll take care of him if conditions permit.
Thank you. How long will it take for the teleportation array to open? I need to hurry back to Kyoto. You can start it now. Yi Qingfeng nodded and stepped into the teleportation array.
Watching Yi Qingfeng disappear into the teleportation array, Fong Bo said to the guard next to him, "Xiao Lu, go check for me on a student at Jiangnan Middle School.
His name is Li Bufan." "Don't worry, boss.
I'll find out what color underwear he's wearing."
Fong Bo knocked him hard on the head. Why would I want to know the color of his underwear? Go check. Keep it confidential. Yes. Inside the Tianzi secret realm, Li Bufan and his companions have been waiting for the exit to open. Li Bufan took a quick look around.
Almost everyone who could come had already arrived, and those who hadn't come had probably died in the secret realm.
Buzz.
Suddenly, a ripple appeared behind him, and the exit of Tianzi's secret realm opened.
The crowd rushed towards the exit one after another.
After leaving the secret realm and looking around, they found that they were still in the school playground. After everyone came out, the teacher made a final count and found that there were 98 people who entered the Tianzi secret realm this time, but only 81 people came out now, and 17 people stayed in the Tianzi secret realm permanently. Classmates, congratulations on successfully completing this martial arts exam.
You may now submit your Beast Core statistical scores.
A bronze 1-star Beast Core is worth 1 point, a 2-star Beast Core is worth 2 points, and so on. Li Bufan had no Beast Cores, so he gave them all to the fat man. The two of them only had a dozen Beast Cores in total. On the other hand, the fat man had no intention of handing over the Beast Core. Both of them stood there, unmoved.
The other students turned their heads to look at Li Bufan.
Based on his strength, he could definitely get first place, but he just stood there motionless, with no intention of handing in his Beast Core. Soon, the Beast Cores submitted by all the students were counted.
Shangguan Wanner submitted more than 50 Beast Cores of various realms, and undoubtedly became the first place. The Beast Core count is complete. Li Bufan, please wait a moment. The other students can leave.
As other students left one after another, only Li Bufan and Yang Huayuan were left on the playground. Li Bufan, all 5 academies know what happened in the Tianzi secret realm.
In addition, Suzaku Academy will also send someone to intervene.
I believe the Zhuge family, the Kyoto Deng family, and the Li family won't cause you any trouble openly, but they might still try to take action against you behind your back. You have to be careful. Li Bufan was not at all surprised that the 5 academies knew what happened in the secret realm. Qin San would definitely call Qin Feng to tell him. The only thing he didn't expect was that Suzaku Academy would send someone out.
Li Bufan didn't dare to be careless. There was a very high possibility that these 3 families would secretly attack him. Thank you, Principal. I understand. Well, go back and be careful.
He nodded, turned and left, got on his bike and sped away out of the school gate. He hadn't ridden far when he saw a man blocking his way back. He wore a pair of sunglasses, his hands in his pockets, exuding an imposing aura. He slowly uttered a few words. "Are you Li Bufan?"
"It's me."
"Who are you?"
"Li Xingyun."
He still remembered that before Li Xingli died, he said that it was Li Xingyun who brought the 3 of them to Jiangnan City, and Li Xingyun was also instructed by Zhuge Qi. Li Xingyun is Li Xingli's brother. Later, Li Xingli told Shangguan Wanner a name named Li Nanxuan. It seems that Li Nanxuan is also a member of the Li family in Kyoto, and seems to have a close relationship with Shangguan Wanner. Li Bufan stared at him, a sneer on his face. "You are the one who brought 3 geniuses from Kyoto to kill me, right?"
"Yes, it's me." "Don't waste time. Tell me. What are you waiting for me for?"
Li Xingyun was stunned for a moment, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You killed my brother Li Xingli and ruined my good deeds."
"Of course I came to kill you."
"He wanted to kill me, and I killed him in return. It was his own fault."
If you want to kill me, go ahead and do it. Who will win? Let's see who wins.
Li Bufan is now at the bronze 7-star realm, and he believes that Li Xingyun is at the silver realm at best. Even if you really can't defeat him, you can still use your psychic skills, and maybe even kill him. He is already invincible and has no need to fear Li Xingyun. The only concern now is the use of psychic techniques in the city, as the impact would be too great.
Then give it a try.
Li Xingyun was ready to go, his clothes moved without wind, and a wave of air came towards Li Bufan. Li Bufan was calm and composed, without any sign of panic. Suddenly, he sensed that there was someone hiding next to him.
The corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer, and he glanced at the man's hiding place. Do you have help? Come out.
Li Xingyun was stunned. What helper? Looking in the direction Li Bufan was looking, a man in his 30s walked out from behind a tree 20 meters away. He walked slowly towards Li Bufan, smiled slightly, and clapped his hands.
Amazing! Amazing! You spotted me from such a long distance.
No wonder you, a bronze realm opponent, remained so calm. Li Xingyun stared at the man with a serious expression. He could feel that the other party was definitely at the silver realm as well. Li Bufan actually discovered this man hiding nearby, but he himself was unaware of it at all. He thought to himself that Li Bufan was indeed not a simple person. Noticing Li Xingyun's expression, Li Bufan was certain that this man was definitely not in the same group as him. Who are you?
First, tell me how you discovered me? I saw it.
The mysterious man stared at Li Bufan's eyes. These red eyes seemed like a whirlpool with infinite magic power, pulling his mind into the whirlpool. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Your eyes are your talent, right?
What level of talent is it? No levels.
The mysterious man thought to himself, it is indeed consistent with the information obtained from the investigation.
This is a spiritual eye talent without any level. My name is Lu Xuanxi, and I'm from the Jiangnan City Defense Army. City Guard? Li Bufan had never had any dealings with the city guards except when he registered to leave the city. Lu Xuanxi glanced at Li Xingyun and said, You are from Kyoto, right? I have seen you at the Jiangnan City teleportation array. I advise you not to cause trouble in the territory of our Jiangnan City Defense Army. You can leave now. Li Xingyun stared at Li Bufan unwillingly. You're lucky.
If you dare to kill a member of my Li family, just wait.
I'm at your service any time. He turned and left. Li Bufan asked Lu Xuanxi, Why are the city guards here? I just happened to be passing by. Passing by? What a coincidence. Chapter 34, Breakthrough to Bronze 8 Star. Li Bufan didn't believe him at all and just passed by and hid behind a tree to watch the show? In that case, I'll be leaving first. Lu Xuanxi didn't say much and just nodded.
I got home safely and as soon as I entered the door I saw Li Tianda lying on the sofa watching TV. Ever since Li Bufan transferred 1 million to him, Li Tianda has not gone to work.
Hey! My son's martial arts exam is over. How did you do? Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him angrily. Dad, you don't even worry about me, you are so careless. Your cheap dad is really unreliable. Son, how can you say that about your dad? I've been worried about you these past 2 days. I didn't even go when Aunt Zhang called me. Li Bufan. He had originally planned to tell his father about the Zhuge family, the Kyoto Li family, and the Deng family. Now seeing how heartless Li Tianda is, I think it's better to just forget it. After dinner, Li Bufan started practicing. Now, those who came to kill him were already at the silver level. He took out a golden leaf fruit and ate it, and a huge amount of spiritual energy was instantly converted into spiritual power in his body. His dantian immediately became saturated, and he took out another golden leaf fruit and ate it. Boom! His spiritual power broke through the limit of his dantian, and all the fatigue in his body was swept away, replaced by a feeling of comfort all over his body. He successfully broke through to the bronze 8-star realm. This time, it took 2 golden leaf fruits to break through to the 1st star. If I break through to the 9th star of bronze, I guess I'll need at least 2 or even 3 golden leaf fruits. Personal attributes. Name, Li Bufan. Talent, Samsara Eye. Innate skills, Tao-seeking Jade, Will Grave Prison, Outer Path Demon Statue, Shinra Heavenly Sweep, Myriad Heavenly Attraction, Earth-Shattering Star, Heavenly Obstacle Shock Star, Samsara Natural Born Technique, High Emperor Spirit Venerable, 1000 Paper Crane Instant Body Technique, Yomi Hirasaka, Sky Hand Strength. Realm, Bronze 8 Star. Kung Fu, Hongmeng breathing method. Skills, none. Copy point, 0. Points, 20,610. Still no new talents to use? No way. Then try the talents. Wheel tomb, border prison.
A shadow split apart, and then another shadow appeared.
2 shadows? Hee. Not bad.
He controlled a shadow and walked into the living room. At this moment, Li Tianda was still lying on the sofa watching Douyin, and occasionally let out a vulgar laugh or two.
Exchange.
Li Bufan seemed to have traveled to another world for a moment, and then appeared in the living room in an instant.
Li Tianda turned his head and looked. Son, why are you walking without making any sound? Exchange. He returned to the room in an instant.
Li Tianda sat up as if he had seen a ghost, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief.
Am I dazzled? That's impossible. Those women must have sucked me dry. They're so good at sucking dirt. I'd better not go there anymore. In the room, Li Bufan experienced this feeling of exchange, which was really wonderful. If I split into 4 shadows, can I use the same confinement ability as Madara-sama? I don't know what the name of that confinement skill is. Try again when there are 4 shadows.
He sat cross-legged and began to consolidate his state of mind. Jiangnan City has 2 city gates, the West Gate and the East Gate. Under normal circumstances, the West Gate can be used for entry and exit, while the East Gate is always closed.
Xiqing District, most of the residents in this area are the city guards and their families. The city guards' offices are also located in Xiqing District. The city defense troops were set up in Xiqing District to make it easier to guard the West City Gate. At this moment, in a luxurious villa in Xiqing District, Lu Xuanxi was reporting Li Bufan's investigation results to Fang Bo, the head of the city defense army. Fang Bo was extremely shocked when he saw the results of the investigation. His expression was stiff and he slowly raised his eyes. Even the muscles on his cheeks were twitching slightly. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The investigation results say his spiritual eye talent has no level? Yet, during the martial arts exam, he created a terrifying giant hundreds of meters tall, and this giant also devoured an enemy who wanted to kill him? Boss, yes. I found it unbelievable when I first heard it, but dozens of students in Tian's secret realm saw it with their own eyes, so it shouldn't be wrong. Also, I met a Silver Realm person this afternoon who wanted to kill him. To my surprise, he wasn't panicked at all and even noticed me hiding nearby. Meanwhile, the Silver Realm person was completely unaware of me. Isn't that strange?
Fang Bo leaned back in his office chair with his eyes closed, tapping the table with his hands. After a while, he finally opened his eyes and said excitedly, Xiao Lu, the information we have now is limited. The only thing we can be sure of is that this Li Bufan is definitely not a simple person. I didn't expect such a person to be in our Jiangnan city. And yet our city guards didn't notice it, and the people in Kyoto actually discovered it first. But I'm becoming more and more interested in him. What secrets does this little guy have? Even the vice president of Suzaku Academy is paying attention to him. Xiao Lu, please invite him to the city defense army tomorrow. I want to talk to him, hee. Yes, boss. The next morning, Li Bufan received a strange phone call. Hello? Who is this? Li Bufan, I'm Lu Xuanxi, the city guard who met you yesterday afternoon. Li Bufan was stunned. He was right in his guess yesterday. This Lu Xuanxi was not just passing by chance. But why did this city guard suddenly notice me? Hello, what can I do for you? It's like this. The head of our city defense army wants to talk to you. Don't worry. We, the city defense army, have absolutely no ill intentions. If the city guards had malicious intentions, they would not have helped him out yesterday. Li Bufan was aware of this, and he also wanted to know what the city guards were trying to do. No problem. Thank you. I'll send the address to your phone. Ding. I received his message right after I hung up the phone. The map showed that he was in Xiqing District. He rode his bicycle towards the location address. He turned at 4 or 5 intersections along the way, and he found 1 or 2 red G-class vehicles following him. Humph. Who is it again? The ghost won't go away. He took a detour into a small road, and the red G-class followed him. Li Bufan stopped his bike and squeezed into a small alley. Li Bufan hid on the right side of the alley exit. He wondered which family was following him. Sure enough, After a while, he sensed a person getting off a G-class and entering the alleyway, walking towards him. The moment this person walked out of the alley, Li Bufan took decisive action, grabbed the other person's chest with his right hand and pulled him to his side, and strangled the other person's neck with his left hand.
Ah! Li Bufan was stunned for a moment. Why did this voice sound a little wrong? Those pectoral muscles are pretty big, right? But why is it so soft? He pinched his right hand again. Ah, pervert! Only then did he realize that the person following him was actually a woman? Li Bufan quickly let go and pushed her out. Looking closely, the woman had a beautiful face and skin as white as snow. She was wearing an ivory long dress that trailed on the ground, looking otherworldly and elegant. She also had a white baseball cap on her head. Chapter 35 Xiaomingqi. At this moment, she covered her chest with her hands, staring at Li Bufan coldly with anger in her brows. Slut! Li Bufan was a little embarrassed. He had never expected that the person following him was a woman. Who are you? Why are you following me? She didn't answer Li Bufan, but gritted her teeth and blurted out, "You rapist, die!" A vine broke out of the ground and instantly wrapped around Li Bufan's whole body. The woman had a sharp sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Li Bufan's chest. Crazy bitch! Shinra Tensei! Bang! The vines were instantly bounced away. The beautiful woman was about to stab Li Bufan when she was suddenly bounced back by an inexplicable force. Her beautiful face was full of astonishment. Tianyin of all things! Before she could react, another inexplicable force pushed her towards Li Bufan. She reacted quickly, and a vine sprouted from beneath her feet, pinning her to the spot. Draw a circle on the ground to make a prison. Hundreds of vines suddenly sprouted from the ground around Li Bufan, and were about to surround him. Wheel tomb, border prison. Two shadows split out, one shadow quickly approached the beautiful woman, and the other shadow guarded him. These hundreds of vines formed a yurt, trapping Li Bufan inside. Die, rapist! Strangle! The vines surrounding the yurt began to wriggle, and the space inside gradually compressed. Li Bufan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. He had at least several ways to deal with this kind of move. Sensing the shadow outside approaching the beautiful woman, he uttered two words softly. Exchange! He instantly appeared in front of the beautiful woman and grabbed her snow-white neck. Don't move! Or I'll break your neck! The beautiful woman's pupils trembled. She stared at Li Bufan blankly, still unable to believe how Li Bufan suddenly appeared in front of her. How did you do that? Don't you understand the situation? Your life is in my hands now. Tell me. Who are you? Why are you following me? She let out a sigh and said slowly, "My name is Xiaomingqi. My grandfather said he wanted to introduce me to you, so I came to see who you are." Who is your grandfather? Li Bufan was a little confused. President of White Tiger Academy. Li Bufan finally understood what was going on. When the 5 colleges came to recruit him, they seemed to have mentioned that the school beauty of White Tiger College was the principal's granddaughter. He quickly let go, so that's what happened. So you've been spying on me in my neighborhood and have seen my photo? Xiaomingqi nodded. I was just waiting for you this morning at the prison opposite Xingfu community. Go away. I believe your grandfather is joking with you. Besides, I don't know you. So I have something else to do and I'm leaving now. Returning to the roadside, he rode his bicycle towards Xiqing district. Xiaomingqi looked at his back as he left, and suddenly remembered that he had attacked her chest just now. Her beautiful face turned red. Half an hour later, Li Bufan arrived in front of a villa. Lu Xuanxi was already waiting for him downstairs. Please follow me, our boss is waiting for you. Okay. Lu Xuanxi took him to a tea room on the second floor and left. The tea room was furnished with chairs and coffee tables made of golden nanmu wood, and a stick of sandalwood was burning in a corner of the tea room. A middle-aged man with a slender face, about 40 years old, with dull skin and a few sparse wisps of beard under his chin. When he saw Li Bufan, he stood up, looked him over, and said with a smile, Come here, please sit down. Thank you. Li Bufan sat down opposite him. I'm Fong Bo, the head of the Jiangnan City Defense Army. I hope you don't mind my taking the liberty of asking you to come here. Li Bufan smiled slightly. The City Defense Army has such a great responsibility, why would I mind? I wonder what you want to talk to me about this time. Fong Bo poured him a cup of tea and smiled when he heard Li Bufan's evaluation of their city defense army. To be honest, a friend asked me to look after you a while ago. I was quite curious about you, so I wanted to meet you. Li Bufan finally understood why Lu Xuanxi suddenly appeared and helped him out.
As for the person who commissioned Fong Bo, according to Yang Huayuan, it should be someone from Suzaku Academy.
Thank you, senior. Thank you for your trouble. You're welcome. We in the city guard have gotten to know you a little better. I'm very optimistic about you. I wonder if you're interested in joining us. Li Bufan was stunned for a moment.
He didn't expect Fong Bo to invite him to join the city defense army so suddenly. He admired the duties of the city guards very much, but he still had to go to Yenqing College and had no interest in the city guards at the moment.
Thank you for your kindness, senior. I'm sorry, but I don't have any intention of joining the city defense army yet. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. I'll do my best. Ha ha. That's okay. Maybe my invitation was too sudden. I have another question right now. Could you please help me? Senior, please speak. I heard that you created a strange giant over 100 meters tall during the martial arts exam, and it swallowed up the person you wanted to kill. I wonder if this giant can swallow anyone? Li Bufan smiled bitterly. It seemed that many people knew about the heretic demon statue now. He now had no idea what Fong Bo meant by this, and there were many things he didn't know about the heretic demon statue. It seems that the current Outer Path demon statue is somewhat different from the Outer Path demon statue in the Naruto world. In the Naruto world, the Outer Path demon statue must devour the 1 to 9 tails to become the 10 tails, and its final form becomes the divine tree. Now, the Outer Path demon statue can slowly evolve into the 10 tails by devouring corpses or living things. Senior, it's reasonable to say that it can devour any person or beast, but I haven't tried it, so I can't be sure. Fong Bo nodded. He pinched his forehead, his expression a little conflicted. After a while, he said, Li Bufan, if I give you a chance to try, would you be willing? Yes, of course I would. To be honest, I also want to know the answer. Li Bufan's heart was pounding. He tried hard to restrain his inner excitement. If he had such an opportunity, he would certainly not give it up. Okay. Before that, let me tell you a story. In the early days of Jiangnan City, a powerful barbarian led his tribe to invade Jiangnan City. That barbarian had already reached the extraordinary realm. At the time, our human race also had an extraordinary strongman stationed in Jiangnan City, so a shocking battle broke out between the two. In the end, it was our human strongman who sealed the barbarian extraordinary strongman at the cost of his life. Li Bufan was shocked. The extraordinary realm was already the top-level strongman. The realms in this world ranged from bronze, silver, gold, to star, king, unparalleled, and then to extraordinary, transcendent, and super god realms. Chapter 36, Barbarian Extraordinary Power. It is also said that after years of exploration of secret realms by powerful human beings, they have learned from countless relics that there are 3 higher realms in the other world, namely domination, immortality, and eternity. There is basically no rival in this world for those at the extraordinary level, but I didn't expect that the extraordinary barbarian warrior who was sealed at the cost of his life was just a powerful one. The barbarians and humans have different ways of cultivation. Humans cultivate the spiritual power in their bodies, while barbarians cultivate their physical bodies. Constantly temper the body with spiritual power to make it indestructible and immortal. Senior, you are not asking me to summon a giant to devour this sealed barbarian extraordinary warrior. Li Bufan swallowed his saliva. This idea was too shocking. Fong Bo sighed and said, this is also a helpless move. According to our city defense army, the barbarians are already preparing to gather a large army to attack Jiangnan City. It's to rescue their sealed extraordinary strongmen. Now the best way to avoid this war is to completely eliminate these barbarian extraordinary strongmen. Li Bufan was speechless. If the barbarians invaded, who knows how many people would die. This was indeed the only chance to avoid a war. Senior, this extraordinary barbarian has been sealed for so many years. Is it possible that even the country can't kill him? Fong Bo shook his head and said, you don't know that the barbarians cultivate their physical bodies, and the barbarians' extraordinary realm can be defeated and sealed. But it is very difficult to completely destroy them. Even if one wants to completely destroy the physical body of a barbarian extraordinary strongman by reaching the transcendent realm, it will cost a huge price. Li Bufan took a deep breath.
He didn't expect the barbarians to be so terrifying. He was not a saint.
Now all his relatives and friends were in Jiangnan City. Besides, if the outer demon statue could really devour such a strong man, to what extent would it evolve? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Senior, I'm willing to try. Good. If you succeed, you will be the greatest benefactor of our Jiangnan City Defense Army and the benefactor of all the human race in Jiangnan City. Senior, I just want to do my best. Ha, well said. Come with me. After leaving the villa, Feng Bo drove Li Bufan to a warehouse-like building.
The entrance was heavily guarded with dozens of guards.
Li Bufan also sensed that there were many masters hiding around. Was this the place where the extraordinary barbarian warrior was sealed?
This is the sealed place.
Everything you are about to see must be kept strictly confidential. Good. Boom.
The heavy door of the warehouse slowly opened, and a gust of cold air blew in his face.
Li Bufan couldn't help but shiver.
The heavy doors were all opened, and what came into view was a room of over 100 square meters. There was a circle drawn in the center of the room, somewhat similar to a helicopter landing pad, with 4 elderly people sitting cross-legged around the circle.
Feng Bo took Li Bufan in.
The 4 old men stared at Li Bufan with sharp eyes, as if they wanted to see through him from inside out. Feeling the gazes of these 4 old men, Li Bufan felt as if he had fallen into an icy river in winter, with a chill running down his body.
These 4 old men were definitely the strongest among the strong.
Feng Bo said respectfully, "Please, for seniors, open the entrance to the sealed area." The 4 old men didn't say much, and they shot out a stream of spiritual power towards the sky above the circle. These 4 spiritual powers gathered above the circle on the ground, and then shot down to the ground.
The circle on the ground instantly lit up with a dazzling light. Boom!
The circle drawn on the ground split to the sides, revealing a teleportation platform.
Feng Bo stepped up first, followed closely by Li Bufan, and the teleportation platform flashed with light. In an instant, they both appeared in an extremely huge cave.
There are some other buildings in the cave, and there are many guards standing in all directions, and there is an altar in the center of the cave.
Feng Bo took Li Bufan towards the central altar.
Only when they got closer did they see clearly that there was a figure on the altar, his limbs bound by black iron chains. The figure on the altar was dressed in rags, without a single hair on his head, with many strange runes painted on his face, and his skin looked withered. Looking at Feng Bo approaching, he grinned. "The guards have increased a lot recently.
I guess our barbarian people are coming, right?" Ha ha. Feng Bo frowned, his eyes cold and stern, and said sternly, "Manchi, just give up on this idea. You can't escape while I'm here." Manchi sneered, "It's been hundreds of years, and you humans haven't been able to do anything about it? Just you?" Feng Bo didn't say anything, but nodded at Li Bufan. At this time, only then did Manchi notice Li Bufan beside Feng Bo. He squinted his eyes, stared at Li Bufan, and then laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. You wouldn't expect anything from a bronze ant."
He shook his head inside. No wonder the human race is like an ant in the universe.
Now it doesn't seem strange at all. Li Bufan was stunned. The human race in all the heavens and worlds? From what he said, can we judge that there are human beings in other alien worlds? He couldn't help but ask, are there humans in other worlds? Manchi squinted his eyes and said sarcastically, "Ants.
If our powerful barbarians hadn't come, you humans would have been extinct in this world long ago." Li Bufan's heart seemed to be gripped by a huge force. Even those in the extraordinary realm were called strong men.
What kind of strong men were they?
Feng Bo, who was standing next to him, put his hand on Li Bufan's shoulder. Only then did he come to his senses and tried hard to suppress the shock in his heart.
He turned to Feng Bo and said, "Thank you, senior. I'm ready."
"Well, just do your best and don't put too much pressure on yourself,"
Manchi said sarcastically. "Just him?"
Li Bufan looked around, walked down the altar and came to an open space in front of the altar.
Feng Bo looked at him strangely. The art of spiritual communication. Outer path golem. Boom.
The ground began to tremble, the earth cracked, and hundreds of meters tall heretic golems broke out of the ground. It roared towards the sky, and its 9 eyes rolled around, looking extremely weird. The sudden movement startled the guards in the cave.
Feng Bo looked up at the heretic golem. He was a little stunned, his eyes full of shock. When he investigated Li Bufan's information flow before, he knew that he could create giants hundreds of meters tall.
Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe his eyes. Manchi's eyes suddenly opened, he swallowed, and asked in a hoarse voice, What is this? The 9 eyes of the heretic demon statue suddenly stared at Manchi. At this moment, he seemed to be stared at by a demon. His body seemed to be thrown into the boundless cold deep sea, and the blood in his body solidified. Crash! Several purple chains extended from the mouth of the heretic golem and wrapped around Manchi. Manchi roared, and his body seemed to be inflated. His originally withered skin instantly became saturated, and his skin turned black.
Chapter 37 Black Stick. Dark skin? Li Bufan showed a strange expression and thought to himself, isn't this armament hockey? Could it be that the barbarians' cultivation of their physical bodies is similar to the armament hockey in the One Piece world? High-level armament hockey is indeed invulnerable to swords and guns. No wonder the barbarians' bodies are so strong.
The purple iron chain wrapped around Manchi and began to pull him towards the outer demon statue.
Manchi was not willing to be outdone. A powerful force burst out from his body and he fought against the purple chain on equal terms. He roared, You want to destroy me, Manchi, with just this weird giant? You're dreaming. For a moment, Tielian and Manchi seemed to be evenly matched. Li Bufan was a little disappointed.
Manchi had been sealed in this place for who knows how many years. His body looked withered, and his strength was probably only 1/10 of what it was, yet he was still so formidable. If he was in his prime, the purple iron chain wouldn't be able to wrap around him, and even if it did, he could probably break free with just one hand.
Fong Bo's expression was gloomy.
It seemed that it was impossible to devour Manchi with the help of this giant.
Ha ha! You want to kill me? Dream on!
Manchi's words seemed to have angered the heretic demon statue, and more than a dozen black sticks protruded from the heretic demon statue's body.
It shot towards Manchi.
The barbarian with his limbs bound had nowhere to hide, and the black stick pierced his body directly.
Li Bufan was dumbfounded. Black stick? Where did the black stick come from? Could this be Nagato's chakra receiver?
Manchi suddenly froze in place, his expression terrified, a completely different person from before.
How is this possible?
The barbarians had strong bodies and ordinary weapons could not break their skin, but the black stick pierced his skin easily. The spiritual power in his body instantly passed into the body of the outer demon statue along the black stick.
Manchi felt dizzy, and the spiritual power in his body was continuously drained. Manchi's face turned pale.
He tried hard to pull the black stick out of his body, but his strength was visibly being devoured, and his body became as withered as before.
Gradually, Manchi's expression became gloomy and his face was full of fear.
He pointed at Li Bufan and didn't want to think about living for hundreds of years while the human race had no way to deal with him. But now he died at the hands of a bronze-level ant.
Manchi knelt on the ground.
His body was like a mummy, and his blood and flesh essence were completely devoured by the heretic demon statue. After the outer path demon statue devoured Manchi, it withdrew its chakra, and a column on its back grew a little longer.
Li Bufan smiled bitterly. This demonic statue devoured a powerful person in the extraordinary realm who had been sealed for many years, but it didn't even grow a tail? Phew!
The heretic demon statue turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared.
Ding!
Killed the extraordinary 2-star barbarian week, points plus 100,000.
Hey!
He didn't expect that killing Manchi would give him points, and he was rewarded with 100,000 at once.
This wave of huge profit. Fong Bo slapped his cheeks hard with both hands. He hadn't reacted to this sudden scene yet. The moment he saw the black stick piercing into Manchi's body, he thought he was dazzled. This. Fong Bo walked up to Manchi and squatted down, examining him carefully.
Except for the skin and bones, all the flesh and blood on Manchi's body had been devoured. Only after confirming that Manchi was dead did he believe that what had just happened was actually real. He stood up, still with a look of disbelief on his face. Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, he bowed deeply to Li Bufan. Li Bufan, this time you not only rescued the city defense army, but also saved tens of millions of people in Jiangnan City.
Thank you very much. Li Bufan quickly said, Senior, you are too kind. I am just trying my best. Ha ha.
That's the truth.
You don't have to be polite. Manchi is dead. Now I'm completely relieved. Senior, I hope you can keep today's events a secret for me. Fong Bo glanced at him in surprise. Who would refuse to become famous? And yet Li Bufan asked him to keep it a secret?
He turned and shouted into the cave, "What happened today must not be spread to anyone else, or you will be punished according to military regulations."
Ha ha. Now that we're done here, let's go up.
He was particularly happy at this moment. After stepping onto the teleportation array, they returned to the warehouse. The four old men opened their eyes, took a look, and then closed their eyes again.
Fongbo smiled faintly and said, "For seniors, please stop guarding here. Manchi is already dead."
"What did you say?" The four old men stared at him sharply.
"Manchi is already dead.
The four seniors will go down and take a look and find out for sure." Fongbo took Li Bufan out of the warehouse, and the four old men behind them had disappeared. Back at the villa, Fongbo wanted to keep Li Bufan for a while, but Li Bufan didn't dare to stay here any longer and arouse suspicion, so he left on the pretext of having something to do.
"Okay, then. Call me anytime if you need anything in the future." "Okay, thank you, Senior Fong." Looking at Li Bufan's departing figure, Fongbo sighed, "What a good seedling.
It would be great if he could join the city defense army." Thousands of miles west of Jiangnan City, this place was originally Chang'e City, but now it has become a territory where barbarians are active. There are tens of millions of barbarians living in Chang'e City, and this is just one of the cities occupied by the barbarians.
There are 9 statues standing in the central square of the city.
These 9 statues are the 9 strongest barbarians on Blue Star. The barbarians believed in the strong, and as usual, they would go to the square every day to admire the 9 statues.
Click. Suddenly the 9th statue cracked, and the crowd was horrified.
The cracking of the statue meant that the person had died.
Master Manchi has fallen? Revenge for Lord Manchi. Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. Lord Manchi was sealed away by humans for hundreds of years without any problems, so how could he suddenly die?
That's right, our barbarians are invincible physically, and humans have no way to deal with us. It was not until a powerful barbarian came forward to confirm that Manchi had indeed fallen that these barbarians completely believed that their Lord Manchi had died. In a secret territory of the barbarians, 8 powerful barbarian warriors gathered together. Leading them was a man wearing a black monk's robe, his entire face hidden in a hat.
"Boss, is this old 9 really dead?"
"Yes. It has indeed fallen."
"That's strange. The human race has been helpless for so many years, why are they suddenly falling now?" "Boss, could it be that a powerful person from the human race who has reached the transcendent realm has taken action?" The man in the black monk robe shook his head, "I don't know. The cost of transcending the realm to kill Lao Jiao is too high, so the possibility is relatively low." "Of course. We can't rule out the possibility that humans have found a way to deal with the physical bodies of our barbarian warriors. This is exactly what I'm most worried about right now." "Impossible. The myriad worlds can't do anything to us barbarians, let alone the human race." "Alas. We have to be on guard against this situation. Lao Jiao has already fallen. The plan to attack Jiangnan City has been cancelled. We must now find out the reason for Lao Jiao's fall. If the human race really has a way to deal with our barbarian bodies, it will be troublesome." Chapter 38, The Fall of the Zhuge Family. "Boss, what do you say we should do?" "6th and 7th brothers, you two will be responsible for investigating this matter. It's difficult for us to investigate in the human area, so it's best to find a human insider." "Understood." A group of uninvited guests came to the Zhuge family in Jiangnan City at this moment. People from the Deng family and the Li family in Kyoto finally showed up. In the Zhuge family's reception room, Zhuge Zhang was sitting with his father Zhuge Exayan and Zhuge Qi.
Sitting opposite were Li Xingyun and 2 other middle-aged men, one was Deng Zhong from the Deng family in Kyoto, and the other was Li Qianfan from the Li family in Kyoto. Deng Zhong's face was cold. This time, the one who died was a talented young man from their clan. "Master Zhuge, how do we resolve this?" Zhuge Zhang had a forced smile on his face. At this moment, he was facing 2 major families in Kyoto. If he was not careful, the Zhuge family would be destroyed. Our Zhuge family does bear some responsibility for this matter, but the main responsibility still lies with Li Bufan. He was the one who killed the talented son of the Deng family. Bang! Deng Zhong slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Wasn't it your Zhuge family who arranged for Wushuang to enter the Tianzi secret realm? Are you trying to shirk responsibility?" The Deng family in Kyoto also had their own grievances, so Yi Qingfeng personally visited the Deng family to protect Li Bufan. The strength of the Deng family in Kyoto is far inferior to that of Suzaku Academy,
and Deng Wuxuan wanted to kill Li Bufan but was killed in return. The Deng family has no reason to attack Li Bufan openly again. Mr. Deng has misunderstood. Our Zhuge family is brave enough to take responsibility and will not shirk responsibility. Well, I won't beat around the bush. I only have one request: the Zhuge family will become a vassal of our Kyoto Deng family. What? Zhuge Xian, who was sitting nearby, stood up angrily and said, "You want our Zhuge family to become a vassal of your Deng family? Impossible. To put it nicely, it means being a vassal, and to put it bluntly, it means becoming a dog of the Deng family in Kyoto." Deng Zhong sneered, "I'm just putting forward a request from our Deng family. Whether you agree or not is your business." Absolutely impossible. Zhuge Xian said, gritting his teeth. Zhuge Xian turned his head and looked at Li Qianfan again. What does the Li family in Kyoto think? Li Qianfan smiled slightly. Our Li family's request is very simple. If we lose a genius, then the Zhuge family must compensate us with a genius. As long as Zhuge Qi is betrothed to Li Xingyun, the matter will be settled. Li Xingyun had known about the family's decision for a long time, but now that it was announced, he couldn't help but feel excited. Zhuge Qi is one of the 3 most beautiful women in Suzaku Academy, and Li Xingyun is just one of her many suitors. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qi's face turned pale, his chest heaving violently, and he shouted, "Impossible." Li Xingyun's face suddenly darkened. "Shiqi, do you hate me so much? I don't have any feelings for you, just forget it. So what you said back then about me finding 3 geniuses for you and then giving me a chance to pursue you is also a lie." Li Xingyun stood up, his eyes red and flashing with uncontrollable anger. "It's them who failed to complete the task, not me who broke my promise." Li Qianfan pulled him to sit down and said, "Master Zhuge, our Li family is the same as the Deng family. I am only putting forward our Li family's request. Whether you agree or not is up to you." Faced with this naked threat, Zhuge Zhang was helpless. One faction demanded that they become vassals, the other demanded that they hand over the only genius of the Zhuge family. Any of the requests would lead to the decline or even destruction of the Zhuge family. How could they agree to it? Zhuge Zhang said helplessly, "How about this, you two, give us a few days to think about it." Deng Zhong and Li Qianfan looked at each other and nodded. "Okay. We'll give you 3 days to think about it." After the 3 people left, Zhuge Zhang was slumped in the chair, his 2 deep-sunk eyes were empty and lifeless, revealing a look of despair. Zhuge Xian sighed deeply. At this point he had no other options. Faced with such absolute strength, he could only be at the mercy of others. Zhuge Qi's eyes were red and tearful as he knelt down beside Zhuge Zhang's knees. "Father, Grandpa. It's me who ruined the Zhuge family." Zhuge Zhang stroked her hair and said softly, "Xier, what's your fault? The fault lies in the fact that our Zhuge family is too weak. Xier, leave now. Go somewhere and hide your identity. As long as you're alive, with your talent, your future achievements will definitely surpass your father's. The Zhuge family depends on you from now on." Her long eyelashes were covered with tears, and she said in a broken voice, "Father, Xier is not going anywhere. Xier, you are now the only hope of the Zhuge family. Do you really want to marry that Li Xingyun? As long as you leave, what does it matter if we become vassals of the Deng family?" "Father. Zhuge Zhang could naturally see that she had no feelings for Li Xingyun, and even felt an immense dislike for him. How could he watch his daughter jump into the fire pit? "Leave tonight. You don't have to tell me where you're going. I just hope you're safe. Xier, your father is right. You are the only hope of our Zhuge family. Please leave. Your father and I will be fine." "Okay. Father, Grandpa, take care of yourselves." The Deng and Li families never expected that Zhuge Qi would leave alone. Zhuge Qi didn't expect that her departure would completely destroy the Zhuge family. 3 days later, when Deng Zhong and Li Qianfan arrived at Zhuge's house to ask for an answer, they learned that Zhuge Qi had left alone. Li Qianfan was furious, and that night the Deng and Li families in Kyoto sent out experts to kill all the members of the Zhuge family. Zhuge Zhang and Zhuge Xian did not resist for long before they were beheaded in public by the Li family's masters. The Li family and the Deng family in Kyoto completely divided up all the savings of the Zhuge family, and there was no Zhuge family in Jiangnan City anymore. This incident soon spread like wildfire in Jiangnan City. No one would have thought that the top family in Jiangnan City would be wiped out overnight. Li Bufan learned about this matter from Fatty, who called him. He also told Li Bufan that Zhuge Qi had left in advance and asked him to be careful of Zhuge Qi's revenge in the future. "Fatty, How could Zhuga Qi still have the heart to take revenge on me? She must be hating the Deng and Li families right now. Bufan, seriously, I understand women better than you do.
Once a woman becomes ruthless, there's really no chance for a man to survive.
Li Bufan sneered, you understand women better than me? It's just that you've watched more movies than me. If you've watched a lot of movies, you know more than you do. By the way, Bufan, I heard there's a big auction going on in Kyoto this time. How about we go check it out? Auction? Li Bufan became interested instantly.
He had never attended an auction before, so his curiosity was immediately piqued.
Okay, when do we leave?
Chapter 39, Breakthrough to Bronze 9 Stars.
Let's do it tomorrow. See you at the teleportation array. OJBK. Suddenly he thought of what happened in the Zhuga family and couldn't help but worry about his father's safety.
The Li and Deng families in Kyoto will not deal with him openly, but it would be troublesome if they deal with his father. He took out his phone and immediately called Fongbo. Senior Fong, it's me, Li Bufan.
Ha ha. I know it's you. What's wrong, little guy? Well, I want to ask you for a favor.
I'm going to Kyoto tomorrow, and I'm worried about my father, so I want you to take care of him for me.
Fongbo laughed and said jokingly, do you have enemies too? Li Bufan was a little embarrassed. Senior Fong, your guess is really right. The Li and Deng families who destroyed the Zhuga family are actually my enemies.
Good boy, you really know how to cause trouble, but don't worry, Jiangnan City is the territory of our city defense army. No matter who comes, it will be difficult for them to stop us.
You can rest assured about this. I will keep an eye on your father. Thank you very much, Senior Fong. After hanging up the phone, Li Bufan told his father about going to Kyoto tomorrow.
Unexpectedly, Li Tianda was eager for him to leave, saying that he would be freer alone. Li Bufan shook his head unhappily and transferred another $1,000,000 for living expenses to his father. He had never used the nearly $1,000,000 in cash he got from Zhuge Wu's storage ring after killing him.
Ha ha. Son, don't worry about going to Kyoto.
Dad will take good care of himself at home.
Dad, I'm not worried that you can't take care of yourself. I'm worried that your kidneys can't take it. Looking for a fight. Back in the room, Li Bufan began to practice.
He still had 3 golden leaf fruits, so he could strive to break through to the bronze 9-star realm. After eating the first golden leaf fruit, his dantian immediately felt full, and he ate another golden leaf fruit.
Boom!
The vast amount of spiritual power in the dantian is like a tide, constantly impacting the bronze 9-star realm.
Not enough.
After Li Bufan ate the last golden leaf fruit, it was as if a barrier opened up in his body, and he successfully broke through to the bronze 9-star realm. How the last 3 golden leaf fruits can only lead to a breakthrough to the 9-star realm. But he was already very satisfied. The effect of this golden leaf fruit was definitely more than 100 times stronger than the spirit stone.
Personal attributes. Name, Li Bufan. Talent, Samsara I.
Innate skills, Dao Seeking Jade, Will Grave Prison, Outer Path Demon Statue, Shinra Heavenly Sweep, Myriad Heavenly Attraction, Earth Shattering Star, Heavenly Obstacle Shock Star, Samsara Natural Born Technique, High Emperor Spirit Venerable, Thousand Paper Crane Instant Body Technique, Yomi Hirasaka, Sky Hand Strength.
Realm, Bronze 9 stars. Kung Fu, Hongmeng Breathing Method. Skills, none. Copy point, 0. Points, 120,610.
I glanced at my personal attributes in disappointment, and found that my talents and skills remained unchanged. The only difference is that as his strength increases, the power of each of his innate skills increases.
Wheel Tomb, Border Prison.
There were still 2 shadows that appeared, nothing had changed. The next morning, Li Bufan rushed to the Jiangnan City teleportation array, where the fat man was already waiting for him.
Bufan, why are you here just now? If you had come a little later, you would have missed the teleportation array.
Before Li Bufan could speak, a familiar voice came from the side.
Li Bufan? He turned around and saw that it was Lu Xuanxi, the city guard. So it's you. Why are you here? I'm here to guard the teleportation array. Li Bufan nodded. The fat man immediately came over and stared at him intently. When did you become familiar with the city guards? 2 days ago. Really? Let's go. Hurry up and pay the transfer fee.
10 spirit stones per person is quite a lot.
The fat man kept complaining while pulling Li Bufan forward.
Lu Xuanxi suddenly said, Li Bufan, you can teleport anytime for free.
This is what the boss said. What?
The fat man thought he had misheard.
Li Bufan didn't expect such treatment.
He would naturally not be polite if it could save spirit stones.
Moreover, he could teleport at any time in the future, which was simply too great. Thank you very much. What about me?
I'm his good brother, the fat man interjected.
You can't. You have to pay a fee to use the teleportation array. Fatty. Li Bufan kicked him in the butt. Do you still look like the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City? Stop embarrassing yourself, okay? I can save as much as I can. The fat man wanted to argue again. Why can he not pay the teleportation fee and can teleport at any time?
Lu Xuanxi knew that Li Bufan had killed the extraordinary barbarian warrior, and he also knew that this matter needed to be kept secret and not told to anyone.
Maybe, he's more pleasing to the eye. What? I, the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City, am not pleasing to the eye? Fatty. Are you going to leave or not?
After taking him to pay the teleportation fee, the two stepped onto the teleportation platform. A flash of white light appeared, and they arrived in Kyoto. This was Li Bufan's first time in Kyoto, and everything seemed new to him.
Kyoto.
A place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and a place where powerful people are everywhere.
Fatty, when does the auction start? Tomorrow. Where will it be held? He took out his phone, looked at the map and said, it's at the Tongtian auction house in the central district.
Kyoto is divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. The 4 major colleges are each located in a different area, and Yenqing College and Suzaku College are both in the North District.
Fatty, let's go to the apartment assigned to me by Yenqing College first. What? You want me, the richest man in Jiangnan City?
Before he could finish, Li Bufan patted him on the back of the head. Okay, stop pretending, this is Kyoto. The two took a taxi and rushed to the apartment assigned to him by Yenqing College. A building more than 30 stories high, with the words couple apartment clearly written on the door.
Li Bufan and the fat man looked at each other and got goosebumps all over their bodies. Bufan, are you sure we want to stay here today? Why don't we just stay in a hotel? Let's stay here.
Yenqing College assigned Li Bufan apartment number 2603, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, which was more than enough space for him. The two of them stayed there for the night and set off for the Tongtian auction house in the central district early the next morning.
Tongtian auction house is the most powerful auction house in Kyoto. It is located in the central area of Kyoto and has an excellent geographical location. The auction venue is a building similar to a basketball court.
There is a huge display hanging in the center, which can show the auction items to everyone in all directions without blind spots.
The site can accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people.
When Li Bufan and Fatty arrived at Tongtian auction house, they were told that they needed to pay a ticket of 10 spirit stones to enter, and that they could only get seats at the back. The fat man paid 20 spirit stones while cursing, and his extremely painful look made Li Bufan laugh.
How could the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City be so stingy? Chapter 40 Secret Realm Token.
After entering the auction hall, the two were seated in the last few rows near the exit and could only see the auction items clearly through the display above the center.
There is also a small screen in front of the seat where you can enter the auction amount.
Looking at the huge crowd, Li Bufan couldn't help but sigh. The ticket revenue of Tongtian auction house alone would not be less than 500,000 spirit stones. An hour later, a fat middle-aged man with a fat head, big ears and a blessed face appeared on the auction table through the central screen.
Dear friends, welcome to this auction. I'm the auctioneer, Wang Fugue. You can call me Fatty Wang. Phew. Li Bufan held his stomach and laughed out loud. Hey Fatty, your brother is an auctioneer at Tongtian auction house, why didn't you tell me? The fat man's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, it's not a good time to go out. This is 1,000 times more embarrassing than wearing the same clothes as me. Li Bufan. Everyone, this auction has a total of 100 items. I hope everyone can find a treasure that satisfies them. The auction will now officially begin.
Wang Fugue lifted the red cloth covering a tray, revealing a book on it.
Everyone, the first item in this auction is an S-level breathing technique.
The starting price is 10,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 500 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones are equivalent to 10 billion blue star coins, and this is just the base price.
The first auction items were all S-level breathing techniques, which immediately aroused the enthusiasm of everyone present.
S-level breathing method is hard to come by, and this is also the marketing method of Tongtian auction house.
People soon started bidding on the spot. Number 220 bids 11,000 spirit stones. Number 5 bids 14,000 spirit stones. Number 62 bids 20,000 spirit stones.
Soon the price of this S-level breathing method dropped to 40,000 spirit stones, and the number of competitors became smaller and smaller. In the end, the S-level breathing method was sold for 58,000 spirit stones.
Li Bufan smiled bitterly.
He had originally thought that the 5 academies were very generous in giving him 10,000 spirit stones. However, when he arrived in Kyoto, he found that 10,000 spirit stones probably could not even buy a decent treasure. Fortunately, Li Bufan was not interested in these things. What he wanted most now was a natural treasure like the golden leaf fruit, which could help him improve his realm quickly. The next auction item was soon brought up, which was an A-level weapon.
One item after another was auctioned, including martial arts techniques, weapons, elixirs, and the like, but for Li Bufan, these were not worth mentioning.
2 hours had already passed by unknowingly, and Li Bufan was starting to feel bored.
Fatty. This auction is boring. There are too few interesting treasures.
It seems we wasted 20 spirit stones in vain.
The fat man rolled his eyes and whispered, "Do you think everyone is like you, and the things they use are all beyond SSS level?
I still don't know where your treasures come from.
I picked it up on the street." Seeing that he didn't say anything, the fat man didn't ask any further questions.
If he wanted to tell him about his relationship with Li Bufan, he would have told him long ago.
Everyone. The next auction item can be considered one of the highlights of today.
Wang Fugue lifted the tray, revealing an object that looked like a bronze token.
Li Bufan's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "What is this? The key to the secret realm?"
The fat man was breathing rapidly and his eyes were burning. The last time they got the golden leaf fruit in Tianzi's secret realm, they were full of desire for the secret realm.
Everyone, I believe you have all seen that this is a token for opening the entrance to a secret realm.
Moreover, according to our understanding at Tongtian Auction House, this secret realm is still undeveloped, and it is a gold-level secret realm. The starting price for the secret realm token is 1 million spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 spiritual stones.
Li Bufan and the fat man were dumbfounded. With a starting price of 1 million, who else could afford it except wealthy aristocrats and big tycoons?
Number 10 bids 1.5 million spirit stones. Number 24 bids 1.8 million spirit stones.
Number 3 bids 2 million spirit stones.
The auction price of the secret realm token level continued to rise and soon exceeded 3 million spirit stones.
Number 1 bids 4 million spirit stones. Beep.
The scene became boiling.
No one expected the price to be raised by 1 million spirit stones at a time? Number 8 bids 4.5 million spirit stones.
Number 1 bids 5.5 million spirit stones. The price was raised by another 1 million spirit stones, and suddenly the image of number 1 appeared on the central screen. A stunning woman, wearing a white cartoon t-shirt, with a face as beautiful as jade and an otherworldly charm, looked up at the screen with a frown.
It turned out to be her.
Xiaomengqi, the granddaughter of the Dean of White Tiger Academy, is a typical fair, rich, and beautiful woman.
Bufan, do you know this beauty? I've met her once.
She's Xiaomengqi, the granddaughter of the White Tiger Academy's president.
Holy crap!
She's so beautiful, rich, and fair.
She's a perfect match for me. Li Bufan sneered, "Do you still have some shame? Face is worthless. It doesn't matter whether you have it or not." Li Bufan, Omega.
Many people present recognized Xiaomengqi's identity, the most beautiful girl in White Tiger College.
Is that Xiaomengqi from White Tiger Academy? It's so damn beautiful. Okay, stop drooling, just let it go. Wang Fugue's smile on the auction table was like that of Maitreya Buddha.
The higher the price, the greater his commission.
5.5 million spirit stones, are there any more bids? Number 8 bids 6 million spirit stones. Number 1 bids 7 million spirit stones.
Xiaomengqi refused to give in and raised the price by 1 million spirit stones each time.
She was determined to get the secret realm token.
After a while, no one bid anymore, and Xiaomengqi successfully bought the secret realm token for 7 million spirit stones.
The auction ended shortly afterwards.
Li Bufan and Fatty spent 20 spirit stones to be spectators.
20 spirit stones are equivalent to 20 million blue star coins.
Not to mention the fat man, even Li Bufan felt a little distressed.
Li Bufan was bored when he returned to the apartment.
Suddenly he remembered that he had 20,000 points left.
He got another 100,000 points by killing Manchi. He could draw twice for 1,000 points and once for 10,000 points. System. Points lottery. First, 210 draws with 1,000 points each. Ding. Winning the 10 consecutive draw. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, congratulations on winning. Uchiha Obito mask. Uchiha Obito's mask, just for showing off. Obito's mask? Only for show?
With a thought, a white mask that looked like the Rinnegan appeared in his hand.
It turns out to be the mask from the 4th Shinobi World War.
I thought it was the orange mask that Faye wore in the Akatsuki organization.
Chapter 41, Spirit Gathering Array. System. Continue the lottery. Ding. Winning the 10 consecutive draw. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, congratulations on winning. A set of Spirit Gathering Array.
Spirit Gathering Array, after use, it can gather all the spiritual energy around. He took out the Spirit Gathering Array, which consisted of 8 small black flags. All the flags had to be placed in certain positions to form the Spirit Gathering Array. Place a small black flag in each of the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, and one in each of the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest directions to form a complete spirit gathering formation. After Li Bufan placed them according to the directions, the small black flag that had fallen on the ground immediately stood up. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth continued to gather, and Li Bufan took out a dozen spirit stones and placed them in the Spirit Gathering Array. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy in the spirit stone being drawn out, whiteness swirling in the Spirit Gathering Array, and rich spiritual energy permeating everywhere.
Li Bufan took a deep breath and felt relaxed all over.
The spiritual energy in his dantian immediately became more full.
Is this the Spirit Gathering formation? You're damn powerful.
This effect is almost comparable to the golden leaf fruit. His heart was like a pot of boiling water, so excited that it was about to overflow. The fat man who was practicing in another room also felt that the spiritual energy around him seemed to have disappeared.
What's going on? This is unscientific. He stood up and walked out of the room.
The closer he got to Li Bufan's room, the richer the spiritual energy became. The fat man pushed open Li Bufan's room and saw him sitting on the ground, surrounded by mist. He could hardly believe his eyes, and stood there in amazement like a piece of wood.
Li Bufan looked up at him and said with a smile, "Fatty, what are you daydreaming about? What's wrong with you? Why is all the spiritual energy coming to you? Ha ha. See these 8 small flags?
They can form a spirit gathering array, gathering all the spiritual energy around them. They can even extract the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stones."
Spirit gathering formation? He was no longer surprised by Li Bufan's sudden appearance of treasures. He rubbed his hands together and said with a chuckle, "Come out, let me try." After Li Bufan came out, he couldn't wait to get in. Fuck. This spirit gathering array is simply invincible. Combined with the A-level breathing method, the speed of cultivation is so fast, hee. And the speed of cultivation, this spirit gathering array is simply a spirit stone burning machine. Hee. Bufan, go play for a while and let me practice for a while. I ate 5 golden leaf fruits and now I'm only at bronze 7 stars. Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Alright. Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via. As soon as I left the room, I received a phone call. It turned out to be Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy. Teacher Zhu, what's wrong? Of course I have something good to say to you. Our academy has obtained a golden secret realm token. How about it? Are you interested in trying it out? Li Bufan understood instantly that it must be the secret realm token that Xia Mingqi got at the auction. I thought there was no chance, but unexpectedly there was a ray of hope. Of course I'm interested. I happen to be in Kyoto. When are we going to the secret realm? You're in Kyoto?
That's great, we can enter the secret realm tomorrow.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
I was originally planning to do 10 consecutive draws for 10,000 points, but now I'd better stay in the secret realm and draw the lottery later. After Fatty finished his training in the evening, Li Bufan told him about the golden secret realm of White Tiger Academy. Unexpectedly, he didn't care at all. He was only interested in the spirit gathering array and wanted to improve his realm as quickly as possible.
Bufan, you're right. This spirit gathering array is indeed a machine that burns spirit stones.
I practiced for an entire afternoon, and already more than a dozen spirit stones are gone.
Then aren't you about to break through to Bronze 8 star? He scratched his head. Hey, that's a must.
Li Bufan said solemnly, Fatty, you must work hard to practice. I hope that if one day I can go to the heavens and myriad worlds, I will still have a friend like you by my side. Otherwise, I am afraid I will be too lonely. A light suddenly lit up in his eyes. Don't worry, no matter where you go in the future, I won't hold you back.
Okay. It's a deal. It's a deal.
The next day, Li Bufan came to White Tiger Academy alone, and at this moment he also wore Obito's mask.
Not for anything else, just to show off.
At the gate of White Tiger Academy, Li Bufan called Zhu Shan and told him that he had arrived at White Tiger Academy. Not long after, Zhu Shan ran out in a hurry, but looked left and right but didn't see Li Bufan.
Teacher Zhu, I'm here. Zhu Shan saw a masked man waving at him. Li Bufan, why are you still wearing a mask? But your mask looks amazing with your eyes. Keep it a secret.
He took Li Bufan to an indoor basketball court where more than a dozen people had already gathered. Li Bufan saw that Xia Mengqi was among them, and there were several flower-guarding messengers beside her. It turned out that beautiful women always have flower-guarding messengers around them wherever they go. When these people saw Li Bufan wearing a mask with only 2 red eyes showing, they just thought he was too weird.
Xia Mengqi took a glance and immediately recognized that it was Li Bufan. She was deeply impressed by these eyes. Looking at these people, Li Bufan felt that they were about the same age as him, and their strength should be at the bronze level, without the aura of the silver level. He was a little puzzled. Aren't these students from White Tiger College? Why are their strength only at the bronze realm? Classmates, everyone is here. I will be leading the team into the secret realm this time. Remember. Follow my instructions. Yes.
Zhu Shan took out the secret realm token and injected a stream of spiritual power into it.
The secret realm token opened the entrance to the secret realm and he stepped in first.
The other dozen or so followed in one by one, and Li Bufan was left at the back. After entering the secret realm, Li Bufan found that they were standing on a grassland. In the distance is a vast expanse of lush forests and rolling mountain ranges, somewhat similar to the Tianzi secret realm that we entered at the beginning. Zhu Shan looked around and chose to head towards a high mountain in the southwest. After reaching the mountains, perhaps we can see the whole picture of the secret realm clearly.
This is also Zhu Shan's idea.
A dozen people started heading towards the mountains. Li Bufan was very surprised that there was not a single exotic beast in such a large grassland. Half an hour later, they arrived at the border of the grassland. In front of them was a lush forest with towering trees that obscured the sunlight.
Classmates, follow closely and don't get separated. It can be seen that most people look a little nervous.
Li Bufan carefully senses everything around him. Everyone who entered the woods was extremely quiet. The only sounds in the air were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional crackling of dead branches underfoot.
Chapter 42 Sky Covering Skylark. Scold.
Suddenly, there was a sound of flapping wings in the sky. Li Bufan looked up and saw a giant bird about 4 or 5 meters long landing on the big tree above their heads. Its body was covered with colorful feathers, and there were 2 long green feathers behind its tail. It tilted its head and stared at the people below with one eye.
Zhu Shan looked up and said, "This is the sky-covering skylark. It's a silver realm beast, everyone be careful."
Seeing that the sky-covering lark did not launch an attack, Zhu Shan led everyone to continue forward.
Crackling.
Before everyone could set off, the sound of a branch breaking was heard.
The skylark immediately flapped its wings and let out a sharp cry.
The student who stepped on the broken branch quickly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." The wings of the skylark flapped faster and faster, and suddenly it was like a gust of wind blowing. The strong wind was like a sharp blade, hitting them fiercely. Upon seeing this, Zhu Shan immediately transformed into a beast. Thick hair grew on his body, his hands were as big as bare paws, and his sharp nails flashed with cold light. In an instant, Zhu Shan's strong and sturdy figure stood in front of everyone, like a hen encountering an eagle, protecting his chicks behind him.
This is the innate skill of sky covering Skylark.
Everyone, move closer and stand behind me.
This was the second time Li Bufan had seen a beast transformed. The first time was when he was Zhuge Wu's servant Afu.
The beast like Zhu Shan in front of him was more than 2 meters tall, and his bulging muscles were full of explosive power.
Skylark's talent did not cause any harm to him except for cutting off a few tufts of hair.
He punched the giant tree again and again, the trunk crackled and popped, and in no time the trunk was broken by him. The Skylark flew to a nearby tree and blew up another strong wind like rain.
This beast,
Zhu Shan said, gritting his teeth. He has no way to deal with the sky-covering lark now. On the one hand, he has to protect the people behind him, and on the other hand, the sky-covering lark can attack from a distance.
You're here to cheat. You're here to sneak attack.
I won't even engage in close combat with you.
Let's retreat step by step and get out of here first.
Zhu Shan stared at Zha Tianyong and began to retreat step by step. The others also began to retreat slowly.
The Skylark suddenly flew to a tree on their retreat route and began to use its innate magical powers again.
Another cry was heard.
Li Bufan looked up and saw that another Skylark had come and surrounded them on the left and right.
Zhu Shan's face looked extremely ugly. Zha Tianyong was only at the silver level, while he was already at the gold level, but there was nothing he could do.
The others were even more trembling in their legs and feet. They were now in a dilemma. Li Bufan was also thinking about how to deal with these two Skylarks.
Suddenly, a sudden idea grabbed his heart like an iron hook.
Li Bufan quickly walked over to Zhu Shan and said, "Teacher Zhu, if the sky-covering lark comes down, can you kill it instantly?"
Zhu Shan looked at Li Bufan, who suddenly came over and didn't understand what he wanted to do.
Of course, sky-covering lark is only at the silver realm. Teacher Zhu, can you ask the others if there is any way to pull sky-covering Skylark down about 10 meters?
He estimated that the Skylark was about 20 meters away from the ground. If he got closer, he might still have a chance.
Zhu Shan's eyes lit up. Do you have a solution? He nodded. You can give it a try. Good.
Zhu Shan looked at the people behind him and said, time is running out.
Does anyone among you have the talent or skill to pull the sky-covering Skylark down a bit? Xiaomingqi, my talent is Xiantian Immortal Vine, you can try it. Su Shui, Teacher Zhu, you can also try my innate Shadow Demon Spider.
The others looked at each other, not knowing what Zhu Shan wanted to do.
Okay, let's deal with this Skylark in front of me first. Bang!
Several vines broke out from the ground, wrapped around the tree trunk and rushed up to a height of 20 meters, entangling one of the Skylark's claws.
The Skylark was frightened by the sudden appearance of the vines and let out a cry.
It flapped its wings and struggled upwards, and the vines on the ground began to shrink downwards.
Scold!
The sky-covering lark struggled desperately, fanning out gusts of strong wind. Zhu Shan tried his best to protect everyone behind him.
For a while, the vines and the Skylarks were at a stalemate, and Xiaomingqi was already panting and sweating profusely.
At this time, Su Shui shot out a cluster of spider silk from her hand, wrapping around the other claw of Zha Tianyong lark.
She tried hard to pull Zha Tianyong down. Li Bufan was stunned. Oh my god! Is this the female version of Spider-Man?
The Skylark, which was originally on par with the vines, now began to descend continuously with the addition of Su Shui. It struggled desperately, pecking at the vines wrapped around its claws with its mouth, and its sharp beak pecked off the vines one by one.
Try harder!
Zhu Shan shouted anxiously. Looking at the vines breaking one by one, Li Bufan felt that he could not wait any longer, so he swallowed a soul-returning pill.
Tianyin of all things. Zha Tianyong felt an inexplicable suction pulling him down, and 3 forces quickly pulled him down. Good.
Zhu Shan now saw hope, and he was ready to give Zha Tianyong a fatal blow at any time. Suddenly, another Skylark flew over and began to peck at the spider silk on its other claw.
Oh no! Crackling.
The vines and spider silk broke one after another, and now the Skylark had dropped to a distance of 7 or 8 meters. As a result, the descending Skylark began to flap its wings and fly upwards again.
Kid! Try harder! Li Bufan roared, get down here!
In an instant, he burst out all his spiritual power, and the Skylark was pulled down to a distance of about 4 or 5 meters. Seeing this, Zhu Shan no longer hesitated. He bent his legs and shot up like a bowstring. In an instant, he jumped to a height of 4 or 5 meters and grabbed one of the claws of the sky-covering lark. Landing with a skylark, Zhu Shan smashed its head with one punch. Seeing this, another skylark flapped its wings twice and flew away.
It really is a scene where everyone runs away when disaster strikes. Li Bufan breathed a sigh of relief.
It was very difficult for Wanxiang Tianin to attract a silver-level monster of such a large size. The spiritual power in his body was completely drained.
With such a powerful talent and skill, he couldn't even use 1/10,000th of the strength of Wanxiang Tianin.
Seeing the sky-covering lark leave, everyone felt relieved.
Zhu Shan patted Li Bufan on the shoulder and said, "You three did a great job." Xia Mingqi glanced at Li Bufan. She had experienced his Wanxiang Tianin move before when she fought with Li Bufan in Jiangnan City. Su Shui walked up to Li Bufan, extended her hand and said, "Hello. My name is Su Shui." Li Bufan shook her hand and said, "Hello. My name is Li Bufan." Giggling. She laughed like a silver bell and stared at Li Bufan's mask with great curiosity. "Your mask really matches your eyes. Could it be that these red eyes with circles are your natural talent?" Chapter 43, Violent Demonic Bear. "Well, this is my gifted spiritual eye. He looks really impressive." Li Bufan was speechless. What did he mean by looks impressive? He was already impressive. Let's continue on our journey.
We don't know if there are other skylarks here, so please be careful.
Zhu Shan led the team forward again.
After experiencing the sky-covering skylark, everyone was extra careful this time. After walking for another half an hour, everyone looked a little tired under such high mental pressure.
"Teacher Zhu, everyone is tired. How about we eat something and take a rest before continuing?" a classmate said, unable to bear it any longer. "All right then. Everyone rest here." "Yeah."
As soon as we sat down, someone started bringing out various tools and started grilling. Lamb, beef and other ingredients were brought out, as well as cumin powder and chili powder. Suddenly the air was filled with fragrance.
Li Bufan sat aside and watched them busy as if they were really on vacation.
There was no trace of fatigue from before. He took out 2 loaves of bread, lifted his mask, and began to eat, feeling a bit like when Fei and Deidara ate dumplings. Seeing someone sitting alone at the side, Zhu Shan came over and said, "Why don't you join in the fun? If I move closer to eat, I have to take off my mask."
"How is this different from not wearing a mask at all?" "Zhu Shan. What you said makes so much sense that I can't refute it. Teacher Zhu, I see that everyone here this time is at the Bronze Realm. Could it be that they are not students of White Tiger Academy?"
He had always wanted to ask this question, but there was no suitable opportunity along the way.
Zhu Shan smiled slightly.
"You don't know, but in fact, some of these people, because their parents or relatives work at the White Tiger Academy, have been trained by the White Tiger Academy since they were young, and can be considered students of the White Tiger Academy."
"I see. To put it bluntly, these people are the second generation of officials or the second generation of rich people.
No wonder they, like the fat man, treat entering the secret realm as if it were a vacation." Su Shui also came over at this time, and she seemed to be extremely interested in Li Bufan. She said with a sly look in her eyes, "Li Bufan, why are you going to eat there?"
He smiled and said, "I've eaten, you guys eat now." "What a bummer."
He even said he wanted to see what you look like under the mask.
Li Bufan smiled awkwardly and said nothing more.
Xia Mingqi glanced at Su Shui with a strange look in her eyes. Zhu Shan suddenly frowned, stood up, and looked around with squinted eyes. Noticing something strange about Zhu Shan, Li Bufan also stood up and was about to ask him what was wrong. Suddenly he sensed that a group of bear-like beasts had surrounded them, at least 40 or 50 of them.
"There are strange beasts surrounding us." Li Bufan suddenly spoke. "Sure. Well, we're the same kind as you." Zhu Shan.
I was wondering why I felt something was wrong, and it turned out to be true.
Zhu Shan was now completely certain of his feelings, and he did not doubt what Li Bufan said at all.
When the others heard the conversation between Li Bufan and Zhu Shan, they all stood up and looked around nervously, but they didn't see any movement.
"Teacher Zhu, what strange beast is there? Why don't I see it?" "I didn't see it either." "Teacher Zhu, did you make a mistake?" However, strange beasts soon appeared in their sight and surrounded everyone. With so many strange beasts, Li Bufan also felt a lot of pressure.
The others were even more terrified. They took out various weapons and gathered together.
"Really, there really is a strange beast. Teacher Zhu, what should we do with so many strange beasts?"
Everyone no longer looked relaxed as before, but now their legs and feet were trembling when faced with a group of strange beasts.
Zhu Shan didn't have any good ideas.
He could kill all the strange beasts by himself, but the other students couldn't resist for long. Except for Zhu Shan, who is in the gold realm, all others are in the bronze realm.
Zhu Shan never expected that this time when he entered the secret realm, all the beasts he encountered were silver-level beasts.
Not even the shadow of the bronze-level beast was seen.
This is a violent demon bear.
It has the strength of a silver star, and its talent is violence.
Zhu Shan quickly reminded everyone at this time. Ow-oh. Ow-oh.
The violent demon bear growled and approached them step by step.
Li Bufan quickly took out the black knife and was ready for battle.
At this time, he had no good solution unless he could summon the spirit to send out the demon statue, which might scare away the group of violent demon bears.
Li Bufan, can your giant protect others? Maybe. If the violent demon bears aren't scared off, my giants probably won't be able to stop them all. Leave the rest to me.
These people have connections in the academy, so nothing must happen.
Okay.
Li Bufan found that he was becoming more and more dependent on the outer path demon statue, which was not a good sign. At this time, Zhu Shan shouted to the others, "Everyone come closer to us." After hearing Zhu Shan's words, everyone gathered around Zhu Shan unwillingly, and he nodded to Li Bufan. Li Bufan took out a soul-restoring pill and swallowed it, so that he wouldn't have so little spiritual power left in his body after the psychic demon statue.
The art of spiritual communication. Outer path golem. Boom. The earth cracked and the heretic demon statue broke out of the ground. The violent demon bear was frightened by the sudden noise and stood there in shock. The others looked up at the heretic golem and almost collapsed on the ground with fright, their eyeballs bulging and their mouths big enough to fit a fist. Some of them even ran away out of fear. Come back quickly. This is one of us.
Zhu Shan knew that Li Bufan could summon giants, but he didn't expect to be so shocked after seeing it with his own eyes.
He swallowed.
Anyone who saw such a huge creature would tremble uncontrollably. If he hadn't known that this was summoned by Li Bufan, he would have run away long ago.
Teacher Zhu, what is this? Someone asked tremblingly. What? He doesn't know either.
Zhu Shan shook his head.
Li Bufan now has 4 innate skills. His scalp tingles just thinking about it.
Throughout the history of the human race, it has never been heard that someone's talent can awaken 4 innate skills. Xia Mingqi's face was pale, and the strange appearance of the heretic golem made her shudder. She had never expected that Li Bufan's strength was so terrifying. Only then did she understand why her grandfather introduced her to Li Bufan. After hearing Zhu Shan's words, Su Shui looked at the heretic demon statue, then stared at Li Bufan, her eyes shining.
At this moment, her curiosity about Li Bufan increased exponentially. Ow-oh. Ow-oh.
The violent demon bear's body seemed to be coming out of steam, and its eyes were red.
This is the violent demon bears activating their innate rage.
Their strength has increased significantly.
Be careful. Zhu Shan actually said this to Li Bufan.
Li Bufan was a little surprised.
This violent demon bear showed no fear in front of the alien demon statue.
Instead, it activated its talent and rushed over.
Chapter 44 Strange Red Dot. Boom.
40 or 50 violent demon bears charged at him collectively.
Zhu Shan roared and immediately transformed into a beast.
Thick hair grew on his body and his nails grew longer, making him look like a giant human-shaped bear. Zhu Shan rushed forward first, and it was too late for Li Bufan to call out to him. He had to deal with the fish that had escaped the net of the outer path golem, but he didn't expect Zhu Shan to rush out and fight hand-to-hand with the violent demon bear.
Li Bufan complained in his heart, could it be that after people transform into beasts, their IQ also decreases?
Everyone crowded in front of the heretic golem, and the violent demon bears that rushed over were beaten into meat patties with 1 palm each.
Ding!
Killed the silver 1-star violent demon bear, points plus 100.
Ding!
Killed the silver 1-star violent demon bear, points plus 100.
If there weren't so many people in front of him, using the wood release, stick technique would be the most appropriate. Or you can use Chakra Dragon, a powerful weapon for sure.
A violent demon bear also rushed over from behind the heretic demon statue. Li Bufan blocked it with a black knife in his hand, and performed various basic sword techniques to perfection. The others behind him were shocked.
Is he still at the bronze realm like them?
Whether it's this 100-meter tall giant or this swordsmanship, it's far better than theirs. Seeing that they were still standing there in a daze, Li Bufan became a little angry, as if it was natural for anyone to protect them. Get your ass started. Xia Mengqi took the first step, and dozens of vines grew out of the ground and wrapped around the violent demon bears, slowing down their charge. The others finally reacted and began to use various talents and skills to kill the violent demon bear.
After all, the group was only at the Bronze Realm strength, not much different from Li Bufan. It often took 4 or 5 of them to work together to restrain one. Li Bufan was struggling to hold on in the front, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer if this continued. Damn it!
If only these stupid teammates were here to get in the way, this thing could be solved with just a chakra dragon. He took another soul-restoring pill, and the spiritual power in his body gradually recovered.
Wheel Tomb, Border Prison.
With the 2 shadows leading the way, Li Bufan suddenly felt a lot less pressure, and he could even support others occasionally. The situation became more and more optimistic. Fortunately, the outer Dao Golem and Zhu Shan attracted most of the violent demon bears, otherwise Li Bufan could only protect himself. Not long after, Zhu Shan came back covered in blood, and with the cooperation of the outer Dao Golem, he quickly killed all the violent demon bears.
Phew!
The heretic demon statue turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared, and the shadow returned to its original body. After this battle, he checked his personal information and found that his points had increased by more than 2,000. This is equivalent to him and the outer golem killing more than 20 of them, nearly half of the violent demon bears. Looking at the others, most of them were slightly injured, and at this moment they all looked relieved to have survived the disaster. Zhu Shan regained his human form and patted Li Bufan on the shoulder. If it were Li Bufan this time, at least half of the dozen or so people here would have died. Su Shui walked up to Li Bufan immediately, tilting her head and staring at him intently.
Li Bufan, can you please take off your mask and let me see it? Can you add me on WeChat? Su Shui was carefree and not shy at all. Her action attracted the attention of others. Li Bufan's face turned red. After being single for 18 years, this was the first time he was treated like this by a girl. Besides, Su Shui is a naughty and cute type of girl, unlike those cold and beautiful girls, so Li Bufan is not disgusted by her. Don't take off the mask, add WeChat and you can get it. Great.
They took out their phones and added each other on WeChat.
After adding WeChat, she happily left. Zhu Shan came over and said, "Wow. You're really lucky in love. Just making friends."
Zhu Shan raised his eyebrows, chuckled, and said teasingly, "Don't end up in bed while you're having sex."
Li Bufan. Have you seen Xia Mengqi? She's the dean's granddaughter and the school's most beautiful girl. What do you think? Are you attracted to her? Teacher Zhu, please don't match people up with each other randomly, okay?
She's a beautiful, rich woman, and I'm just a poor loser. He didn't feel comfortable telling Zhu Shan about the last time Xia Mengqi came to Jiangnan City.
Nonsense. Your talent is more than enough for anyone.
Okay.
Teacher Zhu, I'm not thinking too much now. Zhu Shan told everyone to rest for half an hour before setting off again.
He also distributed healing medicine to those who were slightly injured. Half an hour later, the team continued their journey, and they did not encounter any more strange beasts until they reached the foot of the mountain. The group started climbing the mountain, and when they reached the top they found that the entire top of the mountain was a concave structure. In the center of the concave shape is a Tianqi lake with a radius of about 400 to 500 square meters. The area of the Tianqi lake is not large, but it is bottomless.
The entire Tianqi lake is like a monster with a huge mouth opening into the abyss.
The sky gradually darkened, and even at the top of the mountain, the appearance of the secret realm could not be seen clearly.
Classmates, we will stay here tonight. Everyone started setting up tents and preparing to spend the night.
After a day of running around and fighting, everyone was obviously exhausted. It was already completely dark, and Li Bufan hurriedly ate something and prepared to lie down to rest.
Look! What's that?
He was just about to lie down to rest when he heard this sudden sound. He crawled out of the tent and looked in the direction of the sound. But they saw an extremely strange scene. A dozen fist-sized red dots suddenly lit up opposite where they were. The red dot is particularly conspicuous in the dark night sky, swaying in the wind like a red lantern. The others came out of the tent one after another and looked at the red dot opposite in surprise. This strange scene made everyone break out in cold sweat. Zhu Shan walked to the front and stared at the opposite side with squinted eyes. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't see clearly what the red dot was. Li Bufan stepped forward and asked, "Teacher Zhu, what is that?
Have you seen it before?
He shook his head. I have never seen anything so strange.
How about we go over and take a look?
He looked at the others behind him and said, It's too dark, and we don't know what it is yet. It's too dangerous to rush over.
The darkness was nothing to Li Bufan, as his samsara eye could clearly perceive everything around him.
However, Li Bufan knew that Zhu Shan was worried about the safety of the others behind him. Li Bufan went into the tent to rest, but he couldn't sleep and all he could think about was the image of the red dot swaying in the wind. Unable to sleep, he simply sat up and started practicing. Holding the spirit stone, he felt that the speed of practice was too slow. It's a pity that the spirit gathering array was left in the apartment for Fatty to use. After enduring a night, he crawled out of the tent at daybreak. The red dot opposite had disappeared. But he didn't see anything red at the place where the red dot appeared last night.
Chapter 45 Dragon Blood Fruit.
Li Bufan looked out at the entire secret realm again, and saw another high peak faintly visible in the distance. The entire secret realm looked like a symmetrical structure, and at this time other people came out of the tents one after another. The first thing they did was look at the place where the red dot appeared yesterday, and then they looked puzzled.
Strange. Where's the red dot from yesterday? Look at where the red dot appeared last night. Apart from a few trees, where is there anything else?
Zhu Shan looked across at the opposite side, touching his chin with one hand.
Teacher Zhu, did you find anything? He glanced at Li Bufan with his eyes slanted, and said with a half smile, Well, there is a little bit, but I can't be sure yet. I have to go over and take a look to find out. At this moment, everyone's curiosity was aroused, and they couldn't wait to walk towards the location of the red dot yesterday. Li Bufan followed behind the team.
Looking at Zhu Shan's expression just now, he obviously made some discovery, which was why he brought everyone over. He estimated that there should be no danger, otherwise Zhu Shan would not have guessed it and led everyone there. It would only take 10 minutes to reach the distance of 400 or 500 meters. I scanned the area but didn't find any red light spots.
There are only a few willow-like plants hanging upside down in the Tianqi Lake. The others continued searching in this area unwillingly.
Li Bufan noticed Zhu Shan squatting by the Tianqi Lake, his eyes fixed on the water.
Could it be that this red light spot came out of the water? He walked over and squatted beside it.
He saw that the Tianqi Lake was bottomless and there was nothing he could see. He also did not sense any red objects.
Teacher Zhu, could it be that the red thing is in the water? I don't see anything here.
Zhu Shan stared at Tianqi without turning his head and said, I once saw a book in a ruin that recorded a rare treasure called Dragon Blood Fruit.
Dragon Blood Fruit is the fruit of dragon blood grass.
The books record that dragon blood grass was originally just an ordinary weed, and it became dragon blood grass because it was contaminated by dragon blood. Dragon blood is yang, and dragon blood grass is yin. The combination of yin and yang produces dragon blood fruit. During the day, when the yang energy is strong, the dragon blood fruit needs to hide in the water. At night, when the yin energy is strong, the dragon blood fruit will float to the surface. After hearing Zhu Shan's explanation, Li Bufan discovered that the red light spots last night were indeed consistent with the characteristics of the dragon blood fruit that Zhu Shan described.
Teacher Zhu, so last night's fruit really was dragon blood fruit?
Zhu Shan smiled slightly. When I woke up this morning and didn't see the red thing from last night, I thought it might be dragon blood fruit.
Dragon blood fruit.
It sounded like a good thing, and it was related to a mythical beast.
Li Bufan's heart was also burning with excitement.
He didn't care about other skills and spiritual techniques, but the natural treasures still had a great appeal to him.
Teacher Zhu, how about we dive down and take a look?
I don't know what dangers there are in the water, so I'll go down alone. You stay up there to take care of the other students.
Don't worry. You'll definitely be there if there's anything good. Li Bufan scratched his head, looking honest and simple. Okay then. Teacher Zhu, please be careful.
Zhu Shan's face was filled with excitement, his eyes were burning, and his excitement was beyond words. It was obvious that the dragon blood fruit was very attractive to him.
Plop.
He jumped straight into the water, and the sound of him entering the water quickly attracted people to come over.
Zhua patted Li Bufan on the shoulder. Li Bufan, what is Teacher Zhu doing?
Zhu Shan went into the water without informing anyone else, most likely because he didn't want to tell anyone else. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud.
The more people who knew, the more people who would share in the spoils. Teacher Zhu just went down to see if there were any other discoveries.
Zhu Shan has the strength of the Golden Realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to stay underwater for half an hour without breathing.
All everyone can do is wait patiently.
However, within 10 minutes, a ripple appeared in the center of the water. Then the noise became louder and louder, and a whirlpool formed in the center of the water. Zhushan suddenly jumped out from the fruit and shouted, "Retreat!" The whirlpool in the center of the water grew bigger and bigger. Everyone immediately realized that something was wrong and ran away. Bang! On! The water surface in the whirlpool suddenly exploded. Li Bufan suddenly looked back and saw a huge head emerging from the whirlpool, which looked like a snake but not a snake, and like a dragon but not a dragon. The dark red vertical pupils and a pair of bloodshot eyes were like two clusters of vigorous flames, followed by a body that looked like a snake, with two front claws. Li Bufan's scalp tingled. He knew what this was without Zhushan explaining it. A dragon. On! The dragon surfaced from the water, its pair of red vertical pupils staring at the departing people, and it let out an unwilling dragon roar. Seeing that the dragon did not chase them, everyone stopped panting. The dragon roar just now was so terrifying that everyone was still frightened and sweating profusely. "Teacher Zhu, how could there be a dragon under that tanshi?" Zhushan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I don't know. After I went down, I felt that the tanshi lake was bottomless. Then I saw a pair of dark red eyes suddenly open in the water. I was so scared that I quickly floated up. Luckily, this is a young dragon, otherwise it would be in great danger." A young dragon has such a powerful aura? I can't imagine how powerful a full-grown dragon is. Teacher Zhu, have you seen the dragon blood fruit? Zhushan glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. He whispered, "Yeah, but they were discovered before they could pick them. If I'm right, this dragon is guarding the dragon blood fruit." Teacher Zhu, why didn't the dragon eat the dragon blood fruit? Is it because the dragon blood fruit isn't ripe yet? The dragon blood fruit is definitely ripe, otherwise it wouldn't glow at night. Also, the older the dragon blood fruit is, the better the effect will be. I guess this dragon needs an older dragon blood fruit, so it's guarding it nearby. Li Bufan nodded. Zhushan's analysis made sense. At the beginning, Tongtian Auction said that this was just a gold-level secret realm. Now it seems that it is definitely more than just a gold-level secret realm. Teacher Zhu, is there any other way? He shook his head and sighed. Looks like we can only ask other experts in the academy to help. If other strong men take action, what role will they have? How could those powerful people let go of the natural treasures that even dragons silently guard? His mind raced. This young dragon was beyond their ability to defeat. If they wanted to get the dragon blood fruit, they had to find another way. Li Bufan thought about all his talents and skills. If there was any way to get the dragon blood fruit, it could only be through the wheel tomb and the bianyu. Another disadvantage is that the shadow cannot be too far away from the main body, otherwise you can definitely try letting the shadow dive. Looking at Li Bufan's expression, Zhushan asked in surprise, "Are you still trying to get the dragon blood fruit's attention?" He did not answer, his two thick eyebrows forming the Chinese character which trembled constantly, as clear as if it were carved with a knife. Chapter 46 Shadow's Merit. Teacher Zhu, if you were on the shore, could you hold that dragon back? Zhushan frowned. Drag? What do you mean? If a dragon chases you out, can you hold it back and then shake it off? His eyes suddenly lit up. Do you have a way to get the dragon blood fruit? There is a dragon under the water. Hey! You can try it. Really? Great! I once went to the ruins there and not only saw records of dragon blood fruit, but also obtained a treasure. You can give it a try. Then let's get started without further ado. Etc. Zhushan gathered everyone and asked them to go down the mountain and wait there. After experiencing the scene of the dragon emerging from the water just now, when Zhushan said this, the others were no longer willing to stay here and immediately rushed down the mountain. Only Li Bufan stood there as if he had no intention of going down the mountain, and his behavior was also seen by many people. Su Shui was the first to step forward and ask, "Teacher, isn't Li Bufan going down with us?" The others stopped and looked at Zhushan like a crowd of spectators. If you think you have Li Bufan's strength, you can choose to stay. Su Shui curled her lips and said nothing more. Let's go. Go down quickly, it's too dangerous here. Zhushan couldn't wait any longer. After everyone left, Li Bufan was very excited. Hey! Dragon blood fruit, here I come. Teacher Zhu, how deep is the dragon blood fruit located? About 50 meters. Li Bufan estimated that the position of his shadow was about 100 meters away from his real body. If he exchanged with the two shadows, he could move a distance of 200 meters. He nodded and said, Teacher Zhu, I can now split into two shadows. I will let the first shadow dive down to pick the dragon blood fruit, while I stand about 50 meters away from the Tianqi Lake. The second shadow will then be 100 meters behind me. When the first shadow picks the dragon blood fruit, my real body and the first shadow will switch places. Then I will switch places with the second shadow. Finally, I just need to take back the shadow. After exchanging with the first shadow, the second shadow will not disappear even if it is 200 meters away, and there is still time to exchange.
Xu Shan's eyes widened and he gasped, Your true form can actually switch places with your shadow?
Li Bufan remembered that when he showed the talents and skills to the 5 academies, he did not mention the ability to exchange.
Yes. Your talents and skills are also abnormal. Li Bufan. I think your method is feasible. After you get the dragon blood fruit, go down the mountain immediately. Leave the dragon behind to me. I should have no problem holding it back. Okay. Let's get started. Wheel Tomb, Border Prison.
Li Bufan first controlled a shadow to 100 meters behind him, and then controlled another shadow to dive into the water. Activating the Rinnegan's vision sharing, the shadow slowly dived downwards. It was very strange. Li Bufan thought that the shadow swimming in the water would make some noise, but something strange happened. The shadow seemed to not belong to this world, swimming silently in the water without stirring up a single ripple. After diving to a depth of about 50 meters, Li Bufan indeed saw the dragon blood fruit, emitting a faint red glow. And not far from the dragon blood fruit, there was a black figure floating.
Dragon.
It is like a curled belt, wrapped together in circles and suspended in the water. The dragon closed its eyes. Seeing the dragon's appearance through its shadow, Li Bufan felt its laziness, dignity, and power. It did not notice the existence of the shadow. Through the shadow, Li Bufan counted nearly 20 dragon blood fruits. There is only one dragon blood fruit on a dragon blood grass, and each dragon blood fruit seems to have a little dragon swimming inside.
It was basically unrealistic for Li Bufan to pick them all off, as the dragon would notice him as soon as he made a move.
He could only pick as many as possible and evacuate quickly, swimming to a place where 8 or 9 dragon blood fruits were gathered.
Shadow held 4 dragon blood grasses in one hand and 5 dragon blood grasses in the other hand.
With a decisive force, he pulled out the dragon blood grass with the dragon blood fruit still on it. The shadow immediately swam upstream desperately. The dragon suddenly opened its copper bell-like eyes and saw that half of the dragon blood fruit was missing, and the missing half was floating to the surface of the water.
On. The dragon emitted a sound wave in the water.
Its first action was not to look for the thief who dived into the water, but to chase the floating dragon blood fruit. Looking at the chasing dragon, Li Bufan immediately used the book and shadow exchange technique.
Exchange. Switch again.
The moment his real body was swapped into the water, he immediately swapped with his second shadow. As the dragon blood fruit disappeared in an instant, the dragon vaguely saw a figure flash across the water, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a flash, the dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of water towards the place where the dragon blood fruit disappeared, but it did not hit any enemy.
Ashore.
After Li Bufan exchanged with the second shadow, he immediately retracted his shadow and ran down the mountain without looking back.
Teacher Zhu, we got the dragon blood fruit. Now it's up to you. Ha ha. Good boy, wait for me at the foot of the mountain.
He took out a palm-sized bronze bell and threw it into the sky. The bronze bell quickly grew larger, covering the sky above him, and then he immediately transformed into a beast. Li Bufan muttered, "Oh my goodness, it turns out to be a turtle shell." The shadow returned to his body, and he put the dragon blood grass and dragon blood fruit into the storage ring. At this moment, the dragon jumped out of the water, and immediately saw Li Bufan putting the dragon blood fruit into the storage ring.
Goodbye.
He ran down the mountain madly, and the rest could only be left to Zhu Shan.
On. Ding.
From time to time, bursts of dragon roars and bell sounds were heard from the mountain, and the people at the foot of the mountain looked up at the mountain in horror.
It was obvious that Zhu Shan was fighting with the dragon. They looked at each other, wondering why Zhu Shan wanted to provoke the dragon again.
Then Li Bufan was seen running down the mountain.
Go! Hearing Li Bufan's voice, everyone ran away. Su Shui said as she ran, Li Bufan, why did Teacher Zhu fight with Jelong? I don't know. I saw Teacher Zhu washing his feet in Tianqi when the dragon suddenly rushed out and then the two of them started fighting.
Hearing this, the others ran away in laughter.
Teacher Zhu, how long has it been since you washed your feet? I heard that Teacher Zhu used to be the captain of the college football team. Li Bufan. Everyone ran all the way to the grassland where they had just come in, and then stopped to rest. Several people glanced at him from time to time. It was obvious that few people believed what he had just said, but he didn't care. An hour later, Zhu Shan hurried over. Li Bufan saw that he looked pale and was panting. He also changed into a new set of clothes. It seemed that even with the treasure to protect himself, this battle between man and dragon made him look miserable. Chapter 47 Dragon Blood Pill. The others looked at Zhu Shan and covered their mouths with their hands to laugh, looking at him with strange expressions. Zhu Shan was confused, but he didn't care too much. He walked to Li Bufan and whispered, "How many dragon blood fruits did you pick?" 9. Hiss. So many? I thought I'd be lucky to pick 2 or 3. Teacher Zhu, what exactly does this dragon blood fruit do? Li Bufan now only knows that dragon blood fruit is extremely precious, but he is still unclear about its specific use. Dragon blood fruit can be combined with other ingredients to make dragon blood pills. Dragon blood pills can not only be used for cultivation, but more importantly, they can help break through bottlenecks. Bottleneck? Is this the first time Li Bufan has heard that cultivation can also encounter bottlenecks? He has not encountered any bottlenecks since he started practicing. You don't know that after reaching the Gold Realm, you'll encounter bottlenecks every time you break through a level, especially when you break through a major realm. Is this also why talented people often achieve high levels of success? It's not just because they are more talented, but more importantly, they rarely encounter bottlenecks, or the bottlenecks they encounter are very small. So that's how it is. If one has high talent, he will rarely encounter bottlenecks. This means that he will not encounter any bottlenecks in his future practice. Teacher Zhu, which one is more effective in cultivation, the dragon blood pill or the golden leaf fruit? Zhu Shan glanced at it in surprise, then smiled slightly and said jokingly, "You also know about the golden leaf fruit? It seems you are quite lucky. The effect of the dragon blood pill is certainly stronger than the golden leaf fruit." Stronger than golden leaf fruit? Li Bufan suddenly widened his eyes full of excitement, and his breathing became a little rapid. Noticing Li Bufan's excitement, he curled his lips and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. The other materials for refining the dragon blood pill are also extremely precious." Teacher Zhu, do you have any ideas? Zhu Shan chuckled and said with a sly look in his eyes, "The alchemy skills of the Yanjing Academy are second to none, hee hee." He raised his eyebrows, and Li Bufan immediately understood what he meant. He wanted to take advantage of Yanjing College. One dragon blood fruit combined with other ingredients can be used to refine 10 dragon blood pills. As long as we give some of the dragon blood fruit to Yanjing College will naturally find the remaining ingredients. Besides, if you come forward, Yanjing College can only charge a symbolic fee at most. As expected, the old ones are still the most experienced. Zhu Shan not only set his sights on Yanjing College, but also included him in his plan. Li Bufan wouldn't mind. He urgently needed the dragon blood pill to practice, and then use it with the spirit gathering array. Just thinking about it made his heart burn with excitement. Okay. I'll go find Teacher Zhao. Zhu Shan nodded in satisfaction. Just give me 15 dragon blood pills when the time comes. Li Bufan turned his gaze to another symmetrical mountain, which was likely to contain rare treasures. Seeing Li Bufan's gaze, Zhu Shan naturally knew the value of the mountain opposite. Right now, they are the only 2 people who know something about the entire secret realm. Others will not gain any benefits from entering the secret realm this time except for broadening their horizons. Of course. This secret realm should also have other opportunities, and it is impossible for them to set foot in the entire secret realm in a short time. If we go to another high mountain someday, it won't be able to escape there. Teacher Zhu, you won't inform the academy about the dragon blood fruit, right? Ha ha. Of course not, otherwise how could we benefit from the other high mountain? Teacher Zhu is indeed very thoughtful and has made every possible plan. Zhu Shan rolled his eyes and replied unhappily, "Are you talking about me, the old fox?" Li Bufan. The others had almost finished their rest and saw Zhu Shan and Li Bufan whispering something to the side. Xia Mengqi has been confused ever since she entered the secret realm. Her grandfather knows Li Bufan and wants to introduce her to him. Why was Zhu Shan also so familiar with Li Bufan? And why did he invite him into the secret realm? And along the way, no one knew what the 2 of them were muttering about. Zhua didn't think too much about it and ran straight to Li Bufan and the others. What are you talking about?
Shushan quickly said, nothing, we are discussing whether to go out now or continue exploring the secret realm.
Then what's left to discuss? No one wants to continue exploring the secret realm. Teacher Zhu, let's go back. Okay then, tell everyone to pack up, we'll be going back soon.
After leaving the secret realm, Li Bufan said goodbye to Zhu Shan and prepared to go find Zhao Bai from Yanqing College.
Unexpectedly, Zhua pulled him aside and asked, Li Bufan, aren't you a student of our White Tiger Academy? Li Bufan didn't know how to answer.
Strictly speaking, he was now a student of 5 colleges.
I'm a student at White Tiger Academy. Really? That's great.
Maybe we'll see each other more often in the future.
Li Bufan smiled bitterly.
She didn't know whether Zhua was curious about him or had a good impression of him. Besides, he will spend most of his time at Yanqing College in the future, and he will probably have few opportunities to come to White Tiger College. When Xia Mingqi saw this scene between the two of them, she felt inexplicably lost for some reason. After leaving White Tiger Academy, Li Bufan called Zhao Bai.
Li Bufan, what's wrong? Teacher Zhao, I'm in Kyoto now. I want to meet you to discuss something. Do you have time? Ha ha.
Of course, come to Yanqing College.
Call me when you get there. Good.
White Tiger College is in the eastern district of Kyoto, and Yanqing College is in the northern district.
Li Bufan took a taxi and arrived at Yanqing College in 40 minutes.
It was getting dark when I arrived at Yanqing College. I called Zhao Bai at the gate of Yanqing College and he came over after a while.
Teacher Zhao. Zhao Bai looked at Li Bufan and was very curious to see that he was wearing a mask. Why are you wearing a mask out of nowhere?
Li Bufan took off his mask and said, I went to the White Tiger Academy.
I wore the mask to keep it secret. You went to White Tiger Academy? No wonder. Come in with me. Zhao Bai took him directly to his office. Are you going to White Tiger Academy?
Li Bufan briefly told him about the secret realm of White Tiger Academy, and then he took out 9 dragon blood fruits and placed them on the table.
Zhao Bai's eyes lit up, and he picked up a dragon blood fruit and looked at it carefully. Is this a dragon blood fruit? Teacher Zhao has good eyesight. Li Bufan exclaimed.
It is worthy of the academy that is famous for alchemy.
He recognized the dragon blood fruit at a glance. This is a good thing. Legend has it that the dragon blood fruit is contaminated with dragon blood. Do you want us to refine the dragon blood fruit into dragon blood pills? Li Bufan smiled.
He didn't expect that Zhao Bai guessed his purpose without him saying anything.
Yes.
You can give a few of the 9 dragon blood fruits as compensation for the auxiliary materials and alchemy provided by Yanqing Academy.
Chapter 48 Meeting Li Xingyun again.
Zhao Bai glanced at Li Bufan with a half smile and said teasingly, not only do you know about dragon blood pill, you also know that it requires auxiliary materials.
It seems that old guy Zhu Shan told you, right? He nodded awkwardly.
He didn't expect to hide these things from Zhao Bai.
Zhu Shan led the team into the secret realm. How could he not know about the dragon blood fruit? That old fellow is really calculating.
The academy should have the auxiliary materials for the dragon blood pill. In that case, we will take 4 dragon blood fruits as compensation.
Yeah, okay.
Yanqing College took 4 dragon blood fruits and finally distributed 15 dragon blood pills to Zhu Shan, so he could also get 35 dragon blood pills.
Guaranteed profit. Teacher Zhao, I should be in Kyoto recently. Feel free to call me when the dragon blood fruit is ready. Well, you are living in the apartment provided by the college now? Yes. Zhao Bai nodded and said that the dragon blood pill would be delivered to the apartment as soon as it was refined.
After leaving Yanqing College, it was already completely dark and he looked at the map. The couple's apartment was only about 10 minutes away from Yanqing College.
Li Bufan walked towards the couple's apartment.
At this time, all the colleges in Kyoto have already started their summer vacation, and there are very few people on the streets. Turning into a 2-lane road, the towering trees planted on both sides of the road were extremely dense. The branches on both sides grow intertwined with each other, and the orange lights on the roadside make the road look particularly deserted. Li Bufan looked up and saw a figure blocking his way, looking at him with a cold expression.
You again? Li Xingyun. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled evilly. I don't know why the vice president of Suzaku College vouched for you, but you are not naive enough to think that our Kyoto Li family will let you go so easily.
Of course not. I know how tyrannical your Li family is.
But how did you know my whereabouts?
Li Bufan was very puzzled.
Few people knew that he was coming to Kyoto.
Fatty, Feng Bo, Lu Xuanxi, Zhu Shan, and Zhao Bai, it is basically impossible for these people to reveal his whereabouts.
Moreover, he didn't sense anyone following him just now, so how did Li Xingyun know his whereabouts? His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You think I will tell you? I've let you live for so many days, and today I will avenge my brother." Li Bufan sneered.
Li Xingyun's realm was at most 1 or 2 silver stars.
With his ability, it would be easy to kill him. You are at most at the silver 1 or 2 star level. Do you think you can be my opponent? Tell me how you know my whereabouts. Ha ha ha. How shameless. You're only at the bronze realm. Do you think I'll give you a chance to display your talents? Li Bufan was stunned for a moment. Not giving himself a chance to display his talent? What's the meaning? As soon as he finished speaking, he whispered 2 words to Li Bufan, "Seal." In an instant, an inexplicable force swept through his body. Li Bufan raised his hand and looked at his body, but there was nothing abnormal. He asked doubtfully, "Seal? That's it? Ha ha. What an idiot." Li Bufan remembered what Li Xingyun had just said, not giving him the opportunity to display his talent? Could this be a sealed talent? However, his samsara eye was no different from before, and it was not sealed either. He quickly took a look at his personal attributes, and found that the Taoist statue in Shinra Tensei outside the talent skill column had turned gray. Li Bufan finally understood that Li Xingyun had sealed his 2 innate skills. He broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, only 2 of his innate skills were sealed. If all of them were sealed, how could he, a bronze-level cultivator, deal with a silver-level cultivator? Li Bufan sighed, the strange talents in this world are really hard to guard against. So you can seal my innate skills. Li Xingyun smiled coldly and then said, "That's right, but it's a pity that you found out too late. My talent is the sealing gate, which can be used to seal. You have at most 2 talents, and now they have all been sealed by me, huh? Equivalent seal? So you also have 2 innate skills, and they are both sealed?" Li Bufan understood his idea. If both people's innate skills were sealed, then if he is at the silver level and I am at the bronze level, wouldn't he be able to easily defeat him? So what? The silver realm is enough to deal with you. Prepare to die. His spiritual power exploded, and a sword appeared in his hand. He rushed towards Li Bufan quickly. Li Bufan looked at him with pity, and said with a half-smile, "You are asking for death yourself, so you can't blame others." Wheel tomb, border prison. He took out the black knife again and stood in place. Li Xingyun rushed over and relied on his silver realm to chop him down with a knife. Li Bufan held the knife in both hands and attacked with a backhanded blow. He wanted to try out the difference in strength between the bronze realm and the silver realm without using his talent. Ding! The black knife and Li Xingyun's sword collided, sparks flying. A recoil force came from the black knife, and Li Bufan thought to himself that the strength of the silver realm was indeed much stronger than that of the bronze realm. Realizing that Li Bufan's strength was much inferior to his, Li Xingyun showed a look of delight. "Huh? You really only have 2 talents. You will definitely die today. So much nonsense. Looking for death." Li Xingyun said with gritted teeth, his face grim. Suddenly, the sword in Li Xingyun's hand disappeared, and a fireball appeared in his hand instead. Li Bufan was speechless and asked, "Is this a spiritual skill?" "Ha ha. You didn't expect that, didn't you? So what if I can't use my innate skills? I still have spiritual skills." He waved his hand, and a ball of fire flew towards Li Bufan at a high speed. "You think you're the only one with a backup plan? Naive." Seeing the fireball approaching, he slowly used his innate skills. Exchange. Li Xingyun rubbed his eyes. How could such a person suddenly disappear? However, before he could react, a cold black knife was placed on his neck from behind. "You actually have more than 2 talents. Ha ha. What did you think?" Feeling the cold breath coming from the black knife, Li Xingyun's heart rose to his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe, and cold sweat soaked his clothes on the back. "Tell me. How do you know my whereabouts?" Li Xingyun seemed to have grasped the hope of survival. "Li Bufan, I can tell you, but you must swear first. After I tell you, you will let me live." Li Bufan sneered, "Are you still qualified to negotiate with me now? If you don't, you will die." He will not show any mercy to his enemies, so why would he negotiate with him?
If you don't swear to give me a way out, I won't say a word even if I die. Since you won't tell me, then go die. Li Xingyun was terrified, his body shaking uncontrollably.
He shouted, "Wait a minute. I'll tell you." Chapter 49, Wild Bull Extra Chapter for Bo Chang who loves to eat stir-fried 4 delicacies. Sky Eye. It's the Sky Eye. Heavenly Eye?
This was the first time Li Bufan had heard of this term, and he had no idea what it was.
What is the Sky Eye? The name of a satellite.
You were discovered by the Sky Eye as soon as you arrived in Kyoto. Then you disappeared for 2 days. When the Sky Eye spotted you again, you were at Yenching College. Li Bufan understood that once he entered the secret realm, the Heavenly Eye would no longer be able to detect him, and he continued to wear a mask after leaving the secret realm. Finally, when he saw Zhao Bai at the gate of Yenching College, Li Bufan took off his mask. It was probably at this time that he was discovered by the Sky Eye again.
Does the Sky Eye belong to your Li family or the country? Li Xingyun didn't dare to hide anything.
His only hope now was that Li Bufan would let him go after knowing about it. The Sky Eye belongs to the country, and our Li family has connections, so…
Ha ha! The Li family really is everywhere. I've told you everything I know, can you please? Phew! Before he could finish his words, Li Bufan wiped his neck.
He fell to the ground, covering his throat with his hands, his eyes full of unwillingness.
Li Bufan ignored him, frowned, and said in a cold voice, "You've been watching for so long, why don't you come out?" Pa pa pa.
Wonderful! Wonderful! A man walked out from the dark shadows, clapping his hands. He was wearing a gray monk's robe and his entire face was hidden in a hat.
Who are you? From that family?
This person shouldn't be from the Li family in Kyoto, otherwise he wouldn't have just stood by and watched. All the members of the Zhuge family except Zhuge Qi are dead.
Is it possible that only the Deng family in Kyoto is left? He sneered and said, "Family? Not even that. Then why are you waiting for me here? And how do you know my whereabouts? You have so many questions. Come with me and you'll know the answers to these questions." Li Bufan sneered, crossed his arms and said, "I don't even know who you are, and you still want me to go with you?"
The man in the gray monk's robe said in a cold voice, "This is not up to you." He immediately pounced towards Li Bufan, and powerful spiritual power burst out from his body.
Li Bufan's pupils shrank. This man's explosive spiritual power was much stronger than Li Xingyun's. After Li Xingyun died, his seal automatically disappeared. Wheel tomb, border prison. Li Bufan used his innate skills once again, and he didn't dare to confront him head-on.
The man in the gray monk's robe rushed up to Li Bufan and slapped him with his palm. At this time, the shadow went around behind him again, just like when it killed Li Xingyun.
Exchange.
He instantly stood behind the man in the gray monk's robe, and when he saw the person who was so close to him suddenly disappear, he immediately realized something. When Li Bufan was fighting against Li Xingyun, the man in the gray monk robe witnessed with his own eyes the scene where he suddenly appeared behind Li Xingyun. It was too late to withdraw, he shouted loudly, and his monk robe fluttered without wind. The moment Li Bufan appeared behind him, he immediately slashed at his back with the black knife in both hands.
Ding!
Li Bufan felt as if he was chopping a piece of extremely hard iron, and his hands were numb from the shock.
The monk's robe was cut open, revealing the black skin underneath.
Li Bufan was stunned on the spot.
Black skin? Barbarians.
It turns out that this man in the gray monk's robe is a barbarian who has infiltrated.
No wonder his entire face is hidden in the hat. So you're a barbarian. You're so audacious. How dare you sneak into Kyoto?
The man in the gray monk's robe no longer hid himself. He took off his hat and looked to be in his early 20s. His face was covered with strange black runes.
He smiled and said, "My name is Maniu. So you have seen our barbarian tribe before?" "No.
The books record that you barbarians cultivate your physical bodies."
Li Bufan probably guessed why this barbarian was looking for him.
It was most likely related to the sealed barbarian super-powerful man in Jiangnan City.
Do you think I would believe you?
From what I know, when our barbarian master Manchi fell, you went to the place where he was sealed.
I don't understand what you're talking about. Ha ha. Tell me the cause of Lord Manchi's death, otherwise I will have to invite you to go.
As expected, they came for Manchi.
Li Bufan wondered how the barbarians knew that he had been to the sealed place. Then how did you know I had been to the sealed place? And how did you sneak into Kyoto? No comment. Li Bufan laughed heartily. Then I have nothing to say.
This barbarian not only knew that he had been to the sealed place, but was now blocking him.
How do the barbarians know so much about human territory? Humph. You don't know what's good for you if you don't accept my toast. He rushed towards Li Bufan quickly and struck him with another palm, but Li Bufan moved behind him and swung a knife. Ding. Want to break through my body? That's just wishful thinking. Li Bufan was speechless.
The barbarian's body was flawless and he was helpless now. It seems that I can only rely on the black stick of the outer statue, otherwise the spiritual energy in my body will be exhausted if it drags on. He swallowed a soul-restoring pill and decisively used the psychic technique.
Outer path golem, come out. Boom.
The powerful movement made Mania stunned in place. He looked up and stared at the heretic golem in horror.
Crackle. Several purple chains shot towards the bull.
He was horrified and lost all his initial confidence, and retreated frantically.
How could Li Bufan let him escape?
He switched places and went around him.
When Mania noticed that Li Bufan had disappeared, he slapped back without hesitation. Shinra Tensei. Bang.
The bull's body flew away, and the purple iron chain of the demon statue in the air tightly wrapped around him. Immediately afterwards, several black rods extended from the body of the heretic golem and pierced into his body, beginning to frantically devour his spiritual power in physical essence. At this moment, he finally understood the cause of Manchi's death. He used up the last bit of his strength and shouted, "We, the barbarians, will not let you go."
Phew.
The heretic demon statue disappeared, leaving only 2 corpses on the ground.
Li Bufan took another soul-restoring pill. Ding. Kill a silver 3-star barbarian, points plus 300.
Most of his spiritual energy was used up when he shot the wild bull away just now. Suddenly, he sensed someone coming and immediately turned around and left.
Soon, several teachers on duty at Yenjing College rushed over.
The noise made by the outer statue was so loud that they couldn't help but notice it.
Zhao Bai also came here.
They found Li Xingyun's body and a shriveled barbarian corpse.
This is the barbarian tribe. How dare they sneak into our human territory?
Several people looked grave. The fact that the barbarians were able to sneak in meant that there were loopholes in Kyoto's defenses, or perhaps there was a traitor among the human race who let the barbarians in? No matter which point it is very serious. Zhao Bai looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and pondered for a long time. He knew that Li Bufan had just left Yenjing College not long ago, and this road was also the only way for him to return to the couple's apartment.
In addition, the huge commotion just now could also be caused by Li Bufan's giant.
Combining these points, he immediately guessed that the situation here was most likely related to Li Bufan.
He was relieved that Li Bufan was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 50, A Traitor Appears in the Human Race?
Soon, the teachers from Yenjing College brought the 2 bodies back to the college, while Zhao Bai walked towards the couple's apartment. After returning to the couple's apartment, the fat man woke up from his practice when he noticed Li Bufan coming back. His face was filled with excitement, and he danced with joy as he said, "Hana.
Bufan, I have now broken through to the bronze 8-star realm.
This spirit-gathering formation is amazing, but it consumes a little bit of spirit stones." Li Bufan was also happy for the fat man. "Fatty, I still have some spirit stones.
If you don't have enough, you can use them." "Hey. Then I won't be polite." Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door, and Li Bufan was a little confused. He thought that the only person who knew that he lived here should be Zhao Bai from Yenjing College. When I opened the door, it was indeed Zhao Bai.
"Teacher Zhao, why are you here? Please come in."
As soon as he came in, he saw the fat man. "Who is this?"
"Teacher Zhao, he is my good friend Wang Sickhong, and he is also a student at Qinglong College." "So that's the case, Li Bufan, I want to talk to you alone." He glanced at the fat man. "It's okay, Mr. Zhao. He basically knows everything about me." "Okay then. Was the commotion that happened on your way home just now related to you?" "Sure enough. Zhao Bai guessed it after all. It's definitely related to me."
Li Bufan briefly recounted what happened on the road, and Zhao Bai's face showed a hint of anger and confusion.
"The Li family is really going too far. They even monitor your every move through the Sky Eye." Li Bufan really had no way to deal with the matter of the Sky Eye. All he could do now was wear a mask.
According to his judgment, Sky Eye should be facial recognition technology, and as long as he wears a mask, Sky Eye will have no way to do anything to him.
Strange. Why did the barbarians come looking for you? Then Li Bufan told the story of the extraordinary and powerful barbarians from Jiangnan City taking action. He was still very confident about the people from these academies. If they wanted to harm him, they would have done it long ago when there would be no need for such calculations. After hearing this, Zhao Bai's eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion, surprise, deep shock, and disbelief. He said in a hoarse voice, "You actually killed all the barbarian superpowers. Even if they were extremely weak barbarians in the supernatural realm, we humans don't have much of a way to take their bodies." Li Bufan smiled bitterly. "Teacher Zhao, to be honest, I was also surprised to see him destroy the barbarian extraordinary power. Moreover, if he had not been sealed for many years, his strength had weakened, and he could not move. How could I have killed him? That's incredible. No wonder the barbarian corpse on the road looked like a mummy." The fat man on the side listened to these exciting and shocking things. He was as dazed as a piece of wood and didn't know what to say. He thought about how Li Bufan could teleport for free at any time in Jiangnan City. So that's how it was. Li Bufan felt extremely depressed. The Li and Deng families in Kyoto had already been replaced by a barbarian tribe. Troubles really come one after another. If the barbarians knew that his talent could restrain the barbarians' physical bodies, they would probably kill him at all costs if he stayed in the human area. "Teacher Zhao, how did these barbarians know my whereabouts? How did they know I had been to the sealed land? How did they sneak into Kyoto?" Zhao Bai pinched his forehead and said nothing. It seemed that he was thinking hard as if he was doing a math problem in his mind. After a while, he said solemnly, "Li Bufan, I suspect the barbarians know your whereabouts because of the Sky Eye. Of course, it could also be due to other methods we don't know about. If it's the Sky Eye, then it means there's a traitor within our human race. This also explains why the barbarians also know that you've been to the sealed land." Traitor? Li Bufan clenched his fists. The traitor who could access the Sky Eye must be of a high level. There was an invisible hand controlling everything he experienced today. "You don't have to worry too much right now. I'll inform the people in other academies. Also, until the Sky Eye issue is resolved, it's best for you to wear a mask when you go out, or just not go out at all." "Teacher Zhao, I understand." After Zhao Bai left, Li Bufan took a deep breath. He was under so much pressure. The fat man came over, put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Don't worry, if the barbarians dare to come, I'll be the first to go." "Fatty. The barbarians are really strong. We need to practice harder." Li Bufan called Fang Bo, the Jiangnan City Defense Army again and briefly told him about his encounter with the barbarians today. "Li Bufan, according to what you said, it is very likely that there is a traitor in our city defense army. But don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Well, I'd also like you to keep an eye on my father. The traitor might come looking for him. This might be an opportunity to catch him." "Okay. I understand." After hanging up the phone and putting aside all distracting thoughts, Li Bufan immersed himself in cultivation. He now wanted to break through to the Silver Realm as soon as possible. After Zhao Bai returned to Yenqing College, he thought for a long time and sighed softly. None of the problems he faced were easy to solve. He took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat 6+1 chat group. "Zhao Bai from Yenqing College, everyone, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly, something big has happened. Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy, what's the matter? Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy. Xin Feng from Suzaku Academy, Lao Zhao, tell me what's going on. Zhao Bai from Yenqing College, Li Bufan came to see me at Yenqing College today, and then." Zhao Bai recounted in detail how Li Bufan was hunted by the Li family and the barbarians, and finally added that he had killed a powerful barbarian in Jiangnan City. A long time. No one in the 6+1 chat group spoke. Li Bufan once again gave them a huge shock. "Xin Feng from Suzaku Academy, Lao Zhao, what you said is too shocking. Zhao Bai from Yenqing Academy, I suspect a traitor has appeared within the human race. Otherwise, how could the barbarians sneak into Kyoto so quietly? Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, this possibility is indeed very high. Zhua Yifan from Qinglong Academy, everyone, whether it is Li Bufan's matter or the traitor's matter, it is too big. We must report to the dean first and then make a decision. JJ Lin from Xuanwu Academy, I agree. Zhao Bai from Yenqing University, good. Deep inside the White Tiger Academy,
there is a collection of ancient and vintage buildings, with unique Jiangnan courtyards, pavilions, and towers.
This is the retreat for the White Tiger Academy's president and several vice presidents.
At this moment, in a study, a stunningly beautiful woman was looking at the old man in front of her with a face full of resentment. The old man was about 60 years old. He had silver hair and white beard, a weathered black face with a rosy glow, and a pair of bright eyes flashing with a kind smile under his thick eyebrows.
Chapter 51, Sending Corpses.
This person is Xiao Wuji, the dean of White Tiger Academy and the strongest person in White Tiger Academy.
Xiao Wuji smiled and teased, Meng Qi. Aren't you not interested in him? Could it be that you've fallen in love with him?
Xiao Mengqi's fair face blushed involuntarily, and she said angrily, Grandpa, stop talking nonsense.
Who likes him? If you don't like him, why are you asking so many questions?
She pulled Xiao Wuji's arm and shook it, saying coquettishly, Grandpa, I'm just curious.
What kind of talent is that? Why does Teacher Zhu seem to be very familiar with him?
Xiao Wuji smiled bitterly, Girl, stop shaking.
My old arms and legs can't stand your tossing and turning. Xiao Mengqi tugged at his beard and said, Grandpa, you are in the transcendent realm. The lifespan of people in the transcendent realm can exceed 300 years.
The extraordinary realm, as the name suggests, has surpassed the limits of mortals.
When one's cultivation reaches an extraordinary level, one's lifespan will also be greatly increased. Share, even there are some things about Grandpa that I can't tell you. You just need to know that he is one of a kind.
Xiao Mengqi looked at his eyes carefully and did not detect any intention of lying. Even her grandfather couldn't tell her, and Xiao Mengqi felt like she was being pawed by a cat. Suddenly, she thought of the intimate look of Li Bufan and Su Shui in the secret realm, and complained, Grandpa, he is very popular now. Xiao Wuji looked at her and smiled without saying anything. He could guess what his granddaughter was thinking.
Ding ling ling. He glanced at the cell phone on the table. It was Zhu Shan calling. Hey, Zhu Shan, what's wrong?
Zhu Shan's excited voice rang out from the phone, Dean, I have something important to report to you today.
Zhu Shan carefully recounted everything he knew.
Xiao Wuji's face was shocked, angry, and worried. Xiao Mengqi, who was standing by, looked at his expression and immediately became curious.
Okay. Zhu Shan, I understand this matter. Your judgment is very likely. I will find someone to handle the Sky Eye matter.
Also, since the Barbarian's body was discovered by Yinjing Academy, they should report it to the National Security Bureau. They should then investigate how the Barbarian sneaked into Kyoto.
Dean, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wuji leaned back in his office chair, closed his eyes and thought, one hand tapping rhythmically on the table. After a while, he opened his eyes, and suddenly a beautiful face was less than 20 centimeters away from him, staring at him.
Cher, is there something on Grandpa's face?
Grandpa, I saw your face change just now.
What traitor? What's going on? Nothing. It's so late, go back and get some rest.
Seeing that Xiao Wuji was unwilling to speak, she said coquettishly, Grandpa, just tell me a little.
Xiao Wuji couldn't do anything to her. He patted her head and said with a smile, I can only say that this matter is related to Li Bufan. I can't say anything else. She pouted and said, it's him again, okay. The Li family in Kyoto.
In the living room of the Li family, two men in their 40s were sitting on one side.
One was Li Zicheng, the head of the Li family, and the other was Li Zicheng's younger brother Li Zifei.
Sitting opposite them was Zhao Bai from Yenqing College.
I wonder what brings Mr. Zhao from Yenqing College to visit you so late at night.
Zhao Bai nodded and smiled, then said, I'm very sorry to bother you so late at night. There was a murder case not far from our Yenqing College tonight.
It's related to Li Xingyun of your Li family. I wonder if you two are aware of this.
The head of the family, Li Zicheng, looked a little surprised.
He turned his head and glanced at Li Zifei next to him. I wonder if Teacher Zhao is mistaken.
Li Xingyun is my son. He has never gone out today and there is absolutely no way he is related to this matter.
Li Zifei said calmly. Li Zifei has two sons, Li Xingyun and Li Xingli. Li Xingli was killed by Li Bufan in Tianzi's secret realm.
He has always held a grudge, even though Yi Qingfeng, the vice president of Suzaku Academy, came forward to vouch for Li Bufan. But he had to avenge his son no matter what, which led to Li Xingyun ambushing Li Bufan not far from Yenjing College.
Oh. Didn't you go out? That's strange. Look who this is.
After Zhao Bai finished speaking, he took out a corpse and placed it on the ground. Li Xingyun was completely bloodless and had a fatal wound on his neck.
Li Zifei looked at the corpse on the ground, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He stood up suddenly and roared like a tiger, "Who is it? How dare you kill my son?"
He threw himself on the ground, hugging Li Xingyun's body. Now his only remaining son was also dead. His teeth were chattering and his eyes were red.
"Yuner, you died so tragically."
The head of the family, Li Zicheng, had a pale face and his eyes were wide open with anger. As the geniuses of his family died one after another, he uttered a few words with difficulty.
"Zhao Bai, who killed Li Xingyun?" Li Zifei suddenly rushed to Zhao Bai, grabbed his collar and shouted, "Tell me. Was it Li Bufan who killed my Yuner?" Zhao Bai pushed Li Zifei away with his backhand. He calmly straightened his clothes and said calmly, "What does this have to do with Li Bufan from our academy?" "Your academy?" Li Zicheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Bai steadily. "Wasn't he at the vice president of Suzaku Academy who guaranteed Li Bufan? How come Li Bufan is now a student of Yenqing College?" "Of course, Li Bufan joined our Yenqing Academy from the very beginning." "Really? Then why did Suzaku Academy guarantee him when he killed Li Xingli from our Li family?" "Then I don't know. Maybe he has some other relationship with Suzaku Academy."
Zhao Bai looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, as if he knew nothing.
"It must be Li Bufan who killed my Yuner.
This beast not only killed my Leer, but now he has killed my Yuner too. If I don't tear him into pieces, I, Li Zifei, will not be a human being."
Zhao Bai suppressed his anger, glared at Li Zifei and said, "Li Zifei, watch your words. Students of Yenqing College are not so easy to bully."
Li Zifei was about to say something when Li Zicheng grabbed him and shook his head at him.
"Zhao Bai, since you returned Li Xingyun's body, do you know who killed him?" "I don't know."
When several teachers from our academy arrived at the scene, they only found two bodies.
One was Li Xingyun, and the other was a barbarian. Li Zicheng's pupils shrank in surprise. "Barbarians? Die together with Li Xingyun? Zhao Bai, are you sure it's a barbarian?"
Zhao Bai chuckled, "Of course, I'm curious."
Li Zifei said his son, Li Xingyun, never left the house today, but he ended up dying with the barbarians? TSK. Could there be something going on between Li Xingyun and the barbarians? Chapter 52 Security Bureau. Li Zicheng was startled and said sternly, "Zhao Bai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Collaborating with the barbarians is equivalent to betraying the human race. Once discovered, you will definitely become the public enemy of the human race. Even if there is no evidence to prove that he colluded with the barbarians in the end, even if there is only a hint of suspicion, all those who are related to him will be skinned alive if not killed." Did I lie? Isn't it obvious? Li Zifei said himself that Li Xingyun didn't go out, and the time interval between Li Xingyun and Manzu's death was no more than 10 minutes. Li Xingyun and Manzu were definitely together at the time. Li Zicheng shouted, "Zhao Bai, stop slandering me. Our Li family is upright and honest. How could we possibly collude with the barbarians?" "Yes, it must be Li Bufan who killed my Yuner and then killed the barbarians and put the blame on our Li family," Li Zifei echoed. At this moment, he also realized the seriousness of the problem. If not handled properly, the Li family in Kyoto will be wiped out. Zhao Bai took a sip of his tea and sneered, "Our academy has carefully examined the barbarian's body and found it to be at the silver 5-star level. Master Li, you're not going to tell me that Li Bufan, a Bronze Realm cultivator, can kill the Silver Realm barbarian, are you?" Li Zicheng was speechless. The barbarians were physically strong, and it was unlikely that someone of the same realm would be able to kill them. Not to mention the realm lower than that of the barbarians, he would never believe that the Bronze Realm could kill the Silver Realm barbarians. Li Zifei was even more confused at this moment. He knew that Li Xingyun was going to ambush Li Bufan, and he was the one who told Li Xingyun the information about the Sky Eye. He was even more aware of Li Xingyun's sealed talent. It could be said that this ambush was absolutely foolproof. Li Bufan, with his sealed talent, could never be Li Xingyun's opponent. But now his son is dead, and he died with a silver-level barbarian. If Li Bufan killed his son and the barbarians, how could he believe it? "Zhao Bai, I believe there must be something else going on here. Didn't you say your son didn't go out at all?" Maybe I remembered it wrongly. Li Zicheng added, "Zhao Bai, Yuner would never collude with the barbarians. As for the fact that he died with the barbarians, our Li family will thoroughly investigate. Ha ha.
That's perfect. Also, if your Li family continues to target Li Bufan from Yanjing Academy, our academy won't be polite either.
Goodbye. Watching Zhao Bai leave, Li Zifei gritted his teeth. It was all because of Li Bufan. Now that both of his sons were dead, how could he swallow this? Zifei. What's going on with Yuner? Brother. Li Bufan killed my Lier, and now Yuner is dead because of him.
I must tear him into pieces to vent my hatred.
Li Zicheng sighed. He understood that Li Xingyun must have failed and ambushed Li Bufan and died inexplicably. At this time, a servant came into the living room and said, "Master, someone from the National Security Bureau is visiting." NSA? Li Zicheng murmured, then looked at Li Zifei. Zifei, you work at the National Security Agency, what's going on? At this point, Li Zifei had nothing to hide, so he confessed everything. Brother, I secretly mobilized Sky Eye to track Li Bufan. The Security Bureau is probably here because of this matter. Zifei you. Hey, please let the National Security Bureau people in. Yes. The servant bowed and left, and soon a National Security Bureau staff member came in. The man brought a suspension investigation document against Li Zifei and left in a hurry. Li Zifei slammed the suspension investigation document on the table and gritted his teeth. Brother, this matter must be related to that beast Li Bufan. Could it be that someone from Yanjing College went to the National Security Bureau? It's possible. It's also possible that Suzaku Academy did it. What's the relationship between Li Bufan and Suzaku Academy? Brother.
I must skin him alive with my own hands.
Zifei, this matter requires further consideration. Right now, we must first understand how Yuner died with the barbarians.
If someone insists on this, you should know the consequences for our Li family.
Li Zifei glanced at the corpse on the ground and said coldly, Brother, I understand. The National Security Bureau is located in central Kyoto. A landmark building with hundreds of floors in central Kyoto is the office of the Security Bureau. After leaving Li's house, Zhao Bai immediately went straight to the Security Bureau. When he arrived at the National Security Bureau, although it was late at night, the building was brightly lit. As soon as he entered the Security Bureau, he was stopped by the staff. Hello? What can I do for you? I'm Zhao Bai from Yanjing College. I need to report something about the barbarians immediately. As soon as he mentioned the barbarians, the staff's faces changed drastically. Please follow me. The staff took him on an elevator up to an office on the top floor. Sitting in the office was a man in his 50s. His facial features were three-dimensional and regular, revealing a sense of righteousness. His hair was big, black, and thick. His eyebrows slanted into his temples, and his eyes revealed a calmness as steady as a rock. This person is Chao Renchang, the highest official of the National Security Bureau. Director Chao. This is Zhao Bai from Yanjing College. He said there's something about the barbarians that needs to be reported. Chao Rencheng frowned and said, Well, you go down first. After the staff left, Chao Rencheng said with a smile, Please take a seat. I wonder if Teacher Zhao has anything to report regarding the barbarians? Zhao Bai immediately took out the body of the wild bull and put it on the ground. Chao Rencheng's pupils shrank, and he was slightly surprised looking at the mummy-like body of the barbarian. Director Chao, there was a fight not far from our college tonight. When we arrived, there were only 2 bodies left at the scene. One is Li Xingyun from the Li family in Kyoto, and the other is this barbarian. When we arrived, both of them had been dead for no more than 10 minutes. Chao Rencheng's body suddenly froze, and he gasped, Are you saying that some barbarians have sneaked into Kyoto? Good. With the facts before him, Chao Rencheng's expression immediately calmed down. The barbarians sneaked into Kyoto quietly. As the head of the National Security Bureau, he knew very well what this meant. Vulnerability. Traitor. Both are possible. Teacher Zhao, do this barbarian and the other person know who killed them? Zhao Bai looked hesitant. He believed Chao Rencheng, but Li Bufan's whereabouts were known to the barbarians. He had reason to suspect that there was a traitor within the National Security Bureau. Apart from the Sky Eye, he couldn't think of any other way to clearly know a person's whereabouts. Director Chao. I can't say anything about this person, but I can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem with this person. Chao Rencheng was stunned on the spot. It wasn't that he didn't know. But he couldn't say it? What mysterious figure deserves such secrecy? Teacher Zhao, why can't you tell me? Chapter 53 Armament Hockey. Why? I've already said I can't tell you, so why are you asking why?
Zhao Bai suddenly had an idea and said, the person involved doesn't want others to know. Also, I suspect there may be human traitors within the security bureau. Director Chow can investigate carefully. Zhao Bai did not mention the matter of the Heavenly Eye explicitly, otherwise he would have exposed Li Bufan directly.
Is there a traitor in the security bureau?
Chao Renchang was stunned at first, his eyes a little confused and a little bit unbelievable.
Okay, I'll investigate thoroughly. In the couple's apartment.
Li Bufan was immersed in cultivation when suddenly a voice sounded in his mind.
Ding! All heavens and myriad worlds copy points +1.
He opened his eyes and showed a hint of joy.
The copy point of all heavens and worlds has finally arrived. System, start copying. Ding! The myriad worlds are being copied.
In front of him, a turntable appeared, with various worlds written on it.
The world of death. Naruto world. One Piece world. Doluwa world. Ding!
One Piece world primary armament hockey upgradable copied successfully. Primary armament hockey, you can cover a certain part or the whole body with armament hockey to enhance defense and attack power, and can also cause damage to non-physical creatures.
This isn't too different from the One Piece world, it's pretty good.
Conditions for upgrading primary armament hockey, refining crystal, dreamstone, and gung essence. Li Bufan was stunned when he saw the conditions for upgrading the armament hockey displayed by the system.
Refining crystals? Dreamstone? Gung essence?
He has never heard of these three things. These three things look like they should be some kind of natural treasures such as mineral materials.
System, how many levels of armament hockey are there in this world? Ding! 4 levels. Divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top. Ha! 4 levels isn't too many. I can just upgrade slowly in the future. Armament hockey.
His hands immediately turned black, like black metal.
Ding ding ding.
The hands touched each other, making a sound of metal clashing. This really looks like the barbarian's flesh.
I wonder if I can arm this place, hee hee. He accidentally glanced down.
A subway station somewhere underground in central Kyoto. Before alien beasts and alien races invaded Blue Star, Kyoto's subway had extensive transportation. Ever since alien beasts invaded human territory, some of the beasts living underground have been constantly invading Kyoto through the subway lines. In order to prevent the monsters living underground from continuing to invade Kyoto on a large scale, the National Security Bureau closed all subway networks. The once abandoned subway station has now become Kyoto's famous ghost market. After so many years of operation and expansion, the ghost market has become a fairly large underground city. Some people hide in the ghost market to avoid revenge, while others come to the ghost market to make a living due to the pressure of life. All kinds of monsters and lawless criminals live here. In a 2-story house in the ghost market, 3 barbarians wearing monk robes knelt on the ground. Right in front of them stood an illusory figure, like a projection. 7th Master. The barbarian bull hasn't returned yet. It must have been lost. Humph. Trash. You can't even defeat a Bronze Realm human. You deserve to die. 7th Master. What should we do next? The human race now knows that someone from our barbarian tribe has infiltrated Kyoto. Do not act rashly now. Wait for my next instruction. Yes, sir. The next morning. He then received a call from Zhu Shan, informing him that the Sky Eye had been dealt with and the Li family would no longer monitor him. As to why the barbarians knew his whereabouts, it is still under investigation. Li Bufan walked out of the room and knocked on the fat man's door, waking him up from his practice. Bufan, what's wrong? Fatty, do you know anything about refining crystal, dreamstone, and gung jing? He tilted his head and thought carefully. No, I have never heard of it. Then do you know where I can buy rare treasures in Kyoto or get some relevant information? He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you finally asked the right person. As far as I know, the largest trading company in Kyoto is Tongtian Trading Company. They not only buy and sell all kinds of natural treasures, but also sell all kinds of information. Okay, I'll go there right away. The fat man did not go with him, but ran to the spirit gathering array in his room to practice. Li Bufan took a taxi directly to Tongtian Trading Company. After arriving, he found that Tongtian Trading Company was very close to the Tongtian auction house where he had been before.
It is also located in the core area of Kyoto's central district. Under a 6-story office building, the 4 big words Tongtian Trading Company are clearly written. As soon as I entered Tongtian Trading Company, a female service staff member came over and said, "Sir, please come in. What can I do for you? I'd like to ask if you have any refining crystals, dreamstones, or gung essence." "Okay, please wait a moment." She walked to the counter, took out an iPad, and operated it. Then he said, "Sir, the system shows that the 3 items you are inquiring about are currently unavailable." "No?" Li Bufan was a little disappointed. Tongtian Trading Company was the largest trading company in the country, but even they didn't have it, let alone other trading companies. "Is there any information about this?" She fiddled with the iPad for a bit, then said, "Sir, the system shows information about refining essence." A light suddenly lit up in his eyes, and he finally saw a glimmer of hope. "Oh. What's the price of this information?" 5,000 spirit stones. "What?" Li Bufan thought he had misheard. One message cost 5,000 spirit stones. You have to know that he only has about 9,000 spirit stones now. Are you kidding me? Why is it so expensive? "Sir, the more valuable the information our Tongtian Trading Company provides, the more spirit stones we will receive." In the end, Li Bufan had no choice but to spend 5,000 spirit stones with tears in his eyes to buy this information. The service staff quickly sent all the information about crystal refining to his mobile phone. Refining crystal, a rare refining material that is accumulated in the bellies of mining ants over the years after they devour ore. Mineral ants, they feed on various minerals. Their bodies can secrete a highly corrosive gastric juice to digest the minerals. Adult mineral ants have the strength of a silver 2-star. Talent: when the mining ant is threatened, the tail stinger will spray gastric juice to attack the enemy. This information is really comprehensive, even the innate skills of the mining ants are clearly described. The mine-eating ants appeared in the Qingning secret realm, and the information also marked the entrance location of the Qingning secret realm. Every secret realm in this world has an entrance, and some even have multiple entrances. There are generally 2 ways to enter the secret realm. One is to find the entrance to the secret realm, the other is to obtain the secret realm token corresponding to the secret realm. Of these 2 methods, the secret realm token is undoubtedly more convenient. With a secret realm token, you can freely enter the secret realm anytime and anywhere. Chapter 54, Mining Ants. No wonder this piece of information is so expensive. It's like getting the location of a secret realm. Li Bufan opened the map on his phone and compared the locations. The entrance to the Qingning secret realm was 300 kilometers north of Kyoto. 300 kilometers? That's not a short distance. Based on my current strength, it will probably take at least a day to reach the entrance of the Qingning secret realm. I sent a message to Fatty telling him that I had to go out of town for something. Then he went straight to the north gate. Kyoto has 4 gates in the east, south, west and north, and each gate can be used for entry and exit. In addition, entering and leaving Kyoto is the same as Jiangnan City. You need to show your identity and register when entering and leaving the city. He noticed that there were 2 guards standing on either side of the north gate, and there was a military barracks not far from the north gate. He suddenly thought that it would be impossible for the barbarians to register if they sneaked in. After all, as long as they took off their hats, the runes on their faces would reveal their identities. And if he entered Kyoto without registering, then the guards were too lax, which is obviously unlikely. After leaving the city, he headed north, killing any low-level monsters he encountered on the way. It was almost dusk when he hurried to the entrance of the Qingning secret realm. Unexpectedly, whether it was the entrance to the Tianzi secret realm or the White Tiger Academy's gold-level secret realm, after the secret realm token was activated, the entrance seemed to be an obvious wormhole in time and space. However, the entrance to the Qingning secret realm seemed transparent, without even a ripple at the entrance. If the information provided by Tongtian Trading Company had not marked the specific location of the entrance, it would be difficult to find the entrance to the secret realm even if you passed by it. Is this the difference between the 2 entrances to the secret realm? When we entered the secret realm, it was already dark inside, exactly the same time as the outside world. He set up his tent on the spot and prepared to go look for the mining ants again the next morning. The next morning, Li Bufan walked out of the tent and what came into his sight was an endless stretch of bare mountains. There is no green vitality, and the entire secret realm is gray-brown except for the sky. Rustle. Li Bufan walked forward. The ground was covered with granular sand. After walking for nearly half an hour, Li Bufan did not see any strange beasts. Mine-eating ants. Are they underground?
After walking for another 10 minutes, he arrived at the foot of the mountain range. Looking up, the entire mountain range looked like a giant ant nest.
The mountains are densely covered with holes of various sizes, like a honeycomb. It looks like the holes were made by mining ants?
He found a hole that was more than 1 meter high and crawled in. A sour and smelly smell came from the hole. There are holes everywhere inside the mountains, and he can only try to find some big holes to drill into.
Crunch.
Suddenly he sensed movement coming towards him.
Crunch.
This kind of sound came from all directions, and Li Bufan felt his scalp tingling for a moment. Once surrounded in such a small place with no place to retreat, he quickly retreated. We cannot be surrounded in this place anymore, otherwise even the outer statue won't be able to use its power to save its life. Soon he looked at the strange beasts surrounding him, and they were indeed mine-eating ants. The mining ant is about the size of an adult dog, with a pair of large black pincers in its mouth. Its body is silver gray, and it has a stinger more than 10 centimeters long in its tail. After seeing Li Bufan, the pair of large pincers in their mouths clamped, making a squeaking sound. Li Bufan decisively retreated quickly, and suddenly, mining ants appeared on his retreat route. Holy crap! We're stuck! He immediately took out the black knife and prepared to strike. Suddenly, the stingers of the mining ants around him were collectively aimed at him.
Oh no! The mining ant was about to activate its innate skill to spray gastric juice.
He was surrounded and had no way to retreat.
Phew! 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 The mining ants sprayed gastric juice at him. Armament hockey. Sizzle. The clothes on Li Bufan's body were immediately corroded away, and he was completely naked. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his armed color domineering resisted the corrosion of the gastric juice of the mining ants. He looked at his body, which was naked and covered with sticky, sour, and smelly gastric juice. Fuck! I got shot all over by a bunch of beasts today? He was filled with rage and immediately rushed towards the mine-eating ants with a black knife and slashed them down with one blow. Ding! The black knife only left a shallow mark on the mining ants and did not cause any harm to them at all. Such a strong body? Could it be that the minerals consumed by these mineral-eating ants have made their bodies incredibly hard? Ding! He slashed with his sword again, but still couldn't do anything to the mining ants. Even if the mining ants clamped Li Bufan with their large pincers, they could not break his armament hockey. For a while, the whole hole was filled with clanging sounds. Then let's try wrapping the armament hockey around the black sword. The black knife was instantly dyed completely black by the armed color domineering, and the pitch black knife flashed with cold light. Sniff. He slashed at a mine-eating ant with his knife. With a swish sound, the mine-eating ant was cut with a wound on its body, almost splitting the mine-eating ant in half. A dark green thick liquid flows out of the wound of the mining ant, which is a mixture of the mining ant's blood and gastric juice. Sizzle. The rocks on the ground were corroded and turned black, and emitted a sour and smelly smell. Ding! Kill a silver 2-star mine-eating ant, points plus 200. Hee. This trick really works. Li Bufan continued to kill other mine-eating ants, and the situation soon became one-sided. The mine-eating ants could not break his armed color domineering at all. Ding! Kill a silver 2-star mine-eating ant, points plus 200. Ding! Kill a silver 2-star mine-eating ant, points plus 200. Ha! After hunting for half an hour, the mining ants finally dispersed. Finally left. I don't have the energy to keep killing. He cut open the abdomen of a mining ant, and a pool of thick liquid flowed out, but no refining crystal was found. After cutting open more than a dozen mining ants, no refining crystals were found. He continued to cut open the abdomens of the remaining mining ants, and suddenly a fist-sized, silvery white, irregular object flowed out of the abdomen of one of the mining ants. Could this be the refining crystal? Held in the hand, the fist-sized refining crystal actually weighs more than 10 pounds. Kyoto Ghost Market. In a 2-story house, an illusory image suddenly appeared in front of 3 barbarians. The 3 of them quickly knelt down and said, "Seventh Master, I have received news that the man has left the city and headed north of Kyoto. The 3 of you must immediately bring him back to the Barbarian territory. Success is not an option." Yes. Master 7, if we leave the city. Humph. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. I will arrange everything myself. Just do as you did when you entered the city. Yes, I understand.
The three men pulled down their monk robes and hats, hid their entire long faces inside the hoods, and then put on monkey head masks.
Chapter 55, Huitiangwan Ambush.
The monkey head mask was given to them by the seventh master before they came to Kyoto.
The three of them had easily sneaked into Kyoto wearing this mask.
After leaving the ghost market, the three of them took a taxi all the way to the north gate of Kyoto. At this moment, they were all extremely nervous and their palms were full of sweat. They didn't dare to disobey the orders of the seventh master, so the three of them gritted their teeth and walked towards the north gate exit. However, when they thought they were being stopped, the gate guards only glanced at their masks. They let them leave as if they hadn't seen them. After they walked out of the north gate, the three of them finally let go of their worries.
Seventh Master is truly powerful. I never thought we could leave Kyoto so easily. Yeah. My legs were shaking with fear just now. Look at what you two have done.
We must find a place to ambush Li Bufan as soon as possible and bring him back to the clan.
Don't worry. I've studied the map. To get back to Kyoto's north gate, we have to pass through Huitian Pass.
We just need to set up an ambush there.
Huitian Pass is the only way back to the north gate of Kyoto.
There are cliffs on both sides of Huitian Pass.
The fastest way to get back to Kyoto is to pass through the middle.
If you go around the cliffs on both sides and then return to Kyoto, the time required will be several times longer.
Li Bufan rested in the Qingning secret realm and then prepared to return to Kyoto. Judging from the time, Yanjing College should have almost finished refining the dragon blood pill by now. With the dragon blood pill, it would be easy for Li Bufan to break through to the silver realm, and he couldn't help but start looking forward to it. As soon as Li Bufan entered Huitian Pass, he saw three people wearing monk robes and monkey head masks standing in front of him. He.
I thought he would pass by here.
You are Li Bufan, right?
Li Bufan recognized at a glance that these three people should be barbarians, and sensed that their realms were almost the same as those of the barbarian bulls. They should all be around the second or third silver level, and it seems they are waiting for him here on purpose. Zhu Shan had already told him yesterday that Sky Eye had dealt with it and would no longer monitor him.
How did these three barbarians know that they were leaving the city? And how did they know that it was the north gate? No one else knew that he had left the city except the fat man. In addition, he did not sense anyone following him when he left the city, so the only person who knew he left the city was the guard at the north gate.
Li Bufan showed his identity for registration when he left the city. He was now certain that it was the guards at the north gate who betrayed his whereabouts. But he still had a question. If these three people did not kill him, and then waited for him to return to Kyoto, wouldn't the north gate guard's behavior be an admission of guilt? Are they so sure that three barbarians can capture me?
Yes. It's me. You found out my whereabouts through the guards at the north gate, right? We don't understand what you're talking about. Are you going to go with us on your own initiative, or do you want the three of us to break your limbs and then take you back? He sneered and said contemptuously, just the three of you?
Now he has armament hockey, and his physical body is not weaker than that of the barbarians.
You think you can deal with the three of us by killing one wild bull?
Wishful thinking. So much nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight.
The villain is so talkative. Looking for death. Let's go.
The three of them immediately rushed towards him.
Li Bufan held a black knife in his hand and spiritual power burst out of his body. Wheel tomb, border prison. Armament hockey.
The black knife was instantly wrapped in the armed color domineering, and the skin of his hands also turned gray-black. The pupils of the three barbarians shrank as they saw with their own eyes that Li Bufan's hands turned black, exactly the same as their barbarian bodies. He controlled the two shadows to rush towards the two people next to him, while he himself pounced on the barbarian in the middle. The two shadows took the lead in attacking, and the two barbarians on the left and right were punched hard in the face for no apparent reason.
Click.
Both of their monkey head masks shattered. They both braked suddenly, their whole bodies swayed, and they looked confused.
Shadow's powerful punch did not cause any actual harm to either of them. What's going on? Be careful around you. I think this must be his innate skill. Ding! Li Bufan's black knife collided with the weapon of the barbarian in the middle. This was the first time Li Bufan saw a barbarian using a weapon. His weapon looked like a black iron rod.
I don't want to waste my time with you three.
Humph! How shameless of you to say that.
It would not be easy to kill these three people in a head-on duel, and the spiritual power in the body would not be able to sustain it. Since a head-on fight is not possible, a sneak attack is the only option.
Exchange.
The barbarian in the middle noticed that Li Bufan had disappeared in an instant, and he shouted to the two people beside him, "Be careful."
However, it was too late.
As soon as the barbarian on the left heard the voice of his companion, Li Bufan appeared beside him. The barbarian noticed from the corner of his eye that Li Bufan was slashing at him with a knife, and his skin immediately turned black.
It's too late. Phew. Ah.
Li Bufan did not kill him, but cut off his legs with a knife, making him lose his fighting ability immediately. The black knife wrapped in the armed color domineering aura broke through the body of the Silver Realm barbarian, and the effect was very significant. It was too late for the barbarian in the middle to come to support, and he watched helplessly as his companion's legs were chopped off.
You? How could you, at the Bronze Realm, possibly break through my Silver Realm barbarian body? This is impossible. Die. There are so many impossible things, like all three of you will die here today.
Li Bufan sneered when he saw him swinging his stick down with a sound of breaking through the air.
Exchange. His pupils shrank, and Li Bufan in front of him disappeared in an instant.
He realized something and quickly turned around and swung the stick.
Ding.
Li Bufan was also a little surprised.
How could the barbarian in the middle react so quickly?
He had just exchanged positions with the shadow when the other party turned around and swung his stick. Seeing this, the barbarian on the right rushed over and slapped Li Bufan on the back.
Shinra Tensei. Bang. The two were flung away in an instant. Li Bufan took a deep breath.
After continuously using his talent, he had little spiritual power left in his body. He quickly took out a soul-restoring pill and swallowed it, determined to end the battle quickly.
What kind of talent is this that is so strange? It was actually bounced away by an unknown force?
The two barbarians widened their eyes, their faces full of shock. Li Bufan commanded two shadows to attack the barbarians on the right, while he confronted the barbarians in the middle. He needed time to recover some spiritual power. As for the barbarian on the far left, he had no fighting ability at all after his legs were cut off, and he was still wailing in pain on the ground. The barbarian in the middle saw him take the pill and knew that he was running low on spiritual energy.
Want to delay the recovery of spiritual power? Dream on. He pounced over at an extremely fast speed. Li Bufan grinned.
He not only wanted to delay time to recover his spiritual power, but more importantly, he wanted to find an opportunity to sneak attack the barbarians on the right.
Exchange. Be careful.
He shouted the moment Li Bufan disappeared.
Chapter 56, A Cornered Dog Will Do Something Desperate?
He exchanged with the shadow again and moved behind the barbarian on the right. He just turned half his head and saw Li Bufan behind him. He swung his sword and slashed down with a smile on his face. His eyes suddenly became dull and his face turned pale, as if his soul had been taken away, and he had even forgotten that his body had turned black.
Phew! The barbarian in the middle yelled, "Stop!"
Li Bufan cut off his head with a knife and said lightly, "Oh, you are too late."
"You, who are you? Isn't I the person you're looking for? Tell me how you sneaked into Kyoto, and I can spare your life." He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, with a rather crazy tone, "Ha ha ha. Spare my life?
We barbarians only know how to die standing, not live on our knees." After he finished speaking, his face turned cold, and his eyes widened and were filled with hatred. He didn't say anything extra, but rushed forward at high speed with the black stick in his hand and the intention of dying. Looking at the barbarians rushing towards him, Li Bufan kept a calm expression and swung his sword to meet them.
Ding! Exchange!
He appeared behind him in an instant, and the barbarian reacted in time.
The moment Li Bufan disappeared, he rolled forward. Li Bufan raised the corner of his mouth.
He had two shadows, and he once again exchanged with his shadow and went behind the barbarian. He didn't expect that Li Bufan disappeared again just as he stood up.
What? Not good.
Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately swung his weapon backwards, and his skin immediately turned black. Li Bufan knew that this was him strengthening his body, so he bent down to avoid the black stick and gathered his strength to cut it horizontally with a knife.
Phew!
There was a huge wound on his abdomen and blood gushed out.
Cough cough.
He knelt on his knees, coughing up blood, looking at the fatal wound in his abdomen, his clothes stained with blood, and his face pale. Unexpectedly, the physical body that the barbarians were proud of was now easily broken by someone whose realm was lower than theirs. You, what kind of ability is this? There was no fear in his eyes, as if he had already recognized his fate. There was only deep reluctance and disbelief.
Armament hockey.
He nodded and fell to the ground. 3 people ambushed him, and now 2 are dead and 1 is seriously injured.
Li Bufan walked towards the man on the far left whose legs were cut off.
He witnessed his 2 companions being killed one after another. He could no longer hold back and screamed loudly, his face full of crazy hatred and despair, tears streaming down his face, and he was almost on the verge of collapse.
Devil! You devil! Li Bufan stood in front of him and sneered, Devil? Aren't you barbarians the ones who have been causing trouble for me? What will happen to me if I fall into your hands?
He said in a hoarse voice, You, kill me.
No, no, no. Tell me how you barbarians sneaked into Kyoto? Besides the guards at the north gate, who else betrayed my whereabouts? Ha 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 ha. You'd better give up on this idea. Li Bufan was a little annoyed. His current Rinnegan had not awakened the memory of reading Payne's human world, otherwise why would he need to talk to him so much?
He was now certain that the guards at the north gate must have been involved, but how could a single guard dare to do this?
Really? Then I can only hand you over to the security bureau. I think they have some way to make you speak.
You underestimate us barbarians. After saying this, he slapped his forehead. In a flash, Li Bufan's black knife flashed and cut off his 2 arms.
Ah! Want to commit suicide? Ha ha!
His face was grim, and he shouted hysterically, Li Bufan, you will not die well. Li Bufan ignored him and put the other 2 barbarian corpses into the storage ring.
Unfortunately, the storage ring can only hold inanimate objects, not living things.
He took out his phone and called Zhao Bai from Yanqing College.
Hey, Li Bufan, what's wrong? I think the dragon blood pill will be ready later today.
He smiled awkwardly, Teacher Zhao, I'm not here to ask about the dragon blood pill.
I need your help with something. Li Bufan told him everything about how he left the city yesterday and was ambushed by the barbarians today.
Zhao Bai's incredulous voice came from the phone, What?
Doesn't that mean the North Gate Guard betrayed your whereabouts when you left the city?
Well, the North Gate Guards must have been involved, but I don't know about the others.
Okay.
Now take that barbarian and wait for me outside the North Gate.
I'll ask the National Security Bureau to come over immediately.
After hanging up the phone, he glanced at the barbarian lying on the ground with his limbs cut off. At this moment, he had fainted from excessive blood loss. Li Bufan stuffed a golden medicine into his mouth for him to take, otherwise he would die before reaching the North Gate. He carried the unconscious barbarian towards the North Gate of Kyoto. On the other side, Zhao Bai hung up the phone and immediately called Chao Rensheng of the National Security Bureau. He quickly repeated the time that Li Bufan had told him.
Inside the top floor office of the National Security Bureau. Bang!
Chao Rensheng slapped the desk, and the whole desk broke into pieces.
It seems that there really is a traitor in the National Security Bureau?
He said angrily, Teacher Zhao, please wait for me at the North Gate.
I'll be there soon.
Yanqing College is located in the northern district of Kyoto, and Zhao Bai hurried to the North Gate. He stared at the guard on duty today with a cold look on his face. In less than half an hour, Chao Rensheng also arrived at the North Gate. They both restrained their aura and acted like passers-by. The 2 looked at each other, and Zhao Bai immediately took out his phone and called Li Bufan. At this time, Li Bufan had been waiting outside the North Gate for a long time.
Li Bufan, you can enter the city now. The National Security Bureau and I have already arrived at the North Gate. Good.
A quarter of an hour later, Li Bufan carried the barbarian with his limbs cut off to the North Gate. When the guard at the North Gate saw that he was carrying a person with runes all over his face, his pupils shrank and he looked incredulous.
Barbarians?
They personally released 3 barbarians today.
The guards looked at Li Bufan again, they froze and their breathing became rapid. Isn't this person the target of the 3 barbarians they released? The 4 of them recognized Li Bufan at a glance.
After all, they were the ones who revealed the news of his leaving the city to the barbarians.
So what about the other 2 barbarians? Are they all dead? There was no time to think about it. If Li Bufan was allowed to enter Kyoto, their identities would be exposed immediately.
The guards immediately shouted at him, Stop!
How dare you bring barbarians into Kyoto? Surrender immediately.
The other 3 guards immediately surrounded him.
Li Bufan sneered, Humph! Are you desperate?
The 4 of you actually colluded with the barbarians.
You deserve to die.
Not only did they bring the barbarians into Kyoto, but they also dared to slander our Kyoto guards.
They're courting death.
The four of them were ready to go, determined to kill Li Bufan on the spot to prevent future troubles.
Stop.
A deep and majestic voice came. The four guards looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in his 50s walking towards them.
Who are you?
Don't interfere with our official duties.
Chapter 57 Shadow Clan. Chao Runchang. Who is Chao Runchang? Get out of here.
One of the guards suddenly remembered something.
He swallowed, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and asked in a trembling voice, Chao Runchang, the head of the National Security Bureau? Chao Runchang was intimidating without getting angry, that's right.
As soon as he finished speaking, a strange scene suddenly appeared. One of the guard's eyes suddenly became dull, and then the guard's shadow began to wriggle like mud. A gray shadow jumped out from the wriggling shadows, and this gray shadow stuck to the ground like a shadow and moved away from the north gate at a high speed. The remaining three guards did the same thing. A gray shadow suddenly jumped out from the shadows and also quickly left towards the north gate.
Chao Runchang seemed to have finally reacted. His eyes were red and he roared angrily, Shadow Clan.
Zhao Bai and Li Bufan were stunned by this strange scene and stood there like a piece of wood.
Shadow Clan. This extremely strange clan was only briefly mentioned in the textbooks.
Chao Runchang burst out with astonishing momentum at lightning speed. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the first gray shadow.
You still want to escape from me, Chao Runchang? You're dreaming.
He snapped his fingers, and the sky suddenly became bright, with beams of light visible to the naked eye shining down from the sky. The four gray shadows on the ground seemed to be fixed, unable to move at all. Chao Runchang's momentum alarmed the nearby military camp, and rows of guards came out from it.
A man in military uniform ran out hurriedly and recognized Chao Runchang at a glance.
His eyes were filled with fear as he trudged forward step by step, slowly standing in front of Chao Runchang as if exhausted.
Director Chao. Chao Runchang raised his eyes, glanced at him and said, Are you the person in charge of the north gate of Kyoto? Yes. Open your eyes and see what this is.
He pointed to four gray shadows on the ground. The man in military uniform looked at the ground in the direction of Chao Runchang's finger.
His pupils shrank, and he blurted out four words in shock, Is this the Shadow Clan? Humph. You didn't even notice that the Shadow Clan had sneaked into the military camp. You're useless.
Li Bufan looked at the scene where Chao Runchang froze the four members of the Shadow Clan, and the blood in his body seemed to boil. Chao Runchang just snapped his fingers, and the four Shadow Clan members on the ground were completely unable to resist.
Teacher Zhao, what realm is Chao Runchang in?
Zhao Bai swallowed, shook his head, and said hoarsely, I don't know either.
The dean of our Yinjing Academy is at the extraordinary level.
The aura Chao Runchang just displayed is definitely stronger than the dean's.
Beyond the extraordinary realm. That is at least a transcendent realm, possibly even a super god realm. Teacher Zhao, what is Chao Runchang's talent? He seems to be able to control light? I've heard the dean mention this before.
He once said that the head of the security bureau has a rare natural talent, light.
Light. Isn't this the ability of Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi?
Chao Runchang stretched out his hand and grabbed the gray shadow on the ground, and a figure was slowly lifted up from the shadow.
The Shadow Clan mentioned above looks no different from ordinary humans.
The only difference is that his eyes have no eyeballs and no whites. The entire eye was gray, as if it were carved out of stone. However, the moment the Shadow Clan was captured, the guards who lined up outside the military camp were in chaos.
Dozens of gray shadows quickly fled towards Kyoto City.
The man in military uniform looked ashen when he saw this.
He hadn't noticed a single one of the many Shadow Clan members sneaking in.
Chao Runchang didn't expect that there were so many Shadow Clan members in the military camp.
He snorted coldly, took a step forward, and flew above the gray shadows that were fleeing towards Kyoto City. Holy light is coming.
Beams of light were cast from the sky, like arrows, shooting towards the gray shadows below. Whether the gray shadows were hiding under trees or inside buildings, the light penetrated through layers of obstacles and shot them accurately. After the gray shadow was hit by the light, a stream of blood seeped out of the ground. Then the gray shadow on the ground disappeared, replaced by a Shadow Clan corpse. Chao Runchang glanced down and sensed that there were no more Shadow Clan members below. He stepped out again and returned to the four imprisoned Shadow Clan members. He glanced at the three remaining gray shadows on the ground and said indifferently, Will you three show up on your own accord, or do you want me to catch you? Among the 3 gray shadows on the ground, a member of the Shadow Clan slowly emerged from each of them. Chao Rencheng flicked his middle finger, and 4 rays of light shot out, binding the 4 members of the Shadow Clan respectively. It seems that Chao Rencheng is going to take these 4 Shadow Clan members back for interrogation. Chao Rencheng walked up to Li Bufan, he smiled slightly, and his face looked very kind. You've done a great job in catching the Shadow Clan this time. I can give you some rewards. Is there anything you would like? His eyes lit up. There was such good news. I want the Dreamstone and Gung Essence. Zhao Bai tugged at Li Bufan's clothes. He didn't expect that Li Bufan would actually ask Chao Rencheng for a reward. That is a powerful human being who has surpassed the extraordinary realm. Chao Rencheng laughed heartily. Dreamstone and Gung Jing, you have a good eye. Suddenly, a crystal clear gem appeared in his hand, emitting colorful light. This is the Dreamstone. As for Gung Jing, I don't have any. Li Bufan took the Dreamstone and asked, Director Chao, do you know where to find Gung Jing? He glanced at Li Bufan, nodded and smiled. Genjin is also known as the treasure of sharp gold. When refining weapons, just adding a trace of Genjin can multiply the sharpness of the weapon. To be honest, our security bureau is also looking for Genjing. But it is said that a piece of Genjing once appeared in the Kyoto ghost market. Perhaps you can try your luck there. Li Bufan nodded, his face slightly disappointed. If he had more Gungjing, he would be able to raise his armament haki to the intermediate level. Thank you, Director Chao. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After he finished speaking, he pointed his finger and the 4 members of the Shadow Clan flew up. Then he stomped his foot, soared into the air, and disappeared in the blink of an eye with the Shadow Clan. Zhao Bai looked at the direction Chao Rencheng left in admiration, and couldn't help but sigh, strong. Damn, too strong. Teacher Zhao, that's enough. Everyone's already left. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted an autograph? He. There's a chance. By the way, come back with me to Yinjing College. I think the dragon blood pill has been refined. Good. Li Bufan was in a very good mood. This time when he went out of the city, he not only got the refining crystal, but also the Dreamstone. Now the dragon blood pill was also refined. It was a triple blessing. Not long after arriving at Yinjing College, someone indeed delivered 50 dragon blood pills. With this dragon blood pill, you should be able to break through to the Silver Realm soon. Chapter 58 Breakthrough to Silver 1 star, Reading Memory. Yeah. I guess I can break through to Silver tonight. Zhao Bai nodded with satisfaction. He had high expectations for Li Bufan. After returning to the couple's apartment, it was already dark. When he opened the door, he saw the fat man lying on the sofa watching Douyin. Fatty. You're not practicing? Ever since the spirit gathering array came into being, Fatty wanted to stay in it to practice for 24 hours a day. He had no time to do anything else. Hey! Bufan, you finished your work. It's time to combine work and rest. I'm not far from the bronze 9-star realm. Wow! Your speed is pretty good. After they chatted for a while, Li Bufan returned to his room. He had many things to deal with urgently. He knew that today he seemed to have captured the Shadow Clan who betrayed his whereabouts, but he still had many questions in his mind. How did Mania know his whereabouts outside Yinjing College? Also, how did the Barbarians know that he had been to Manchi Sealed Place? He didn't get any answers to these questions. Li Bufan smiled and said, "This world is really becoming more and more interesting." Putting these questions aside, he took out a dragon blood pill. The bright red dragon blood pill looked like a cherry. He swallowed the dragon blood pill in one gulp, and it melted in his mouth. In an instant, spiritual power filled his entire dantian, and the spiritual power of the dragon blood pill continued to flow into his dantian. Boom! Li Bufan successfully broke through to the silver 1-star realm, and the dantian in his body seemed to have doubled in size. The spiritual power of the dragon blood pill seemed to have found an outlet and continued to fill his entire dantian. He had not expected that the spiritual power contained in the dragon blood pill would be so surging. After the dantian was saturated again, the spiritual power of the dragon blood pill was completely absorbed. Ha! Finally broke through to the silver realm. Personal attributes. Name, Li Bufan. Talent, Samsara I.
Talented skills: read memory, seeking Dao Jade, will grave prison, outer path demon statue, Shinra heaven sweep, all things heaven's attraction, earth shattering star, heaven's obstacle shock star, samsara natural born technique, high emperor spirit venerable, thousand paper crane instant body technique, Yomi Hirasaka, sky hand strength. Realm, silver 1 star. Kung Fu, Hongmeng breathing method. Skills, none. Copy point, 0. Points, 105,710. He took a look at his personal attribute panel and his face suddenly became excited. A green memory reading skill appeared in the heavenly skill column. Ha ha. Whatever you want comes true. You can actually awaken Pain's human path and read his memories. Nice. He now regretted that when he went to Yinjing College with Zhao Bai in the afternoon, he casually threw the 2 barbarian corpses and the barbarian with severed limbs to the person in charge of the North Gate. It seems that next time we encounter barbarians, we must capture them alive. Having just broken through the Silver Realm, he spent another night to consolidate his realm. The next morning, Li Bufan called Zhu Shan and told him that the dragon blood pill had been refined. I sent him a location, and in less than an hour he rushed to the couple's apartment. Teacher Zhu, there are 15 dragon blood pills inside, please keep them. Zhu Shan clenched his hands excitedly, staring intently at the pill bottle handed to him by Li Bufan. Taking the dragon blood pill, he opened the bottle cap and looked at the bright red dragon blood pill inside with an intoxicated look. Li Bufan smiled and said jokingly, Teacher Zhu, it's just a dragon blood pill, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Zhu Shan rolled his eyes. What do you know? I've been stuck at the 9-star gold realm for years. Now that I have this dragon blood pill, how can I not be excited? All right. After getting the dragon blood pill, Zhu Shan couldn't wait to start taking it and practicing. He thought for a moment and said, Li Bufan, after I return and break through to the Star Glory realm, how about we go to the secret realm again? Ah, that's great. We have to get the remaining dragon blood fruits this time. Zhu Shan said angrily, if you take away all the remaining dragon blood fruits, won't the dragon fight me to the death? Alright, wait until I break through to the Star Glory realm first. Wait for my call. Good. After Zhu Shan left, Li Bufan prepared to go to the ghost market in Kyoto. Chao Rensheng said that Gengjing had appeared in the ghost market. He didn't expect to get Geng Jing in the ghost market, and even if he did, he couldn't afford it now. He would be satisfied if he could get information about Geng Jing in the ghost market. The fat man was still practicing, and Li Bufan did not disturb him. He took a taxi to the central area of Kyoto alone. The ghost market was a mixed crowd, so he took out a Beato's mask and put it on. Wearing a mask in the ghost market was normal, and no one would notice him. The entrance to Kyoto Ghost Market is the former subway terminal. The elevators on both sides of the entrance have been abandoned, and you can only go down the stairs in the middle to enter the ghost market. Li Bufan took a deep breath and walked down the stairs step by step. There was an orange tungsten filament lamp every 10 meters or so on both sides of the stairs. After walking down for a distance, he felt a chill coming over him and couldn't help shivering. After walking diagonally downwards for about 200 meters, he arrived at the original subway entrance and then entered the next floor from the entrance. Li Bufan was shocked by the scene that came into his sight. There was an extremely huge parking lot below. There are hundreds of trains parked inside, and each carriage is decorated as several shops, with signs of various shops hanging outside the carriages. So this is the ghost market. Li Bufan walked forward and saw many houses and buildings. These buildings were probably built after the subway station was abandoned. At this time, a boy about 12 or 13 years old came towards them. The little boy had disheveled hair and ragged clothes. Hello? Do you need a guide? Li Bufan was stunned. It was his first time in the ghost market and he really needed a guide. Well, how much is it? A spirit stone. 1 spirit stone is nothing to him, but 1 spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 million blue star coins, which is a lot. Okay, sure. He laughed happily, gesticulating with joy. My name is Xiaowu. What do you need to come to the ghost market? I grew up in the ghost market and I'm familiar with everything here. I need to get some information. If you want to get information, then the best place to go is Baishao Pavilion. Please follow me. Li Bufan smiled. Baishao Pavilion? That's a really interesting name. Xiaowu brought Li Bufan to a shop of about 40 square meters. Above the shop hangs a plaque handwritten with a brush, with 3 big characters Baishao Pavilion inscribed on it.
Xiao Wu ran into the shop and shouted, Grandpa Bai, I've brought you a customer.
Li Bufan walked into the store and saw an old man in his 70s.
His dark face was full of the vicissitudes of life, and his forehead was covered with wrinkles like ravines. He touched Xiao Wu's head with one hand, with a smile on his face. When he saw Li Bufan walking in, he looked up.
I wonder what news the guest wants to know. Old man, I want to know more about Gengjing. Chapter 59, by Xiao Shang.
He smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, emitting 2 rays of light. To be honest with you, I do know some information about Gengjing.
Li Bufan's eyes lit up, and an unexpected sense of excitement instantly filled his whole body. Old man, please name a price. Gengjing's information is extremely valuable. How can it be measured with spirit stones? So what are you doing?
The old man smiled mysteriously and uttered 4 words, equivalent exchange.
Equivalent exchange? Li Bufan frowned, not understanding what he meant.
We exchange information of equivalent value.
So that's how it is. Li Bufan laughed bitterly. How could I possibly know something you don't know?
The old man's expression didn't change at all, as if everything was expected. No, you must know the question I asked.
Oh. Really? Tell me, old man. What's your talent level? Li Bufan's pupils shrank, and he felt as if he was about to breathe.
No one had asked him this question for a long time. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds before he whispered, no level.
Xiao Wu on the side widened his eyes. Grandpa Bai, are there any talents without levels? The old man touched Xiao Wu's head and said without looking up, no level? Ha ha.
My dear, you didn't lie, but you didn't tell the truth either.
According to the principle of equal exchange, I can't tell you Gengjing's information. But since you've answered my question, I won't let you suffer any loss. You can ask me another question.
Li Bufan was struck by a thunderbolt, and stood there in a daze like a clay or wooden sculpture. Old man, who are you?
He grinned, revealing his full white teeth. Me? Ha ha. Just an old fellow on the verge of death. Young man, ask your questions. I don't want to take advantage of you.
He tried hard to suppress his inner shock. This old man was unfathomable to him, and there was a weirdness in his bones.
And from what the old man said, it seemed as if he already knew Li Bufan's talent level.
But this was Li Bufan's first time in the ghost market, and also the first time he saw this old man.
Li Bufan took a deep breath and said, What's your name, old man? I am Bai Xiao Shang. Bai Xiao Shang? Bai Xiao Pavilion.
He nodded and decided to find some time to ask Xiao Bai and the others about this know-it-all.
Senior Bai, my question is what kind of abilities does the Shadow Clan have? Shadow Clan?
Bai Xiao Shang muttered to himself, closing his eyes as if recalling something.
A long time.
He opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. Do you know why we humans were able to resist the invasion and not be wiped out when alien beasts invaded us back then?
Li Bufan didn't know why Bai Xiaosheng suddenly asked this question. Senior Bai, doesn't the book record that it was the strong men of the human race who fought off the alien beasts?
Bai Xiaosheng glanced at him with a half smile, picked up the cigarette box on the table, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and blew out smoke rings.
You're only talking about one of them. Are there other reasons?
Li Bufan was even more surprised by his words.
It's well known that the barbarians cultivate their bodies. Their talent is to make their bodies indestructible. When they reach the highest level of cultivation, they can even achieve immortality.
The Shadow Clan, on the other hand, cultivates their spiritual power. The stronger their spiritual power, the stronger the Shadow Clan will be.
As for us humans, we cultivate our dantian.
The larger the dantian, the more spiritual power it can hold. If we want to make our dantian bigger, we need to continuously break through realms to expand it.
Li Bufan has clearly felt this since he broke through the Silver Realm.
The dantian of the Silver Realm is indeed twice as large as that of the Bronze Realm.
Senior, what is spiritual power?
This was the first time he had heard the word mental power. The Shadow Clan actually cultivated mental power. You can think of spiritual power as intention or willpower. It's a mysterious power.
We humans are unable to cultivate spiritual power. Li Bufan seemed to understand, but not quite.
He waited quietly for Bai Xiaosheng to continue. All the alien races and beasts that invaded our human race back then, their talents were actually the same, just with different strengths.
But we humans are the complete opposite.
Although we are one race, each of us has different talents. It is precisely because of the diversity of our talents that we can fundamentally resist the invasion of alien races and beasts. After hearing what Bai Xiaoshang said, Li Bufan suddenly understood that everyone in the human race has different talents, some are strong and some are weak. The talents of members of each race of alien races and beasts are exactly the same. There are always people in the human race who can restrain or counter the talents of other races among the various talents of the human race.
Senior Bai, I think I understand a little bit.
Bai Xiaosheng nodded and continued, in fact, the diverse talents of our human race also give the alien races a headache. Without understanding our talents, if they act rashly, they will suffer a great loss.
Li Bufan also had a deep understanding of this.
When he fought with Li Xingyun, his talent was equivalent to sealing the talents and skills of others. If he had not awakened more talents and skills than Li Xingyun, he would have suffered a great loss at that time. The Shadow Clan is just one of the races that invaded our human race back then. Most of us only know that the Shadow Clan has two innate abilities. One is that they can merge into the shadows of others, making those with weak mental strength easily controlled by the Shadow Clan. Another innate skill is that the Shadow Clan can transform into a shadow and move quickly. This innate skill is especially difficult to defend against when given to the knight. Li Bufan had already seen these two talents when he was at the North Gate. He still remembered that when the Shadow Clan left the controlled North Gate guards, the guards all had dazed expressions. However, it was daytime at that time, and the Shadow Clan turned into a shadow and left. A gray shadow could be clearly seen on the ground. If it were night, the gray shadow on the ground would probably be difficult to detect.
Senior Bai, from what you said, could it be that the Shadow Clan has a third innate skill?
Bai Xiaoshang raised his eyebrows and smiled at him mysteriously, revealing the cunning and shrewdness of an old fox.
That's right. Very few people know about the Shadow Clan's third talent, and it's also the most easily overlooked talent. They can use their mental power to mark people. As long as the marked person is within a certain range, they cannot escape the Shadow Clan's perception. But as far as I know, this kind of mark can only be made when it touches the person he wants to mark. It cannot be made out of thin air. Once marked, it is basically impossible for others to detect it except those who cultivate spiritual power. Chapter 60 Father's Disappearance. The Shadow Clan's combat capabilities are poor, so they usually rely on other powerful races. After hearing what Bai Xiaoshang said, he understood. Isn't this mark similar to Minato Namake's Flying Thunder God mark? It's just that you can't teleport to the marked location. What Li Bufan was even more curious about was that Bai Xiaoshang looked to be only about 70 years old. How could he know so much about these things? Thank you, Senior, for clearing up my confusion. Don't thank me, we are just exchanging equal value. He originally came to the Ghost Market to look for information about the Gungjing, but unexpectedly he ended up knowing the innate abilities of the Shadow Clan. He also didn't want to continue exchanging information about Gungjing with Bai Xiaoshang. Now that we don't know where Bai Xiaoshang came from or what his purpose is, we naturally won't tell him anything about his talent. Li Bufan took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, this is your reward." Senior Bai, I'm leaving now. Bai Xiaoshang nodded and smiled. If you figure it out, you can come find me again. Li Bufan knew what he meant, but did not reply. Instead, he turned and left. Xiao Wu glanced at the 10 spirit stones in his hand and looked at Bai Xiaoshang excitedly. Grandpa Bai. This. Ha ha. Xiao Wu, keep it. After leaving, Li Bufan had no interest in staying in the Ghost Market. On the way back, he passed by a shop and saw an extremely strange scene. There was a man sitting in the shop. His left hand was like an eagle's claw, while the other hand was a human palm. He turned his head and looked at Li Bufan. His expression was extremely ferocious and his eyes were light yellow vertical pupils. These were definitely not human eyes. There was a heavily made-up woman standing at the door of the store, posing and attracting customers. She saw Li Bufan wearing a mask, revealing 2 round red jade pupils, and smiled slightly. "Hey! Where did you get these eyes, little brother? They're pretty good. We just got a batch of long-armed ape limbs. Would you like to exchange them?" Li Bufan's scalp tingled. There was actually a shop in the Kyoto Ghost Market that offered to replace people's organs with those of exotic beasts. He didn't know if replacing an exotic beast's organs would grant the creature its abilities. He walked quickly towards the exit of the Ghost Market, and the woman's giggling could be heard behind him. After leaving the Ghost Market and reaching the ground, his depressed mood seemed to have improved a lot. This Ghost Market is really not a place for ordinary people to stay. Li Bufan took a taxi and returned to the couple's apartment.
It was unrealistic to obtain Gungjing in a short period of time, so he had to think of another way.
Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via.
I took out my phone and saw that it was Fong Bo from the Jiangnan City Defense Army calling.
Senior Fong, are you looking for me? Well, Li Bufan, are you still in Kyoto? Do you have time to go back to Jiangnan City? Your father is missing. What?
Like a bolt from the blue, he stood up suddenly, his head buzzing.
Father missing? Could it be the Barbarians? Or the Shadow Clan or some other enemy? Senior Fong, I'm going back to Jiangnan City right now. He immediately went downstairs, took a taxi and rushed to the Kyoto teleportation array.
After paying 10 spirit stones, he waited quietly for the teleportation array to open. At this moment, he is calmed down. No matter who the target is, it should be him, which means that his father's life will not be in danger in the short term.
Half an hour later,
the teleportation array was opened, and Li Bufan returned to the teleportation array. As soon as he came out of the teleportation array, he saw the city guard Lu Shuangxi.
Li Bufan, here.
Lu Shuangxi waved and called out to him, and Li Bufan walked towards him.
Li Bufan, the boss asked me to wait for you here, let's go. Good.
I got in the car and sped all the way to the west district of Jiangnan City.
It was the first time I saw Fong Bo's villa. Li Bufan went up to the tea room on the second floor with ease. Fong Bo pinched his forehead, looking worried. Hey, you're back. Sit down first. Senior Fong, what's going on? Why did my father disappear? He sighed and said, ever since you went to Kyoto, I've sent people to keep an eye on your father. Your father is usually at home and only goes out once or twice.
Yesterday, after your father left the house, a dozen people suddenly appeared, blocked the people I sent, and then kidnapped your father.
After your father was kidnapped, I immediately ordered the teleportation array and the city gate to be strictly guarded. Your father must still be in Jiangnan City.
But we've basically searched the entire Jiangnan City from yesterday until now, and we haven't found your father.
Yesterday. Li Bufan pondered in silence. Yesterday was exactly when the Beimin Shadow Clan was captured. Could it be related to the Shadow Clan? Senior Fong, have the dozen or so people who blocked the way for you been captured?
Well, those guys were all Deadpools. After being caught, they immediately bit the poison hidden in their teeth and committed suicide. However, there was one guy who was knocked unconscious by my guys and didn't have time to commit suicide. Li Bufan saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly said, Senior Fong, please take me to see that Deadpool.
It's no use.
We tortured him severely, using every possible means, but he just wouldn't open his mouth.
Senior Fong, believe me. I have a way to make him speak. Fong Bo knew that Li Bufan was extremely talented, so maybe he really had some solution. Okay, come with me.
Fong Bo took Li Bufan out of the villa, and after walking for more than 10 minutes they arrived at a tent. After passing through the military camp and reaching a basement, Li Bufan saw the captured Deadpool. He was tied to a cross, his body covered with wounds from various torture instruments. When he saw Li Bufan and the other two coming over, he had no expression and said nothing.
This is the Deadpool. Ever since we caught him, no matter how we tortured him, he never said a word. Li Bufan nodded. He was too lazy to ask Deadpool anything else.
He walked in front of Deadpool and raised his right hand to press on his head.
Load memory.
Memories flooded in, and Li Bufan finally saw the person who captured his father.
Who is she? Why did she kidnap my father?
It took him a while to let go of his right hand, his mind constantly searching for the figure who had kidnapped his father.
Fong Bo looked at his previous actions, and now he looked thoughtful. He couldn't help but ask, how is it?
Senior Fong, I already know the person who kidnapped my father, but I don't know her.
What? You know that already?
Fong Bo opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and just put his hand on Deadpool's head.
Did he know? Li Bufan didn't want to explain too much to him.
He already had some guesses, so he said, Senior Fong, I already know where they are.
Let's go over there. Fong Bo swallowed and tried hard to suppress his inner shock. Since Li Bufan didn't say anything, he didn't feel comfortable asking any further. Okay. I'll take a couple of people with me and go there myself. Chapter 61, Unexpected. Fong Bo quickly assembled a team of 20 people, and in order to conceal their whereabouts, everyone got on an ordinary truck. Li Bufan sat in the passenger seat with a calm expression. Li Bufan, do you know where they are?
Yes, the original location of the Zhuge family.
A flash of surprise crossed Fong Bo's face. Zhuge family? No wonder they couldn't find them after searching all over Jiangnan City. Who would have thought that they were hidden in the ruins of a destroyed family? Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via. At this time, Li Bufan's cell phone rang.
He took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number.
Hello, who is this? Ha ha. Zhuge Qi. It's indeed her.
When Li Bufan saw in Deadpool's memory that his father was kidnapped to the Zhuge family, he already had some guesses.
The Zhuge family was exterminated, and the only one who survived was Zhuge Qi. He pretended to be calm and asked, "What's the matter?"
Zhuge Qi's cold voice came from the phone. Li Bufan, your father is in my hands.
I never thought you would have this day. Humph. So it was you who did it. Just tell me what you want.
Humph. I also thought you would understand the pain of losing a loved one. If you want to save your father, come to the abandoned cement factory in the southern district of Jiangnan City.
The deadline is 2 hours. No one will be accepted after the deadline. Remember, you can only come alone. Otherwise, you know the consequences.
Her voice was extremely ferocious, and Li Bufan could deeply feel her hatred for him.
Beep beep beep.
Zhuge Qi hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and Li Bufan sneered.
The abandoned cement factory in the South District was originally a state-owned enterprise in Jiangnan City. After the invasion of alien beasts, it has been idle and abandoned. Humph. The abandoned cement factory in the South District? 2 hours?
It will take at most 20 minutes to reach your hiding place. Senior Fong, when we get to the Zhuge family, don't act rashly.
I'll sneak in and see what's going on inside. Fong Bo said solemnly, wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go in alone? Don't worry, senior. I have my own way. Fong Bo said no more. He was becoming increasingly confused about Li Bufan's talent.
I thought his summoning of a giant was shocking enough, but which of the talents and skills he displayed now were not shocking?
Good.
The car arrived at the gate of the Zhuge family manor after more than 10 minutes, and no one got off the car. The gate of the Zhuge family had collapsed long ago, and the scene inside was in ruins, with dried bloodstains everywhere. It seems that the Li and Deng families in Kyoto really wiped out the Zhuge family, leaving no one behind.
Wheel tomb, border prison. Shadow quickly entered the Zhuge family, passed through a garden, and a 3-story villa came into view. There were 2 Deadpools guarding the door of the villa, and Shadow walked straight into the villa. Li Bufan saw a surprising scene through the vision sharing of the Rinnegan. This is the entrance to the secret realm.
There is actually an entrance to a secret realm here, and judging from the appearance of the entrance, it should be opened by a secret realm token. The Shadow turned around but didn't see any other figures. It seemed that they had all entered the secret realm. Inside the car, Li Bufan opened his eyes, turned his head and said to Fong Bo, Senior Fong, there is an entrance to a secret realm inside the Zhuge family. Only 2 Deadpools are guarding the entrance. I think the others should be inside the secret realm. Fong Bo took a deep breath. Li Bufan was sitting in the car from beginning to end. How could he know everything that was going on inside? He calmed himself down and said, then let's deal with the Deadpool at the entrance to the secret realm first. Senior Fong, Deadpool's strength is not strong. I can easily deal with him. Let's go in. Everyone got off the truck and prepared to enter the Zhuge family ruins. Senior, I'll go take care of the 2 Deadpools first and wait for you at the entrance to the secret realm. Li Bufan took out the black knife and said 2 words, switch. Looking at Li Bufan disappearing in front of him in an instant, Fong Bo rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. This? How is it possible? On the other side, Li Bufan appeared behind one of the Deadpools in an instant after the exchange, and he and another Shadow attacked at the same time. The 2 Deadpools were easily dealt with, and after a while, Fong Bo arrived with his team. He glanced at the 2 bodies lying on the ground. Li Bufan had already shocked him enough today. Fong Bo arranged 6 people to guard the entrance to the secret realm outside, and the rest of the people entered the secret realm together. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a cold wind blew. Li Bufan glanced around the secret realm and found that the entire secret realm was a glacial world. The scope of the secret realm is not large, and there are several tents set up not far away. As soon as Li Bufan came in, he sent 2 shadows to look for his father. He had no time to waste. The time in the tomb prison was limited, and he had to rescue his father as soon as possible before the shadow returned to its original form. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they were discovered by Deadpool not far away. Li Bufan saw a dozen Deadpools and a young man and woman walking out of the tent. The young man was wearing a black casual suit. His facial features were delicate and he had an arrogant and noble look. He was obviously the son of a wealthy family. Zhuga Chi was stunned for a moment when she came out and saw Li Bufan. Her body suddenly stiffened and she stared at Li Bufan in disbelief. How is it possible? How do you know this place? Li Bufan grinned, his voice very low but full of contempt. You'll have to ask the Deadpool you brought with you. Zhuga Chi turned his head and glanced at the man next to him. Impossible. Deadpool will never betray us, Chi. You have to believe me. The young man immediately stared at Li Bufan, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He sneered and said, Are you Li Bufan? It's me. You brought these Deadpools here, right? Li Bufan had already sentenced him to death in his heart. What he had to do now was to buy as much time as possible for Shadow. Fong Bo and the others did not act rashly. He knew that the most important thing now was that Li Bufan's father was still in their hands. Yes, this young master brought in here. Don't fool yourself. The Deadpool this young master brought here will definitely not betray us. Li Bufan sarcastically said, Are you so sure? Zhang Jun from the Zhang family of Fengdu City. Hearing this, Zhang Jun was struck by lightning as if from a blue sky. His eyes widened and even his breathing began to slow down. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhuga Chi immediately realized that something was wrong. Li Bufan brought so many people with him that they were no match for him at all. She immediately ran to another tent where their amulet was. Do it! Li Bufan shouted. Zhang Jun also realized something. The current situation was completely different from what they had planned. He turned and immediately rushed to the tent next to him, shouting at Deadpool, Stop them! Unfortunately, no matter how fast they are, they can never be as fast as Li Bufan. Chapter 62 Fengdu City Zhang Family. Exchange. Li Bufan appeared in the tent in an instant, and there were 4 Deadpools inside. Li Tianda was tied to a chair and his mouth was stuffed with cloth. When the 4 Deadpools saw a stranger suddenly appear in the tent, they immediately rushed towards him. He grabbed Li Tianda with one hand and shouted, Shinra Tensei. Bang! The 4 Deadpools were blown away along with the tent. Li Bufan immediately took out a soul-restoring pill and swallowed it. Zhuga Chi and Zhang Jun, who had just arrived outside the tent, were stunned by the sudden scene. Looking at the tent that was blown away, Li Bufan actually appeared inside. The 2 of them suddenly stopped, as if they were nailed there, as if the ground was about to crack in front of their feet. How is it possible? At this moment, Fong Bo and others had killed all the Deadpools and surrounded the 2 of them. Seeing this, Zhang Jun suddenly had a whistle in his hand. Beep beep beep. The whistle made a sharp sound that spread throughout the secret realm. Li Bufan didn't know what Zhang Jun meant. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice came from a distance. Who dares to bully our Zhang family members? A figure appeared in the distance. Zhang Jun's face lit up with joy. He waved and shouted, Second uncle, I'm here. Fong Bo narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure. Li Bufan took this opportunity to quickly untie his father's body. Son. They're going to deal with you. Li Bufan nodded, Dad, I know it's me who has implicated you this time. Fortunately, Li Tianda was not abused after being arrested, otherwise Li Bufan would have felt extremely guilty. Son, look at what you said. We are of one mind as father and son. Li Tianda patted Li Bufan on the shoulder. Only after the figure came closer did Li Bufan see his appearance clearly, a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was thin, and his frail body looked like a bamboo pole supported by his clothes. When the wind blew, he seemed about to float away. He saw Fong Bo at a glance and was stunned for a moment. Fong Bo gave him the feeling that his strength was not inferior to his. Fong Bo also looked carefully at the thin man in front of him. The other party was quite strong. I am Zhang Bosun from the Zhang family in Fengdu City. May I know your name? Jiangnan City Defense Army Fong Bo. City Guard? Zhang Bosun's pupils shrank. It was obvious that he was afraid of Fong Bo's strength and background in the City Defense Army. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, his eyes cold and without any emotion.
General Fong, I wonder why you killed so many of our Zhang family's Deadpools. Fang Bo stared at him, surprised, and said, Don't you know? Your Zhang family's Deadpool kidnapped the people we protect? Why do you think that is?
Zhang Bosun frowned and glanced at Zhang Jun coldly. He looked at Zhuge Qi next to him and could roughly guess what had happened. General Fong, it's our Zhang family's fault in this matter.
How about we just let it go? Fang Bo glanced at Li Bufan.
This time, it could be said that the people he sent failed to protect Li Bufan's father. In addition, he became more and more optimistic about Li Bufan, and every ability Li Bufan demonstrated shocked him.
Li Bufan, what do you mean? I respect your decision this time.
Zhang Bosun narrowed his eyes and glanced at him sideways. Sensing his cultivation level, he smiled contemptuously.
Zhuge Qi and Zhang Jun also looked over.
Li Bufan had a blank expression on his face, and his deep eyes were as cold as ice, piercing the bone.
Senior Fong, please leave them all here. What? Leave us all behind?
There was rage in Zhang Bosun's eyes, and a beast-like fierce light flashed in his violent black eyes. He wished he could tear Li Bufan to pieces and kill him.
Humph. You kidnapped my father and you think you can just walk away like that? Boy, you're looking for death.
He rushed over with a quick step, and Fang Bo immediately stood in front of Li Bufan and started fighting with him. Li Bufan stared coldly at Zhang Jun and Zhuge Qi, as if he were looking at dead people.
Wheel tomb, border prison.
Two shadows rushed towards Zhuge Qi, while he himself rushed towards Zhang Jun with a black knife in his hand. Seeing Li Bufan coming to kill him, Zhang Jun was terrified.
He quickly said, Li Bufan, this has nothing to do with me. This was all Zhuge Qi's idea. Die.
Zhang Jun seemed to have lost his soul, and kept retreating without any thought of resisting.
He shouted, Second uncle, save me. Zhang Bosun and Fang Bo are equally strong and neither can do anything to the other. Zhang Bosun is simply unable to escape. Boy!
If you dare to touch a hair on Zhang Jun, I will kill you no matter where you are.
Tianyin of all things. Zhang Jun's retreating figure was actually approaching Li Bufan.
His face turned pale with fear. He tried to retreat desperately, but his legs and feet seemed to be paralyzed.
Laugh. Phew. Ah, my legs.
Li Bufan cut off his legs with a knife, and Zhang Jun fell down, wailing in pain. Looking at Li Bufan walking towards him step by step, as if the god of death had come, Don't kill me, don't kill me.
Boy, you dare.
Zhang Bosun was still threatening him. Li Bufan walked up to Zhang Jun, grabbed his neck and lifted him up, retracted the black knife, and put his other hand on his hand.
Load memory.
Zhang Jun felt himself gradually losing consciousness, his eyes dull.
A stream of memories flooded into his mind, and Li Bufan stood there in a daze.
He looked at Zhang Jun in disbelief, then turned to look at Zhang Bosun.
Senior Fong, don't let him go.
The Zhang family of Fengdu City is actually colluding with the Ghost Clan.
What? Fang Bo's eyes suddenly widened, his eyes full of excitement. He had seen Li Bufan's ability with his own eyes before, so there was no doubt about it. Zhang Bosun couldn't believe his ears.
It was like a bolt from the blue, or as if someone had poured a basin of cold water over him from head to toe.
He no longer had the mind to care about Zhang Jun.
He fled towards the exit of the secret realm without looking back, and Fang Bo chased him closely. The unconscious Zhang Jun was thrown to the other city guards, and Zhuge Qi was also subdued by two shadows at this moment. As she watched Li Bufan coming towards her, she stared at him with resentful eyes, her pupils almost popping out. Logically, your biggest enemy should be the Li and Deng families in Kyoto.
I didn't expect you to come looking for trouble with me. She gritted her teeth and said, If you hadn't killed my brother, how could our Zhuge family have gotten into trouble with the Li and Deng families in Kyoto? To put it bluntly, you just think that compared to the two families in Kyoto, I'm the easiest to control. I was indeed the one who killed your brother Zhuge Wu. I didn't provoke him, but he repeatedly provoked me and even brought servants to kill me. Don't you think I shouldn't have killed your brother?
Her eyes began to dim, her beautiful face seemed to be without a trace of blood, and her heart was cold and disheartened. Shadow let her go at this time, and Li Bufan said lightly, Do it yourself.
Li Tiande came over and pulled Li Bufan's sleeve, tentatively asking, Son, how about we forget it? I'm not hurt at all. Chapter 63, Ghost Tribe. Li Bufan shook his head, Father, no.
Her hatred for me is deep in her bones and cannot be resolved.
Ha ha. Li Bufan, thank you for giving me a decent death.
The Li and Deng families in Kyoto will not let you go either.
Li Bufan sneered, so what?
If they don't provoke me, fine. But if they dare to provoke me, I won't be afraid.
You killed Li Xingyun, didn't you?
I killed him. Li Bufan was a little surprised.
She knew everything? Thanks. Phew.
She took out a dagger and stabbed it into her chest, and the Zhuge family completely disappeared from this world.
Ah. Li Bufan didn't look at what was in her storage ring.
He buried her here intact and erected a tombstone for her.
Not long after, Fong Bo came back panting. We didn't keep Zhang Bosun. He escaped through another entrance. Senior Fong, there is another one. He pointed at Zhang Jun. Ha ha.
I didn't expect that I would encounter something like this when I came to rescue your father. Reporting this matter to Kyoto will definitely bring him a lot of rewards, and Fong Bo was in a good mood. Zhang Jun's storage ring was taken away by Li Bufan, and there were only more than 1,000 spirit stones and a secret realm token in it. After he took it, Fong Bo didn't say much, and then everyone left the secret realm. Senior Fong, did you know that a guard at the north gate of Kyoto was once controlled by the Shadow Clan?
Fong Bo nodded. Headquarters has issued an order requiring all locations to thoroughly investigate whether there are any Shadow Clan members who have infiltrated. Senior Fong, have you found out how the Barbarians knew I had been to the Manchi sealed place? I'm sorry, but I haven't found out yet. Li Bufan felt a little regretful. This problem had been bothering him for a long time. Senior Fong, do you know what specific innate abilities the ghost race has? He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I know something about this. The name of the Ghost Clan is actually just a term used by us humans. The Ghost Clan themselves call themselves the Ghost Clan. The Ghost Tribe has 3 innate abilities.
One is their body, which they call a spirit body, which is immune to all physical damage. Another thing is that the ghost's body can penetrate most objects, such as walls, trees, and other obstacles.
However, this talent also has some limitations. The ghost cannot penetrate obstacles that are too thick.
The last one is the most bizarre soul attack, which is simply impossible to defend against.
Li Bufan was shocked after hearing this.
The 3 innate skills of the Ghost Clan were extremely powerful, and it could be said that they were not inferior to his innate abilities.
Immune to all physical damage.
He took stock of his awakened innate skills, which were basically all physical damage skills. Armament Haki can cause damage to non-corporeal creatures, but I don't know if it will work against ghosts.
Senior Fong, physical damage has no effect on the ghosts, so what is effective against them?
Aside from physical damage, other spells and spiritual skills are also acceptable, especially talents with the attributes of fire, light, and lightning, which are very effective against ghosts.
Li Bufan smiled bitterly. The Rinnegan can automatically control the 6 types of chakra attributes and can also control yin and yang.
Fire and thunder are also among the 6 attributes, and as long as you have the corresponding spiritual skills, you should be able to learn them.
Alas, it seems I still have to hunt exotic beasts to earn points for the lottery. Senior Fong, what about the Ghost Clan's soul attack? Fong Bo sighed, his face slightly depressed as he said, we're not too sure about this either.
We only know that if a ghost attacks your soul, your body will be weak for a short period of time.
Li Bufan nodded. The soul is inherently mysterious and unpredictable. The chakra dragon of the Outer Path demon statue can also devour the soul. It should be the ability of Pain's human path to extract the soul.
Senior Fong, we know that the Zhang family of Fengdu City is colluding with the Ghost Clan.
Zhang Bosun has escaped again.
I believe that he will inform the Zhang family of his escape as soon as he leaves the secret realm.
Fong Bo nodded.
He had thought of this since Zhang Bosun escaped from the secret realm. But he was also helpless. The 2 men were equally strong, and it was almost impossible to keep Zhang Bosun at that time. Indeed, but I have already notified the Kyoto Security Bureau to go to Fengdu City immediately.
I don't know what the result will be. Li Bufan frowned and sighed softly.
There were still a lot of enemies that had not been dealt with, and today there was one more family, the Zhang family, and even the Ghost Clan. After the team returned to the West District, Li Bufan arranged for his father to live in the West District as well so that the city defense army could better protect him.
Li Tianda didn't want to live in the West District, but in order to reassure Li Bufan, he had to endure it temporarily. After dealing with his father's affairs, Li Bufan immediately rushed back to Kyoto. It was already dark when we returned to Kyoto. When we arrived at the couple's apartment, we found that the fat man was not there. He took a bath and suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. After a while, the fat man came back. Fatty. Where have you been? You're back so late.
The fat man showed a helpless expression. The teacher of Qinglong College informed me today that school will start early and asked me to report to school.
School starts early? No way.
Li Bufan was extremely surprised. He had not received any notice of school opening from Yanqing College.
I'm wondering too.
Qinglong Academy is in the western district of Kyoto, which is a bit far from where you are. I was planning to use the spirit gathering array to reach the Silver Realm in the next few days.
Li Bufan rolled his eyes. Is it possible that you can't bear to part with my spirit gathering array?
Suddenly, a pill bottle appeared in his hand and he handed it to the fat man.
Bufan, what's in here?
Inside are 3 dragon blood pills, made from dragon blood fruit.
These dragon blood pills are much stronger than the golden leaf fruit we ate before.
He now has a total of 31 dragon blood pills, so it doesn't matter if he gives 3 to the fat man. The fat man widened his eyes, with excitement flashing in them. He moved closer to Li Bufan and made a hugging gesture.
Get lost. This elixir is hard to come by, you need to practice hard. It's a must. On the road. Are you leaving? Via. At this time, his phone rang.
He took a look and saw that it was Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy calling.
Li Bufan smiled slightly and thought, could it be that he has broken through to the Star Glory realm? Sure enough.
As soon as the call was connected, his excited voice came from the other side.
Ha ha.
Li Bufan, I successfully broke through to the Star Glory realm.
Congratulations, Teacher Zhu. Hey, do you have time tomorrow? Let's go to the secret realm again.
Li Bufan was waiting for this sentence. Teacher Zhu, of course I have time.
I will go to White Tiger Academy to find you tomorrow. Li Bufan was full of anticipation for the secret realm of White Tiger Academy.
He had been coveting the treasure on another mountain for a long time.
He returned to the room and sat cross-legged in the spirit gathering array. System. Draw a lottery.
This time he chose the lottery option with 10,000 points each time.
Chapter 64 Impure World Reincarnation. Ding. Winning the 10 consecutive draw. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep trying. Ding. Dear, congratulations on winning. Ninjutsu Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation.
At this moment, Li Bufan felt that his heart had stopped beating. His mouth opened as wide as the mouth of a box and he was stunned for a moment. Then he swallowed twice, as if his throat was dry.
Impure World Reincarnation, an S-level forbidden technique of summoning spirits from another world invented by Senju Tobarama in the Naruto world.
This technique can summon the souls of long-dead ninjas back to the human world and resurrect them in physical form. He was a little confused. The person who performed the Impure World Reincarnation technique had to collect a large number of dead bodies in advance. Then he extracts a certain amount of flesh from the dead and uses the body of a living person as a container for the soul of the dead.
Does this mean that he can only collect corpses in this world? System, so I can only reincarnate into characters from this world? Ding.
Impure World Reincarnation can only revive characters who died in the Naruto world.
Then how can I collect the bodies of the characters that need to be resurrected in the Naruto world in this world? Ding.
You can use your points to redeem a resurrected character. Suddenly, the system panel displayed a list of characters that could be resurrected by redeeming points.
Hashigaki Kisame, 1 million points to exchange. Deidara, 1 million points exchange.
Scorpion of the Red Sand, exchange for 1 million points.
Kakuzu, 1 million points to exchange. Feiduan, 1 million points for redemption. Nagato, 1 million points to exchange. Uchiha Itachi, 2 million points to exchange. Uchiha Obito, 2 million points exchange. Uchiha Madara, 5 million points exchange. Hashirama Senju, 5 million points to exchange.
The system panel shows that there are a total of 10 characters who can be resurrected by redeeming points.
Most of them are members of Akatsuki. Are they going to form an Akatsuki in this world as well? System, according to this, can I revive up to 10 characters from the Naruto world? Ding. Congratulations to the host, the answer is correct. Li Bufan. System, what about the strength and independent consciousness of the resurrected characters?
He remembered that in the Naruto world, whether or not to retain emotional will was entirely determined by the caster.
Ding! The resurrected character's strength is related to the host.
The stronger the host, the stronger the resurrected character. The resurrected character has independent consciousness and will never be out of the host's control.
Li Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. If there was a possibility that the characters behind him might get out of control, how could he dare to resurrect them?
But the points required are too many, and it will take a long time to redeem and revive these characters. He took out the impure world reincarnation from the system warehouse.
It was a small black ball.
After crushing it, he learned the impure world reincarnation.
It was so convenient.
Let's improve our realm first before hunting the strange beasts. He took out dozens of spirit stones and placed them in the spirit gathering array, then took a dragon blood pill. Abundant spiritual power swept over, and after all the dragon blood pills were absorbed, Li Bufan felt that the barrier protection of the silver 2-star realm began to loosen.
He tried hard to suppress it.
It was not long before he broke through to silver 1-star, so he was not in a hurry to break through to the next level. After practicing all night, Li Bufan hurried to White Tiger Academy the next morning wearing Obito's mask.
Zhu Shan came out not long after I called him.
He took Li Bufan to the indoor basketball court where they had been last time.
Li Bufan saw that there were already two people there, one was Xiaomingqi and the other was Su Shui. He glanced at Zhu Shan in surprise. It was clearly the two of them who were planning to sneak in and look for treasure this time. What did these two people mean? Zhu Shan gave a bitter laugh and whispered in his ear, "There's nothing I can do. The secret realm token isn't in my hands. I had to ask Xiaomingqi to get it for me."
Xiaomingqi is the granddaughter of the dean of White Tiger Academy, so it is indeed easy for her to take out a gold-level secret realm token from the academy.
What about Su Shui?
He muttered, "I don't know where this girl got the news that we were entering the secret realm, but she insisted on coming with us. In the end, I had no choice but to bring her along."
All right. Su Shui recognized Li Bufan immediately when she saw him wearing a mask.
She came forward, her cherry-like mouth pouting slightly.
"Ha! Li Bufan, you're here too." "Aha!"
Xiaomingqi was wearing a beige dress and her face was calm. The two looked at each other but did not speak.
"All right. Everyone's here, let's go."
Zhu Shan opened the entrance to the secret realm, and the four of them filed in, still appearing on the grassland.
This time, Li Bufan and Zhu Shan had a clear destination and headed straight to the northeast.
All the low-level beasts along the way were killed by Zhu Shan, and Li Bufan had no chance to earn points. Xiaomingqi and Su Shui behind him were a little confused. Zhu Shan killed his way through without having any impact on them at all. It was as if they were here for tourism, and Zhu Shan's move was too obvious, as he headed straight for the mountains in the northeast.
Li Bufan was speechless.
It seemed that Zhu Shan had tasted the sweetness before and was now even more impatient than him.
He walked up quickly and said, "Teacher Zhu, aren't you being too obvious?" "Is there?" Li Bufan.
He quickly changed the subject. "Teacher Zhu, I heard that Qinglong Academy is planning to start school early."
"What about your Baihu Academy?"
Zhu Shan turned his head and glanced at him with a hint of worry in his eyes, and sighed, "All the colleges in Kyoto should start school early."
"Will all colleges start early?" Li Bufan was extremely surprised, his brows furrowed. "Teacher Zhu, why is this?"
When Su Shui saw Li Bufan and Zhu Shan whispering something in front, she also came over.
Xiaomingqi didn't want to be left behind alone, so she quickly followed. Zhu Shan looked back at the two of them and said solemnly, "It's okay to tell you this. It's said that the barbarians, shadows, and ghosts have already infiltrated our human territory. There are even some other alien races that have infiltrated, but we haven't discovered them yet. The alien races are making such a big noise, and the higher-ups speculate that this is a precursor to their invasion, so the academy will start classes early. Also, each academy will receive cultivation resources distributed from above to be distributed among the students." Li Bufan was stunned.
He stared at Zhu Shan blankly, as if he still couldn't believe what Zhu Shan said. There was a look of fear in Xiaomingqi's eyes, as if she was being hunted. Her lips were tightly closed, suppressing the scream that was about to come out. Su Shui's expression didn't change much, and a barely perceptible smile flashed across the corner of her mouth.
"Your current strength is too low, so don't overthink it. You should focus on your training. Otherwise, when alien beasts invade, you might not even be as good as cannon fodder." Chapter 65 Crater.
The Silver Realm is indeed not even qualified to be cannon fodder, and it is likely that it will not even be able to create a wave on the battlefield. Li Bufan also roughly understood why Zhu Shan was so anxious to enter the secret realm. I think he is doing this because he is anxious to improve his strength. The alien beasts are like a mountain pressing on the hearts of all human beings.
Teacher Zhu, I understand what you said. Well, let's keep going.
The four of them continued to move forward. Li Bufan felt a little heavy in his heart.
Xia Mengqi looked absent-minded, and no one knew what she was thinking about.
Only Su Shui still looked carefree, asking questions here and there.
Oh right. Teacher Zhao, I want to ask you about someone. Do you know Bai Xiaosheng? He thought for a moment, then said, Bai Xiaosheng? I've never heard of this person. Who is he?
Li Bufan shook his head, thinking that this Bai Xiaosheng was really mysterious. An hour later, the four of them arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Li Bufan's mood calmed down a lot.
It's no use thinking so much now.
Only by becoming stronger can there be a glimmer of hope. When we got there, we discovered that the mountain in front of us was actually a dormant volcano, and the mountain was bare with no other vegetation.
The entire extinct volcano is gray-brown, and traces of volcanic lava flows are still left everywhere on the mountain. They could still feel waves of heat coming, so it seemed that this was not a truly extinct volcano.
The four of them climbed up with difficulty, and what came into view was a huge pit.
The huge pit is like a spoon.
In the center of the pit is a crater more than 10 meters wide, and bursts of heat waves can be vaguely seen erupting.
Li Bufan and Zhu Shan were dumbfounded. Where was the treasure they had been promised? Nothing, only a volcanic crater spewing out high temperatures? Xia Mengqi and Su Shui were even more puzzled, not understanding why Zhu Shan brought them to a volcano. Teacher Zhu, what's going on? This isn't what we imagined.
Zhu Shan looked extremely embarrassed and stammered, unable to explain himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he leaned over and whispered, Li Bufan, the dragon blood fruit we picked on another mountain before was underwater.
What do you think? Yes. The dragon blood fruit was picked under the Tianqi Lake before. If there are any treasures in this volcano, there is a high probability that they are inside the volcano.
Li Bufan was suddenly excited, as if there was a ray of hope after a dark period.
Teacher Zhu, but what should we do if we are inside a volcano?
The temperature of the high-temperature magma inside the crater is at least over 1,000 degrees, and ordinary people cannot withstand such high temperatures at all. Zhu Shan stared at the crater, holding his chin with one hand, with a pensive look on his face. At this time, Su Shui and Xia Mengqi came over.
What are you doing? Is there something here? Su Shui stared at Li Bufan and asked in confusion. Li Bufan glanced at Zhu Shan. Zhu Shan's purpose was too obvious along the way.
Xia Mengqi and Su Shui should have guessed it long ago, but neither of them said it directly.
Teacher Zhu and I suspect there's some treasure inside this crater, and we're trying to figure out how to get down there and take a look.
Su Shui smiled slyly, great.
You two are indeed planning something. Xia Mengqi's cherry-like lips slowly curved into a curve, and Li Bufan was a little dazed.
Ever since he met Xia Mengqi, she always looked cold, and this was the first time he saw her smile. Zhu Shan's thoughts were exposed, and his face flushed as he said, it was all because of that brat Li Bufan that he insisted on coming over to take a look.
Li Bufan, carrot. Teacher Zhu, thank you.
He rolled his eyes.
Cough, cough, cough. I figured out a way to get down there.
A small bell suddenly appeared in his hand. Li Bufan remembered that he had used it when he held the dragon last time.
Li Bufan laughed and said, Teacher Zhu, your tortoise shell is quite useful.
What turtle shell?
This is my lifeblood.
It's called the Qian Yuan Bell. It can not only protect me, but also trap enemies.
It has many uses. Life? Li Bufan said this with a half-smile. Zhu Shan glared at him fiercely and pulled the corner of his mouth. What are you thinking about, kid?
After saying this, he did not forget to glance at Xia Mengqi and Su Shui beside him.
Teacher Zhu, can your Qian Yuan Bell block out high temperatures?
Of course, this kind of volcanic magma is only about 1,000 degrees. The Qian Yuan Bell is a treasure I got in the secret realm, so it can handle a mere magma.
However, this treasure can only accommodate me alone. Cut. Li Bufan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He also wanted to go down and see what the situation was like inside.
I also have treasures to go down with. A sudden voice came, and Li Bufan looked at Xia Mengqi in surprise.
She has it too?
I saw a red bead the size of a ping-pong ball in her hand, emitting a faint light. Zhu Shan also looked at the bead in his hand in surprise, his eyes bulging, and said in a trembling voice, Xiaomingqi, could this be the Dean's fire-avoiding bead?
Yes.
This is the fire-avoiding bead that Grandpa gave me. Zhu Shan looked at the fireproof bead with envy. He knew that the fireproof bead was made from the core of a strange beast that the Dean had killed and lived in magma.
Fireproof beads can be immune to most fire damage and lava burns. But I don't have enough spiritual power, I'm afraid I can only take one person down with me. Su Shui looked at Li Bufan, smiled slightly and said, then I won't go down. Li Bufan, you and Meng Qi go down. Thank you very much. You're welcome. She gave Li Bufan a sly smile. Looking at Su Shui's smile, Li Bufan always felt something was wrong.
At this time, Zhu Shan threw the Qianyuan bell into the sky. The Qianyuan bell quickly grew larger, and the mouth of the bell fell upwards. Then he stepped on it and jumped in. Teacher Zhong, your Qianyuan bell has become a Qianyuan bucket.
Maybe you can use it as a pot to cook next time.
Zhu Shan sneered, you guys are jealous, I'm leaving first. Qianyuan Zhong flew towards the crater, Xiaomingqi also walked towards the crater, and Li Bufan followed closely behind. Behind him, Su Shui shouted with a smile on her face, be careful.
Li Bufan looked back at Su Shui and nodded slightly.
When they arrived near the crater, Xiaomingqi held the fireproof bead and glanced at Li Bufan. She took a deep breath, her cheeks burning like fire, and shyly lowered her head and said, come closer to me.
Li Bufan looked at her with a puzzled expression, what's wrong?
The fire-avoiding beads can only protect a limited space, so…
I see.
He didn't know exactly how big the protection space of the fireproof bead was, so the two of them were basically next to each other. Li Bufan could smell a faint virgin fragrance coming from Xiaomingqi's body, and suddenly he felt a little distracted.
He chuckled. Chapter 66 Diving into the Magma. Xiaomingqi's face suddenly turned red, and a rouge-like redness appeared on her fair face.
Her spiritual power exploded, and a stream of spiritual power flowed into the fire-avoiding bead. The fireproof bead rose above the two of them, emitting a ray of light and forming a transparent film circle around them.
At this moment, the two of them seemed to be standing inside a transparent glass ball.
Xiaomingqi continued to inject spiritual power, and the fire-avoiding bead carried the two of them down to the crater. Entering the crater, Li Bufan saw a pool of fiery red magma under his feet, with bubbles constantly bubbling on the surface. Although the fireproof beads blocked most of the temperature, he could still feel a residual warmth coming from them. At this moment, Zhu Shan was standing inside the Qianyuan bell. The Qianyuan bell was like a fire-avoiding bead, forming a transparent cover above to protect him.
Teacher Zhu, have you found any clues?
No, I guess if there is a treasure, it should be in this magma.
Without further delay, let's go down and take a look.
He shook his head and said, no, if we go down into the magma, our vision will be limited.
We can only see what's in front of us.
Besides, this magma sheet is quite large, and we don't know how deep it is.
Don't act rashly. Li Bufan thought about it and thought what Zhu Shan said made sense.
Then he smiled and said, Teacher Zhu, vision is not a problem for me.
How about you support us from up there? Zhu Shan's eyes lit up. That's right. He almost forgot about Li Bufan's talent. Besides seeing, his eyes can also perceive. Well then. Be careful, both of you. Well, let's go down. Xiaomingqi was now even more curious about Li Bufan's talent.
She controlled the fire-avoiding bead and continued to dive downwards. When she reached the magma, the residual heat was even higher, and Li Bufan began to sweat.
In the magma, the scene in front of you is like a fiery red world, and you can clearly see the magma constantly stirring.
Li Bufan carefully sensed everything around him, but apart from magma, there was more magma and nothing unusual was found.
Let's dive deeper.
Xiaomingqi controlled the fire-avoiding beads to continue moving downwards. At this time, she was sweating profusely, and her beige dress was stuck to her back by sweat.
A black character was clearly visible on his back, and Li Bufan couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
Hearing the sudden gulping sound, Xiaomingqi couldn't help but look back, only to see Li Bufan staring at her back.
Xiaomingqi immediately realized something.
Her face turned red, her whole body went numb, and she wished she could find a rat hole to crawl into.
She said in a mosquito-like voice, "Asshole, don't look."
Li Bufan scratched his head awkwardly and began to sense carefully. The fire-avoiding bead continued to dive downwards. He estimated that it had dived at least nearly 100 meters. He thought this trip was in vain, but suddenly he felt like he was about to dive to the bottom. The magma temperature here is even higher, and the two people inside the fireproof bead can hardly bear it.
We're almost at the bottom, hold on a little longer.
Xia Mengqi struggled to input spiritual power into the fire-avoiding bead. There was not much spiritual power left in her body. Li Bufan hurriedly took out a soul-restoring pill and handed it to her. This is the soul-restoring pill, take it quickly. The fire-avoiding beads finally brought them to the bottom of the magma, and suddenly Li Bufan sensed something.
I seem to sense something ahead. Go a little further ahead. Good.
The fire-avoiding bead moved forward a distance, and this time he clearly sensed some unknown lumps at the bottom of the magma. The appearance of the blocks at the bottom of the magma appears very abrupt, just like a green plant suddenly appearing in the endless desert. It can't be rock or something, otherwise it would have melted over the years.
Even if it hadn't melted, it wouldn't be so angular. Could it be or melted from magma, or something exposed from the mantle? But how can we get this thing?
It is impossible to open the protection of the fireproof beads at the bottom of the magma.
Looking at Li Bufan's frown, Xia Mengqi asked, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?
Well, there is something down there, but I don't know what it is yet. Then hurry up, I don't have enough spiritual energy.
Li Bufan nodded.
Not to mention that they didn't have enough spiritual power, if they stayed any longer they would both be roasted to death.
Wheel tomb, border prison.
Two shadows split out and filled the entire fireproof bead protection space. Xia Mengqi felt someone sticking to her body. She looked a little uneasy, her heart was beating faster, and her face felt like it was on fire.
You, don't get so close to me.
Li Bufan wanted to explain something, but suddenly smiled awkwardly. The shadow was also him, so there was no way to explain it. Seeing that the wheel tomb prison was useless, he was a little discouraged. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind like a flash of lightning, instantly illuminating his vision.
Got it. Tianyin of all things.
He sucked towards a piece of where the size of a football, which was covered with the protective film of the fireproof bead. The entire piece of ore is pitch black, and it is impossible to tell what it is.
What is this?
At this moment, the entire ground seemed to shake, and Xia Mengqi almost fell down. She leaned back and the two of them stuck together. Li Bufan had no intention of feeling the softness coming from his body, when suddenly he sensed a scene that made his scalp tingle. The originally uneven bottom of the magma actually moved, and then a pair of eyes opened on the ground at the bottom of the magma, and a giant humanoid creature slowly sat up. It looked towards the place where they were. At this moment, Li Bufan felt as if he was thrown into cold deep water, and the blood in his body was about to solidify. He shouted, "Get up there!" Seeing that Li Bufan's face was extremely solemn, Xia Mengqi realized that something was wrong. She tried her best to control the fire-avoiding beads to float to the surface of the magma. At this moment, Li Bufan had already sensed that the giant at the bottom had stood up. It was at least 30 meters tall, and its body seemed to be made of stone.
What the hell is this monster, lying at the bottom of the magma? The giant looked at the two of them, then bent its legs and kicked them, swimming towards them as if swimming in magma. Li Bufan's heart was stuck in his throat and his mouth was dry. Hurry up, there's a giant swimming towards us below. Xia Mengqi felt it without Li Bufan's reminder, as if the entire magma was stirred by something.
Her face was pale, her spiritual power was running low, and the speed at which the fire-avoiding bead rose gradually slowed down. He suddenly had an idea and took out a dragon blood pill and handed it to Xia Mengqi. Take it quickly. As soon as Xia Mengqi took the dragon blood pill, a burst of spiritual power burst out from her body and her dantian was instantly filled with spiritual power.
Boom! Her face lit up with joy.
Not only did her spiritual power recover, but she also broke through to the silver 1-star realm with the help of the dragon blood pill.
Chapter 67 Lava Monster.
Turning her head, she glanced at him gratefully. She knew that the pill she had just taken must be very precious, otherwise it would not have helped her break through so easily.
Thank you. Well, go up first. Li Bufan felt extremely painful, as every dragon blood pill was extremely precious. Xia Mengqi had plenty of spiritual power at the moment, and soon the two of them emerged from the surface of the magma. Li Bufan immediately shouted to Zhu Shan, "Run!" There was no time to explain, the fire-avoiding bead carried the two of them towards the crater at a high speed. When Zhu Shan saw a black stone stuck on the fireproof bead film, he pursed his lips, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, the magma under his feet rolled, and a gray-black head popped out, with two scarlet eyes staring at Zhu Shan.
His pupils suddenly contracted violently, his face turned pale, his eyes were nervous and uneasy. He tried desperately to suppress his breathing, not daring to breathe, and he felt a chill running down his back. Li Bufan turned around and saw the giant's head. A chill ran up his back, making his hair stand on end and his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Zhu Shan stood there in a daze. Li Bufan took a deep breath and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Run!" He reacted and controlled the Qianyuan bell to rise rapidly, surpassing the two of them in the blink of an eye. "Fuck!" Li Bufan sneered, and Zhu Shan dropped them both and flew straight out of the crater. The fire-avoiding beads followed closely behind and also rushed out of the crater. However, the scene they saw as soon as they rushed out of the crater made them dumbfounded. A dozen barbarians in monk robes appeared before them. Suddenly, he froze for a moment, exhaled briefly and convulsively, and stood still as if rooted. At this time, Xia Mengqi put away the fire-avoiding beads, and Li Bufan also put away the black stone. Su Shui stared at the three of them with a sly smile on her face and said, "Haha, you didn't expect that." Xu Shan and Xia Mengqi were both shocked by her words. They originally thought that Su Shui was captured by the barbarians, but they didn't expect that Su Shui was in cahoots with the barbarians. The two of them seemed to be awakened from a dream and could not believe what they saw. Li Bufan didn't have the mind to think about what was going on. He sensed that the giant in the magma seemed to have no weight and was actually standing on the surface of the magma. It looked up at the crater with its legs bent, as if it was about to jump out of the crater. He was horrified. There was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. Compared with the barbarians, the lava giant behind was more dangerous. "Run!" he shouted. Xia Mengqi and Zhu Shan naturally knew that he was talking about the giant in the lava. Su Shui sneered, "I let you run away last time, where do you want to run to this time?" The three of them didn't bother to pay attention to her and rushed down the mountain towards the southwest exit. "Go, don't let them get away." In a flash, a 30-meter tall lava giant rushed out of the crater. Some magma was still hanging on its body, flowing down, and its skin looked like magma rock. Roar! The sudden scene made all the barbarians present freeze in place, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Su Shui stared at the lava giant and trembled all over, her lips and face pale and stretched. As if using up the last bit of his strength, he shouted, "Run! This is a lava monster." The barbarians no longer had the energy to deal with Li Bufan and the others. They turned around and ran towards the entrance they came from. Roar! The lava monster roared, and its mouth was like a crater, spewing a large amount of hot magma towards everyone present. Like a volcanic eruption, the entire sky was covered with magma. Suddenly, screams were heard continuously. No matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the range covered by the magma. Li Bufan looked back at the sky, which was filled with high-temperature magma as densely packed as locusts, and his hair went numb. Seeing this, Zhu Shan immediately held up the Qianyuan bell to protect him. He glanced at Li Bufan and Xia Mengqi, and a trace of guilt appeared on his face. The Qianyuan bell can only protect one person. He is powerless against Li Bufan and Xia Mengqi and can only choose to protect himself. Xia Mengqi's face turned pale and she was at a loss, like a clay or wooden sculpture. Li Bufan shouted at her, "Quick, prepare the fire-avoiding beads." Only then did she come to her senses and took out the fireproof beads to activate the protection. Bang bang bang. The high-temperature magma fell from the sky like a meteorite, hitting the protective film of the fireproof beads. Ding ding ding. Zhu Shan, standing by, turned the Qianyuan bell upside down on his head, and the lava hit it with a clanging sound. Bang bang bang. The magma continued to fall, and the protective film of the fireproof beads was about to collapse. When Zhu Shan saw the appearance of the fire-avoiding bead, he became a little anxious, and a look of struggle appeared on his face. Bang. The protective film of the fireproof bead was broken, and Xia Mengqi looked at the falling magma with disheartened heart. Suddenly, a strong hand wrapped around her waist. She turned her head and saw that Li Bufan was not at all panicked, and his calm face showed a bit of determination. Shinra Tensei. Bang. All the falling lava was bounced away. Xia Mengqi's eyes were dull. The tall and strong figure in front of her gave her a full sense of security. Wheel tomb, border prison. The shadow quickly rushed down the mountain, and countless magma fell from the sky, as if to bury everyone. The spiritual power in his body was quickly consumed, and Li Bufan immediately took out a dragon blood pill and swallowed it. Boom! The slack silver 2-star barrier protection instantly broke apart, and he broke through to the silver 2-star realm. Zhu Shan looked at all this with a dry mouth, as if his throat was blocked by something, and he wanted to say something but couldn't. Looking at the falling magma, he once again unleashed the Shinra Tensei technique. He turned and shouted at Zhu Shan, "Run! Replace!" Li Bufan and Xia Mengqi appeared 100 meters away in an instant. Zhu Shan was stunned for a moment, then ran down the mountain. He looked back at the barbarians present. Most of them were dead or wounded, and the rest were struggling. Roar! The lava monster roared again, and it kicked its feet, and the crater behind it seemed to be on fire. Boom! Magma erupted from the crater, the entire mountain shook, and billowing black smoke covered the entire sky. The volcanic magma erupted like a huge cloud covering the sky and the sun, and the entire secret realm was like a purgatory on earth. Li Bufan and the other two ran towards the exit of the secret realm without looking back. Now the only way to survive was to escape from the secret realm. Roar! Another roar was heard, and Li Bufan saw another figure flying in the sky. Dragon! Li Bufan's eyes widened and his brows furrowed. Why is the Jiaolong here? And is it heading towards the lava beast? The lava from the volcanic eruption covered the sky and the sun, and Li Bufan gasped. Countless magma fell down, and with his current level, Shinra Tensei was simply unable to deflect so much magma. What should I do? What should I do? He gritted his teeth and could only try to see if the outer path golem could block it. The art of spiritual communication. Outer path golem. Boom! The heretic demon statue broke out of the ground, and its huge body immediately attracted the attention of the dragon and the lava beast. Chapter 68 Flamestone. Li Bufan and his companions hid under the outer path golem. Lava fell from the sky. After the outer path golem absorbed most of the lava, it disappeared with a puff. Nema! This guy is good looking but useless. Looking at the few lava falling, Li Bufan once again used Shinluo Tianjing to bounce it off. The dragon and the lava beast saw the figure of the heretic golem turn into green smoke and disappear in the blink of an eye, and they stood there in confusion. Run! The three of them continued to run towards the exit. The magma in the sky was like a wave, and soon it fell down again. Li Bufan sighed helplessly. He didn't have any better solution at the moment. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them as if teleporting. Looking at the lava falling from the sky, he waved his hand, and the lava was blown away by the wind like a leaf. He looked back, a smile flashing across his weathered, dark face. Boy, you dare to take advantage of my granddaughter? You'll have to take responsibility for it. Hearing this, Li Bufan immediately knew the identity of the visitor, Xiao Wuji, the dean of White Tiger Academy. He awkwardly withdrew his arm from Xia Mengqi's waist. He scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Dean Xia, this happened suddenly, and I had no choice. Xia Mengqi's face suddenly turned red to her ears, as if she had done something immoral. She threw herself on the old man and choked with grievance. Grandpa, I thought I was almost going to die here. Xiao Wuji stroked her head and said softly, it's okay now. You three go out first. After saying that, he looked up at the volcano in front of him. Dean Xia, there's something wrong with Su Shui from your academy. I don't know how she brought the barbarians in. Su Shui? Yeah, I get it. Xiao Wuji's face was calm, as if he didn't care at all, as calm as a windless lake. His attitude surprised Li Bufan. How could White Tiger Academy be so calm even though there was a traitor? Li Bufan looked up at the mountain, wondering what had become of the barbarians. Did Su Shui die in the volcanic eruption? Roar! A beast roared from the mountain, and Xiao Wuji said to them, you three, get out quickly. The three of them filed out. Li Bufan frowned, as too many things had happened in the secret realm, leaving him confused and puzzled. Who is Su Shui? How could she be colluding with the barbarians? How did the barbarians enter the secret realm? Why was Xiao Wuji so unmoved when he heard about Su Shui's story? Su Shui is obviously not a barbarian, so she is most likely from the Shadow Clan. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that he is a traitor to the human race or another alien race. If she was from the Shadow Clan and she had been lurking in the White Tiger Academy for so long, wouldn't anyone have noticed? Why did the dragon come out again? It seems it is going after the lava monster again? He pinched his forehead. He couldn't figure out any connection between these things. Each mystery troubled him like a fog. Suddenly he thought of something. Li Bufan remembered that Bai Xiaosheng had mentioned to him in the Ghost Market that the Shadow Clan had a natural ability that was rarely known to others. That is, the Shadow Clan can use their mental power to mark other people, and can also sense the location of the marked person within a certain range. When he first entered the secret realm with Su Shui and the others, Li Bufan still remembered being patted on the shoulder by her.
Li Bufan's pupils shrank.
The first thing he did after coming out of the secret realm was to go to Yanjing College. At this time, the barbarians happened to appear not far from Yanjing College.
If Su Shui is from the Shadow Clan, then that makes sense.
He must have been marked by her mental power, and then informed the barbarians of his whereabouts. The thought was so terrifying that Li Bufan almost broke out in a cold sweat.
What are you thinking about? Xia Mengqi said suicidally.
Li Bufan glanced at her, calmed himself down and said, nothing.
Zhu Shan looked at the two of them, his face slightly guilty. He took a deep breath and said, Li Bufan, Xia Mengqi, I just.
Before he could finish, Li Bufan interrupted him.
Teacher Zhu, this is nothing. Human nature is to seek benefits and avoid harm. You are not obligated to sacrifice for us. This is human nature.
He was speechless, his face was a little confused, and the scene fell into awkwardness.
Li Bufan suddenly had a black stone in his hand. He handed it to Zhu Shan and said, Teacher Zhu, take a look at what this is. Zhu Shan took the black stone, weighed it in his hand, then took out a small knife and scraped off the black skin on the outside. After the black skin was scraped clean, its true appearance was revealed. The outside looked like crystal, and the inside emitted a flame like light. His pupils shrank, and his face was full of excitement. I know, this is the Firestone, it is definitely a king-level material. Flame stone? Li Bufan was a little disappointed.
This flame stone was of no use to him at the moment. What he wanted was Gung essence.
Teacher Zhu, aren't the materials divided into grades SSS to G?
No, the natural treasures are all classified according to realm.
I see. What should we do with this flamestone?
Li Bufan had no interest in this flamestone, so this trip to the secret realm was a waste for him. A glimmer of desire flashed in Zhu Shan's eyes, but this flamestone was obtained by Li Bufan and Xia Mengqi at great pains, so he was embarrassed to take it himself.
Xia Mengqi looked indifferent and had no interest. As the granddaughter of the Dean of White Tiger Academy, she had nothing to lack. Zhu Shan finally handed the flame stone to Li Bufan.
After the matters in the secret realm were dealt with, he made an excuse to leave. Looking at his leaving figure, Xia Mengqi wanted to say something but stopped herself, and in the end she said nothing.
It was already evening when we left White Tiger Academy and returned to the couple's apartment. The fat man has moved to the villa given to him by Qinglong Academy.
At this time, his cell phone rang. He looked at the phone and it was Zhao Bai from Yanqing College calling.
Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? You know about the other colleges starting school early, right? Well, I already know. Is Yanjing College going to start school early too? That's right, come to school tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Li Bufan washed up and went into the spirit gathering array to practice. He just broke through to Silver 2-star today, and currently needs to consolidate his realm. The next morning, Li Bufan hurried to Yanqing College. When he arrived at Yanqing College, he saw that many people had already come to report. After entering the school gate, you will see a huge bulletin board with the student lists of each class posted on it. Next to the notice board, some teachers were arranging accommodation for the students. Yanqing College had already provided independent accommodation to talented students. For other ordinary students, the college will also arrange a separate room for each of them. Li Bufan saw Zhao Bai in the crowd and walked over. Chapter 69, Monsters Gathering. Teacher Zhao. Zhao Bai looked him up and down and said, "Huh. You really have broken through to the Silver Realm. Not bad. By the way, you've been assigned to Class 3, Grade 1. Li Bufan was very confused. How could it be the same as high school even though he was already in college? Teacher Zhao, why is the academy still assigning classes? Zhao Bai's face was solemn. He leaned over and whispered, actually, assigning classes now is also to make it easier to carry out tasks in the future. Li Bufan's pupils shrank. Execute the mission? What does this mean? Teacher Zhao, did something happen? Zhao Bai looked around and said, you still remember the 4 Shadow Clan members who were captured at the North Gate, right? Of course he remembered that the last 4 members of the Shadow Clan were taken away by Chao Renchang. According to the 4 Shadow Clan members,
the alien beasts that have been dormant for a long time are preparing to invade our human race again. Hiss. Li Bufan was so surprised that it felt like thunder had exploded above his head.
Are the alien beasts really going to invade again this time?
The human race and alien races and beasts have enjoyed a brief peace for nearly 100 years.
Is this situation going to be broken now? Today's generation has never experienced war. If this war breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable.
Looking at Li Bufan's shocked expression, Zhao Bai patted his shoulder and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much.
The invasion of alien races and beasts won't start with an all-out war.
It will definitely be a small-scale war at the beginning, with both sides testing each other's strength."
Li Bufan nodded.
This meant that he still had some time. As long as he became stronger, he could use the impure world reincarnation to revive 10 people, plus himself, and he would not be afraid of any war at all. The war would only become an opportunity for him to gain points.
Li Bufan clenched his fists, lamenting that his strength was still too low. You and I just said that. Please don't tell anyone and cause panic. He smiled. He naturally understood this. If you shouted that the Imperial Army was coming before the Japanese even started moving, wouldn't that cause chaos? Teacher Zhao, I understand. How are the classes divided?
Talents are divided into categories such as beast, nature, earth, and water.
Your Spirit Eye talent is classified as a common talent class to keep a low profile.
He didn't really care what class it was, but dividing the classes according to talent categories was indeed a good idea. In this way, in the future, when carrying out missions, only one person from each class will be needed to form a team with all talents. No matter what alien races or beasts they encounter, they will at least have the corresponding talents to fight against them. Zhao Bai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Besides, because of you, I am the counselor of Class 3, Grade 1.
Li Bufan nodded.
Zhao Bai was indeed the most suitable person to be the counselor of his class.
Otherwise, if it were someone else, would they have to explain the talent all over again? Teacher Zhao, have you ever heard of Bai Xiaoshang?
He frowned, thought for a moment and said, "I've never heard of this name."
Li Bufan frowned.
Zhu Shan didn't know, and Zhao Bai didn't know either.
Could it be that Bai Xiaoshang was really an unknown person? If he was really such an ordinary person, how come he seemed to know Li Bufan's talent the first time he met him? Li Bufan, who is this Bai Xiaoshang? He rolled his eyes. Teacher Zhao, if I knew, I would still ask you.
Zhao Bai scratched his head awkwardly. That's true.
By the way, I heard from Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy that training resources have been distributed to each academy? You're really well informed. That guy told you everything.
This time, the higher-ups did send us a batch of cultivation resources.
However, this also has some requirements for our academy.
That is, we must obey orders from above from now on.
Isn't it only natural to obey orders? Otherwise, where can the human race escape to if it is defeated?
Moreover, if it were not for the support of the Security Bureau and the city defense forces from all over the country, the human race would have been destroyed long ago.
Teacher Zhao,
I don't have enough spirit stones and whealing pills,
he said hesitantly. Ha ha. This is a small matter. Our academy has refined a lot of spiritual pills.
I have to ask those old guys for spiritual stones.
In fact, Li Bufan has always been curious about where the training resources of these academies in Kyoto come from. Teacher Zhao, are the cultivation resources for each academy all distributed from above? Of course not. The country has to support the National Security Bureau, so how can it have so many resources for other colleges? In fact, each college has been developing secret realms for many years and each has its own independent secret realm resources. I see.
The National Security Bureau has to support the army and the city defense forces of each city, so other colleges can only rely on themselves.
At this time, Zhao Bai's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and said, "It's the dean's call." Wait a moment.
After saying that, he walked aside to answer the phone, and suddenly his expression, which had been calm before, became extremely solemn. He hung up the phone a few minutes later, his face gloomy and a hint of worry between his brows.
Teacher Zhao, what happened?
Zhao Bai looked at him and sighed, "Perhaps we really don't have much time left."
The dean just said that the strange beasts are gathering outside Jiangnan City and Fengdu City.
The strange beasts are finally starting to move.
What? Li Bufan's chest heaved violently, as if he felt it was extremely absurd.
The incident happened too suddenly, and his face turned gray in an instant.
The National Security Bureau has already begun deploying personnel to Jiangnan City and Fengdu City, and other colleges have also begun organizing students to go to Jiangnan City and Fengdu City. Li Bufan's throat was dry. Jiangnan City was his hometown and his father was still in Jiangnan City. Teacher Zhao, I want to go to Jiangnan City. Zhao Bai nodded. Jiangnan City and Fengdu City were similar in terms of location, and Li Bufan was more familiar with Jiangnan City. Okay. I'll go to other classes and recruit people to form a team. Teacher Zhao, I'll be leaving first. I'm quite familiar with the Jiangnan City Defense Army.
Zhao Bai knew about his situation and then said, well, be careful.
I will bring you the Huiling pill and lincture you want. After leaving Yanjing College, Li Bufan went straight to the teleportation array. At this moment, the teleportation array in Kyoto was surrounded by people, and a large number of people were waiting for teleportation. Li Bufan followed the crowded crowd and moved towards the teleportation array at a snail's pace. Most of the people waiting to be teleported here were troops sent by the National Security Bureau to the two cities. Suddenly, the person behind him patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, which military unit are you from?" He turned around and saw a man in a black vest looking at him with a smile on his face. "I'm not from the military. I'm a student at Yanqing College." He tilted his head. "Student? No way. Where are you going?" "Jiangnan City." He. Our troops are also heading to Jiangnan City. Chapter 70, Watching the Battle on the City Wall. Li Bufan nodded and stopped talking. He felt a little heavy in his heart. If alien races and beasts invade in large numbers, what will he do given his current strength? "Brother, my name is Wang Dahong, what's your name?" "Li Bufan." "Okay, haha. If you meet me on the battlefield, I'll take care of you." He smiled softly and said, "Thank you very much." 2 hours passed unknowingly and Li Bufan was teleported to Jiangnan City. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he felt the atmosphere was extremely solemn. All the guards were standing at their posts with serious expressions. Li Bufan saw a familiar person again, Lu Xuanxi from the City Defense Army. "Hey! Li Bufan? Why are you back in Jiangnan City?" He smiled bitterly and said, "How can I not do my part when something like this happens?" He was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Okay. But I can't leave for the time being, you go to the City Defense Army by yourself." He took a taxi to the 2-story villa where he lived before, and was told by the guard that Fong Bo and the people from Kyoto were in a meeting. He left the villa and came to a residential building not far away. After his father was kidnapped last time, he was arranged to live here. Son, why are you back?" Li Tianda's face was full of smiles, but he looked like he was bored. Li Bufan raised his lips and said, "Dad, are you uncomfortable living here?" "That's not the case, it's just that I'm too frustrated." "Hey! You haven't been out much, have you?" He smiled bitterly and sighed, "After being kidnapped last time, how could I dare to go out so easily?" Li Bufan felt a pang of sadness. His father had lived a carefree life, but he had dragged him down. "Dad, if you don't go out, can't you ask those ants to come over to your house and sit with you?" He looked around with a guilty look on his face. This is the territory of the City Defense Army. What's wrong with the City Defense Army's territory? You're not soliciting prostitution. Boom. Hiss. Li Tianda knocked him hard on the head. "What are you talking about, you bastard?" He covered his head, pulled the corner of his mouth, and said jokingly, "Dad, isn't this all for your sexual happiness? Get lost. By the way, son, why did you come back so suddenly?" Li Bufan originally didn't want to tell his father about the gathering of strange beasts, but then he changed his mind. He would rather his father live in Kyoto. People are selfish. If you were to ask where the human race is safest, it would be Kyoto. After briefly explaining the matter to his father, Li Tianda could hardly believe his ears. It was like a bolt from the blue. Then he said with a worried look, "Son, isn't it very dangerous for you to come back to Jiangnan City this time?" Li Bufan felt warm in his heart and touched his nose. "Dad, we are just here for training. The real main force is still the Jiangnan City Defense Army and the army from Kyoto." The two chatted for a while, and Li Bufan suggested that his father go to live in Kyoto, but Li Tianda was determined not to go to Kyoto, saying that he was unfamiliar with the place and it would be better to live happily and freely in Jiangnan City. Li Bufan smiled. He knew a little about his father's thoughts, so he said no more.
He left an hour later and met Zhao Bai from Yenqing College on his way to find Fang Bo. He brought a team of 20 to 30 people, all of whom were probably freshmen who had just entered the college.
Li Bufan, I was just about to call you.
Zhao Bai pulled Li Bufan aside, blocking the view of others behind him with his body, and secretly handed Li Bufan a storage ring. The spirit stones and the soul-restoring pills are all inside. He nodded and smiled, then said, "Thank you, Teacher Zhao."
What are you thanking me for?
This is what our 5 colleges should do.
Teacher Zhao, where are you going?
Zhao Bai smiled helplessly and said self-deprecatingly, "The city guards only arranged for us to watch the battle from the city wall."
Li Bufan. Okay.
I'll go with you. He originally wanted to go find Fang Bo, but after thinking about it, he decided not to.
Fang Bo must be extremely worried at the moment.
In addition, people have also come from Kyoto, so he probably has no time to see him. Zhu Shan led the team towards the west gate of Jiangnan City. Along the way, everyone glanced at Li Bufan from time to time, as if they were extremely curious about him. After arriving at the west gate, Li Bufan was stunned to see a dense crowd of people standing on the city wall. They seemed to be students from other colleges.
Teacher Zhao, do you know how many people from various colleges in Kyoto have come this time?
He shook his head and said, "I don't know the details, but we have 10 teams from each grade of Yenqing College, each with 30 people. This means that there were 40 teams from Yenqing College alone, with a total of 1,200 people. Including other colleges, there are probably at least 10,000 students coming from Kyoto to Jiangnan City this time. In addition, some students went to Fengdu City, and the number is estimated to be similar to that of Jiangnan City." When the group climbed up the city wall, they found that the entire wall was like the Great Wall, dozens of meters wide.
Li Bufan also found 2 familiar figures in the crowd, Shangguan Wanner and the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He still remembered that the man with gold-rimmed glasses drove a BMW X6 to pick up Shangguan Wanner at the gate of Jiangnan City School after school, and later met him again at the gate of Xingfu Community. Noticing Li Bufan's gaze, the man with gold-rimmed glasses turned his head and looked over. His face was gloomy and a sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth. Shangguan Wanner also followed the gaze of the man with gold-rimmed glasses. When she saw Li Bufan, she frowned and turned her head to continue looking outside the city. "Isn't that Shangguan Wanner from your Jiangnan Middle School?" Zhao Bai asked softly in his ear. "Teacher Zhao, how do you know Shangguan Wanner?"
He smiled slightly and said, "I went to recruit her on behalf of Yenqing College at that time. Of course I remember that the person next to her seemed to be Li Nanchuan from the Li family in Kyoto."
Li Bufan's pupils shrank. So he was Li Nanchuan? When Li Xingli was killed in Tianzi's secret realm, Shangguan Wanner pleaded for Li Xingli because of Li Nanchuan. No wonder his eyes were so cold. It turned out he was from the Li family in Kyoto. He was really haunting us. Li Bufan took a deep breath and looked up outside the city. He saw dense swarms of strange beasts in the distance, covering the sky like locusts. All kinds of strange beasts gathered together like a well-trained army. His scalp was tingling and his heart was beating wildly. It was the first time he had seen such a scene. It was as if a dark cloud was covering the sun, making it hard for him to breathe. He took a deep breath and expelled the depression in his heart, while the others turned pale when they saw this scene. They kept swallowing, some people even had trembling legs, and they almost cried out in uncontrollable fear.